Chapter 441. Everyone returned to their beds and rested for a while. The Dark Tigers gathered together, their expressions somewhat awkward. They still wanted to prove themselves to Su Qin. Unexpectedly, Su Qin and the others had achieved far more. Luckily, they didn't say anything, otherwise they would have been humiliated. In the Iron Legion base, Zhao Yang leaned back in a large executive chair and lit a thick cigar. Puffing away, he said to Wu Bo, who stood before him, "Old Wu, I asked you to come here today because I have something I'd like your advice on." "General, please speak." Wu Bo smiled. "It's about that little girl Tong Fei. She's a little too naive." Zhao Yang stammered. Wu Bo wasn't quite sure what he meant, so he said cautiously, "I wonder what the general is talking about. What's so naive about her? My wife passed away a while ago, and I need someone to be with her." Zhao Yang said shamelessly, "But I've been so kind to her, and she doesn't even appreciate it." Wu Bo instantly understood Zhao Yang's point. He couldn't help but scoff. "You're old enough and have the image to be someone's father, yet you're still trying to get your hands on a young girl. How could she possibly agree?" But on the surface, Wu Bo agreed. "General, you're right. This little girl is truly naive. The worst part is, last time I used the medicine you gave me, that girl figured it out and didn't fall for it." Zhao Yang sighed unwillingly. "Ever since, she's been wary of me." Wu Bo suddenly understood. So, Zhao Yang had asked for the medicine to harm Tong Fei. The general is truly shameless. "I just want to ask today, is there any way to take her down?" Hearing Zhao Yang's question, Wu Bo's face darkened. He's a combat advisor, not a love advisor. Besides, there's a 20 or 30-year age difference between Zhao Yang and Tong Fei. He even resorted to coercion, causing Tong Fei to deeply resent him. Under these circumstances, even if Tong Jincheng, Hangzhou's most affectionate man, were present, there wouldn't be much he could do. General, I really don't know anything about love," Wu Bo said with a wry smile. "If it doesn't work, I completely break off relations and resort to coercion," Zhao Yang said harshly. Remembering Tong Fei's generally good attitude towards him, Wu Bo felt a little sorry. He coughed lightly and advised, "General, this isn't right. Tong Fei is a senior officer at the base, after all. If this gets out, I'm afraid it will have a negative impact." Although Zhao Yang was the leader of the Iron Legion, he was still a bit inferior to Lin Yusen. Through brainwashing, coercion, and other tactics, Lin Yusen has completely transformed the all-seeing eye into his own personal army. The Iron Legion, on the other hand, still contains many individuals who are not on good terms with Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang is also looking for an opportunity to eliminate them all. As Wu Bo said, if he attacks Tong Fei, it will likely have negative consequences. Forget it. Let this little bitch run wild for a while. Thinking of Tong Fei's slender and charming figure, Zhao Yang took a deep drag on his cigarette. Just then, there was a sudden, urgent knock on the door. "General, I have something important to discuss." "Come in," Zhao Yang responded. The secretary rushed in, his face tense, and said, "The two teams we sent out to search for supplies have both lost contact." "Didn't you send anyone out to search?" Zhao Yang frowned. "We did. Both convoys were ambushed, and all personnel were killed." Hearing the secretary's answer, Zhao Yang was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. "Daini, you bastard! For so long, only the Salvation Army had been tirelessly attacking outbound Steel Legion convoys. So naturally Zhao Yang assumed Daini was acting up again. "General, don't get excited. I don't think the Salvation Army did this," Wu Bo advised. After Zhao Yang calmed down, he also felt it was unlikely. After all, the two sides were still in their honeymoon period, discussing the joint development of the secret realm. At this critical juncture, Daini couldn't possibly command the Salvation Army to launch a surprise attack on him. Zhao Yang thought for a moment and said solemnly, "Contact the Savior Army and the New World. I need to communicate with them." "Yes." The secretary immediately walked over to the communicator and began operating it. A moment later, Daini and Zhang Hao appeared on the screen. Both were clearly surprised by Zhao Yang's sudden contact. "General, have you thought it through and are ready to explore the secret realm?" Zhang Hao smiled. Zhao Yang ignored him and looked at Daini coldly. "Captain Dai, you are so rude. We are still in the alliance, and you actually sent people to attack my search team?" "Me?" Daini was stunned for a moment, frowning. "General, you must have misunderstood. I didn't do that. Only you, the Savior Army, would do this kind of thing." Zhao Yang snorted. "You?" Dain was furious and was about to retort, but Zhang Hao stopped him. "General, you must have misunderstood. I can vouch for Chief Dai, he never gave such an order. If it wasn't the Savior Army, could it be? Zhao Yang narrowed his eyes. The Tiger Gang? At the mention of the Tiger Gang, everyone fell silent. If it was the Tiger Gang, that would be troublesome. That meant the Tiger Gang was seeking revenge. If the general doesn't mind, I can send my subordinate, Wang Chengwu, to investigate. Zhang Hao suggested. His ability is to reverse time in a certain location, allowing past events to replay themselves. So we can confirm who did it. Zhao Yang thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Then we go. Zhang Hao stood up and ended the call with Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang waited quietly in the Iron Legion's base. Not long after, a report arrived from his soldiers. Zhang Hao, Dai Yin, and their group were waiting outside the base. Zhao Yang naturally refused to risk meeting them, so he sent Wu Bo instead. After Wu Bo reunited with Zhang Hao and the others, he led them to the spot where the search team had been ambushed. It was already dark, and the destroyed jeeps lay in ruins, parked quietly in the middle of the road. Leave it to you, Chenwu. Zhang Hao nodded to the tall, thin young man, Wang Chengwu. Wang Chengwu stepped forward, his eyes fixed, and he harnessed his energy. A white curtain of light appeared out of thin air in the clearing. The screen began to flicker, and time began to rapidly reverse. Soon it was the morning of the Iron Legion's convoy, when it had been ambushed. The Dark Tigers, hidden along the road, launched a surprise attack on the convoy. Chapter 442. After Wang Chengwu finished playing, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Where are these people from? Zhang Hao frowned. They don't look like evolvers from the Tiger Gang. There aren't any familiar faces. Could it be that the general has made some new enemies? Dai Yin glanced at Wu Bo. Impossible. Wu Bo immediately denied. There are only 3 of us in the entire Jinju area. If it weren't the outsider Tiger Gang, who would have the audacity to attack our Iron Legion? Dai Yin and Zhang Hao thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. Isn't there another ambush site? Why don't we go there and take a look? Wang Chengwu suggested tentatively. That's good. Maybe we can find some other clues. Dai Yin nodded. So everyone got back in the car and headed to the second ambush site. When the reverse footage appeared before everyone, they immediately recognized Su Chen, Su Wingwe, and the others. It's those bastards, the Tiger Gang. Wu Bo roared with fury. Dai Yin and Zhang Hao exchanged glances, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Previously, the Tiger Gang had remained peacefully in Shannon City. But this time, they'd taken the initiative and attacked Jinju. If we sit back and do nothing, the Salvation Army and New World might be next. Let's go back and discuss how to deal with the Tiger Gang, shall we? After calming down, Wu Bo suggested to Dai Yin and Wu Bo. After a brief pause, the 2 men agreed. Everyone re-entered the car and returned to the Iron Legion base. In the conference room, Zhao Yang, dressed in military uniform, sat at the main seat. The other Legion leaders sat to his left and right. After hearing Wu Bo's report, Zhao Yang's face instantly turned pale. Su Chen, you bastard, you deserve to die. Our 3-party coalition attacked the Tiger Gang together, so how could you just sneak up on the Iron Legion? If you don't know the location of either of them, you can ask me, I definitely tell you. But Zhao Yang only thought about these words in his mind, and didn't say them out loud. He narrowed his eyes, and looked at Dai Yin and Zhang Hao sitting across from him. Do you have any good ideas? If it were before, neither of them would even be sitting here, let alone helping the Iron Legion. But now they are in the same boat. The Iron Legion can be destroyed, but only after the Tiger Gang. Otherwise, the 2 families might not be able to withstand the Iron Legion. If you ask me, we should explore the secret realm sooner rather than later. Once we accumulated sufficient strength, we can destroy the Tiger Gang. In reality, Dai Yin didn't care about the Tiger Gang. He cared more about the so-called secret realm. If he could gain enough energy from the secret realm. Speaking of the Tiger Gang, he might even turn against the Iron Legion. I agree with you, but the Tiger Gang is keeping an eye on us now. Are we just going to sit back and do nothing? Zhao Yang said with some displeasure. Please be patient, both of you. I have a suggestion. Zhang Hao said softly, since the Tiger Gang is targeting the Iron Legion, why can't we try to lure them out? Zhao Yang and Dai Yin were stunned at first, then their eyes lit up. That's right. They could easily lure the Tiger Gang out of their lair and ambush them. As long as we can defeat the Tiger Gang once and inflict a heavy blow, they shouldn't harass the Iron Legion for a while. That way, we can also take the opportunity to explore the secret realm. What do you mean, General? Zhang Hao looked at Zhao Yang. His meaning was clear. We help you repel the Tiger Gang's sneak attack, And then we all explore the secret realm together. If that doesn't work, then you find a way on your own. Zhao Yang's face shifted. If he relied on himself alone, it would be difficult to deal with the Tiger Gang. After all, they've been ambushed so many times by the saviors before, and they had no effective countermeasures, and with the Iron Legion's current strength, they couldn't explore the secret realm. It was like sitting on a mountain of treasure, but unable to cash in. Rather than that, it was better to agree to Zhang Hao's proposal. Zhao Yang let out a long breath and nodded. I agree with you. That's great. Daini and Zhang Hao were overjoyed upon hearing this. Next, let's figure out how to counterattack the Tiger Gang. Wu Bo said slowly. Tomorrow, the general will pretend nothing is wrong and continue sending people out to search for supplies. I have Du Lin follow the convoy. Everyone else will be waiting at the base. As soon as Du Lin senses danger, he notify us. We dispatch immediately to provide support. What do you think? Daini presented his plan. Du Lin was a psychic in the Savior Army. But like Wang Qinwu, his abilities tended to be supportive. Wang Qinwu could rewind time in a specific area. Du Lin, on the other hand, could sense the surrounding situation and provide early warning of any danger. Okay, let's follow Chief Dai's plan. I agree. Zhao Yang, Zhang Hao, and Wu Bo naturally had no objections. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away, at the Ability Corps camp, Su Qin and the others were unaware that the three-way coalition was setting an ambush for them. If the ambush is successful tomorrow, try to save as many as possible, and hand them over to Ding Di, Su Qin instructed. The Salvation Army and the New World also fought against us last time. We can't forget them. Yes, Boss Su. Everyone said in unison. After the meeting, everyone dispersed. Returning to their beds, Xiao Kai whispered, Brother Jiang, we have to work hard tomorrow. We can't let the Winged Tiger steal our thunder again. Of course. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. He was simply careless today, not thinking as far ahead as Su Qin had anticipated. Otherwise, he would have let the convoy pass. When the convoy returned to the city, he would have captured them all. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, the members of the Ability Corps also rose early. After a quick breakfast, they split into two groups, just like yesterday, and continued toward the Iron Legion's line of action, planning another ambush. This time, however, Su Qin chose a different ambush location. After everything was ready, he leaned against a large tree, crossed his legs, and quietly waited for the Iron Legion search team. Not long after, Wang Yan's voice came through his headset. Boss Su, we spotted the Iron Legion's convoy. Compared to yesterday, there are a few more armored vehicles. It looks like they're on guard. Su Chen didn't take it seriously. After all, the Iron Legion had suffered such a heavy loss yesterday, so heightened alertness was understandable. Got it. Let them go. Su Chen had just finished his response, when the communicator on his waist suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out, and saw only 4 words on it. Trap, be careful. Chapter 443. At the Iron Legion's base. After washing up, Tong Fei went to the dining hall for lunch. Hello, Commander Tong. Good morning, Commander Tong. The soldier she met along the way saluted her. Tong Fei nodded in response. As she sat down with her plate, her brows furrowed slightly. She felt something was amiss, but she couldn't quite place it. Tong Fei ate her breakfast while glancing around the dining hall. After a moment, she finally realized what was wrong. The number of soldiers dining in the dining hall today was far too few, and there wasn't even a single evolved person or psychic to be seen. This was truly bizarre. Tong Fei suppressed her surprise, and finished her breakfast calmly. She placed her plate back in the recycling bin and, without rushing to leave, went to the office nearby. Director Dang. Tong Fei greeted a chubby man. This man, Director Dang, was the restaurant manager. He was timid and lustful, and often stole glances at Tong Fei's thighs. Under normal circumstances, Tong Fei would never bother entering his office. But today, to get some information, she did. It's Director Dang. What a rare guest. Director Dang stood up, flattered. His shifty eyes flickered to Tong Fei's slender legs, clad in black stockings. Tong Fei suppressed her nausea and feigned displeasure, saying, the food in the restaurant today is a bit unpalatable. I came to see Director Dang because I hope you can improve the quality of the food. Okay, Commander Tong, I remember what you said. I hold them to a strict standard, Director Dang said seriously. But his shifty expression still looked a little funny. That's good. Tong Fei nodded, then asked casually, by the way, why are there so few people in the restaurant today? Commander Tong, don't you know? Director Dang asked, somewhat surprised. I felt a little unwell yesterday, so I took the day off today. Tong Fei lied casually. Zhao Yang was naturally too embarrassed to publicize his dirty deeds. Thus, to outsiders like Director Deng, Tong Fei was still Zhao Yang's trusted commander. I see. Director Deng suddenly realized something and whispered, Commander Tong, you're not aware. Our regiment is taking action today. What action? Were we ambushed by the Tiger Gang yesterday? The general drew up a battle plan, but I don't know the details. Anyway, I received orders and prepared the food early in the morning. The soldiers finished their meal and left before dawn, Director Deng explained. That Xiao Yang, hiding everything from me, making it seem like I owed him a debt of gratitude. Tong Fei mentally cursed Zhao Yang, but outwardly feigned indifference. I see. This kind of thing is confidential. Don't tell anyone. Commander Tong, rest assured. I won't tell anyone, even if you kill me. Director Deng patted his chest and promised. That's good. I'm leaving now. Tong Fei waved, twisting her slender waist, and left the office. Gazing at her captivating figure, the party director swallowed hard and opened the collection on his computer. After leaving the party director's office, Tong Fei immediately returned to her residence and pulled out her communicator. A trap, be careful. A moment later, Su Chen responded. What do you mean? I don't know the specifics, but I know that today's Iron Legion operation is a trap targeting the Tiger Gang, Tong Fei replied. Okay, got it. Thank you. Seeing this, Tong Fei breathed a sigh of relief. After putting down the communicator, Su Chen said to Su Wenwei, tell everyone to prepare to withdraw. Huh? Hearing this, Su Wenwei, Shi Jinyuan, and the others were stunned. Brother Su, what's going on? Today's trap was set specifically for us by the Iron Legion, Su Chen explained simply. Everyone had always trusted him, so naturally, they had no objections. After the Iron Legion's convoy left the encirclement, Su Chen and the others immediately decided to withdraw. Of course. Su Chen hadn't forgotten the Dark Tigers either. He pulled out his walkie-talkie and called, together, Captain Jiang. Captain Jiang, I hear you, Boss Su. Today's operation is cancelled. Return to camp immediately. Okay. Su Chen said nothing more and put away the walkie-talkie. Another ambush point. Jiang Yu also frowned and said to Li Minglong, Shao Kai, and the others, Boss Su just told us the operation is cancelled. Ah? The operation is cancelled. Why? Are you making a fool of us? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became displeased. They were already quite dissatisfied with Su Chen and the Tiger Gang. This now only ignited their discontent. There's nothing we can do. We just have to retreat. Jiang Yu shrugged. Brother Jiang, I say, don't listen to Su Chen. Shao Kai sneered, the Iron Legion's convoy will be here soon. Wouldn't it be possible to ambush them and then retreat? Shao Kai is right. We can even get some supplies to prepare for our future escape from the Tiger Gang. The others chimed in. Just as Jiang Yu was hesitating, his lookout suddenly delivered a message. Brother Jiang, the Iron Legion's convoy has arrived. Just like yesterday, there are only 6 vehicles. But there's an armored vehicle in the middle. Brother Jiang, don't hesitate. Yes, just do it. Hesitation will lead to defeat. After his men's cacophony of persuasion, Jiang Yu finally nodded. Okay, I do as you say. He also felt there was no need to listen to Su Chen. After all, the Iron Legion's strength didn't seem that impressive. He just had to eliminate this search team within half an hour and return to camp in time. Prepare for action. Shao Kai, Li Minglong, and the others were overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately returned to their respective positions, awaiting the Iron Legion's arrival. At the same time, in the armored vehicle in the Iron Legion's convoy, Du Lin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He grabbed the intercom. Captain, I sense the enemy here. Got it. We be there. Hold on for 5 minutes. Yes. Du Lin hung up. The several revolvers in the car, as well as the Iron Legion soldiers and other vehicles, also prepared for battle. Just as the convoy entered the encirclement, Jiang Yu said in a deep voice, Attack! At his command, Shao Kai and Li Minglong leaped out from their respective hiding places, RPGs in hand. Chapter 444. Boom boom boom. A wall of ice and a wall of earth suddenly appeared in front and behind the convoy. 2 RPG shells blasted directly into them. With 2 violent explosions, dirt and ice shards flew everywhere. But the Iron Legion's convoy suffered no damage. The drivers of several vehicles slammed on the brakes and swerved their steering wheels. In a moment, the Iron Legion's convoy formed a simple defensive circle. The members of the vehicles jumped out and launched a counterattack into the jungle. Seeing this, Jiang Yu felt a sense of foreboding. How could the Iron Legion's men cope so easily? And how could there be a psychic among them? Before he could comprehend the situation, a fierce exchange had already begun. The Iron Legion's armored vehicle was equipped with a heavy machine gun. The machine gunner manned the weapon, firing wildly at Jiang Yu and the others. Bullets whizzed through the air, snapping all the trees surrounding the Dark Tigers. The Dark Tigers could only lower their heads and lie prone on the ground, unable to organize an effective counterattack, and the Iron Legion members weren't in a rush to attack. They were simply responsible for holding the enemy back while awaiting reinforcements. Boss Su. The few Psionic Corps members remaining at the base were somewhat surprised to see Su Chen and the others return. Su Chen didn't explain much. He glanced around and didn't see Jiang Yu and the others. He frowned slightly. The Dark Tiger's ambush route was closest to the camp, so they should have returned earlier than Su Chen and the others. Could they have encountered some trouble? Su Chen decided to wait a little longer. Old Su, have them pack up, and we prepare to evacuate. If the Iron Legion planned a counterattack, this camp would be dangerous. For safety's sake, they should stay away from the Iron Legion. Wait a few days before launching a surprise attack. Okay, Brother Su. Su Wenwen nodded, called out to Zheng Hui and the others, and began packing up the camp. However, even after everyone had packed up and prepared to depart, the Dark Tigers still hadn't returned. Even Su Wenwen, Zheng Hui, and the others realized something was amiss. Captain Jiang, this is the camp. Calling the Dark Tigers. No matter how many times they called Jiang Yu and the others through the intercom, there was no response. Looks like they're in trouble, Brother Su. What do we do now? Su Wenwen asked nervously. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't particularly like Jiang Yu, Shao Kai, and the others, they were now members of the Tiger Gang. If I just left them alone, what would the others think? Come with me and take a look. But be careful. If there's any danger, leave them alone and retreat. Su Chen said solemnly. Yes. Everyone obeyed. Brother Jiang, what should we do? Shao Kai asked tearfully, crouching down to avoid the bullets flying overhead. Jiang Yu didn't respond, but continued to summon his supernatural powers, counterattacking the enemy. Brother Jiang, why don't we ask Boss Su and the others for help? Li Minglong shouted, hiding behind a rock and firing back with his rifle. The walkie-talkie is broken. Jiang Yu sighed. Just now, a bullet had come flying, and by some strange coincidence, it had hit Jiang Yu in the chest. The good news was that it had hit the walkie-talkie, sparing him his life. The bad news was that the walkie-talkie was broken, and Su Chen couldn't be reached. Huh? Li Minglong and the others were startled. At that moment, the fierce gunfire outside suddenly stopped. Then, a loudspeaker blared. Listen up, Tiger Gang members in the woods. You've been surrounded. We have hundreds of us. If you don't want to cause unnecessary casualties, surrender. I promise I won't kill you. You only have 5 minutes to think. In 5 minutes, we will destroy the entire forest. Jiang Yu cautiously poked his head out. Through the gap in the trees, he could clearly see a large number of soldiers surrounding them. It looked like the forest they were in was completely surrounded. Even at a terrible cost, there was no guarantee they could escape. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu felt a surge of regret. Why hadn't he listened to Su Chen and insisted on going his own way? Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Shao Kai asked hoarsely. When Boss Su couldn't contact us, he knew something was wrong. Let's hold on a little longer. He come to rescue us, Jiang Yu said, feigning calmness. Will he really come? Shao Kai's face was filled with suspicion. The others remained silent, but their expressions betrayed the same thought. They weren't Su Chen's direct subordinates to begin with. They had disobeyed Su Chen's orders and acted on their own. Now they were trapped here by the Iron Legion's massive forces. No sane person would come to their rescue. How about we surrender? Li Minglong asked tentatively. Shut up. Jiang Yu glared at Li Minglong and sternly said, If any of you want to surrender, I won't stop you. But I will never surrender. If Brother Jiang doesn't surrender, then neither will I. Yes, even if I die fighting alongside Brother Jiang, it's worth it. Shao Kai and the others quickly echoed. That's good. Rest up and prepare to break out. Jiang Yu ordered. A few hundred meters away from the grove, Su Chen and his men were hiding behind a small hillside, observing the situation on the battlefield. They had also heard the Iron Legion's call. Judging from the situation, they're courting death by refusing to retreat, which is why they're surrounded by the Iron Legion. Wang Yan cursed. In that case, Let's not rescue them. Ding Di snorted. I think what they say makes sense. How about we just run away? Even Su Wenwei, always full of justice, couldn't help but agree. Nothing else. It's simply because the members of the Dark Tiger team are truly annoying to the others. Don't rush. Let's see. Su Chen didn't rush to make a decision, but instead carefully observed the battlefield. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Meanwhile, within the Iron Legion, Daini checked his watch and said to Zhang Hao, "It's almost time. Should we launch an attack? Since they're so reckless, there's no need to show mercy." Zhang Hao sneered, "But we should try to capture them alive." He took a deep breath and quickly activated his supernatural powers. A dozen or so trees on the periphery seemed to come alive. Their branches transformed into hands, supporting the ground and lifting themselves up. Chapter 445. Seeing this, Jiang Yu and the others' expressions changed dramatically. This was the first time they had seen a plant-based psychic. A dozen or so massive treemen stumbled into the woods. Following them were the soldiers of the Iron Legion and the evolved ones from the 3 coalition forces. Daini and Zhang Hao's intention was simple. They wanted to capture the members of the Tiger Gang alive and learn from them their plans and Su Chen's location. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and raised his hand to summon a dozen wind blades, rapidly shooting them at the treemen. With his high-level psychic abilities, these wind blades wouldn't be able to cut through trees. Even a granite boulder could be easily cleaved in half. However, upon impacting the treemen's sturdy trunks, they left only a few deep furrows. This was no pain at all for the treemen. Instead, it exposed Jiang Yu and the others' position. The treemen immediately sped up, charging towards them. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's team still had a fire-type psychic. He raised his hand and summoned a wall of fire, blocking the 2 sides. The tree people seemed to possess a low-level intelligence. They were extremely frightened by the sudden appearance of the wall of fire and dared not take a single step forward, but the soldiers of the Iron Legion didn't care. They aimed their weapons at Jiang Yu and the others and opened fire indiscriminately. Da-da-da. The bullets flew, scattering branches and weeds. Several Dark Tiger squad evolvers were instantly shot to pieces. Seeing their companions' tragic deaths, Jiang Yu, Shao Kai, and the others were instantly filled with grief. But they had no time to grieve, because the psychics of the 3-party coalition had already taken action. Large ice crystals fell from the sky, slamming heavily onto the wall of fire. But in the blink of an eye, the blazing flames were extinguished. The Iron Legion soldiers, suppressing the Dark Tigers with bullets, rapidly advanced on them. "It's over." Even Jiang Yu, usually calm, shared a look of despair with Shao Kai, Li Minglong, and the others. Daini and Zhang Hao, who had been observing the battle from outside, couldn't help but laugh. In their view, this was the moment to capture the Tiger Gang psychics alive. At this critical moment, a sudden scream erupted from behind Daini, Zhang Hao, and the others. They froze for a moment and quickly turned around. Lightning bolts struck down from the sky. The soldiers struck by the lightning screamed in agony, instantly reduced to charcoal. What was going on? Just as Daini and Zhang Hao were stunned, a figure suddenly appeared. He held a shield in his left hand and a rifle in his right. Like a god descending from heaven, he attacked the Iron Legion soldiers with abandon. It's Su Chen." Daini took a quick look and recognized the man as Su Chen. Zhang Hao was stunned at first, then overjoyed. "Old Dai, this is a great opportunity to kill Su Chen." Daini's eyes lit up. Su Chen was alone, while they had hundreds of men. "Those in the woods, continue attacking the Tiger Gang. Those outside the woods, follow me and deal with Su Chen." Daini excitedly grabbed the intercom. Everyone present immediately followed Daini's instructions, turning their attention and aiming at Su Chen. Su Chen seemed to have noticed it, too. He grinned, then retreated rapidly, moving away. Just as Daini was about to send his men in pursuit, 2 thick golden beams shot out from Su Chen's eyes. Electric eyes. Wherever the golden beam struck, whether it was a car, a survivor, a tree, or a rock, they were instantly destroyed. The 3-party coalition was startled and quickly dodged. Thankfully, the electric eyes didn't last very long. In just a few seconds, they dissipated. But Su Chen had already taken this opportunity to vanish without a trace. Damn! Daini couldn't help but curse fiercely. If he missed this opportunity, it would probably be harder to kill Su Chen again. Forget it. The most important thing is to quickly capture those Tiger Gang members in the woods, Zhang Hao consoled him. Daini nodded and was about to give an order when a hurried voice suddenly rang out over the intercom. "Captain Dai, this is bad. A large number of Tiger Gang members have suddenly appeared. They're too strong. We can't." Before the other person could finish his words, a scream abruptly cut him off. Daini and Zhang Hao's faces suddenly paled. At that moment, they finally understood. So Su Chen had been playing a trick, making a feint to the east while attacking in the west. He had deliberately attacked the three-way coalition from behind, drawing the attention of Daini, Zhang Hao, and the others away. At the same time, he had dispatched Tiger Gang psychics to attack from another flank, allowing them to rescue their companions. This is truly cunning. Daini and Zhang Hao immediately led their men into the woods. However, when they arrived, all they saw were tree men destroyed by flames and corpses strewn across the ground. Just as Daini and Zhang Hao had guessed, Su Chen's strategy was to divert attention. He was responsible for drawing the attention of the three-party coalition, while Su Wenwei, Zheng Hui, and the others launched a surprise attack from the opposite direction. The three-party coalition had never expected to be backstabbed. Although they were outnumbered, they were no match for Su Wenwei. Zheng Hui and his men were too formidable. In just a few minutes, Su Wenwei and his men broke through the three-party coalition's encirclement. Captain Jiang. I'm Su Wenwei. Hearing Su Wenwei's voice, Jiang Yu and the others were stunned for a moment, then expressions of ecstasy appeared on their faces. Captain Su. Boss Su has sent us to rescue you. Come quickly. Su Wenwei summoned a barrage of fireballs, fiercely blasting them at the tree men besieging Jiang Yu and his men. The fireballs struck the tree men, instantly bursting into flames. Jiang Yu and his men didn't dare to delay, and immediately retreated to reunite with Su Wenwei and the others. The members of the Psychic Corps didn't hesitate to fight, covering each other, and quickly withdrawing from the battlefield. They quickly boarded a car parked on the outskirts and sped off. Captain Su, thank you. Jiang Yu, having narrowly escaped death, finally felt relieved and expressed gratitude. Su Wenwei drove expressionlessly, saying, You shouldn't thank me, but Brother Su. We didn't intend to rescue you. It was Boss Su who asked us to. Jiang Yu and Xiaokai were slightly taken aback. It was Su Chen who asked them to rescue them. Also, why didn't you retreat, but instead engage the Iron Legion? You need to give Brother Su an explanation for this. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart tightened. The car sped away, and soon the sound of gunfire behind them faded. It wasn't until they had driven over 20 kilometers that Su Wenwei stopped. Chapter 446. The members of the Psionic Corps climbed out of their vehicles and waited quietly. They didn't even glance at the rescued members of the Dark Tigers, their gazes simply looking behind them. This made Jiang Yu and the others feel rather uneasy. Not long after, the roar of a motorcycle was heard. A Kawasaki motorcycle roared towards them from a distance. It was none other than Su Chen. After arriving in front of the group, Su Chen braked and jumped off. Boss Su. Brother Su. Are you okay? Everyone stepped forward to greet him. I'm fine. Su Chen smiled and shook his head, but the smile vanished when his gaze fell on Jiang Yu. Although both were high-level evolvers, Su Chen's strength far surpassed Jiang Yu's. Under his intense gaze, Jiang Yu felt a chill run down his spine, a heavy pressure enveloping him. Xiaokai and the others nearby were also terrified, barely daring to breathe. Captain Jiang, I ordered a retreat, so why did you engage the Iron Legion? I need you to give me an explanation, Su Chen said calmly. Before Su Chen returned, Jiang Yu had considered making up a random excuse. But under Su Chen's piercing gaze, he simply didn't have the courage to lie. We were too careless, hoping for an ambush. Jiang Yu mechanically recounted the events. Su Chen glanced at him and said to Su Wenwei, who was standing beside him, Captain Su, tell me, according to gang rules, how should his actions be handled? Although the Psionic Corps had suffered no losses in the recent rescue operation, but to prevent similar incidents from happening again, Jiang Yu and the others must be severely punished. Su Wenwei put aside his usual joking and said seriously, Anyone who disobeys military orders during wartime will be dismissed, punished, or even executed, depending on the severity of the offense. Captain Jiang, how do you think I should deal with you? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and asked softly. Jiang Yu felt a bitter taste in his mouth, and for a moment he was speechless. The Dark Tiger team had 12 members, but only 6, including him, had returned. The death of over half the personnel was already a serious offense. Not to mention the loss of firearms, vehicles, and other supplies. Su Chen could have justifiably executed him. Boss Su, we were wrong in this. Seeing Jiang Yu speechless after being cornered by Su Chen, Xiaokai couldn't help but speak up for him. But after all, the gang didn't suffer any losses, those who died were ours. Su Chen couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Your people? Members of the Dark Tiger team, enjoying the best treatment from the Tiger Gang, are now yours? Xiao Kai was speechless, unsure how to respond. He couldn't say that none of them truly considered themselves Tiger Gang members, could they? I don't care. If you dare touch Brother Jiang, you have to get past me first. Li Minglong gritted his teeth and stood in front of Jiang Yu. And me! Me! Several others stepped forward. Seeing this, the other members of the Psionic Corps immediately raised their guns, aiming at Jiang Yu and the others. If they made any unsettling move, they would be killed on the spot without hesitation. The situation between the two sides was tense and tense. Su Chen looked at Jiang Yu expressionlessly and said calmly, Jiang Yu, is this what you want? Jiang Yu was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, get out of the way. Brother Jiang. Xiao Kai stared at Jiang Yu blankly. We joined the Tiger Gang, so we're naturally members of the Tiger Gang. If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. Jiang Yu nodded slightly and said firmly, get out of the way. Xiao Kai, Li Minglong, and the others had no choice but to step aside. Boss Su, I'm willing to accept any punishment, Jiang Yu said in a deep voice. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Chen. To serve as a warning to others, we publicly punish you upon returning to base. Su Chen ordered, capture Jiang Yu and the others first, and we make our decisions after we get back to base. Yes. Su Wenwei waved his hand, and the other members of the Psionic Corps rushed forward, capturing Jiang Yu and the others. They didn't stop, but got into the car and drove toward Shannon City. Brother Su, how do you plan to deal with Jiang Yu? Sitting in the car, Su Wenwei asked curiously. What do you think is the best way to deal with him? Su Chen asked with a smile. Killing him would be a shame, but not killing him wouldn't deter others. So, I'm worried about you, Brother Su. Su Wenwei shrugged. You think the same as me. Su Chen chuckled. I don't intend to kill him, but I absolutely cannot let him off lightly. When they went to rescue the Dark Tigers just now, Su Chen didn't immediately take action. He wasn't just biding his time, he was also watching Jiang Yu and the others' reactions. In Su Chen's view, Jiang Yu and his men, surrounded by the three-party coalition, had no better chance than surrender. After all, the members of the Dark Tigers had little affection for the Fierce Tigers, and they had no grudges against the three-party coalition. If Jiang Yu had truly surrendered, there would naturally be nothing to discuss. Thankfully, he ultimately didn't, but continued to fight the three-party coalition. It was for this reason that Su Chen chose to intervene and save the Dark Tigers. But now that he had saved them, wouldn't it be a waste of effort for Su Chen to kill them again? After confirming the Fierce Tigers had left, Dai Ini led his men to clean up the battlefield and then returned to the Iron Legion base. What? Zhao Yang, sitting in his seat, suddenly stood up and angrily demanded, You brought so many people to encircle and suppress the Tiger Gang. And you only killed 6 Tiger Gang members, and lost dozens of others, 4 or 5 cars, and an armored vehicle? Dai Ini and Zhang Hao's faces were tinged with embarrassment. Looking at it this way, their record was rather disgraceful. General, calm down. It's mainly because the Tiger Gang members are too cunning. Zhang Hao sighed and explained, while we were encircling them, that Su Chen attacked from behind, catching us off guard. Staff Officer Wu can testify to that. Well, the Archon is right. Wu Bo also stepped forward and offered soothing words. Those 6 Tiger Gang members killed were all psychics. Their losses were quite heavy. I'm afraid they won't dare to trouble us again for a while. Zhao Yang snorted coldly and sat back down. Seeing this, Dai Ini coughed lightly and said, General, we have fulfilled our agreement. When do we start exploring the secret realm? Chapter 447. As soon as Dai Ini said this, Zhang Hao, Wu Bo, and the others turned their gazes toward Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang was silent for a moment before he slowly said, Wait 2 more days. If there's no movement from the Tiger Gang, we explore the secret realm. Hearing this, Dai Ini and Zhang Hao's expressions instantly brightened with excitement. Okay, then we wait patiently for the General's good news. The two of them didn't linger any longer, but stood up and left the meeting room. Watching them depart, Zhao Yang's face turned displeased. He was deeply unwilling to share the secret realm with the Salvation Army and the New World. But the problem was, not only was he unable to explore on his own, he also faced the threat of the Tiger Gang. Officer Wu, do you have any ideas? Although Zhao Yang hadn't finished his words, Wu Bo, who had been by his side for a while, instantly understood what he meant. Wu Bo stroked his chin and pondered, General, the only way to fight the Tiger Gang now is to explore the secret realm and enhance the strength of our evolvers. The secret realm is extremely dangerous, and we can't successfully explore it alone. So the safest option is to join forces with the Savior Army and the New World. But if this trip yields enough rewards, we can even turn against them. Zhao Yang heard this, a sinister smile on his face. You're right. You be responsible for arranging this. If you do a good job, after we defeat the Tiger Gang, I will definitely help you become an evolver. Wu Bo was delighted and quickly said, Thank you, General. He paused, then said cautiously, Should we tell Tong Fei about entering the secret realm this time? Zhao Yang's face darkened when Wu Bo mentioned Tong Fei. Ever since his last failure, he sent someone to invite Tong Fei, but she always been reluctant. Unless they were in public, she wouldn't even respond to Zhao Yang's requests. This infuriated Zhao Yang immensely. Of course I have to tell her, and send her. Zhao Yang snorted. Tong Fei didn't know about the secret realm. Firstly, it was confidential, and Zhao Yang had previously sent only his trusted associates. Secondly, it was incredibly dangerous, and he didn't want Tong Fei to take any risks. But with the two of them falling out, Zhao Yang naturally stopped caring about Tong Fei. Okay. Wu Bo nodded heavily. Elsewhere, after leaving the Iron Legion base, Daini and Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile at each other in the car. That old fox, Zhao Yang, has finally been forced to agree, Daini said smugly. But be careful. He's treacherous and cunning, and who knows what he might be up to. Zhang Hao shook his head and warned cautiously. Don't worry. With the Tiger Gang watching closely, Zhao Yang won't be so foolish as to turn against us now. Dain smiled and consoled. You have a point, but we still need to prepare in advance. Zhang Hao said softly, If there are any significant gains in the secret realm, we can't afford to be evasive. Okay, as you say. Dain nodded heavily. Lake Heart Island Base. After half a day of rapid travel, the Psychic Corps finally arrived back in Shannon City. As soon as they entered the base, Yu Shoujing and the others, having received the news, came out to greet them. The people at the base were shocked to see the bullet holes in the car and the beleaguered appearance of the people. At this moment, Chu Mingyao noticed Jiang Yu, who was tied up. Aiken, Captain Jiang. What happened? Miss Chu, you don't know. Thanks to Captain Jiang Yu, otherwise, we would have returned victorious. Wang Yin said sarcastically. What exactly is going on? Lu Jiangwo frowned. After all, Jiang Yu was once a member of the Dongjing base, and Lu Jiangwo was the commander. He couldn't just sit back and watch Jiang Yu do nothing. Ian, tell everyone what happened. Su Chen said calmly. Okay. Wang Yin didn't hesitate and immediately told them how Jiang Yu and others disobeyed military orders, leading to their siege by the three-party coalition. Everyone's expression changed slightly after hearing this. Even in peacetime, disobeying military orders is a serious crime, let alone in a doomsday world. Lu Jiangwo glanced at Jiang Yu with regret, then sighed. Whatever Boss Su plans to do, I have no objection. That's fine. Su Chen nodded and instructed Yu Shoujing, call everyone to the square. Yes. Yu Shoujing immediately took action. Wang Yin and the others escorted Jiang Yu and the others to the square. Soon, Chu Mingyao was the only one left beside Su Chen. Chu Mingyao bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then said, Ah Chen. I know what you mean. Su Chen walked over to her, cupped her lips, and chuckled, You want to plead for Jiang Yu, right? Yes. Chu Mingyao nodded slightly, then said nervously, But don't worry, I'm definitely not pursuing him because of him. Although she had no feelings for Jiang Yu had at least made significant contributions to the Dongjing base. When they were being chased by a pack of griffins, Jiang Yu had even bravely stepped forward, willing to sacrifice himself to save the team. Don't worry, I won't kill him, but I must teach him a lesson. That's good. Chu Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief, then hesitated before hugging Su Chen. Thank you, Chen. We're family, no need to thank me. Su Chen laughed and hugged Chu Mingyao back. The two of them quietly savored the warm moment. Not long after, the base's broadcast sounded, notifying all survivors to gather at the square. Su Chen, along with Chu Mingyao, quickly arrived at the square. On the platform in the center, Jiang Yu and the others had already been led up. Seeing Su Chen approaching, holding Chu Mingyu's hand, a flicker of pain crossed Jiang Yu's eyes. After Wang Yin publicly recounted the crimes of Jiang Yu and the others, Su Chen slowly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, According to gang rules, disobeying military orders and causing heavy losses warrants execution on the spot. But considering your previous contributions and your refusal to surrender, I will spare your life. But while the death penalty may be spared, the punishment of life is unavoidable. You will receive 30 lashes of the lash, and your rank will all be demoted to that of rookies. The Tiger Gang is currently divided into 4 ranks. The highest rank is the leader, followed by managers, civilians, and rookies. The benefits offered to these ranks also gradually decrease. All newly joined and surviving members of the Tiger Gang are considered rookies. Their treatment is poor, barely enough to survive. Only after continuous work and earning sufficient trust can they be promoted to civilian rank. Do you have any objections? Suchin asked coldly. Chapter 448. No. No objection. Jiang Yu, Shao Kai, and the others nodded. Although being whipped in public was somewhat humiliating, it was better than losing one's life. Suchin winked at Su Wenwei, who was standing nearby. Su Wenwei nodded knowingly, and called the evolvers of the Psychic Core onto the stage. Jiang Yu and the others were stripped of their shirts and knelt there. Lu Jiangwo, feeling somewhat sorry for them, stepped forward and handed each of them a wooden stick. Bite it in your mouth, it'd make it much easier. Thank you, Commander Lu. Jiang Yu gratefully bit the stick. Execute, Su Wenwei said in a deep voice. Snap! Snap! The members of the Psychic Core raised their whips and lashed them down fiercely. Because evolvers have relatively strong bodies, ordinary whips had little effect on them. Therefore, Suchin had Sun Jiansheng specially craft a batch of iron whips. These whips were targeted at evolvers like Shao Kai and Li Minglong. Those with special abilities, like Jiang Yu, were still subjected to ordinary whips. As the whips fell on them, Jiang Yu and the others' eyes widened, and veins bulged outward. Snap! 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 The whips rose and fell repeatedly. The intense pain caused several members of the Dark Tiger team to groan. They gripped the wooden sticks tightly, enduring the excruciating pain. Watching the Dark Tiger team members being tortured, the surrounding spectators turned pale. It was as if each lash of whipping was being delivered directly to them. After 30 lashes, even a high-level evolver like Li Minglong lay drenched in sweat, exhausted on the ground. Jiang Yu and the other two mid-level psychics had already fainted from the pain. Carry them down and let them rest, Suchin ordered. After Jiang Yu and the others left, he stepped forward, surveyed the crowd, and said gravely, "This is the consequence of disobeying military orders. I hope you can learn from this and avoid repeating the same mistake." Yes. Everyone's heart trembled, and they all said in unison, "Dismiss." Suchin waved his hand. His. Jiang Yu awoke from his coma, his ears filled with the groans of the others. He struggled to open his eyes, and looked up. Only then did he realize they were no longer in the dormitory. As Jiang Yu and the others were demoted from managers to newcomers, they naturally moved out of the spacious and bright dormitory and into the dark and cramped tent. "Brother Jiang, you're awake. Come drink some water." Shao Kai, standing nearby, noticed that Jiang Yu had regained consciousness. He struggled to his feet, intending to bring Jiang Yu some water. "Rest for a while, don't disturb your wounds," Jiang Yu said weakly. Suchin was so cruel. He almost beat us to death, Shao Kai said resentfully. "Shut up, Shao Kai." Jiang Yu's face darkened, and he scolded, "If he really wanted to kill us, he could have just shot us. Ultimately, we were wrong in this matter. His punishment is understandable." Shao Kai and the others lowered their heads upon hearing this. "Captain Jiang, I'm glad you think so." Just then, a voice echoed from within the tent. It was Suchin who slowly walked in. "Boss Su." Jiang Yu and the others were stunned and struggled to stand. "Okay, no need to get up. Lie down." Suchin waved his hand. "Boss Su, there's no need to call me captain anymore," Jiang Yu said with a wry smile. "After their grievous mistake, the Dark Tigers have been temporarily expelled from the Psionic Core." Suchin smiled and turned, saying, "Ah Yin, distribute the supplies to them." Wang Yin, following behind him, stepped forward and distributed boxes of medicine to Jiang Yu and the others. "Applying these ointments will relieve the pain and quickly heal your injuries," Suchin said calmly. He had intentionally made Jiang Yu and the others feel pain, a punishment. That's why he hadn't asked Lu Linger to treat Jiang Yu and the others. Thank you, Boss Su." Jiang Yu and the others put away the medicine, and looked at Suchin with eyes filled with gratitude. "You don't have to thank me." Suchin looked at him with a piercing gaze and whispered, "According to my usual practice, I would have killed you all. I spared your lives simply for the greater good." Jiang Yu and Li Minglong were both high-level. The other four were also mid-level. Killing them would only undermine the Tiger Gang's strength. "I hope you learn from this punishment, and don't do it again." "Rest assured, Boss Su. We won't do it again," Jiang Yu said solemnly. "That's good. Get some rest." Suchin casually warned and was about to leave. "Boss Su, wait a moment." Jiang Yu suddenly stopped Suchin. "What's up?" Suchin raised an eyebrow. I hope you can be nicer to Mingyao. Jiang Yu said in a raspy voice, if you treat her badly, I won't let you go. Besides, I won't give up pursuing her. Su Chen smiled sarcastically at this. How I treat Mingyao is between us. It's none of your business. He ignored Jiang Yu and left the tent with Wang Yin. After Su Chen left, Jiang Yu clenched his fists, his eyes becoming extremely determined. From today on, my goal is to catch up with you and become even stronger than you. After Su Chen left Jiang Yu and the other's tent, Sun Jiansheng approached him. Boss Su, someone's coming from the microscopic base. Su Chen nodded and followed him to the base's entrance. Several cars were parked there. Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, Li Dong, and others were chatting cheerfully with Su Wenwei and the others. Seeing Su Chen arrive, they all greeted him. What are you all standing here for? Let's talk inside. Su Chen greeted everyone with a smile and walked into the conference room. I called you here today for two main reasons. After taking their seats, Su Chen said in a deep voice, first, I plan to relocate the entire Tiger Gang to a micro-base. Hearing this, everyone present was startled. Relocate to a micro-base? What about the Lake Heart Island base? Yu Shoujing couldn't help but ask. Of course, we abandoned it. Su Chen spread his hands. The Lake Heart Island base was built at the expense of the Tiger Gang's vast manpower and resources. It would be a shame to leave it abandoned. But as the apocalypse dragged on, Su Chen realized that the base was currently somewhat useless. For example, during the last three-way coalition attack. If Tong Fei hadn't tipped off the enemy, the base would have suffered heavy losses under enemy artillery fire. Chapter 449. Furthermore, monsters, like griffins and purple wolves, will likely increase in number. The Tiger Gang's defensive capabilities might not be enough to handle them. So, after careful consideration, Su Chen decided to relocate to the micro-base. After all, it's underground, not only secluded but also offering unique advantages. But the problem is, can't the micro-base only accommodate a maximum of 3,000 people? Sun Jiansheng scratched his head, puzzled. Yes, if we all move there, it'd probably be a problem. Sun Yuan also shook his head. There are already over 1,000 survivors at the micro-base. The Tiger Gang alone has 3,000 members. Combined, there are over 5,000 people on both sides. The micro-base's facilities probably can't accommodate so many people. I understand your concerns, so I don't plan to move everything there all at once. Su Chen smiled and explained, first, let Guahiqing and his engineering team move in to expand the micro-base. That's no small undertaking. Sun Yuan smacked his lips. Have you forgotten? We have an Earth-type Esper here? Su Chen smiled. Hearing this, everyone remembered that Wang Bingyan, who was with Su Chen, was proficient in Earth-type abilities. The combat effectiveness of Earth-type abilities might not be as strong as that of fire or lightning, but they are exceptional in civil engineering. We have no objection. We do whatever Boss Su says, Yu Shoujing said immediately. That's fine. You should also make preparations early, Su Chen instructed. What about the second thing? Zhou Xinhong asked curiously. The second matter has nothing to do with you. Su Chen smiled, looking at Niu Mingxian in the corner. Niu Gong, I have a few energy crystal cores here. Take them back and study them. Energy crystal cores? Niu Mingxian asked with some surprise. Su Chen had only encountered the Purple Wolf Pack since their last meeting, and he hadn't yet told Niu Mingxian about the energy crystal cores. After hunting the griffin, Su Chen hadn't rushed to consume them. After all, to him, these 4 energy crystal cores were dispensable. He had kept them, intending to give them to Niu Mingxian for research. If I remember correctly, you previously developed an incomplete virus vaccine using the energy crystals? Su Chen asked, greeting Niu Mingxian as they walked out. Yes, that's right. Niu Mingxian nodded. He had previously developed the virus vaccine by combining the energy crystals with the virus in the zombies. Unfortunately, not only was the effect of that thing ineffective, but the side effects were significant. Take these energy cores and study them carefully to see if they can be put to good use, Su Chen said, pulling out the griffin's energy cores. Niu Mingxian's face lit up with enthusiasm when he saw them. No problem, Boss Su. Don't worry, I do my best. Su Chen was still very confident in Niu Mingxian. He wasn't a bad guy, just a complete science geek. For research, he'd pay any price. After instructing Niu Mingxian, Su Chen checked the time. He was about to return to Nomadison to spend some time with the beauties. The communicator on his waist suddenly buzzed. Su Chen paid no attention. Lately, Tong Fei had been sending him messages, whether or not she was having something to do, teasing him. He only regretted that the communicator couldn't send pictures, otherwise, Tong Fei would have sent all sorts of intimate photos. He casually pulled out the communicator, glanced at it, and frowned slightly. I just received a notice that I'd be going on a mission in a few days. The location is a secret realm, and the details are unknown. Knock knock. Tong Fei's door suddenly rang. Her heart tightened, and she stood up, peering through the peephole. A communicator was standing outside. Tong Fei then opened the door and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" "Greetings, Commander Tong." The messenger saluted and said respectfully, "The general asked me to invite Commander Tong to the conference room." "It's Xiao Yang again." Tong Fei felt a little disgusted, but she remained calm on the surface. "Do you know what it is exactly?" "Sir, I don't know. But besides the general, Staff Officer Wu and other evolvers are present." Hearing the messenger's words, Tong Fei felt relieved. "I understand. You go back first. I'll be there shortly." "Yes." After the messenger left, Tong Fei wanted to go immediately. But she thought for a moment and returned to her room, carrying a pistol and a dagger. In any case, it's always better to be cautious. Not long after, Tong Fei arrived at the conference room. In the room, Xiao Yang sat in the center, with Wu Bo below him. In addition, all the psychics and evolvers of the Iron Legion were present. This made Tong Fei sense something unusual. The last time this happened, it was when the three coalition forces were besieging the Tiger Gang. Could Xiao Yang be attacking the Tiger Gang again? Tong Fei feigned indifference and found a seat. Xiao Yang glanced at her and said to Wu Bo, "Begin." Wu Bo stood up and said in a deep voice, "The Tiger Gang has been getting more and more aggressive lately, and it's becoming difficult for us to join forces with the Salvation Army and the New World to fight them. So the general has decided to explore the secret realm with the Salvation Army and the New World." When they heard about exploring the secret realm, most of the people present were bewildered. Clearly, they hadn't heard of the so-called secret realm. Only a few of the evolvers, considered Xiao Yang's closest associates, showed surprise. "I tell you the details after we enter the secret realm. We set off in 3 days. Everyone stay at the base for the next few days. Understand?" Wu Bo ordered. "Understood." Everyone responded in unison. "Okay, meeting dismissed." Wu Bo waved his hand. Just as everyone was heading out, Xiao Yang suddenly spoke, Fei, wait a moment." Tong Fei frowned slightly, but fortunately Wu Bo was still nearby. "General, do you have any instructions?" Tong Fei asked with a chuckle, but her guard remained. "The secret realm is extremely dangerous. If you don't want to go, you can tell me," Xiao Yang said with a smile. Tong Fei heard the hidden meaning in his words. "If you don't want to risk your life, then just offer your body to him." But Tong Fei preferred to risk herself to that fat pig Xiao Yang. "Thank you, General, for your kindness. But everyone's going to explore the secret realm, and as a member of the base, how can I shrink back?" Tong Fei bluntly rejected Xiao Yang. Okay. I'm glad you think so. Okay, you can go back." Xiao Yang smiled and waved his hand. Chapter 450. After Tong Fei left, Xiao Yang's expression quickly darkened. "Staff Officer Wu, you must find a way to arrange this for me. If there's anything dangerous, let Tong Fei go. But it's best not to let her get killed. Any way you decide. Make sure this little girl submits to me." Xiao Yang's request was undoubtedly demanding. Wu Bo couldn't help but grimace, but he nodded. "Yes, General." After leaving the meeting room, Tong Fei quickly quickened her pace. Back in her room, she immediately pulled out her communicator and told Su Chen what the meeting had discussed. Su Chen looked thoughtfully at the contents of the communicator. "Exploring a secret realm. I had never heard of such a thing before. From what Xiao Yang and Wu Bo had said, a secret realm must offer both danger and opportunity. Otherwise, the Iron Legion could easily explore on its own, without needing to join forces with the Savior Army or the New World. Needless to say, it's to deal with the Tiger Gang. Is it possible that the so-called secret realm is a cave similar to the one where the Purple Wolf King appeared earlier?" Su Chen made a bold guess. "If that's the case, there must be many monsters like purple wolves and griffins there. Slaying them would yield a large number of energy cores." Thinking of this, Su Chen pulled out the intercom again. "Shou Jing, call everyone to the conference room." 10 minutes later, everyone gathered in the conference room again. "Boss Su, is there something wrong?" Zhou Xinhong asked, yawning. "Tonight, a welcoming banquet is being prepared for them at the Lake Heart Island base." Just as they were enjoying their meal and returning to rest, they were called back again. "Here's what happened." Su Chen told everyone what Tong Fei had said. After hearing this, Everyone fell into deep thought. The reliability of Tong Fei's information was self-evident. If it hadn't been for her, the Tiger Gang wouldn't have been able to achieve such a decisive victory over the three-party coalition last time. Boss Su, do you mean? You want to follow the three-party coalition into the so-called secret realm? Sure. Minglei pondered for a moment before asking. Su Chen slowly laid out his theory. Although there will be danger, remember, the stronger the storm, the more valuable the fish. My opinion is similar to Brother Su's. Su Wenwen nodded in agreement. Even if there's nothing good in the secret realm, we can use this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the three-party coalition's psychics. What do everyone else think? Su Chen glanced inquiringly at the others present. No objection. Boss Su, I agree with you. Whether it was Yu Shoujing, Yu Yixiang, or the newly joined Lu Jiangwo, Ren Kong, and the others, no one objected. After all, the Tiger Gang's growth to its current size was entirely thanks to Su Chen's wise guidance. If it weren't for Su Chen, they wouldn't be with the Tiger Gang today. That's good. This time, considering the unknown situation in the secret realm and the three-party coalition enemy, all members of the psychic group, junior and below, will remain at the base. In addition, the base will need other personnel to oversee it. Su Chen pondered for a long time and finally drew up a list. Naturally, no one objected and nodded in agreement. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Chen gave a few more instructions and then dismissed the meeting. After he returned to Normadison, the women came forward to greet him. Master, why are you back so late? Zhou Qing asked with concern. Something delayed me. Su Chen hugged each of them, then sat on the sofa and told them about his plan to lead a group to explore the secret realm. Although the women didn't know where the secret realm was, they were also a little worried about Su Chen. Master, if you go, be careful, Zhou Qing said seriously. Yes, don't forget we'd be waiting for you at home. Zhou Rong nodded in agreement. Although he had heard them say this countless times, Su Chen's heart warmed every time he heard it. Don't worry. Master, then we sisters, shall we go with you? Lu Linger looked at Su Chen eagerly. Su Chen stroked his chin, thinking. Currently, Zhao Yu is a high-level Esper, and Lin Yingying is a mid-level Evolver. Wang Bingyan and Lu Linger are both mid-level Esper. In theory, they could participate in the battle. But the problem is, Su Chen doesn't know the situation in the secret realm. Aside from Zhao Yu, the other three women lack combat experience. If there's any danger, Su Chen might not be able to protect them. How about this, Xiaoya, Linger, you two come with me. Hearing this, Zhao Yu and Lu Linger beamed. Lin Yingying and Wang Bingyan pouted. The microscopic base needs your help, Bingyan. Yingying, go with her. Be good. Su Chen explained. He intended to abandon the Lake Heart Island base, so naturally he needed to expand the micro base as soon as possible. Wang Bingyan, an Earth-type Esper, was the perfect person to help. Lin Yingying, on the other hand, wasn't suitable to be brought along due to her combat strength and experience. Lu Linger's healing abilities could be useful at a critical moment. This was why Su Chen only brought Zhao Yu and Lu Linger. Although reluctant, the two women nodded obediently. For the next few days, to prevent the three-party coalition from noticing anything, Su Chen chose to remain inactive and refrain from attacking the Iron Legion. Xiao Yang, on the other side, also breathed a sigh of relief. They believed that Su Chen had temporarily given up harassment after his previous defeat. So, Zhao Yang contacted Daini and Zhang Hao, and officially began exploring the secret realm. In the Iron Legion base, jeeps were parked in rows on the open ground. Besides guns and ammunition, the vehicle also contained daily supplies. Tong Fei boarded the jeep with the other evolvers of the Legion. Since Wu Bo was merely an ordinary person, he wasn't in charge of the team. The Iron Legion's leader, Jiang Hao, was in charge of the evolvers. He enjoyed Zhao Yang's deep trust, and was considered one of his closest associates. After greeting Zhao Yang, Wu Bo, and the others, Jiang Hao gave the order to depart. 7 or 8 vehicles roared away from the Iron Legion's base. Jiang Hao and his group passed through the desolate Jinju city, and soon arrived in the northern suburbs. At the entrance to a highway, they spotted the long-awaited saviors and new world. Captain Jiang. Daini stepped forward and greeted them. The two sides had been fighting for a long time, their hands stained with the blood of their respective members. Jiang Hao naturally wasn't enthusiastic about Daini. He simply nodded expressionlessly. He took out a map, spread it on the hood of the car, and explained the situation to Daini, Zhang Hao and others. Chapter 451. About 10 kilometers north of here is a scenic area called Longtangdu. Shortly after entering the scenic area, there's a fairly large cave. Every evening around 6 o'clock, you can enter the so-called secret realm from the cave. But the passage only remains open for about 2 hours before closing. In other words, we only have 2 hours a day to freely enter and exit the secret realm. After listening to Jiang Hao's introduction, Jiang Hao nodded slightly. What about the situation inside the secret realm? The situation inside is extremely complex and dangerous, and it can't be explained in a few words. Jiang Hao said calmly, I explain it to you after we get inside. But remember, you must follow my instructions. No problem. Daini and Jiang Hao readily agreed. It's getting late, so let's go. Jiang Hao glanced at his watch and said, Okay. Daini and the others nodded. Everyone returned to their cars. Although Tong Fei's strength wasn't the highest among the Iron Legion's evolvers, thanks to her previous relationship with Zhao Yang, she was a minor figure within the team. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent by Zhao Yang to meet Su Chen. Therefore, Tong Fei remained by Jiang Hao's side while he spoke with Daini, Jiang Hao, and the others. After returning to the car, she took advantage of the two evolvers in the front seat to secretly send a message to Su Chen. As early as the previous night, Su Chen, along with the members of the Psychic Corps, had rushed to Jinju City and settled into the city. As soon as the Iron Legion set off, Tong Fei informed Su Chen of the news. With Tong Fei as his insider, Su Chen didn't follow too closely, and the two sides maintained a distance of less than 10 kilometers. The passage could only last 2 hours? Interesting. Su Chen smiled with interest and typed to Tong Fei, got it. Keep in touch. A moment later, Tong Fei responded. After this is over, I want to join the Tiger Gang. No problem. Su Chen readily agreed. Not to mention Tong Fei's help, Su Chen would have agreed simply for her status as an intermediate evolver. Of course, he definitely wasn't after Tong Fei's body. I want you to guarantee my status and treatment within the Tiger Gang. Absolutely. Tong Fei breathed a sigh of relief when Su Chen agreed. What Zhao Yang said a few days ago had put immense pressure on her. She could sense that if she stayed any longer, she would sooner or later fall into Zhao Yang's clutches. So, she resolved to leave the Iron Legion and join the Tiger Gang immediately after exploring the secret realm. The three-party coalition's convoy drove smoothly. The journey was uneventful. Soon, they arrived at the so-called Longtanga scenic area. Further inside, the road conditions were not particularly good. Thankfully, they were driving jeeps and off-road vehicles, which made it just barely passable. After entering the scenic area, they walked for another half an hour. The cave Jiang Hao had mentioned appeared before them. His car was the first to enter the cave. The other cars followed, entering one after another. The cave was quite spacious, with a height of 10 meters, enough for 2 cars to drive side by side. But within a few hundred meters, the road ahead became a dead end. Jiang Hao stopped and walked to Daini's car behind him. Wait! The passage will appear at 6 o'clock. Take everything down and rest here for a while. Daini checked the time. It was just past 3 o'clock. Without further comment, he instructed his men to begin moving supplies. While the three-party coalition rested in the cave, Su Chen and his companions had just arrived at the scenic area. After receiving Tong Fei's message, they chose not to rush in, choosing instead to wait outside. Time ticked by. Seeing it was already 6 o'clock, Jiang Hao threw away his cigarette, and stood up from the rock. Just then, a white light suddenly lit up within the previously dim cave. Under the stunned gazes of Daini, Jiang Hao, and the others, a barrier composed of white light suddenly appeared at the end of the cave. The barrier wasn't large, only enough for 4 or 5 people at a time. This is the entrance to the secret realm. Let's hurry. Jiang Hao gestured. Okay. Daini came to his senses and nodded. They called their subordinates, carrying their supplies, and entered the barrier one by one. When Daini touched the barrier, he felt dizzy. His vision blurred, and when he came to his senses, he was in another world. The sky here was gray, without a single sun. The surroundings seemed to be shrouded in a thin mist, making it impossible to see what was happening a few hundred meters away. However, from the surroundings, it seemed clear that they were in what appeared to be a grassland. What surprised Dain was that the nearby plants were not only completely different from those on Blue Planet, but more importantly, they were enormous. A tree not far away was a towering giant, and to describe it as such was no exaggeration. Another plant, bearing vibrant purple flowers, was almost human-sized. Looking at the astonishing world before them, most of the people present were stunned. Just then, a junior evolver from the Salvation Army. Seeing the plant with the purple flowers, he couldn't help but reach out and touch it out of curiosity. A moment later, he let out a scream. Everyone came to their senses and looked over at him. The hand he had touched with the purple flowers had turned a deep purple. Even worse, the purple color was rapidly spreading from his wrist upwards. The junior evolver seemed to be feeling immense pain and knelt on the ground, screaming in agony. "Where's the doctor? Call a doctor," Daini shouted hurriedly. "It's no use," Jiang Hao said calmly. "We named this plant the purple rose. It's toxic throughout. Anyone who touches it will be infected with its toxin. This toxin spreads to the heart within 30 seconds. There's no antidote." As Jiang Hao spoke, the junior evolver had stopped screaming. He lay motionless on the ground, clearly dead. "Asshole, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Daini was immediately furious. "I already told you this. This is complicated and dangerous. I told you to follow my orders." He lost control of himself. "What the hell is this to me?" Jiang Hao sneered. While he wouldn't actively harm Daini and the others, he was happy to see the saviors and the New World's people committing suicide. Chapter 452. "You?" Daiyan's face turned pale with rage, and he wished he could have started a fight with Jiang Hao. But considering the current situation, he suppressed his anger. "Be careful, don't get yourself into trouble." After this incident, the three-party coalition forces all realized the dangers of the secret realm. A single, seemingly harmless flower could take the life of an evolver in seconds. There might be something even more dangerous. Although the junior evolver was dead, he still had an energy crystal in his head. Dain frowned and ordered several of his men to extract the man's energy crystal. During this process, he specifically warned them not to touch it. Who knows if this thing is contagious? After removing the energy crystal, they dug a pit and hastily buried it. After completing this, the three-party coalition forces continued their journey. Tong Fei, who had witnessed the entire process, felt a chill run down her spine. She understood. This exploration of the secret realm was likely Zhao Yang's deliberate purpose, intended to scare her. To make Tong Fei realize that if she disobeyed him, she would suffer further hardships in the future. Yet she felt no regrets. Instead, she became even more determined to leave the Iron Legion. While no one was paying attention, Tong Fei pulled out her communicator and tried to contact Su Chen. But the message went off without a response. Tong Fei frowned, put away the communicator, and continued to follow the group. They walked across the misty grassland, unable to see anything in the distance. From time to time, eerie cries would emanate from the fog. The three allied forces were on high alert. Thankfully, Jiang Hao seemed extremely familiar with the area. He constantly consulted the surroundings and led the way. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when they entered. After wandering through the secret realm for a while longer, the sky quickly darkened. Before plunging into complete darkness, they finally found a hillside. At the foot of the hillside lay a pile of weeds. Jiang Hao took out a sharp long knife, stepped forward, and quickly cut through the weeds, revealing a dark cave entrance. "We spend the night here," Jiang Hao said calmly. The cave was quite spacious, containing a considerable amount of leftover supplies. It seemed the Iron Legion had used this place as their camp. With over 100 people crammed into the cave, it was indeed a bit cramped. But even so, no one was willing to pitch a tent outside. Just kidding. Who knows what terrifying creatures this secret realm holds? After everyone was settled and Jiang Hao arranged for night watch, he approached Daini and Jiang Hao. "There are all sorts of monsters here, and they're very powerful. Even if I were a high-level evolver, I couldn't take down a single monster single-handedly," Jiang Hao said. After witnessing the power of Purple Fairy, Daini had no doubt about Jiang Hao's words. "Then what's the point of exploring this secret realm?" Jiang Hao explained. "We already explored quite a bit of the surrounding area. What's certain is that while the monsters nearby are powerful, they generally won't resist unless you provoke them. One of these creatures, which we named the Mist Sheep, can be found within its body after being killed, something similar to an energy crystal, which we call an energy core. These energy cores are rich in energy, much more powerful than ordinary energy crystals. The purpose of our trip is to hunt the Mist Sheep." Daini and Jiang Hao nodded slightly, indicating understanding. "Besides this, we need to search for two other things. One is called an alien crystal." Jiang Hao produced a sealed dagger. But unlike common cold weapons, this sealed dagger was entirely silver-white. The monsters in the secret realm are extremely strong. Ordinary bullets can't penetrate their fur. While weapons like PRGs and barrett cannons can harm them, we should avoid using them unless absolutely necessary. After all, the noise is too loud. If it attracts other terrifying monsters, that would be troublesome. Besides using supernatural powers to kill monsters, only weapons forged from exotic crystals can harm them. This sealed dagger is forged from exotic crystals. But exotic crystals are extremely rare. We only found this small piece in all our time exploring the secret realm. Daini and Zhang Hao nodded repeatedly, like elementary school students. The second kind of thing is called an energy fruit. It grows on silver vines, and is red in color, somewhat similar to an apple. Eating one energy fruit like this can turn even an ordinary person with no talent into a beginner evolver. If it were an ordinary evolver, reaching intermediate level wouldn't be impossible. Daini and Zhang Hao were surprised to hear this. Such goodies? I'm sharing this information with you too, because I don't want you to miss out on these goodies. But at the same time, I hope you won't keep any for yourself. After all, we're exploring as a team, so all the spoils should be divided equally. Jiang Hao looked at Daini and Zhang Hao with a stern look. Captain Jiang, don't worry. We're honest people. How could we keep anything for ourselves? Indeed, we signed a mutual assistance agreement. Daini and Zhang Hao offered assurances, but inwardly they sneered. Gifted goodies, like the exotic crystal and the energy fruit, it would be strange if they didn't keep any for themselves. Jiang Hao stared at them for a long moment, as if trying to confirm whether they were lying. Alright, I hope you keep your promise. It's getting late, let's get some rest. We're going in! After receiving Tong Fei's message, Su Chen no longer hesitated, and said to Su Wenwei and the others beside him, let's get ready to go. Yes! Su Wenwei immediately gave the order to depart. This time, they were exploring the secret realm with the three-party coalition forces. Considering the unknown location and the presence of powerful enemies, Su Chen had selected only the strongest members of the Winged Tigers and Dark Tigers. Su Wenwei, Zheng Hui, Wang Xinyu, Shi Jinyuan, and others were prominently present. Even Jiang Yu, Li Minglong, and Xiao Kai, who had made mistakes, were brought along by Su Chen. Meng Qi naturally accompanied them as well. Quality is more important than quantity. The psychic group had nearly 20 members on this trip, but the lowest of them were only at the intermediate level. They parked the car outside the scenic area and quickly headed towards the cave Tong Fei had mentioned. When he got closer, Su Chen did not rush in, but went into the cave alone. Chapter 453. The cave was now empty. After transporting their supplies, the three-party coalition drove their vehicles out and hid in the nearby jungle. Besides the chaotic trail of footprints, there was only a barrier shimmering with white light. Come in, Su Chen said over the intercom. A moment later, the Tiger Gang members outside were startled upon seeing the barrier before them. Is this the passage to the secret realm? It looks amazing. Su Wenwei turned to look at Su Chen. Brother Su, are we going in now? Su Chen shook his head. The three-party coalition has only been in for a short time. If we follow them in, we might be discovered. Let's wait a little longer. Okay. Su Wenwei responded, and along with the others, waited patiently. Su Chen took out his communicator and sent a message to Tong Fei. However, after a while, there was no response. There were only two possibilities. Either she wasn't available to reply right now, but that possibility wasn't very high. Or perhaps the secret realm was isolated from the real world, preventing direct contact. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry, he simply stroked Meng Qi's head and waited quietly. Soon, it was 7:30. Guessing the three-way coalition had already left, Su Chen nodded to Su Wenwei, go in. Even before setting off, Su Chen had already donned his protective gear made of exotic crystals and grasped his exotic crystal shield. Just in case, he used his supernatural powers to summon an ice shield to protect himself. Su Chen took a deep breath and took the lead, stepping into the white barrier. There was no obstruction, just a slight dizziness. Su Chen then smoothly entered the secret realm. As he surveyed his surroundings, Su Wenwei and the others followed him in. When they saw the scenery clearly, everyone, including Su Chen, was shocked. This fog around them. Could it be that the so-called fog and monsters all originate from places like the secret realm? Su Chen's face was thoughtful. Brother Su, what should we do next? Su Chen glanced at the darkening sky and said in a deep voice, let's find a safe place and set up camp first. Although it was his first time in such a place, he was certain that camping in the wilderness at night was definitely unsafe. Okay. Su Wenwei called out and sent Zheng Hui ahead to explore. Just then, Su Chen suddenly said, wait. Everyone was slightly stunned, looking at him in confusion. He slowly walked over to a plant with large, vibrant purple flowers. But he didn't rashly reach out to touch the plant. Su Chen frowned, looking at the ground before him. It was clearly disturbed, the soil extremely fresh. Su Chen took the tools from his companion and began digging. A moment later, the body of the previously buried junior evolver appeared before them. Looks like a savior. Su Wenhui studied him for a moment, recognizing his identity. Strange, how could he be like this? Seeing the man's exposed skin, all bluish-purple, Wang Yan was shocked. Looks like it's been poisoned. Su Chen pondered for a moment, his gaze settling on the nearby purple rose. It's very likely that touching this plant caused his death. Then his companions took his energy crystal and buried him. Oh my god! Is this plant that powerful? The others looked at the enchanting purple rose before them, a look of fear crossing their faces. Su Chen's mind struck, and he began scanning the flower. Ding! Purple rose. This plant is extremely poisonous. Direct contact with the skin will cause death. It was indeed this thing. Su Chen frowned and said to the others, it seems extremely dangerous here. Be careful, or you lose your life. Continue to bury this man. While the others were burying the body, Su Chen thought for a moment, then took out his dagger and cut off the purple rose's enormous flower. Brother Su, are you planning to transplant it back? Wang Yan asked in surprise. Su Chen rolled his eyes, his expression uncertain. This thing is incredibly poisonous. I'm just bored out of my mind to take it back. So what are you planning to do? I'm thinking of making poison out of it. Su Chen explained as he summoned 2 ice cubes. He carefully manipulated the ice cubes, sandwiching the purple enchantress between them and floating them in midair. As the 2 ice cubes pressed against each other, a stream of purple juice oozed from the flower. Underneath the ice cubes, Su Chen had prepared a small bucket. The purple juice fell directly into the bucket. After finishing one flower, Su Chen repeated the process, squeezing out the juice from the remaining flowers. Looking at the purple juice in the bucket, Su Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The purple fairy's poison must be extremely terrifying. Although it's only less than 100 milliliters, it's enough to kill at least 100 people. Let's go! Su Chen put the bucket into the storage space and told everyone to leave. Thankfully, the system's functions were still usable. For example, the radar, while its scanning range was significantly reduced compared to the outside world, it could still detect objects within a radius of 4 or 500 meters. Relying on the radar's scanning function, Su Chen led the group through the fog. Whenever he detected a bright spot representing a living creature ahead, he immediately chose to detour. That's how it was. Just as darkness fell, Su Chen discovered a cave not far ahead. What a pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, he quickly greeted everyone and entered the cave. Boss Su, you're amazing. How did you know there was a cave here? After entering the cave, Su Wenhui couldn't help but praise him. Just a hunch. Su Chen smiled and walked towards the cave. Although the radar hadn't detected any living creatures inside, but just to be safe, he still needed to go in and take a look. The deeper he went, the smaller the cave became. In the end, only one person could move forward, crouching. At the deepest point, Su Chen suddenly saw a bed made of dead trees, weeds, and fallen leaves. With it came a strong stench. His heart sank. It was over. This was going to be fun. Su Chen immediately turned around and quickly headed out. Seeing his hurried appearance, everyone was inevitably puzzled. Brother Su, is there anything in there? This cave. Looks like a bear cave. Su Chen's expression darkened. Chapter 454. Bear Cave. Su Wenhui and the others were stunned. Before they could react, heavy footsteps were heard outside the cave. Everyone's eyes snapped to the spot. A massive, dark brown bear slowly entered. It stood over 2 meters tall, a massive beast. Its thick paws were larger than 3 adult heads combined. Most striking were its dark red claws. They seemed stained with blood, both bloody and terrifying, yet incredibly sharp. The bear, seemingly unprepared for a stranger to enter its home, froze in shock. For a moment, both sides stared at each other, neither reacting. Scan! Su Chen directly activated the system's function. Berserk Bear. An extremely violent bear monster, with a combat power of F+. It can emit a deafening roar, inflicting fear and paralysis upon its target. A monster with a combat power of F+? Su Chen's heart sank. After all, he was only at a combat power of F. After being scanned, the Berserk Bear felt provoked and instantly flew into a rage. It roared, stretched out its hands, and struck out at Su Chen and Su Wenhui, who were closest to it. Su Chen's reaction was the most immediate. As he dodged to the side, he kicked the still-dazed Su Wenhui in the opposite direction. Bang! Both of the bear's palms missed, landing on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and sending up a cloud of dust. What are you still standing there for? Attack! Su Chen roared as he used Absolute Zero, enveloping the bear monster. The bear monster's speed immediately slowed visibly. As if waking from a dream, The others also attacked the bear monster. Mind blast! Doomsday shouted, his eyes fixed on the bear monster, activating his own supernatural power. The bear monster's eyes grew dazed, but it only lasted a moment before it regained consciousness. You're too strong. Doomsday couldn't help but curse. Even a high-level evolver would be stunned for 2 or 3 seconds after being hit by his mind blast. How could a bear monster like this last less than half a second? He knew. The ensuing battle had nothing to do with him, so he immediately retreated. The other evolvers in the psionic group neither opened fire nor rushed forward. They all knew that such a massive beast could not be killed with a gun. Moreover, with their strength, going forward would only be courting death. The evolvers all stayed by the psychic side, protecting them. Sure, Jinyuan held his breath, concentrating, attempting to suppress the bear monster with telekinesis. However, this attempt was in vain. The bear monster struggled to move through the absolute zero temperature, seemingly unaffected by the telekinesis. Sure, Jinyuan's face was filled with helplessness. Chain of wind blades. Zhao Yu raised her hand and unleashed a series of wind blades, but these blades, upon striking the bear monster, could only barely slice through its fur, failing to injure its flesh at all. Watch me! Su Wenwei shouted, and with a wave of his hand, a massive fireball erupted from thin air. Whoosh! The fireball flew straight towards the bear monster, impacting it. Sparks flew, and the bear monster's fur ignited. Engulfed by the scorching flames, the bear monster roared in anger. Swept with rage, it unexpectedly gained even more agility, forcing itself out of Su Chen's absolute zero. Oh no! Su Chen's heart sank. The bear monster charged at the psychic group like it was in an empty space. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Zheng Hui. Despite being a high-level evolver, Zheng Hui seemed incredibly weak in front of the bear monster. The bear monster charged at him and slapped him, leaving him no time to react. Bang! Thankfully, Zheng Hui instinctively extended his hands to shield his chest. But how could a bear monster's slap be so easily resisted? Zheng Hui felt as if both his hands were broken, blood gushing out of his mouth as he flew straight out. When he landed on the ground, he was already dying. Luckily, Su Chen had brought Lu Linger with him. She reacted quickly and immediately used her healing ability. A large amount of milky white light sank into Zheng Hui's body, and his injuries quickly stabilized. At the same time, the bear monster turned its attention to the others. Even high-level evolvers couldn't stand up to the bear monster head-on. As for the psychics, except for Su Wenwei, a fire-type psychic, wind-type, telekinetic, and psychic psychics couldn't harm the bear monster at all. Everyone retreated, dodging the bear monster's attacks. Although the cave was spacious, the psychic group numbered over 20 people. No matter how they dodged, they couldn't avoid being caught up by the bear monster. The consequences could range from severe injuries to instant death. In the blink of an eye, 2 evolvers perished at the hands of the bear monster. At this crucial moment, Su Chen struck. A bolt of cyan-purple lightning shot out from his palm. A scene that surprised everyone appeared. After being struck, the bear monster's massive body froze in place, twitching continuously. At the same time, cyan-purple electric currents continuously emanated from Su Chen's hand, channeling into the bear monster. This skill, Su Chen's own creation, paralysis lightning, paralyzed the target in place through a massive current. But this skill also had significant drawbacks. Su Chen had to continuously cast the spell to ensure the target remained paralyzed. Seeing the bear monster subdued, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. You bastard! How dare you be so arrogant! Wang Yan couldn't help but curse. Alright, figure out a way to kill it. Su Chen shouted in a deep voice, holding his breath and maintaining his concentration while casting the spell. Hearing this, everyone was in a dilemma. With a bear this huge, no one besides Su Chen and Su Wenwei could possibly kill it. Let me try. Su Wenwei stepped forward, ready to unleash his most powerful move, Sunset Blaze. At this moment, Jiang Yu, standing nearby, suddenly raised his hand towards Su Chen. Before anyone could react, a gust of wind blew violently from Jiang Yu's side, blowing towards Su Chen. Su Chen was so engrossed in his spellcasting that he hadn't anticipated Jiang Yu's attack. Caught off guard, he was blown away. The ongoing paralyzing lightning was also interrupted. This was a serious problem. The bear monster, originally paralyzed in place, now recovered and let out a series of furious roars. You bastard, you want to die? Kill him! Wang Yan and the others were immediately enraged. Jiang Yu's face was grim, and he didn't have time to explain. He pointed at Su Chen. Chapter 455. Before anyone could even glance over, Su Chen realized something was amiss. A strong gust of wind struck him from behind. His hair stood on end, and he instinctively rolled over in a tumble. When Su Chen straightened up again, he realized that another bear monster had suddenly appeared from outside the cave. Compared to the previous one, this one was slightly smaller and lighter in color. The two of them stood there, resembling Big Bear and Little Bear from Booty Bears. Hiss! Everyone gasped. One violent bear monster was already incredibly formidable, let alone two. Thank you. Su Chen nodded to Jiangyu. He now understood that Jiangyu's attack on him had been solely to save him, at this moment in the cave. Although there were only two bear monsters, Su Chen and his team had a full 20 men. But it was Su Chen and the others who were in danger. After all, the bear monster's strength was clear to see. Roar! The two furious bear monsters exchanged glances, roared in unison, and instantly charged at Su Chen and the others. Exit the cave! Su Chen acted decisively, and immediately gave the order. The furious bear monster's frontal attack power was simply too strong. If they stayed in the cave, they would be eliminated one by one sooner or later. There was plenty of space outside, allowing them to engage in a fight. Facing the oncoming furious bear monsters, Su Chen once again unleashed absolute zero. White frost instantly enveloped his surroundings. Xiong Er, who was closest to Su Chen, immediately slowed down. Even on the other side, Su Wenwei summoned a wall of fire, trapping Xiongde within it. Despite Big Bear's fearlessness, he still had an instinctive fear of fire. While the two of them held Big Bear and Second Bear back, the others seized the opportunity and quickly left the cave. Go! Su Chen called out to Su Wenwei. Su Wenwei turned abruptly and bolted out of the cave. Without his sustained spell, the wall of fire quickly vanished. Big Bear roared furiously and charged toward Su Chen, the only one left in the cave. However, as he approached Su Chen, he, like Second Bear, was enveloped by absolute zero, and his movements became quite slow. Su Chen, fighting and retreating, also left the cave. But Big Bear and Second Bear seemed unwilling to let Su Chen and the others go, and pursued them out. Electric Eyes. Su Chen showed no mercy and unleashed his strongest ability. Two thick golden beams shot out from his eyes. Big Bear, charging in the front, seemed to realize the power of the electric eyes. It raised its arms, half-crouched, and attempted to block the electric eye with its claws. A scene that astonished everyone occurred. The electric eye, usually indestructible, struck Big Bear's claws, but was unable to penetrate them. Big Bear stood still, not even taking a single step back. Only after Su Chen stopped blasting him with the electric eye did everyone notice that its claws had turned black. But judging by its movements, it didn't seem seriously injured, not to mention the others. Even Su Chen was shocked. Even the ghost-faced spider, with its formidable defense, could be burned bloody by him. But Big Bear managed to withstand it with his claws. Could its defense be even stronger than the ghost-faced spider's? Just as Su Chen was stunned, Xiong Er suddenly opened his bloody maw and roared at him fiercely. Although the two were 10 steps apart, waves of sound could be clearly seen emanating from its mouth. Su Chen, enveloped by the sound waves, felt a chill in his heart, his legs weakening, and he could not move at all. Oh no! Everyone was horrified. Su Wenwei, Zhao Yu, Shi Jinyuan, Jiangyu, and others hurriedly used their special abilities to try to stop Xiongde and Xiong Er, but the two bears, relying on their toughness, charged towards Su Chen. Thankfully, the fireball Su Wenwei summoned was too powerful. Having suffered a setback, Xiongde was forced to move aside. But Xiong Er, standing nearby, showed no fear. It was less than 3 meters away from Su Chen. At this critical moment, an orange figure suddenly rushed towards him. With a roar like a tiger's, even the strong Xiong Er was sent flying. Everyone looked closely and realized that it was Meng Qi who had charged into Xiong Er. Even when Xiongde entered the cave, Meng Qi had sensed a huge threat. It sensed the vast disparity in strength between the two and had been retreating, not advancing. But seeing Su Chen in imminent danger, it ignored all else and charged forward. Bear Air landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, but quickly got up. It seemed to feel a little humiliated, its roar changing tone with anger. Without hesitation, it charged at Meng Qi. To protect Su Chen, Meng Qi didn't hold back. It stood up and engaged Xiong Er in combat. At the same time, the others quickly focused their fire on Big Xiong. With everyone's concerted efforts, Su Chen finally bought enough time. He recovered from the roar of Xiong Er and stumbled backward. After a quick breath, he regained his composure. Looking at Meng Qi being pinned down by Xiong Er, Su Chen felt a pang of distress, but his gaze remained fixed on Big Xiong. His mind raced, and an idea instantly came to him. Zheng Hui, Xiao Kai, Wang Yin. Su Chen called out several names in succession. You guys, hold Big Xiong back from the front. Xiao Yu, Shi Jinyuan, find a way to debuff Big Xiong. After giving his orders, Su Chen immediately pulled out his exotic crystal dagger and the previously refined purple enchantress toxin. Like an assassin in an online game, he began to poison the exotic crystal dagger. After everything was ready, Su Chen turned his gaze toward the battlefield. Xiong Er's strength was truly overwhelming. Meng Qi was now covered in wounds. Thankfully, Xiao Yu had been distracted, empowering him with various supporting abilities. Lu Linger's healing abilities also continued uninterrupted. This was how he managed to hold on. On the other side, Xiongde, surrounded by several evolvers, held his ground. In contrast, the evolvers were unable to withstand him head-on, and could only fight and retreat, trying to hold him back. Xiao Yu used Wind Walk. After hearing Su Chen's words, Xiao Yu raised her hand and summoned a gentle breeze, enveloping him. Su Chen, like a ghostly figure, circled behind Xiongde. While Xiongda's attention was distracted by Wang Yin and the others, Su Chen took a deep breath and rushed forward. His gaze remained fixed on the softest part of Xiongda's back. Puff! The exotic crystal dagger, stained with blue-purple liquid, plunged directly into Xiongda's anus. Chapter 456. Chrysanthemums withered, wounds all over the ground. Your chrysanthemums have turned yellow. When they saw the dagger in Su Chen's hand pierce directly into Big Bear's chrysanthemum, the lyrics of a song couldn't help but pop into everyone's mind. Big Bear's massive body froze in place for a moment, then erupted in an earth-shattering roar. Even the troops of the three-party coalition, several kilometers away, heard the roar. What's going on? Daini frowned. It might be some powerful monster. It's late, we can't go out casually. Jiang Hao warned in a deep voice. Of course. Daini and the others nodded, saying nothing more. Elsewhere, after being stabbed in the chrysanthemum, Big Bear went into rampage mode, becoming a completely violent bear monster. It swung its body violently, and even though Su Chen was strong and sturdy, he didn't even have time to pull out the dagger before being thrown away. Big Bear ignored Wang Yin and the others in front of him, its red eyes fixed on Su Chen. Without hesitation, it dropped to all fours and charged at him with unstoppable force. Su Chen knew it well. In Big Bear's current state, there was no way he could outrun it. With less than 5 meters between them, Su Chen leaped forward, dodging the impact before Big Bear could hit him. Big Bear missed its first strike, braked hard, and turned around. However, compared to before, its mouth was now foaming, and its body was shaky. There was hope. Su Chen's heart pounded, his eyes fixed on Big Bear. Just as it charged again, he dodged again. After 2 such attacks, Big Bear's speed had slowed, its massive body becoming somewhat unstable. Finally, after another failed attempt to attack Su Chen, it could no longer stand. Woo! Big Bear let out a series of mournful cries before collapsing heavily to the ground. Its limbs twitched weakly. The areas not covered by its fur had already taken on a bluish-purple hue. But after a moment, it stopped moving. Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, yet was secretly surprised. I hadn't expected the Blue Rose's poison to be so potent. It could even kill a powerful monster like the Berserker. Just then, Xiong Er, who had been fighting Meng Qi nearby, heard his companion's cries and turned to look over. Seeing his tragically dead companion, Xiong Er slapped Meng Qi, sending her flying. Then he rushed over, hugging Big Bear and shaking him. Unfortunately, Big Bear didn't respond. Roar! Xiong Er roared angrily, dropping his companions. His blood-red eyes fixed on Su Chen and the others. Roar, roar, roar! Another series of sonic roars. Everyone present was stunned, frozen in place, unable to move. Xiong Er charged furiously. But before he could get close, Meng Qi, having recovered, swooped in from the side and knocked him to the ground. A desperate battle ensued between the two beasts in the wilderness. By the time everyone recovered from Xiong Er's roar, Meng Qi's body was covered in wounds. Lu Linger hurriedly, sparing no effort in her mental energy, tending to Meng Qi's wounds. Su Chen seized the opportunity to pull his exotic crystal dagger from Xiongda's anus. He didn't bother to look at the dirt on the dagger. He then extracted the blue rose venom and smeared it repeatedly on the dagger. After everything was ready, Su Chen rushed towards the two fighting beasts. Meng Qi, withdraw from the fight. After hearing her master's command, Meng Qi immediately retreated. But Xiong Er refused to give in and continued to follow. Absolute Zero, taking advantage of the moment the two beasts separated, Su Chen used his supernatural power again. Xiong Er's speed instantly slowed. Paralyzing lightning. Another bolt of lightning flew from Su Chen's hand and struck Xiong Er was held in place, unable to move. Su Chen maintained his supernatural power, while slowly approaching Xiong Er. Then he raised the xenomorphic crystal dagger and stabbed Xiong Er fiercely. Despite the furious bear monster's impressive defense, it was still as fragile as a piece of white paper against the xenomorphic crystal. The exotic crystal dagger easily pierced its fur and burrowed deep into its body. A human in anger is capable of extraordinary feats, let alone a bear monster like this. The pain stung Bear 2, with a sudden burst of energy, forcibly freed himself from the paralyzing lightning. Thankfully, Su Chen anticipated this and dodged to the side. The ensuing process was similar to the killing of Big Bear. Su Chen played with Bear 2 like a cat and a mouse, playing with him the entire time. After a while, Bear 2, stricken by the venom, collapsed heavily to the ground, following in the footsteps of its companions. Only after confirming its own death did Su Chen finally relax. "Boss Su, you are incredible," Wang Xinyu couldn't help but exclaim. "Awesome +1. Wang Yan and Ding Di were also filled with admiration. Throughout the entire process of defeating the two bear monsters, the members of the Psionic Corps were essentially assisting Su Chen. Only Su Wenwei played a role. It was just SOSO, basic maneuvers. Su Chen stroked Meng Qi's head, feeling somewhat relieved. Although he hadn't sustained any injuries, it had been a thrilling experience. If Jiang Yu hadn't suddenly intervened, he would have been pinned to the ground and rubbed harshly by Xiong Er. If Su Chen hadn't possessed the exotic crystal dagger and, upon discovering the purple fairy, had a sudden inspiration to create venom, it's likely that with all their strength, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the two bear monsters. "Thank you for your hard work, Meng Qi." Meow. A weary Meng Qi called out pitifully to Su Chen. Although Lu Linger had healed her injuries, the mental exhaustion was insurmountable. "Brother Su, what should we do with these two bodies?" Su Wenwei asked. "Don't touch them. Leave it to me." The bear monster's corpse was tainted with a deadly poison. If anyone accidentally touched it, they would be dead. And without the alien crystal dagger, it would be difficult for the others to handle it. After a short rest, Su Chen retrieved a biohazard suit he had looted from his storage space. He then walked over to Xiong Er's corpse, drew the alien crystal dagger, and began to dissect it. Unsure of the true potency of the purple enchantress's poison, Su Chen only removed the energy crystal cores from both bodies, leaving everything else untouched. He had originally planned to dig a pit and bury them. But then, he realized that some carnivores have an extremely keen sense of smell. Burying them underground would likely attract them. So Su Chen temporarily put the two bodies into his storage space, planning to deal with them early the next morning. Chapter 457. As for the bloodstains on the ground, Su Chen also cleaned them up with something like alcohol. After ensuring there was no trace of blood, he returned to the cave. At this point, everyone else had already made their beds and began to rest. After greeting Wang Xinyu, who was on night watch, Su Chen didn't go to Zhao Yu or Lu Linger. Instead, he went straight to Jiang Yu, Shao Kai, and the others. "Su. Boss Su." Jiang Yu froze for a moment, then quickly straightened up. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling him not to panic. "Thank you for what happened just now. Boss Su, you're too polite. We're a team, and this is what we should do," Jiang Yu said seriously. "From today on, you guys will be promoted from new recruits to civilians." Su Chen was always clear about grudges. Jiang Yu and the others had previously disobeyed military orders, but they were still very useful to the Tiger Gang. Therefore, Su Chen spared their lives, only severely punishing them and demoting their ranks. And Jiang Yu's intervention today, saving Su Chen, proved that Su Chen could still trust him. Naturally, he had to be rewarded. "Thank you, Boss Su." Although the reward wasn't particularly generous, it significantly improved their treatment. This made Jiang Yu, Shao Kai, and the others somewhat pleased. "I always been objective, not subjective. As long as you're useful to the gang and have made contributions, I naturally treat you well." "I understand." "That's good. It's getting late, so go to bed." Su Chen didn't chat with Jiang Yu any longer, but stood up and left. Watching him leave, Jiang Yu felt a little dazed. Honestly, Su Chen seemed quite good. His strength was undeniable. Having the protection of such a master was quite rare in the apocalypse. And he hadn't targeted me for pursuing Chu Mengyao. This made Jiang Yu think even more highly of Su Chen. That wasn't right. How could I speak in his favor when I was his rival? Jiang Yu quickly shook his head, clenched his fists, and vowed to himself that he would wrest Chu Mengyao away from Su Chen. Su Chen returned to Zhao Yu and Lu Linger. Unlike the others, who had to do it themselves, the two girls had already made his bed. Though they didn't plan to do anything, They still set up the tent. Su-Chin didn't rush to sleep. Instead, he retrieved the energy cores of the two furry bear monsters. He had previously rinsed them repeatedly with water and alcohol to ensure there wasn't even a speck of blood left. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal core, gaining 964 energy points. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal core, gaining 925 energy points. Su-Chin couldn't help but beam with joy upon hearing the system's notification. You know, even a high-level energy crystal only gave him a little over 500 energy points. And these two energy crystal cores, combined, gave him over 1,800 energy points. As expected, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. If I could stay here a few more days, my next upgrade shouldn't be a problem. I just wonder what's going on with the three-party coalition. Thinking of this, Su-Chin's heart skipped a beat. Since entering the secret realm, he hadn't contacted Tong Fei. He wondered if they could still get in touch. He pulled out his communicator. "Are you there?" Tong Fei, lying fully clothed in the tent, was just about to fall asleep when she felt the communicator at her waist vibrate. She felt a surge of joy and quickly pulled it out. Tong Fei knew full well that Zhao Yang sending her into the secret realm was a veiled threat. This meant that evolvers from the Iron Legion, like Jiang Hao, were no longer trustworthy. Who knew if Zhao Yang would secretly give them any instructions? As for the New World and the Saviors, are you kidding? If she couldn't even trust the Iron Legion, how could she trust someone with whom she had a blood feud? The only person she could trust was Su-Chin. But after entering the secret realm, she couldn't contact him. This made her feel quite uneasy. So, upon receiving Su-Chin's message, Tong Fei was quite excited. "Yes. Have you entered the secret realm? Why did you take so long to reply? The secret realm is very dangerous. Don't touch those flowers at the entrance." Looking at Tong Fei's string of messages, Su-Chin couldn't help but curl up his lips. He deliberately delayed, not replying to Tong Fei's messages immediately. Instead, he put down his communicator and, with the help of Lu Linger and Zhao Yu, took off his coat. After lying down comfortably, he slowly said, "I'm in." Seeing that he only said 3 words, Tong Fei couldn't help but laugh. Although she was a member of the Legion, she had many suitors before the apocalypse. However, Tong Fei wasn't interested in most of them. But occasionally, she would treat them like lapdogs and tease them. She hadn't expected Su-Chin to use a similar method on her. But Tong Fei was helpless. After all, Su-Chin was the only one she could rely on now. What's going on? Su-Chin didn't argue with Tong Fei any further, and simply recounted his experiences. So, that roar had actually come from Su-Chin. After hearing Su-Chin's story, Tong Fei was surprised, yet her admiration for him grew even stronger. To have taken down 2 furious bear monsters was truly impressive. "What are the plans of the three-way coalition?" Su-Chin asked. "They're said to be hunting a monster called the Misty Sheep, and also collecting exotic crystals and energy fruits. Okay, keep in touch. I'll let you rejoin the team once this mission is complete." Looking at Su-Chin's reply, Tong Fei was instantly amused. How did I end up like an undercover agent in the underworld? However, with Su-Chin's promise, Tong Fei felt more at ease and slowly drifted off to sleep. After putting down the communicator, Su-Chin held Zhao Yu and Lu Linger in his arms, one on each side. Listening to the 2 women's breathing, he fell into deep thought. From what Tong Fei had reported, the Iron Legion had explored the secret realm far more deeply than he had. The ideal situation would be that while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. I could follow the Iron Legion and see if I could reap any benefits. The problem was, the secret realm was shrouded in fog. I didn't even know where the three-party coalition was. But it didn't matter. I could temporarily separate from the three-party coalition. After all, I had Tong Fei as an insider. If there were any signs of trouble with the three-party coalition, I could get the news immediately. Thinking of this, Su-Chin gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Su-Chin slowly opened his eyes. With the 2 girls helping him, he finished washing up. I have to say, this kind of life is truly decadent, yet so enjoyable. Chapter 458. After washing up and having breakfast, Su-Chin gathered with Su Wenwei, Zheng Hui, Shi Jinyuan, and several other senior officials to discuss today's operations. He first informed them of the three-party coalition's actions. Judging from the 2 violent bear monsters last night, the monsters in the secret realm are likely quite powerful, Zheng Hui analyzed slowly. If we rashly hunt them, we likely suffer heavy losses. So, the mist sheep the Iron Legion is talking about are probably the weakest monsters in the secret realm. You have to remember that last night, despite their all-out siege of the bear monsters, 2 of their companions still died. Lu Linger didn't even have time to heal them. They were instantly mauled to death by the bear monsters. Old Zheng is right. We should follow the Iron Legion's lead and choose monsters like the Mist Sheep. That way, we can obtain energy cores while minimizing casualties. Su Wenwen nodded in agreement. But the question is, where can we find such a monster? Sure, Jin Yuan spread his hands helplessly. They were completely unfamiliar with the secret realm. Forget the Misty Sheep, even the 3-party coalition couldn't find them. Su Chen pondered, how about this? You wait inside the cave while I explore outside. Although the outside was shrouded in mist, Su Chen had radar monitoring, so he wasn't worried about encountering any monsters. Going alone would also be much more convenient and quicker. Okay, brother Su, be careful. Su Wenwen nodded. Su Chen waved to Meng Qi. After a night's rest, Meng Qi had regained her spirits. It trotted over to Su Chen, allowing him to climb aboard. Su Chen warned everyone not to wander around in the cave, then squeezed his legs together. Meng Qi left the cave like a gust of wind. Su Chen didn't rush to search for a suitable monster. Instead, he used the radar scanning system to dash straight in one direction. However, after running for more than 10 minutes, estimating a distance of at least 10 kilometers, he still couldn't find the edge of the secret realm. Could this not be a small space, but another world? Su Chen felt a little puzzled. He had originally thought that the secret realm was just an additional small space, similar to a dungeon in an online game. But now, the space inside was incredibly large. It didn't seem like a dungeon, but more like another world. Forget it, let's explore the surroundings first. Su Chen touched Meng Qi's head, asking her to turn around. Then, they returned to the cave, still not searching for monsters, but exploring the surroundings. It took Su Chen about 3 hours to get a rough idea of the situation within a few kilometers of the cave. The area surrounding it was a 3-kilometer circle grassland. The entrance to the secret realm was located on a small hillside at the edge of the grassland. Using that point as the center, continuing upwards, they would cross the grassland and reach the cave where Su Chen and his team were stationed. 4 or 5 different monsters roamed the grassland. Although he didn't engage them, Su Chen observed them from a distance. Among these monsters were not only the common tigers and gorillas, but also 2-headed ogres and goblins resembling those in online games. Su Chen also spotted the purple wolves and griffins he had encountered earlier. Lin Ling's array of monsters truly opened his eyes. Su Chen explored the surroundings while drawing a simple map on his tablet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 3-party coalition, Jiang Hao and the others, after breakfast, began to gear up. They left behind the weaker evolvers and psychics, while the others left the cave to hunt the Mist Sheep. The Mist Sheep were located in the opposite direction of Su Chen and his group's camp. That's why they didn't encounter them. Led by Jiang Hao, the 3-party coalition stopped and started along the way. It took an hour to cover 2 or 3 kilometers, but fortunately, they encountered no danger. Finally, after climbing a small hill, Jiang Hao pointed to the grassland not far away. Look! Those are the Mist Sheep. Daini, Jiang Hao, and the others looked over. Below the hillside, they saw a dozen black-gray goats with red eyes leisurely grazing. Dain was overjoyed. Seeing them was like seeing walking energy crystals. Just as he was about to call his men to hunt the Misty Sheep, Jiang Hao stopped him. Idiot! Do you think these Misty Sheep are cabbages in the field, waiting for you to harvest? Dain was furious at his scolding, but thinking that his group still depended on Jiang Hao for survival, Dain could only swallow his anger. So what do you suggest we do? Misty Sheep are timid by nature, and not particularly powerful. An ordinary mid-level evolver can easily kill one with bare hands. Jiang Hao slowly explained the Misty Sheep situation. But the problem is, it's very cunning and very fast. If it notices something's wrong, it flee immediately. When it's running at full speed, even I can't keep up. And it has 2 special abilities. The first is to summon mist. A black mist emanates from its body, enveloping it in an area of about 5 meters. In its mist, you can't see clearly. The second is what I call the weakness ray. Its eyes can shoot out a beam of light. If hit, it won't cause any damage. But your physical fitness will decrease by about 30%. Daini and Jiang Hao exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. From this perspective, hunting the Mist Sheep is truly the best option. Although they possess special abilities and are fast, they're not very powerful and won't cause significant casualties to the 3-party coalition. Send 2/3 of the evolvers to surround the Misty Sheep from the left and drive them to the right. The remaining evolvers and psychics will hunt them from the right. Do you understand? Jiang Hao laid out his battle plan. No one objected, and they each followed his instructions. Daini, Tong Fei, and other evolvers attacked the Misty Sheep from the left side of the hillside. It must be said that Misty Sheep are timid by nature, but they also react very quickly. When the three-way coalition appeared, they immediately noticed. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen black rays shot from their eyes toward Daini and the others. Daini tried to dodge, but the rays were incredibly fast, as if they had a lock-on function. No matter how he dodged, the rays still curved and landed on him. All the evolvers felt their bodies grow incredibly heavy, and they walked breathlessly. It can even be said that my brain has become a little dull. Chapter 459. This is the Misty Sheep's weakness ray. After using it, the Misty Sheep immediately spread their hooves and fled in the opposite direction without hesitation. This was exactly what Jiang Hao had set as his trap. In a matter of moments, the Misty Sheep charged forward. Attack! Jiang Hao commanded. The members of the three-party coalition, crouched in the grass, suddenly stood up and launched a barrage of attacks upon the Misty Sheep. Fireballs, frost, lightning, all sorts of supernatural powers rained down upon the Misty Sheep. The Misty Sheep let out a series of screams. 4 or 5 Misty Sheep were instantly killed. The rest, sensing something was amiss, immediately bleated. Followed by this, a vast amount of black mist rapidly emanated from their bodies. This black mist, seemingly tangible, was so dense that it was impossible to discern what lay within. If it were just a single cloud of fog, it wouldn't be a big deal. But a dozen or so Misty Sheep gathered together, instantly enveloping a large open area in mist. The three-way coalition's supernatural powers fell into the mist. They seemed to be swallowed up, without any reaction. Moreover, the mist continued to drift towards the coalition at a rapid speed. Seeing this, most people looked at Jiang Hao in bewilderment. Jiang Hao remained calm and nodded to the 3 psychics around him. The 3 took a step forward and began to summon their powers. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce gale blew through the previously peaceful world. It turned out that the 3 people around Jiang Hao were all wind-type psychics. Jiang Hao had encountered a similar situation several times before during his previous forays into the secret realm. Then, with a sudden inspiration, he had his wind-type psychic summon a fierce gust of wind to blow away the fog. As expected, as the wind blew, the black fog quickly dissipated. The flock of mist sheep hiding within was instantly revealed to everyone. The members of the three-party coalition were overjoyed and continued to activate their psychic powers. Finally, with their combined efforts, all the mist sheep were killed. When Daini and the others arrived, they reunited and cleaned up the battlefield. After counting, they had hunted a total of 18 mist sheep. Based on previous experience, the energy cores of mist sheep can provide approximately 50 to 70 energy points. In other words, they had gained over 1,000 energy points today. That's enough for an average evolver or psychic to ascend directly to a high level. Daini and Jiang Hao's breathing became rapid. If they stayed here for a few more days, wouldn't all their evolvers be high level? No wonder Zhao Yang was a little reluctant before. They would have been a little reluctant to share as well. This place is practically a training room. Noticing the expressions of Daini and the others, Jiang Hao guessed their thoughts and couldn't help but sneer. You're kidding. You really think this is paradise? You see how terrifying it is soon. Although they obtained a dozen energy crystal cores, but remember, the three-party coalition mobilized over 100 people. A dozen or so is far from enough. To maintain fairness, the 18 energy crystal cores were divided equally among the 3 parties, with each receiving 6 small ones. After putting the energy core away, Daini smiled contentedly and said, Captain Jiang, what should we do next? Jiang Hao looked around and said calmly, there are many misty sheep living on the grasslands nearby. If you just wander around a few more times, you'd be able to obtain a large number of energy cores. Jiang Hao was slightly startled, understanding the meaning behind Jiang Hao's words. Captain Jiang, what are you going to do? There's a valley ahead. It seems there are exotic crystals and energy fruits there. I plan to take some people there to check it out. At Jiang Hao's words, Daini and Jiang Hao's eyes flashed. Although they had never actually encountered exotic crystals and energy fruits before, the fact that Jiang Hao gave up hunting monsters and turned to searching for them was enough to prove the preciousness of exotic crystals and energy fruits. Alas, this might be a dangerous undertaking. Captain Jiang, you can't go alone, Daini said hypocritically. Someone's going to have to be in charge here, right? Jiang Hao clasped his hands together and said coldly, how about this, Chief Dai, you let Ah Chan come with us. Whatever we gain, you definitely get a share. Daini and Jiang Hao's expression shifted. They naturally didn't want to be separated from Jiang Hao. First, they were afraid Jiang Hao would keep it all for himself, and second, it was too dangerous here. Seeing they didn't respond, Jiang Hao grew impatient. Don't worry, I won't bring people like Tong Fei, Yang Yusen, and most of the others. Hearing this, the two men breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Sure. After some discussion, Jiang Hao brought 4 men with him. They were 2 high-level evolvers, Lu Xiaohang and Bai Yanqi, a high-level light-type Esper, Zhang Boss-Hin, and a high-level Earth-type Esper Fu Yu. Besides that, there was also Daiyi's subordinate, Aqiang, a high-level space-based Esper. Although Aqiang was alone, Daiyi felt quite confident. After all, space-based Esper abilities allowed both offensive and defensive capabilities. And so, Jiang Hao and his group of 6 headed towards the nearby valley. After they left, Daiyi no longer hesitated, commanding the remaining men to search for the nearby mist sheep. Tong Fei had secretly informed Su Chen of what had just happened via the communicator. Su Chen had just scouted the area and was about to return to the cave when he received Tong Fei's message. Jiang Hao was going to search for energy fruits and exotic crystals? Su Chen's expression was thoughtful. He naturally understood how precious these 2 items were. But at the moment, he hadn't fully grasped the situation nearby, and he couldn't find the 3-party coalition. It would be better to let Jiang Hao explore, which would be like working for him. Got it. Keep in touch. After replying to Tong Fei, Su Chen patted Ming Qi. Ming Qi quickened her pace and quickly returned to the cave. Brother Su. Boss Su. Brother Chen. Seeing Su Chen return, everyone rushed forward to greet him. Su Chen greeted them with a smile, then said, I pretty much explored the surrounding area. Come with me, let's go hunt those monsters. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this. Their purpose here wasn't just to ambush the 3-way coalition, but also to obtain energy cores to enhance their own strength. Leaving a few people to guard the camp, the others made brief preparations and followed Su Chen out of the cave. Su Chen intended to hunt a monster called the Shadow Rabbit. This monster resembled a rabbit. Chapter 460. Su Chen led the group and soon arrived at a dense forest. The trees were extremely tall, their branches and leaves densely lush, completely blocking out the sunlight. Compared to the outside, the interior seemed somewhat eerie and gloomy. It wasn't long before they discovered 8 or 9 shadow rabbits. They were enormous, about the size of common pet huskies. Their bodies were a dark gray, almost blending in with the surrounding darkness. Their green eyes, like lanterns, radiated a vibrant green light. I tested their strength, and they're not very strong, not even as strong as the purple wolf before. Su Chen whispered, but they're very agile, especially their claws and teeth, which are incredibly sharp and can even destroy stone. Besides, they have a special ability that allows them to move freely in the shadows. So when you fight them later, be sure to be careful. The group nodded repeatedly, taking Su Chen's words to heart. Alright, get ready. Su Chen shouted, and everyone quickly dispersed. When everyone was ready, Su Chen took the lead. Ziz, ziz. A chain lightning bolt shot out from his hand, heading straight for the shadow rabbit. The first shadow rabbit had no time to react before it was struck by the chain lightning. Though it didn't die instantly, its hair stood on end from the shock, and it froze there, unable to move. The chain lightning quickly leaped towards the next shadow rabbit. However, its reaction was much faster than its companions, quickly leaping to the side. The other shadow rabbits also jumped and dodged the chain lightning. Fireball. Suing was summoned a basketball-sized fireball, which roared towards the immobilized shadow rabbit. Boom! The shadow rabbit was instantly engulfed by the flames, reduced to a charcoal. Seeing their companion's tragic death, the remaining shadow rabbits, far from fearing, became ferociously bloodthirsty. They hissed sharply, dropped to all fours, and charged towards Su Chen and the others. The members of the Psionic Corps were usually busy. Su Wingwei organized them, training them not only in combat, but also in coordinated operations. Faced with the charging shadow rabbit, Zheng Hui, Wang Xinyu, Wang Yin, and other evolvers instinctively placed themselves in front of the psychic. Wind wall. Jiang Yu shouted. A faint wall of wind appeared before the evolver. This was a supplementary psychic power he had developed, designed to provide protection. As expected, the charging shadow rabbit, though unharmed after colliding with the wind wall, was unable to move. Seizing this opportunity, several other Esper users unleashed their various powers, bombarding the shadow rabbit with a barrage of attacks. Wind spell, wind walk, Zhao Yu unleashed 2 powers in quick succession. The former blew a gust of wind, suppressing the target's movements. The latter buffed allies with superpowers, increasing their agility. The shadow rabbit was suppressed by the wind, while the other evolvers felt much lighter. Without hesitation, they rushed out from behind the wind wall and launched a fierce attack on the Shadow Rabbit, although the monsters within the secret realm were all tough and sturdy. Ordinary weapons couldn't break their defenses. But a flurry of punches and kicks still made them scream in pain. Su-Chen didn't attack, merely standing by and watching. The reason was simple. The energy cores of these Shadow Rabbits didn't provide much energy, not enough for him to use. He planned to have the Psionic Core members hunt the Shadow Rabbits here. He himself would go find other monsters to hunt. But before that, he wanted to make sure the Psionic Core members could deal with the Ghost Rabbits. Watching the Psionic Core members pinning down the Shadow Rabbits, Su-Chen smiled with satisfaction. Just as 3 or 4 more Shadow Rabbits had perished, the remaining ones sensed something was amiss. They suddenly leaped back, and the space around them began to ripple. A moment later, they vanished from sight. Seeing this, everyone was startled. "Don't be dazed. Have you forgotten my instructions?" Su-Chen spoke in a deep voice, unleashing a bolt of lightning. A shadowy rabbit emerged from the shadows behind Xiao Yu, waving its claws, ready to attack her. However, it was struck directly by Su-Chen's lightning bolt, frozen in place. Xiao Yu reacted quickly, summoning several wind blades. Although the shadowy rabbit wasn't dismembered on the spot, it was covered in countless wounds from the wind blades. At the same time, other shadowy rabbits also emerged from the shadows around the psychics. The members of the Psychic Corps were immediately thrown into a panic. Although some were injured, thanks to Su-Chen's presence and Lu Linger's medical attention, no one was killed. Not long after, the remaining Shadow Rabbits were also swarmed and slaughtered. Looking at the plump Shadow Rabbit carcasses on the ground, everyone couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. There aren't many ferocious beasts around here. They're mostly Shadow Rabbits. As long as you stay here, you won't be in danger, and you can even obtain energy cores. Su-Chen said. "Brother Su, are you leaving?" Su Wenwei couldn't help but ask, hearing the hidden meaning in his words. "Indeed?" Su-Chen nodded. "These Shadow Rabbit energy cores aren't enough for me, so I plan to go further afield and have a look." From the previous battle, he could see that the members of the Psionic Corps could easily take on 7 or 8 Shadow Rabbits. Even without him, they shouldn't have any problems. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Su-Chen was their greatest support. If he left, everyone would feel less secure. "Don't worry, I won't be gone for long." Su-Chen handed Su Wenwei the map he had drawn. "This is a map of the surrounding area. Be careful. If I come back too late, you should go back to camp." Su Wenwei took it, and though somewhat reluctant, he nodded. "Okay, Brother Su, be careful." Su-Chen smiled, and after instructing Xiao Yu to look after Lu Linger, he waved and called Meng Qi over. Amidst the reluctant gazes of the crowd, Su-Chen rode away on Meng Qi. Although the dense forest was difficult to navigate, Su-Chen, riding Meng Qi, quickly left the woods as if on flat ground. As he pondered how to find prey, an eagle's cry suddenly echoed from the sky. Su-Chen looked up and saw several griffins flapping their wings and landing on a nearby hill. His eyes suddenly lit up. Wasn't this someone offering him a pillow just because he was sleepy? Chapter 461. Su-Chen didn't hesitate, immediately urging Meng Qi to run towards the hill. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it's seen too far. Although the hill didn't seem far away, it took Meng Qi a full half-hour to reach the foot of the mountain. It took nearly another hour to reach the top. Su-Chen asked Meng Qi to remain quiet and cautiously moved towards the cliff. In the clearing at the cliff edge lay a huge nest made of dead branches. 4 or 5 griffins were preening their feathers around the nest with their beaks. 3 of them were massive, clearly adults. The other 2 looked thin and petite, perhaps not yet adults. Su-Chen weighed the situation and felt that with his current strength, plus Meng Qi, dealing with all 5 griffins simultaneously shouldn't be a problem. So he retreated and called Meng Qi along. The griffins on the cliff edge were completely unaware that they had been targeted. The 2 little griffins were still tumbling into a ball, playing and fighting. Suddenly, a thick streak of purple lightning descended from the sky. The 2 little griffins, without even a scream, were instantly reduced to charred heaps. Of all the abilities Su-Chen possessed, the most powerful was naturally the electric eyes. The second most powerful was the move he named the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. While the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder wasn't as powerful as the electric eyes, it consumed far less mental energy. Seeing the 2 cubs die tragically before him, the other 3 griffins froze for a moment, then let out frantic screams. They looked up and quickly spotted Su-Chen and Meng Qi not far away. Without hesitation, they flapped their wings and charged towards Su-Chen. Facing the charging griffins, Su-Chen calmly dodged, avoiding the attacks of the first 2. Just as he slipped past the third griffin, the exotic crystal dagger had already pierced its abdomen, inflicting a wound. Scalding blood instantly spilled onto the ground. The griffin grew increasingly furious, flapping its wings and slashing its sharp claws at Su Chen. Though Su Chen desperately dodged, the griffin's wings gave it incredible speed. Su Chen was inevitably caught by the griffin's claws. Whoosh whoosh. The griffin flapped its wings, trying to grab Su Chen. However, Su Chen was single-handedly fighting, his legs locked in a horse stance. The man and the beast remained in a stalemate. At the same time, the other two griffins also pounced, attempting a combined attack on Su Chen. But how could Meng-Chi let them have their way? Meow! Meng-Chi roared, leaping to her feet and pinning a griffin to the ground. Its powerful claws lashed out wildly at the griffin. Blood and feathers splattered everywhere. Although Meng-Chi was no match for the furious bear monster, she was quite adept at taking down these griffins. The remaining griffin hesitated for a moment, then decided to attack Su Chen first. Watching another griffin lunge at him, Su Chen remained calm. Absolute zero. A chill instantly enveloped Su Chen's surroundings. Both griffins' movements slowed. Su Chen struggled to free himself from its grip. He plunged the exotic crystal dagger into the griffin's chest, then rolled over to avoid the other griffin's attack. Nine heavens divine thunder. Su Chen summoned another bolt of lightning, striking the griffin's side with heavy force. Compared to young griffins, adult griffins were significantly more resilient. After enduring such a blow, they were merely paralyzed and trembling, but not killed. Su Chen grasped the exotic crystal dagger and slowly stepped forward. Swish! The exotic crystal dagger easily pierced the griffin's heart. After dispatching the two, Su Chen glanced at Meng-Chi. The battle between Meng-Chi and the griffins was drawing to a close. Using her overwhelming strength, she pinned the griffins to the ground, grinding them furiously. Su Chen stepped forward to help her finish off the last griffin. After the battle, Su Chen sat on the ground, catching his breath and recovering his strength. During the previous battle, the griffins had scratched numerous wounds on his body where his protective gear wasn't protecting him. But thanks to his powerful self-healing ability, the wound had already scabbed over. After his strength had almost recovered, Su Chen stood up, intending to dispose of the griffin's corpse. However, before he could even get close, a deep sense of danger arose within him. It was as if some powerful monster had set its sights on him. The hairs on his back stood on end. Meng-Chi, standing beside him, also let out a shrill cry of panic. Su Chen quickly stepped aside and turned to look at the sky. At some point, a massive flying creature appeared above him. It was covered in black scales, resembling a winged lizard. Whoosh, whoosh! It flapped its wings and slowly descended in front of Su Chen. Its brown-green eyes fixed on him. Su Chen could sense a heavy pressure from it. Although they hadn't fought yet, Su Chen was certain that this was arguably the most powerful monster he had encountered since the apocalypse, aside from the ghost-faced spider. Scan. Dragon lizard. A lizard species with dragon blood, extremely powerful. Incredibly high defense, impervious to ordinary weapons. Possessing extremely strong magic resistance, even ordinary supernatural powers are invulnerable. Combat power rating? ? Su Chen's heart sank. As long as the opponent wasn't 2 levels higher than his own, the system would be able to detect their combat power. It seemed this dragon lizard's strength was probably above E. This was going to be fun. Sensing Su Chen's scan, the dragon lizard on the opposite side suddenly raised its head and let out a sharp cry. It seemed to be threatening Su Chen, telling him to get out. Su Chen froze for a moment, then realized what was happening when he saw the dragon lizard's eyes fixed on the griffin's corpse. So this thing is here to steal food? Though he felt resentful, Su Chen knew it clearly. Forget about himself and Meng-Chi. Even if he summoned the Psionic Core and the 3-party coalition, they probably wouldn't be able to deal with this beast. He could only face the Wulong lizard, hands raised high, and slowly retreat. Seeing this, the Wulong lizard smiled with satisfaction and began to feast on a griffin corpse. After leaving the cliff edge, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But he was also quite unhappy. I always robbed others, but I didn't expect to be robbed by a beast today. The more I take a step back, the more angry I get. The more I hold back, the more I feel at a loss. But that lizard beast is simply too powerful. He has no power over it. What should he do? Su Chen pondered for a long time, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Chapter 462. Don't you like to eat, you beast? I make you some of Lao Ba's secret mini burgers. Su Chen sneered inwardly as he retrieved the corpses of the 2 previously hunted furry bear monsters from his storage space. After killing Big Bear and Little Bear, to prevent them from attracting nearby monsters, Suchin had deliberately placed their bodies in his storage space. He later forgot about them, and never dealt with them. This will come in handy now. Suchin also retrieved the purple fairy toxin he had prepared. He then made a small slit in the neck of the furry bear. He then poured the purple fairy juice directly into the slit. After completing all this, Suchin clapped his hands in satisfaction. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Mengqi licked her tongue and was about to approach to enjoy them when Suchin kicked her. "You're such a fool, you're courting death. You can't eat this." Suchin cursed with a laugh, dragging a furious bear monster with him as he headed back toward the cliff. The Wulong lizard had a voracious appetite. In just a few minutes, it had devoured both griffins, leaving only their massive skeletons. Just as it was about to launch a fierce attack on the remaining carcasses, it heard Suchin return. "Roar!" The Wulong lizard roared angrily. A heavy pressure instantly enveloped Suchin. Even though Suchin was already a high evolver, he found it difficult to breathe. "Master Wulong lizard, this is my filial gift to you." Suchin didn't care whether the Wulong lizard understood him or not. He simply dumped the two furious bear monsters' corpses in front of the Wulong lizard. Though not very intelligent, the worm lizard understood Suchin's meaning. Its brown-green eyes stared at Suchin with a hint of surprise. With its intelligence, it simply couldn't comprehend. He had robbed this human of his spoils, and not only had he not resisted, but he had even offered him food. "Enjoy yourselves, sir. I won't disturb you." Suchin waved at the worm lizard and backed away with a smile. Watching him retreat, the worm lizard, without a second thought, pounced on the bear monster and began to devour it frantically. Seeing this, Suchin couldn't help but sneer. What's the saying? Free is the most expensive. All gifts bestowed by fate have already been secretly priced. After retreating 200 or 300 meters, Suchin found a large tree. He leaped up, perched on a branch, and looked at the worm lizard on the edge of the cliff. The worm lizard had already devoured the two furious bear monsters. Still unsatisfied, it continued its fierce attack on the remaining 3 griffins. Time ticked by. Suchin glanced at the clock. Over 10 minutes had already passed. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Could it be that the worm lizard's strong constitution made it immune to the purple enchantress's poison? That's too much of a glitch. Just then, the worm lizard, which had been feasting heartily, suddenly straightened up. As if sensing something was amiss, it struggled to its feet. But its massive body was already swaying. Suchin's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this bastard, despite its higher magic resistance, wasn't immune to the purple enchantress's poison. The dragon lizard flapped its wings, trying to fly off the cliff. But by then, the purple fairy's poison had fully unleashed. It flew only half a meter high before landing heavily on the ground. Woo! Woo! The dragon lizard lay on the ground, its limbs struggling feebly, a low whimper emanating from its mouth. Suchin didn't rush forward, but waited patiently. Until the dragon lizard made no further movement, he cautiously approached the cliff edge. When he reached the dragon lizard, Suchin observed it closely. Though it lay motionless, its brown-green eyes were still darting around. This beast wasn't even dead yet. Suchin was a little surprised. Even though it had lost its ability to move, it still exuded a powerful aura just lying there. Just then, it retched. A pile of rotten flesh, mixed with blue-purple saliva, erupted from its mouth. At the same time, the subdragon lizard's limbs trembled slightly, as if it had regained some movement. Oh no! This beast can actually excrete its toxins on its own? Suchin's expression changed slightly. I can't give it time to recover, or I be doomed. Without hesitation, he raised the exotic crystal dagger and stabbed it into the subdragon lizard's chest. However, the subdragon lizard's body was covered in slippery scales. The exotic crystal dagger, which had always been invincible, was unable to pierce its scales, and was instead deflected. Suchin was surprised. He widened his eyes, searching for the gaps between the scales. Then he took a deep breath, and with all his strength, he stabbed again. This time, the exotic crystal dagger successfully penetrated the dragon lizard. Ouch! The dragon lizard let out a mournful cry, its limbs involuntarily struggling. Suchin's heart tightened, and he immediately sped up his actions. He used the dagger to frantically stir within the dragon lizard's body. He even peeled off its scales. Finally, after enduring extensive torture, Suchin stabbed the dragon lizard in the heart, ending its life. Looking at the completely dead dragon lizard, Suchin wiped the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile on his face. The exotic crystal dagger once again moved through the dragon lizard's body, ripping it open. Suchin also discovered an even richer energy crystal core within it. Without hesitation, Suchin chose to absorb it. Ding! Successfully absorbed the energy core. gaining 3,678 energy. His face lit up with delight. The subdragon lizard had actually provided him with so much energy. But it was no wonder. This beast's strength was second only to the ghost-faced spider among the monsters Suchin had encountered. 2 or 3 furious bear monsters might not even be its match. It was understandable that it could provide him with so much energy. But that wasn't all. The system then issued another notification. Host absorbed the subdragon energy core, gaining toxin resistance. Suchin's heart raced, and he quickly opened the system panel. Doomsday Fortress RV System. RV Level 7. Energy points required for upgrade, 2,000. Current energy points, 7256. Vehicle durability, 100%. When durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhancement options. Scanning. Talents, marksmanship, self-regeneration, ice control, lightning eyes, toxin resistance. Combat rating, F. Chapter 463. In the talent column, a new skill, poison resistance, appeared. Poison resistance. A passive skill that grants extreme immunity to poisons. Suchin couldn't help but smile again. Just now, he had witnessed with his own eyes the worm lizard's resistance to poisons. Even the purple enchantress couldn't kill it, and it could even excrete them. With this skill, combined with its self-regeneration ability, it should be immune to any toxin under the sun. While it's not as good as other talents like control of ice and snow or control of lightning, it's still extremely useful as a support talent. This time, not only had he gained a great deal of energy, but he had also acquired new talents. It was a truly fruitful experience. Suchin was also quite cheerful. He glanced at the 2 remaining griffin cub carcasses not far away, and said with a smile, "Mingchi, this is a reward for you." Meow. Mingchi cried out excitedly, then pounced on the griffin carcasses and began to bite them. Watching it eat, Suchin's expression was thoughtful. The other 3 griffin carcasses had been devoured by the dragon lizard. It must have also swallowed and digested the energy crystals within them. It was strange. Although Suchin had always fed Mingchi meat, Mingchi seemed even more excited to eat the griffin carcasses than ordinary meat. Especially after discovering the energy cores within their stomachs, she rolled on the ground in excitement. Seeing this, Suchin couldn't help but laugh. Although he urgently needed to improve his strength, the energy cores from the griffin cub's carcasses probably wouldn't provide much energy. It would be better to reward Mingchi. Mingchi had played a significant role in the battle the night before. Suchin also discovered that Mingchi's role in fighting monsters was far greater than that of evolvers like Zheng Hui and Wang Xinyu. He still needed to improve Mingchi's strength. After the 2 of them rested, Suchin placed the subdragon lizard's corpse into his storage space. The corpses of Xiongde and Xiong'er had been put to good use before. The subdragon lizard's corpse might also be useful. Suchin mounted Mingchi again and continued to wander around. Soon, he discovered another nest of griffins on a nearby mountain. Unfortunately, this time, things didn't go so smoothly. Suchin only killed 2. Seeing the situation was not good, the remaining ones flapped their wings and fled. After devouring the 2 energy cores, Suchin gained nearly 1,000 energy points. This led him to his conclusion. The stronger the monsters in the secret realm, the richer the energy contained in their energy crystal cores. The weakest shadow rabbit only gave less than 100 points. The more powerful purple wolf could give around 100 points. Next came the griffin, with between 300 and 500 points. The violent bear monster, with 800 to 900 points. Lastly, the worm lizard, which gave a total of 3,000 energy points. I wonder if there are any stronger monsters in the secret realm. If there are, how much energy can they provide me? Suchin thought for a moment, then smiled and shook his head, unable to help but laugh at himself. With his current strength, he was no match for the worm lizard head-on. If it weren't for the purple enchantress, he wouldn't have been able to defeat it. And yet, you still dare to imagine even more powerful monsters. Speaking of Blue Rose, this thing is truly useful. Even the powerful Sub-Dragonborn can be brought down by it. If I get the chance, I must recreate its toxin. Seeing that it was getting late, Suchin didn't intend to delay any further. He greeted Mingchi and returned to the Shadow Forest. That forest was home to the most Shadow Rabbits. So, Suchin simply named them Shadow Rabbits. When they returned to the Shadow Forest, the psionic core had been waiting for a long time. Brother Su. Su and Wei greeted Suchin with a smile. It seems you had a good harvest today. Suchin said with a faint smile. Brother Su, how did you know that? Nonsense. That smile on your face is harder to suppress than an AK. Hee hee, Brother Su, you got it right. Su Wingwet pointed to the open space nearby. There lay a pile of shadow rabbit corpses. A rough estimate suggested each person would receive 2 energy crystal cores. This meant each person would receive a little over 100 energy points. At first glance, this didn't seem like much, not even enough to cover a fraction of Su Chen's physical strengthening needs. But remember, a mid-level energy crystal only provides 300 to 500 energy points. 2 Shadow Rabbit energy crystal cores were already almost as much as a mid-level energy crystal. Only mid-level mutant zombies could provide 1 mid-level energy crystal. Despite the numerous mutant zombies in the outside world, mid-level ones were few and far between. Even if they could be hunted, there wouldn't be enough for the psionic group to share. Most importantly, the breakthrough from a normal evolver to a high-level evolver requires approximately 1,500 to 2,000 energy points. In other words, if they hunted 20 to 30 shadow rabbits, they could become a high-level evolver. Compared to mid-level mutant zombies, shadow rabbits were undoubtedly easier to kill and were more numerous. No wonder Su Wenwei was so happy. If he could stay here for a few more days, not to mention the mid-level evolvers, even he might be able to advance even further. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go back early, Su Chen said. Without further hesitation, everyone gathered up the dead shadow rabbits on the ground. They followed Su Chen back to their camp. Before long, the sky darkened. Fortunately, not far ahead was the cave they had set up as camp. Just as everyone was about to quicken their pace, Wang Yin suddenly called out, "Brother Su Yu. Look!" Everyone was startled and looked in the direction he pointed. That glance proved to be a good thing. Everyone, including Su Chen, was stunned. A crescent moon suddenly and quietly appeared in the sky not far away. But it was different from the moons we usually see. It was a deep red, as if stained with blood. Its appearance was not bright or soft. Instead, it felt alluring and bloody, emitting a sense of madness. The moon here is truly unique. Ding Di laughed dryly. Su Chen did not respond. For some reason, a heavy feeling settled over his heart. He could sense that the blood moon in the sky seemed to represent something ominous. It seemed they couldn't stay in this secret realm for too long. They had to seize the moment, hunt more monsters, obtain more energy cores, and leave here quickly. The important thing was to hurry and kill more monsters, obtain more energy cores, and leave as soon as possible. As Su Chen and the others watched the blood moon, the three-party coalition not far away also noticed the blood moon in the sky. Chapter 464. Today's harvest is truly bountiful, Dai Ini said with a beaming smile. Zhang Hao, standing beside him, agreed. Over 100 of them had hunted over 50 misty sheep on the nearby grasslands. Even if the 3 coalition forces split the spoils equally, each would only receive less than 20. But remember, the 3 coalition forces aren't like the Tiger Gang, which values equality. Generally speaking, the upper echelons like Dai Ini and Zhang Hao take the lion's share of the energy. The remaining portion is reserved for the lower-level evolvers. Today's harvest is enough for the Savior Army and the New World to train another high-level evolver. The combat power of a high-level evolver goes without saying. That's why Dai Ini and Zhang Hao were so happy. But it's getting late, Brother Dai. Shouldn't we hurry back? Zhang Hao reminded him. As he spoke, Dai Ini noticed that the sky was gradually darkening. The three-way coalition forces were so focused on slaughtering the misty sheep that they completely forgot the passage of time. Dai Yin's heart tightened. He had heard from Zhang Hao that the secret realm was extremely dangerous at night. What about Zhang Hao? Never mind him, let's get back first. Zhang Hao shook his head, his expression grave. Zhang Hao's knowledge of the secret realm far surpassed theirs. There was no need for them to worry about the safety of Zhang Hao and the others. Okay, as you say. Dai Yin nodded and began to call the three-way coalition forces to retreat. They quickly packed up and, carrying the misty sheep's corpse, retreated in the direction they had come. But they hadn't walked long when it grew dark. To speed their progress, the three-way coalition had to bring out their lighting equipment. But in the pitch-black night, they stood out. Just then, Dai Yin paused, pointing upwards. Zhang Hao, look. Zhang Hao followed suit. They too saw the blood-red moon in the sky. The blood-red moonlight quietly cast a shadow over the earth. The sky and earth seemed shrouded in a blood-red mist. Let's hurry back. Like Su Chen, Zhang Hao instinctively sensed something was amiss. Dai Yin nodded slightly, and immediately urged them on. The rest of the three-way coalition also noticed something was amiss. Without hesitation, they quickened their pace. But before they could reach the cave, a shrill wolf howl suddenly echoed all around them. The expressions of Dai Yin, Zhang Hao, and the others changed drastically. In the darkness, countless green eyes suddenly lit up. As they approached, the three-party coalition forces discovered they were wolves with purple fur. They were the same purple wolves that had previously attacked the tiger gang. They stared at them, their once green eyes now blazing with a frenzied red. "Brother Dai, what should we do?" Zhang Hao's hairs stood on end as he whispered. Daiini's expression was also grave. Just hunting the weak misty sheep was a struggle. Could they possibly defeat a bloody and brutal pack of wolves? Leave the misty sheep carcasses to them, Daiini reasoned calmly. In his opinion, these purple wolves were hunting for food. As long as they're fed, they should leave. Right. Zhang Hao suddenly realized and whispered, "Throw the carcasses of the misty sheep to these beasts." The three-party coalition quickly tossed the carcasses of the misty sheep they carried with them to the surrounding purple wolves. Everyone had originally thought that the purple wolves would leave after receiving food. But something went against their expectations. Faced with the misty sheep thrown their way, the purple wolves didn't even glance at them. Their eyes remained fixed on the humans. The red in their eyes grew even more intense. "Something's wrong, Brother Dai." Even without Zhang Hao's words, Daiini sensed something was amiss. Could it be that these beasts don't like to eat dead prey, only live ones? Before Daiini could even think, the purple wolf's eyes had already turned completely red. A purple wolf in front suddenly let out a shrill cry and charged forward first. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao, already prepared, unleashed his supernatural power. The weeds on the ground grew rapidly, trapping the purple wolf. At the same time, another weed grew extremely sharp and pierced the wolf's body. Instantly, the purple wolf was stabbed to the bone, and blood spilled all over the ground. But the tragic death of their comrades seemed to infuriate the other purple wolves. They all let out shrill howls and charged towards the three-way coalition. "Attack!" Daiini shouted fiercely. He didn't care about attracting other animals, and fired his rifle. Duh. The other evolvers also opened fire. Compared to the psychics, the evolvers' offensive methods were rather limited. However, the bullets hitting the purple wolf, just like the tiger gang's previous attack, were completely incapable of killing it. Only the psychic superpowers could injure the purple wolf. As a last resort, the evolvers formed a circle, protecting the psychics in the center. After a day of hunting, the psychics' mental energy had been completely depleted. You have to understand that psychics are not like evolvers. When evolvers get tired, they can quickly recover with a short rest. After exhausting their mental energy, they must rest for a long time, or even sleep, to fully recover. The psychics of the three-party coalition were silenced after just one round of superpower use. Without superpower suppression, there was no way to stop the purple wolves. From time to time, low-level evolvers were pinned to the ground by the purple wolves, who tore them to pieces. Daiini and Zhang Hao were furious. Luckily, Zhang Hao didn't take much action today. He quickly gathered nearby plants to form 4 walls, barely holding off the purple wolf's attack. Tong Fei carefully hid in the crowd, avoiding any rash moves. Looking at the wolves bearing their sharp fangs in the moonlight, she felt a pang of fear. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have gone undercover and gone straight to Su Qin. "Brother Dai, I can't hold out much longer." Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. Powers like the wood wall require continuous casting and consume a significant amount of mental energy. Even though he's a high-level psychic, he can't hold out for long. "Wait a minute, you withdraw your power, and we'd break through." Daiini gritted his teeth. "That's the only way." Zhang Hao nodded. Just as they were about to attack, ripples suddenly appeared in the surrounding space, like water ripples. Immediately following, invisible blades flew in from afar. Any purple wolf that stood in its path was ripped into pieces by these invisible blades. Chapter 465. Daiin and the others were stunned for a moment, then all showed joy. They knew this was Ah Chang's dimensional blade. As expected, several figures emerged from the darkness. They were Zhang Hao and the others who had gone to explore the exotic crystals and energy fruits. Without further words, the high-level Earth-type Esper Fuyu moved the earth and summoned 4 earth walls to protect Zhang Hao and the others. Zhang Hao, his mental strength drained, finally breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew his Esper. At the same time, Zhang Boss Hin, a high-level light-type Esper, activated his Esper and summoned a ball of light. The ball wasn't large, but it emitted an intense white light. For a moment, it illuminated the night like daylight. Even the blood-red moonlight was obscured. Illuminated by the white light from the ball, the red in the purple wolf's eyes gradually faded. They seemed to have regained their sanity. He glanced at the human before him, then picked up the carcass of the misty sheep from the ground, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. A moment later, the surrounding purple wolves had vanished completely. Leader. Archon. Achong hurried over, concerned. Are you all alright? Before they could respond, Jiang Hao followed and said coldly, It's a blood moon tonight. Don't stay out too long. Wait until we get back. Daini and Jiang Hao exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. Blood moon? But they didn't waste any time, simply greeting the rest of the group and hurried back to camp. Thankfully, the rest of the journey was relatively smooth sailing. After returning to the cave, they took inventory. A dozen or so soldiers from the 3 coalition forces had died in the attack by the purple wolves. Of course, most of them were ordinary, beginner-level evolvers. After taking care of the injured, Daini and Jiang Hao found Jiang Hao. Captain Jiang, what do you mean by a blood moon? Dain asked expressionlessly. Do you see the moon in the sky? Jiang Hao pointed outside the cave. Daini and Jiang Hao nodded. Every once in a while, maybe 1 or 2 days, maybe 4 or 5. A blood moon appears at night in the secret realm. The red moonlight cast by the blood moon can cause the creatures within the secret realm to become extremely violent, and they will violently attack any creature they encounter. You're lucky tonight. Only a crescent moon appeared, and we only encountered a pack of purple wolves. If it were a blood-red full moon, not only would there be other terrifying monsters, but even you would become violent and bloodthirsty. Jiang Hao's words startled Daini and the others. After regaining his composure, Daini couldn't help but demand, Why didn't you tell us about something so important? Why should I tell you? Jiang Hao sneered. If you told us earlier, why would we have stayed so long? Why would so many people have died? Daini cursed. Most of those who died tonight were from the Saviors and the New World. Not to mention Daini, even Jiang Hao looked displeased. I warned you before that once dark, you had to return to camp as soon as possible. You guys got addicted to hunting monsters, and you blame me? Jiang Hao folded his arms over his chest, looking completely indifferent. Asshole. Daini roared with curses and launched a punch at Jiang Hao. As a fellow high-level evolver, Jiang Hao naturally wasn't afraid of him. In the cave, a fierce battle ensued. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 men's fists and feet collided, making a series of muffled thuds. The rest of the 3-party coalition also gathered around. Enough. Stop. Jiang Hao shouted, winking at Qin Yudao. Qin Yudao, a high-level ice-powered user, summoned an ice wall, separating Daini and Jiang Hao. Daini, if you want to start a war with our Iron Legion, I fight you to the end. Jiang Hao said coldly. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Daini glared at him fiercely, without a trace of fear. Shut up. Jiang Hao scolded them, then stared at Jiang Hao. Captain Jiang, we signed a mutual assistance agreement. We've been very polite to you since we entered the secret realm. If you keep hiding things like this, we leave tomorrow. Even with the Iron Legion, no matter how powerful it is, I believe you can't explore alone, right? When that happens, let's see how you explain it to General Zhao. And without us, the Iron Legion probably won't be a match for the Tiger Gang. Captain Jiang, you need to think this over carefully. Jiang Hao's expression shifted from gloomy to bright. As Jiang Hao had said, the Iron Legion alone couldn't explore the secret realm. The order Jiang Hao received from Zhao Yang was to cooperate with the Salvation Army and New World. On that basis, strive to maximize the benefits for the Iron Legion. Captain Dai Archon, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to hide anything. Jiang Hao suddenly smiled. I promise you, from today on, I won't hide anything from you. Daini glanced at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded slightly, indicating that he would trust Jiang Hao's words for now. His talk of withdrawing from the secret realm was merely a threat to Jiang Hao. The secret realm harbors a vast number of monsters, and the energy cores within them are exactly what the evolvers need. How could they willingly withdraw like this? In that case, why don't you tell us how your exploration went today? Daini asked sternly. No problem. Jiang Hao readily agreed. Just a little north of the Misty Sheep, there's a valley. We previously sent people into the valley to explore. The cameras they carried revealed not only energy fruits, but also exotic crystals. However, before we could explore further, our men were attacked by a swarm of vampire bats and completely wiped out. Today, I only took Aqiang and the others to the outskirts of the valley and didn't go deep inside. Daini stared at him carefully for a moment, then looked back at Aqiang. Aqiang nodded slightly, acknowledging Jiang Hao's point. In that case, how about we join forces and explore the valley together? Jiang Hao offered. According to Jiang Hao's previous statement, the energy fruits contained abundant energy. Enough for an ordinary person to directly break through to the high evolver stage. Rather than constantly hunting misty sheep, they were willing to take the risk and explore the valley. Not to mention, the valley also contained equally precious exotic crystals. Without the xenomorph, ordinary swords and spears alone wouldn't be able to truly harm the monster. That's what I was thinking. Let's go together tomorrow, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Chapter 466. Daini, Jiang Hao, and the others led a force to force Jiang Hao to abdicate, making quite a noise. Thus, Tong Fei, standing nearby, overheard every word of their conversation. A pensive expression crossed Tong Fei's face. After the conflict was resolved, she returned to her bed. While the others weren't paying attention, Tong Fei quietly took out her communicator. Boss Su, they were just discussing. She told Su Chen everything about Jiang Hao and Daini's plan. Even on the other side, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. If what Jiang Hao said was true, then he certainly couldn't sit idly by and watch the three-way coalition obtain the energy fruit and the exotic crystal. Let's not even talk about the energy fruit. Weapons crafted from the exotic crystal are incredibly lethal. The battles between evolvers are somewhat different from those between psychics. After reaching advanced realms, their bodies had become incredibly powerful. Not to mention that ordinary pistol bullets couldn't hit them. Their swift movement speed also made it difficult to aim with guns. Thus, their battles relied solely on fists and kicks. But when both sides were at equal levels, it was difficult to determine the winner with fists and kicks alone. However, if either side possessed a foreign crystal, the outcome would be drastically different. Even monsters, like the sub-dragon lizard, couldn't withstand the attacks of a foreign crystal, let alone an evolved one. And besides being able to craft weapons, foreign crystals could also be quite powerful when crafted into protective gear. Su Chen had previously relied on foreign crystal protective gear to withstand the enemy's supernatural powers. However, he didn't know the location of the three-way coalition forces. But this wasn't a problem for Su Chen. He already had a basic understanding of the situation nearby. Based on the information Tong Fei provided, finding the three-party coalition wouldn't be difficult. In that case, he would have to follow Jiang Hao and the others tomorrow. Master, what are you thinking? Zhao Yu hugged Su Chen from behind, her breath soft and sweet. Do you want it? Su Chen smirked. Zhao Yu murmured, laying on Su Chen's chest. Just then, Lu Linger opened the tent curtain and walked in. Seeing this, she couldn't help but let out a mischievous smile. Sorry, maybe I came at the wrong time. No, you came just in time. Su Chen smiled and extended his hand to Lu Ling. Lu Linger took his hand obediently and leaned into his embrace. With two beautiful women in each arm, Su Chen truly enjoyed the best of both worlds. If anyone outside the tent saw this scene, they'd probably die of jealousy. Be patient for 2 more days. When we get back to base, I definitely feed you 2 greedy little cats. Hate it. I'm not a greedy little cat. That's right. The 2 girls said coquettishly. Su Chen laughed heartily, and after spending a few moments with the 2 girls, he let them rest. He then got up and left the tent, finding Su Wenhui, who was preparing to sleep. Brother Su, what's wrong? It's like this. Su Chen then told Su Wenhui about Jiang Hao and the others' plan, as well as his own. Is that so? Su Wenhui thought for a moment and said, Do you want us to come with you? Forget it, I can go alone. Su Chen shook his head. He had gone to seek out the three-party coalition only to exploit their misfortune, not to engage in a fierce battle. Besides, the valley Jiang Hao and the others were heading to was extremely dangerous. Taking Su Wenhui and the others with them would be quite inconvenient. Okay then. Though somewhat disappointed, Su Wenhui understood Su Chen's concerns. Then let's continue to the Shadow Forest and hunt the Shadow Rabbits. Brother Su, if you go alone, do your best to ensure your own safety. Haha, you're still worried about me? Su Chen smiled and nodded. The 2 chatted for a few more minutes, then Su Chen returned to the tent to rest. A silent night passed. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone headed for the Shadow Forest as usual. Understanding that Su Chen would not be accompanying them, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Remember not to be greedy. If you feel anything is wrong or there's any danger, return to the cave immediately, Su Chen warned. Okay. Su Wenhui nodded solemnly, then led everyone towards the Shadow Forest. After they left, Su Chen finally mounted Meng Qi. After the three-way coalition entered the secret realm. Although Tong Fei had little sense of direction, she secretly recorded the approximate route. Su Chen returned to his starting point and began a careful search along the route Tong Fei had provided. Thankfully, he had radar. It wasn't long before the radar indicated a cave ahead, with 7 or 8 bright spots within, representing living creatures. It seemed very likely that this was the camp of the three-way coalition. Su Chen dismounted Meng Qi and signaled her to wait there. He himself, using the fog as cover, quietly approached the cave. Less than 100 meters away, Su Chen had a clear view of the situation ahead. At the cave entrance stood two evolvers from the three-party coalition. They were leaning against the wall, chatting idly. According to Tong Fei's information, those remaining in the cave were ordinary, junior evolvers. They were brought in simply to do odd jobs. Su Chen had initially considered storming the cave and killing them all. But then he realized he couldn't possibly kill them all instantly. What if they had communicators and notified Jiang Hao and the others? That would be disastrous. To avoid alerting the enemy, Su Chen ultimately gave up the idea. He quietly retreated, mounted Meng Qi, and continued his search. After a long while, Su Chen's radar showed a large number of bright spots on the grassland ahead. It seemed this was the location where the three-party coalition was hunting the misty sheep. Su Chen's spirits rose, and he again asked Meng Qi to wait while he moved forward. As expected, on the grassland ahead, the three-party coalition forces were encircling and suppressing the misty sheep, following their previous strategy. Su Chen didn't rush forward, instead looking towards the other side of the grassland. After arriving at the grassland where the misty sheep were, the three-party coalition forces didn't rush to hunt them, but instead distributed their forces. After all, the valley they were heading to was extremely dangerous. Not to mention ordinary, junior evolvers and psychics, even those at the intermediate level would be in danger. Thus, Jiang Hao, Daini, and Zhang Hao chose to bring along essentially top-tier combatants. From the Iron Legion, the high-level evolvers Jiang Hao and Lu Xiaohang were dispatched. High-level light psychic Zhang Boss Hin, high-level poison psychic Yang Yusen, and high-level earth psychic Fu Yu. The Salvation Army was led by high-level evolver Daini, accompanied by high-level psychic A Chong and another psychic Pan Hong. Chapter 467. In the New World. In addition to the high-level plant-type Esper Zhang Hao, there were also high-level evolvers Lu Qinghua and high-level ice-type Esper Chen Yudao. In addition, they also selected 7 intermediate evolvers and 3 Esperers. Although these 10 were only at the intermediate level, they possessed extensive combat experience. Originally, the Iron Legion also had a high-level evolver, Bai Yanqi. However, considering that the three-party coalition needed someone to lead the charge, they left him behind. A total of 21 people were dispatched this time. While it may not seem like much, this represents the top-tier strength of the three-party coalition. This demonstrates just how determined they are to obtain the exotic crystals and energy fruits in the valley. Just as the group packed up and prepared to depart, Jiang Hao suddenly glanced at Tong Fei in the crowd. Captain Tong. Tong Fei was slightly taken aback. Hey, Captain Jiang, what are your instructions? You be joining us. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Tong Fei looked incredulous and pointed at herself. Me? Yes, do you have any objections? Jiang Hao said with a half-smile. No objections. Tong Fei came to her senses and nodded, but inwardly she cursed Zhao Yang. She was certain it was Zhao Yang who had instructed Jiang how to do this. Among the Iron Legion's intermediate evolvers, Tong Fei's strength might not be the weakest, but she was definitely not among the strongest. Jiang Hao had called her name and asked her to join him in exploring the valley, clearly harboring ill intentions. Daini, Zhang Hao, and the others looked at Tong Fei, then at Jiang Hao, their expressions slightly surprised. As former enemies, they had heard of Tong Fei's reputation. Daini, in particular, had nearly captured Tong Fei alive earlier, hoping to enjoy the moment back home. Compared to the main force, Tong Fei was little more than a decorative vase. They didn't quite understand why Jiang Hao had specifically requested Tong Fei. But they didn't ask any further questions. Leaving Bai Yanqi to lead the team in hunting the mist sheep, the others packed up and set off on their journey. They crossed the grassland before them. They encountered many mist sheep along the way. Frightened by the sight of humans, they fled into the distance. Jiang Hao and the others had no intention of pursuing them. Soon, the grassland beneath their feet disappeared. In its place, a rolling hillside appeared. They could see a bare path leading into the mountains. Go in from there, and walk a few kilometers, until you reach the valley. The valley is quite large. We only took a preliminary look yesterday, Jiang Hao explained. Last night, Daini and Zhang Hao had already learned the general situation in the valley from Ma Qiang. From now on, everyone must be on high alert. If any danger arises, don't count on being rescued, Jiang Hao warned. Everyone understood this without him saying anything. In this apocalypse, unless you have a life-or-death friendship, otherwise, even your loved ones might abandon you in times of danger. Without further discussion, Jiang Hao walked at the front of the group, heading into the mountain path. As soon as they entered the mountains, they sensed something was amiss. Vines and weeds clung to the cliffs on either side, completely obscuring the sky. Furthermore, the white fog here was even thicker. Not only was it difficult to see beyond 200 or 300 meters, even at 50 meters, only shadows could be discerned. Add to that the absolute silence, with only the sound of footsteps to be heard. Under these circumstances, everyone's nerves were on edge. Thankfully, there were no dangers along the way. After walking for a few kilometers, the cliffs on either side disappeared, and the landscape opened up considerably. We officially entered the valley. Following this stream, we should find exotic crystals and energy fruits in about an hour or two. But this section of the trail isn't easy, Jiang Hao warned. Yesterday, halfway through their journey, they heard the roar of a monster ahead. After careful consideration, Jiang Hao finally gave up on further exploration. After a short rest, everyone resumed their journey. The valley was quite elegant, with many flowers growing. A gurgling stream also flowed from the valley. The stream was crystal clear, and a few fish swam leisurely in it. It all seemed beautiful. But everyone had witnessed with their own eyes how Purple Fairy had murdered their companions. So no one dared touch the flowers or approach the stream. They walked for another 10 minutes, but the valley remained silent, as if devoid of any monsters. Seeing this, everyone's vigilance relaxed considerably. Someone even started to laugh quietly. Shut up. Jiang Hao, who was standing in front of them, overheard their conversation, turned around and shouted softly. The people talking were members of the Savior Army, New World. After being scolded by Jiang Hao, their faces turned grim. Daini, standing nearby, frowned and chided, "You're all trying to kill yourself." Shut up. The others, embarrassed, remained silent. Just as Daini turned to continue on his way, he seemed to notice something amiss and exclaimed, "Huh?" Jiang Hao and Zhang Hao noticed his reaction. "What's wrong, Chief Dai?" Daini ignored him, looking towards the end of the group and asking gravely, "Where's Li Bin?" Everyone was stunned, their eyes instinctively turning to the back of the group. Li Bin was a member of the Savior Army. Although only an intermediate-level evolver, he was a veteran with extensive combat experience. Among the intermediate-level evolvers, he was one of the best. That's why Daini had placed him at the end of the group. But at that moment, Li Bin had vanished without a trace. After Daini's warning, everyone noticed something was amiss. "Xiaohua, where is Brother Bin?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Xiaohua was walking in front of Li Bin. He said, bewildered, I don't know." "Did you hear nothing?" Daini asked, glaring at him. "No." Xiaohua hadn't heard anything unusual the entire time. If Daini hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have known Li Bin was missing. Hearing this, Daini secretly felt something was amiss. Given Li Bin's skills and personality, it's unlikely he vanished without reason. It's very likely he encountered some kind of danger. But what could have caused him to vanish so silently? "Brother Dai, what should we do now?" Jiang Hao asked softly. Before Daini could respond, Jiang Hao spoke first, saying calmly, "Of course we can't wait for him. Let's keep moving." Chapter 468. "That won't work." Xiaohua immediately objected. He and Li Bin had the best relationship, otherwise, he wouldn't have been walking ahead of Li Bin. "What did we agree on before we set out?" Jiang Hao's eyes grew cold as he looked at Xiaohua. "If you think it's not possible, then go find him." "This?" Xiaohua hesitated. Although the two of them were close friends, in this situation, asking him to find Li Bin on his own would be tantamount to seeking his own death. He could only look for help at the leader, Daini, standing nearby. Daini's expression was uncertain. Li Bin might be lost. "Why don't we wait here for a few minutes? If he hasn't caught up yet, it's not too late for us to set off again," Jiang Hao suggested. "I'm fine. Where's Leader Dai?" Jiang Hao looked at Daini. Then, "All right," Daini sighed. As long as they followed the stream, how could they possibly get lost? It was very likely that Li Bin had met with an accident. But neither Jiang Hao nor Zhang Hao was willing to search. The suggestion to wait a few minutes was just to save face. The group waited cautiously. A few minutes passed in a flash. But in the mist behind them, there was no sign of Li Bin, not even a sound. "All right, let's go." As the time ran out, Jiang Hao couldn't help but urge. If some powerful monster had captured Li Bin, then waiting here would only lead to their own death. Dai Yin nodded to his men and continued on his journey. Unlike before, after Li Bin's disappearance, the group stopped whispering, and the atmosphere became noticeably tense. One of them accidentally broke a dead branch, startling the others as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The group walked for another half an hour and had already passed the point Jiang Hao and the others had reached yesterday. Just then, Jiang Hao let out a huh and ducked. "What's wrong?" Jiang Hao, standing behind him, asked. Jiang Hao didn't answer, but simply raised his hand. In his palm, a withered silver vine lay. "Is there something wrong?" Daini frowned. "This is the vine of the energy fruit," Jiang Hao explained. Daini and Jiang Hao were stunned for a moment, then delighted. Since the vine of the energy fruit appeared here, it meant that there had once been an energy fruit here. It was just unknown how it disappeared. And there are even more energy fruits nearby. "Let's hurry up," Daini urged. Jiang Hao smiled, and just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, as if he had seen something terrifying. Daini and Jiang Hao looked in the direction he was heading. Their expressions also changed slightly. After Li Bin disappeared, Xiaohua fell to the end of the group. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's figure also vanished without a trace. The others noticed their expressions, and soon realized what had happened. "Lu Xiaohang, did you notice anything?" Jiang Hao took a deep breath and asked solemnly. No. Lu Xiaohang regained his composure, his expression also slightly tense. As a high-level evolver, he was walking a section behind the group. But two people had disappeared one after another, and he hadn't noticed a single movement. The others in the group also looked a little panicked. If a monster truly appeared, with their immense strength, they could at most fight it. But the problem was, they hadn't even seen a single trace of the monster. Li Bin and Xiaohua had vanished from the face of the earth. This was psychologically unacceptable to them. "How about we retreat?" Ah Chan whispered. Daini and Jiang Hao remained silent, their gazes fixed on Jiang Hao. With the energy fruit right before their eyes, retreating like this would be unacceptable. But then again, this situation was truly bizarre. "Lu Xiaohang, you and the other two, can you recall when you last saw Xiaohua?" Jiang Hao asked gravely. "About a minute before we stopped. I turned and glanced back, and he was still following us." Lu Xiaohang replied immediately. Unlike the others, Lu Xiaohang was extremely alert, constantly turning his head to observe. "Let's go back and check what's going on," Jiang Hao ordered. Faced with unknown danger, the clueless crowd could only obey his orders for the time being. They turned around and headed back the way they had come. Not long after they left, Lu Xiaohang said, "I'm sure it's right here." There were a few blue flowers beside the stream, and Lu Xiaohang was quite impressed. Jiang Hao looked around but found no trace of anything. Just as he was about to say something, his face suddenly turned pale, because their team was unexpectedly missing another person. When the team turned, Jiang Hao, Daini, and the others took the lead. This was to prevent any sudden encounters with monsters. The others who had been at the front of the team were now at the back. And then, that last member suddenly disappeared again. Everyone present was in a panic. "Ghost! Ghost!" someone cried anxiously. "Fuck your mother!" Jiang Hao stepped forward and slapped the person viciously. Though he feigned composure on the surface, he was terrified inside. Before this, Jiang Hao had definitely not believed in ghosts. But the silent disappearance of 3 people, coupled with the fact that it was the end of the world, and the surroundings were so eerie and terrifying, it was hard not to think of ghosts. But Jiang Hao couldn't just let that person talk nonsense. Otherwise, people would become confused, and it would be difficult to lead the team. "How about we go back?" Even though he was attracted by the energy fruit, Daini still suggested retreating. "Going back now will only ruin all our efforts," Jiang Hao said coldly. "And how do you know our journey back will be smooth?" Daini was speechless. "Yes. What if we go back with a few more people missing?" Tong Fei, who was in the team, was also terrified. After all, she was only a girl in her 20s. Just then, the communicator on Tong Fei's waist suddenly vibrated slightly. "It's Su Qin." The thought of Su Qin secretly following her calmed Tong Fei down. She quietly took out the communicator, just about to see what Su Qin had to say. But at this critical moment, Jiang Hao's nerves were on edge. Tong Fei's actions were just what he saw. "Captain Tong, what are you doing?" "No, nothing." Tong Fei panicked and quickly put away the communicator, feigning indifference. Chapter 469. Faced with an unknown danger, everyone was in a dilemma. Jiang Hao suddenly noticed that Tong Fei was acting suspiciously. He naturally refused to believe Tong Fei's explanation. "Hand over your things, or I be rude." Jiang Hao walked towards Tong Fei and said coldly. Daini, Lu Xiaohang, and others nearby also surrounded Tong Fei, blocking her path. With Tong Fei's skills, it would be impossible for her to escape from such a large encirclement. Faced with Jiang Hao's aggressive attitude, Tong Fei sighed helplessly. She feigned resignation and pulled the communicator from her pocket. Just as the others thought she was about to hand it to Jiang Hao, she saw her other hand slam the communicator down, but Jiang Hao's attention remained focused on Tong Fei. Seeing Tong Fei about to destroy the communicator, he rushed forward. Bang! Jiang Hao punched Tong Fei in the shoulder. Tong Fei felt a sharp pain radiate from her shoulder, and she involuntarily fell backward. The communicator in her hand also fell into Jiang Hao's hands. Keep an eye on her, Jiang Hao commanded in a deep voice. Lu Xiaohang rushed forward, produced handcuffs and ropes, and bound Tong Fei securely. Jiang Hao opened the communicator and examined it carefully. After a moment, he raised his head, his expression becoming grave. Tong Fei, who is this person contacting you? Tong Fei remained silent. The communicator they used was simple and practical, much like a censored version of WeChat. Tong Fei didn't leave any notes for Su Chen, and she had deleted all the previous chats. As long as she didn't speak, Su Chen's message wouldn't reveal anything. Then Jiang Hao wouldn't know who was contacting Tong Fei. Don't force me to torture her, Jiang Hao threatened. But Tong Fei kept her head down, not responding. No, what's going on? Daini, Jiang Hao, and the others standing nearby were a bit confused. Take a look for yourselves. Jiang Hao handed the communicator to Daini and Jiang Hao. They took it, glanced at it, and their expressions changed as well. The message on the communicator was simple. A single line, watch out. Overhead, Daini and the others instinctively raised their heads. Although the space was much wider after entering the valley, there were still a lot of weeds and trees clinging to the mountainside overhead, obscuring the sky somewhat. The moment dawned on everyone. Could it be that the missing people were ambushed by the monsters overhead? If so, that's entirely possible, but after a moment of realization, a new question surfaced. Who exactly was contacting Tong Fei? From the message, it seemed the other party was aware of their surroundings. This bitch is so stubborn. Captain Jiang, leave it to me. Daini had been coveting Tong Fei's beauty, and now that he had the opportunity, he couldn't help but grin. It's not your turn to deal with my people. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment, then said calmly. You? Daini was furious. This bitch is so suspicious, and you're still protecting her? Aren't you afraid she'd get us all killed? Just capture her, and keep her under control. Jiang Hao said calmly. He wasn't intentionally protecting Tong Fei. It was just that Zhao Yang had orders to make Tong Fei suffer a little, but to avoid killing her. And if Tong Fei was found to be colluding with outsiders, Zhao Yang would have an excuse to attack her. Jiang Hao would naturally have accomplished a great feat. Daini stared at Jiang Hao for a moment. Considering the current situation, he finally nodded grimly. Okay, arrest her. But I warn you, if she causes any more trouble, don't blame me for killing her. After this little incident, the group tied up Tong Fei and continued on their journey with her. Overhead, a massive python could be seen, slowly moving along tree trunks and rocks. Its tongue lolled, its brown-green eyes fixed intently on the three-way coalition below. As they turned a corner, it ducked and attacked Jiang Hao. At the end of the group, the giant python's massive body was surprisingly agile. Just as its bloody maw was about to devour Jiang Hao rolled forward, dodging the python's attack. Monster! Monster! Seeing the giant python before him, even Jiang Hao, a seasoned veteran, was horrified by the sight. The others looked up, equally horrified. This giant python was at least 10 meters long, as wide as 3 men, and its body covered in green scales. It hung in midair, evoking a sense of immense fear. Gudong. Everyone swallowed in unison. It was simple. It was simply that humans inherently fear snakes. Let alone a python this enormous. No wonder the people ahead had vanished without a trace. Jiang Hao understood. Suddenly, a giant python leaped out from overhead, opening its mouth and swallowing the people whole. Forget Li Bin, Xiao Hua, and the others. Even Jiang Hao, a high-level evolver, might not have reacted in time. After being discovered by the humans, the giant python showed no sign of retreating. On the contrary, it opened its bloody maw again and charged directly at the group. Attack! After discovering the monster, everyone was less fearful. Facing the oncoming python, they dodged and attacked. Dimensional blades. Chang immediately unleashed his most powerful killing move. A series of invisible dimensional blades flew rapidly towards the giant python. The giant python sensed something was amiss. Its body, like a giant rope, unexpectedly retracted in time. Not only that, it twisted itself into a pretzel, barely dodging Aqiang's dimensional blade. Crack! Crack! Crash! Branches and rocks fell to the ground as the dimensional blade slashed through them. This giant python truly was something special. Everyone was shocked. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing these humans dared to fight back, the giant python seemed enraged. It let out a series of hisses, then opened its maw wide. Green liquid gushed out of its mouth. The extent of the discharge was so extensive that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as overwhelming. Oh no! It's poisonous! Jiang Hao's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. Even without warning, everyone could smell the strong, fishy odor. They quickly retreated to both sides. Just then, a wind-type psychic stepped forward. He waved his hands, summoning a fierce wind that blew away the python's venom. Even so, 2 people were still poisoned. Their faces immediately turned green, and they staggered to the ground. At this critical moment, Yang Yusen, a poison-type psychic from the Iron Legion, intervened. Chapter 470. Yang Yusen quickly walked over to the 2 poisoned people. Their faces were now a purplish black, and their breathing had become weak. This snake venom was truly potent. Yang Yusen was startled and quickly reached out to place his hands on their arms. Although he couldn't save people, as a poison-type psychic, he could not only summon venom, but also absorb it. 2 streams of green liquid were forcibly drawn from the 2 people's arms. As the venom left their bodies, their condition gradually recovered. Elsewhere, the 3-party coalition forces attacked the giant python in unison. Roll, Jiang Hao said in a deep voice. With a thought, the branches and vines in the air seemed to come alive, wrapping themselves around the giant python. Swish! Qin Yudao, a high-level ice-type psychic, summoned a swarm of ice blades. Several other psychics unleashed flames, wind blades, and other magical powers. All sorts of magical powers were directed at the giant python. Faced with the overwhelming force of the magical powers, the giant python remained unfazed. With a simple twist of its massive body, the branches and vines on its body shattered completely. The giant python then opened its bloody maw and swallowed all the incoming magical powers in one gulp. Seeing this, everyone present was stunned. Some could hardly believe their eyes. This giant python could actually swallow their magical attacks? And that wasn't all. The giant python spat out its tongue, and then opened its mouth again. A torrent of deep purple energy erupted from its mouth. People like Aqiang and Qin Yudao reacted quickly, summoning protective abilities to block the giant python's attack. But Jiang Hao, Lu Xiaohang, and other evolvers closest to the giant python weren't so lucky. The purple energy the python spewed out carried immense power. Although Jiang Hao and the others were high-level evolvers, they were still knocked back by the immense force. By the time they hit the ground, they were completely dazed. Captain Jiang, be careful. Zhang Boss Hen, not far away, his expression changed and he quickly warned. Jiang Hao had just looked up when he felt a dark shadow scurry toward him. Before he could react, the giant python's massive body enveloped him. Jiang Hao felt a tremendous pressure throughout his body. Even his bones cracked. Lu Xiaohang, Zhang Boss Hen, and the others were horrified, unsure how to help Jiang Hao. With their weapons, it was difficult to break through the giant python's defenses. If he used his supernatural powers, Jiang Hao would easily be harmed. As for the Salvation Army, New World, and others, they stood by and watched indifferently. Partly, it was because they truly had no other options. Partly, it was because Jiang Hao had previously killed so many of them. No, if this goes on, I'm going to die. Jiang Hao felt like he was being crushed to death. He took a deep breath, resisting the pressure from all sides, and with difficulty pulled one hand free. He grasped the sealed dagger made of exotic crystal. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao stabbed fiercely into the giant python's body. The giant python's tough skin was quite vulnerable to the exotic crystal. After the sealed dagger penetrated its body, Jiang Hao slashed to the side. Suddenly, a large, bloody wound appeared on the giant python's body. Blue blood gushed out violently. Hiss! The giant python, in pain, let go of Jiang Hao and quickly climbed back up the rock face. Before anyone could react, it had disappeared into the dense forest. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and rushed forward. Captain Jiang, are you okay? Yang Yusen, hurry. Jiang Hao waved at Yang Yusen. It turned out that the giant python's blood was also highly toxic. Jiang Hao was sprayed with snake blood and was already poisoned. If he weren't so strong, he would have died long ago. Yang Yusen finally realized what was happening and quickly grasped his hand, sucking out the blue venom. Who? Jiang Hao lay on the grass, gasping for air. Although he had escaped death, he was in extremely poor condition. Every bone in his body ached, as if broken. After resting for a while, Jiang Hao's condition improved considerably. He struggled to his feet. This giant python is seriously injured. I'm afraid it won't be back anytime soon. We must hurry and find the exotic crystals and energy fruits. Everyone nodded. Captain, what should we do with this woman? Lu Xiaohang pointed at Tong Fei, his eyes becoming somewhat lustful. The Iron Legion consisted mostly of men. There were less than 100 women. And of these women, Tong Fei was the most strikingly beautiful. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Lu Xiaohang would have been tempted to execute her right there and then. Take her with you. Don't touch her. Jiang Hao saw Lu Xiaohang's thoughts and glared at him. You idiot! Don't you know the general is obsessed with Tong Fei? You dare to have any thoughts about her? You're truly fearless. So, the group, carrying the bound Tong Fei, continued their journey deeper into the valley. Hurry up! Lu Xiaohang pushed Tong Fei impatiently. Tong Fei felt a surge of nervousness as she walked forward. She knew that if she returned like this, Xiao Yang would have an excuse and would never let her go. Now, the only person she could rely on was Su Chen. Su Chen, where are you? Tong Fei had no idea. Su Chen had actually seen everything that had just happened. That's right. Su Chen, along with Meng Qi, had been following Jiang Hao and the others. Unlike Jiang Hao and the others, Su Chen, equipped with radar, had spotted the giant python early on. He maintained a suitable distance, avoiding the python's detection. He also witnessed the giant python taking out Li Bin, Xiao Hua, and the others. He had sent a message to Tong Fei, originally intending to warn her to be careful not to be captured by the giant python. However, he hadn't anticipated that Tong Fei would be exposed and even captured by Jiang Hao. Su Chen had no intention of rescuing Tong Fei. Or rather, he had no such intention at the moment. The reason was simple. First, he still hoped that Jiang Hao and the others would clear the way for him and clear the obstacles. Second, although he was very strong, facing Jiang Hao and his men simultaneously wouldn't necessarily win. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. But as the saying goes, pick the weak ones. Su Chen smiled sinisterly and touched Meng Qi's head. Meng Qi, with a similarly sinister smile, charged up the mountain wall. The steep mountain wall seemed as flat ground for Meng Qi. It took Su Chen with it and chased in the direction of the giant python's escape. Although the giant python had escaped for a while, the spilled blood exposed its direction. Chapter 471. Su Chen and Meng Qi followed the blood trail, and soon discovered a cave on the mountainside. As they approached, they could smell a foul odor emanating from the cave. It seemed this was the python's lair. Su Chen jumped off Meng Qi's back and whispered, "Be careful." Meng Qi nodded with understanding. Man and cat, they entered the python's cave. As soon as they entered, Su Chen noticed various skeletons scattered on the ground. A closer inspection revealed that they were all animal remains. That made sense. After all, it was unlikely that humans existed in the secret realm. Even if there were, they rarely reached this part of the valley. The deeper Su Chen went, the more bones he saw. And the light inside grew dimmer. As a last resort, Su Chen took out his flashlight and put it on his head. When he reached the deepest part of the cave, he found several relatively fresh human skeletons lying on the ground. These must be the evolvers just devoured by the giant python. Just as Su Chen was about to check to see if their energy crystals were still there, Meng Qi beside him let out an angry roar, meow. Su Chen also felt a sudden gust of cold wind behind his head, his heart trembled, and he jumped forward. A thick tail slammed heavily onto the spot where he had been standing. Followed by 2 eyes, like ghostly lanterns, slowly emerged from the darkness. When Su Chen's searchlight shone over, the giant python's massive body was revealed. However, compared to before, it now looked a little more disheveled. The bloody wound on its back was exposed to the air. Green blood splattered all over its body and the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing humans again, the giant python's cold, ruthless eyes shone with a hint of anger. But in a moment, that glimmer of anger vanished without a trace. Unlike humans, monsters like giant pythons possess an innate keen sense of danger. It could sense the powerful pressure emanating from Su Chen before it. This was a formidable foe. The giant python hesitated for a moment, then twisted its body and slithered to the side. Hiss. The giant python shook its head, heading out of the cave. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then understood what the python meant. This beast actually wanted him to leave. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then led Meng Qi outside. Seeing this, the giant python breathed a sigh of relief. Wounded now, it didn't want to provoke a formidable foe like Su Chen again. However, Su Chen suddenly stopped midway. As he turned, he had already grasped the exotic crystal dagger and shield. Beside him, Ming-Chi was also poised for action, her fur rising to life. Su Chen pretended to leave in order to block the cave entrance and prevent the python from escaping. Scan. Poisonous python. A terrifying python that lives in the jungle, with a combat power of F+. Not only can it spray terrifying venom to injure enemies, it can also release energy from its mouth to impact enemies. F+ combat power? It's only one energy level higher than his own. With Ming-Chi's support, and it's injured, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with it. Sensing Su Chen's scanning detection, the giant python instantly became furious. Hiss, hiss, hiss! It swung its tail, sending all the white bones flying towards it. This attack was nothing to Su Chen. He raised his shield and knocked down all the flying bones. Hiss! The giant python opened its bloody mouth, and a surge of purple energy erupted. Su Chen did not retreat. He asked Ming-Chi to hide behind him while he raised his crystal shield. Bang! The energy expelled by the giant python collided with the crystal shield with a dull sound. Su Chen also felt the extremely powerful impact. But fortunately, most of the force was absorbed by the crystal. The rest, Su Chen's strong body, blocked. After blocking this attack, he did not give the giant python another chance. With his agility, he quickly rushed to the python's side. Hiss! The python's massive body twisted violently, entangling Su Chen, but little did he know, Su Chen had deliberately let it entangle him. Feeling the pressure from all sides, Su Chen imitated Jiang Hao and plunged the exotic crystal dagger into the python's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The python's cries became short and shrill. After suffering the same wound twice in a row, the pain had driven it a little crazy. It opened its maw and spewed a stream of dark blue venom at Su Chen. Since the two were so close, Su Chen was sprayed all over. The python was delighted, thinking it had poisoned Su Chen to death. However, Su Chen acted as if nothing had happened and instead used his supernatural powers. Absolute Zero. A chill instantly enveloped Su Chen. The giant python's body also slowed considerably. Su Chen seized this opportunity to free himself from its grip and thrust a powerful blow at its head. But the giant python was having none of it, and quickly slid to the side, attempting to avoid Su Chen's attack. Paralyzing lightning. A bolt of lightning shot forth from Su Chen's hand, striking the giant python's massive body. The giant python's body was too strong, and the paralyzing lightning, capable of holding the fur monster in place, held it for less than 3 seconds before losing its effect. But in a duel between masters, 3 seconds is more than enough. Su Chen seized this opportunity to rush close to the giant python. With unwavering courage, the exotic crystal dagger in his hand pierced the giant python's head. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The giant python twisted its body desperately, as if mad. Su Chen was caught off guard, and was also struck by it, sending him flying. Meow! Seeing his master injured, Ming-Chi, enraged, leaped at the giant python. Its massive claws clamped down on the python's head. Then a fierce struggle ensued. The poor python, struck repeatedly, was already weakened. Under Ming-Chi's reckless attacks, it couldn't withstand long before succumbing to its suffocating attack. Meow! Seeing the giant python stilled, Ming-Chi purred contentedly. It took small steps to Su Chen's side. Meow, meow, meow. As if asking, how are you? I'm fine. Su Chen smiled, and touched Ming-Chi's head. The giant python's blow was relatively manageable for him. Besides, he had a natural healing ability, and had long since recovered. As for the poison, that was even less of a concern. After all, Su Chen possessed toxin resistance. During the entire battle, the greatest damage the python inflicted on Su Chen was the stench of its venom. That smell was incredibly sour and refreshing. Su Chen made up his mind to take a good bath later. Chapter 472. Su Chen quickly walked over to the giant python's corpse. He saw that its hide had been ripped to shreds by Ming-Chi. Its internal organs were exposed. However, this made things easier for Su Chen. He casually picked up a piece of bone from somewhere, and, after rummaging through it for a while, found the giant python's energy core. Meow, meow, meow. Ming-Chi leaned over, blinking her bright eyes, as she looked at Su Chen longingly. Just bear with it. Su Chen spread his hands. With more and more evolvers and psychics reaching advanced stages, he urgently needed energy to increase his own strength. How else could he face all the enemies? Meow, meow, meow! Ming-Chi cried out with a hint of resentment. Su Chen ignored her, and grasped the giant python's energy core. Ding! Successfully absorbing the energy crystal core, gaining 1234 energy points. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a deep red organ within the giant python. Snake gall? Generally speaking, snake gall can be used as medicine and has excellent therapeutic effects. Such a large snake gall might even improve his own strength. Thinking so, Su Chen removed the snake gall as well. But he didn't take it hastily. After all, it could easily harbor parasites. While he wasn't afraid of snake venom, parasites were still somewhat disgusting. After packing up everything, Su Chen called out to Ming Chi, let's go! The man and the cat left the giant python's lair and followed the mountain wall back into the valley. Su Chen didn't rush to find Jiang Hao and his group, but instead took off his coat. He jumped right into the stream and took a refreshing bath. Seeing this, Ming Chi, who was standing nearby, also jumped in and started playing in the water with Su Chen. After showering and changing into clean clothes, Su Chen felt refreshed. Without hesitation, he called Ming Chi and chased after Jiang Hao and the others. Jiang Hao and the others were completely unaware. The giant python they had injured had its peaches picked by Su Chen. After walking for over half an hour, the stream suddenly disappeared, replaced by a small, deep green lake. By the lake's edge grew countless rare and exotic plants. Jiang Hao and the others were pleasantly surprised to discover that among the plants were energy fruits. Several bright red energy fruits grew on silver vines. Daiini's eyes instantly grew greedy. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the energy fruits. Wait! Jiang Hao stepped in front of Daiini. Captain Jiang, what do you mean? Daiini's face darkened, ready to strike. Have you forgotten about the purple rose? Jiang Hao said calmly, if you want to die, I won't stop you. Daiini was slightly taken aback before realizing it. So Jiang Hao wasn't trying to stop him. After all, there were many other plants growing near the energy fruit. Who knew? Where else might there be plants similar to the purple rose? He smiled sheepishly. Captain Jiang, what do you think we should do? We each send one person to pick the energy fruit, and then split it equally. What do you think? Jiang Hao suggested. Okay. Daiyin nodded. Although they were so far away, it was hard to tell exactly how many there were. But a rough estimate suggested each side would get at least 2, so Daiyin looked at his men behind him. Who wants to go? You can get an energy fruit. Hearing this, everyone's eyes instantly became enthusiastic. I want to go. Forget it, brother. You're a psychic, you can't control yourself. Leader, let me go. I'm an intermediate evolver, able to withstand all kinds of poisons. You too, step back a little. After Jiang Hao's introduction, everyone understood how precious the energy fruits were. One could instantly boost an ordinary evolver to the intermediate level. If an intermediate evolver ate one, they might even reach the advanced level. Faced with the overwhelming temptation, the intermediate evolvers were quite excited. Even several advanced evolvers and psychics looked hesitant. Although they were already at an advanced level, no one would begrudge more energy or a higher level. One energy fruit might not advance them. But what about 2 or 3? Watching the scramble for the first place, Daiini paused for a moment before selecting one of the evolvers. Jiang Hao used the same method, selecting those from the new world to harvest the energy fruits. As for the Iron Legion, Jiang Hao assigned Lu Xiaohang. That's it. After making their preparations, the 3 of them approached cautiously. Lu Xiaohang, a high-level evolver, walked at the front of the group. They skirted the deep green pool and soon arrived near the energy fruit. Looking around, amidst a sea of colorful plants, 7 or 8 red energy fruits stood out. Just as they were about to pick them, Jiang Hao and the others suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Lu Xiaohang and the other 2 were startled and instinctively turned around. The previously calm pond was now bubbling. A moment later, it seemed to be boiling. With a flood of bubbles rising to the surface, a massive body emerged from the water. It was a deep blue, with a fishtail-like lower body. Its upper body was naked, its muscles bulging. Those pointy-headed bodybuilders looked like rookies standing before it. Its back was covered in even darker blue scales. And in its hand, it held a silver-white trident. A strange crystal? Everyone's pupils shrank slightly. The opponent's overall appearance bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Murloc. XSD 35443. The Murloc pointed its trident at Lu Xiaohang and the other 2, mumbling a flurry of words. The 3 of them were filled with questions. Lu Xiaohang subconsciously glanced at Jiang Hao, who was not far away. Jiang Hao was also a little bewildered. But he could guess that the opponent was trying to stop Lu Xiaohang and the others from harvesting the energy fruit. That wouldn't do. The energy fruit was extremely important to them. Looking at the exotic crystal weapon in the Murloc's hand, Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly grew jealous. If we could get this thing, not to mention crafting weapons, even a set of armor wouldn't be out of the question. This guy might look mighty, but with so many of us on our side, taking him down shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao whispered, Captain Dai Archon, do you want to find a way to take him down? Let's split the exotic crystal he has. Even without Jiang Hao saying anything, Daini and Jiang Hao had already harbored ill intentions towards Yuren. Chapter 473. Everyone had witnessed the power of the alien crystals before. Bullets, guns, and even supernatural powers couldn't harm the giant python. But it was precisely the weapons forged from the alien crystals that could pierce the giant python's skin. Daini and Jiang Hao both realized that in a battle between evolvers, whoever possessed the alien crystals would have a huge advantage. Okay, kill him. The three exchanged glances and gave a unified command. With their command, the Team Supernaturals launched an attack on the Murloc. Dimensional blades, fireballs, wind blades, ice blades, a variety of supernatural powers was towards the Murloc. Hearing movement behind him, the Murloc turned. Seeing the dazzling supernatural powers, it grinned. There was a hint of mockery in its smile. It extended its trident and slammed it heavily on the water. A transparent curtain of water flew up, blocking its path. Most of the supernatural powers that struck it dissipated into nothingness. Only the dimensional blade passed through with ease. The Murloc was startled, but remained calm. He raised the trident in his hand again and struck the dimensional blade. The indestructible dimensional blade was shattered by the trident. This scene truly astonished all the humans present. Weapons crafted from the supernatural crystal could be so powerful. While Jiang Hao and the others were distracting the Murloc, Lu Xiaohang and the other two, who were behind him, took the opportunity to rush towards the energy fruit. Unfortunately, the Murloc's senses seemed extremely sharp. It turned its head and slapped the water again with its trident. Several water arrows flew out of thin air, whistling towards Lu Xiaohang and the other two. Dodge! Hearing the movement behind him, Lu Xiaohang shouted and rolled to the side. The other two followed suit. They narrowly avoided the water arrows. Several water arrows accurately struck a large tree in front of them, piercing through the barrel-thick trunk. Lu Xiaohang and the other two were startled, but fortunately they dodged in time. Otherwise, they would have been pierced to the bone. The Murloc raised its trident high, twisting its lower body and gliding towards Lu Xiaohang and the other two. Jiang Hao frowned and said, You two, shall we go together? Of course. Daini and Jiang Hao nodded, calling their men to rescue Lu Xiaohang and the others. Soon they reached the edge of the pool and joined Lu Xiaohang and the other two. With their superior numbers, they surrounded the Murloc. Looking at the human before him, the Murloc showed no fear. Instead, he grinned once more. His smile was still full of mockery. He's a show-off. With so many of us, let's team up and kill him, Daini said fiercely. But before he could act, the pool, which had just calmed down, began to boil again. Gulp gurgle. In a matter of moments, 7 or 8 more Murlocs emerged from the water and climbed onto the shore. They looked not much different from the first Murloc. They were all tall and held a trident. Gulp. Everyone stood there in a daze, as if petrified. Subconsciously, they all swallowed. Wow. One Murloc would have been enough to give them a hard time, and so many showed up at once. What the hell? Run! Without hesitation, Jiang Hao turned and ran out of the valley. The others, waking up from their dreams, followed him. But the Murlocs seemed to have anticipated the humans' actions. The tridents in their hands slammed against the water. A thick column of water shot straight out of the water, forming a wall of water, blocking their path. Damn! Everyone was horrified. When they turned around, the Murlocs were already charging at them, brandishing their tridents. They had no choice but to dodge while engaging in battle with the Murlocs. As the humans and Murlocs engaged in a fierce battle, Su Chen, hiding in the shadows, observed the situation. He, too, was startled by the sudden appearance of the Murlocs. As the battle raged, Su Chen launched a scanning probe at the Murlocs. Deep-sea Murlocs? Murlocs that live in deep water, possessing powerful physiques and mastering various water-based abilities. Combat power rating, G-. Su Chen gasped. Mastering various water-based abilities, their combat power rating has reached G. Such a powerful creature, I'm afraid I'm no match for it. Even on the other side, Jiang Hao and the others were being pursued by several Murlocs, and several had already suffered casualties. Hearing their screams, Su Chen came to his senses and looked at the energy fruit. He calculated that the Murlocs had been lured away from the pool by Jiang Hao and the others. He could definitely take advantage of this opportunity to steal the energy fruit. Thinking of this, Su Chen no longer hesitated. Ming-Chi, let's go! Ming-Chi led Su Chen out like a whirlwind. At first, the humans and merfolk present didn't notice them. It wasn't until Su Chen approached the pool that a merfolk noticed something was amiss. A merfolk shouted. The other merfolk stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes towards Su Chen. Jiang Hao and the others took this opportunity to catch their breath. They also noticed Su Chen's sudden appearance. Why is this here? Seeing Su Chen approach the energy fruit, the merfolk became increasingly anxious. Water guns, water arrows, water bombs, all sorts of water-based abilities lashed out at Su Chen frantically. Su Chen didn't dare look back. As he approached the energy fruit, he grabbed a handful. He didn't bother to count them all. He rode Ming-Chi and rushed deeper into the valley. At the same time, Jiang Hao and the others realized they couldn't return the same way, so why not follow Su Chen and continue deeper into the valley? So they followed closely behind Su Chen, running into the valley. A Murloc leader roared, taking the lead in pursuit of the human. The other Murlocs followed it, and so Su Chen fled in front, followed by Jiang Hao and the others. In the back, chasing them, were the Murlocs. Soon, the valley narrowed on both sides, and the mountain ahead closed in, leaving only a dark cave entrance. Su Chen told Ming-Chi to stop, not intending to enter. He glanced at the energy fruit in his hand. He had just picked 4. He was already quite satisfied with that. Just then, a flurry of footsteps suddenly rang out from behind Su Chen. It was Jiang Hao and the others following him. Su Chen, you bastard! Jiang Hao and the others looked at Su Chen, gritting their teeth in hatred. They had fought tooth and nail, but hadn't managed to collect a single energy fruit. Su Chen stole a handful of energy fruits and ran away while they were fighting with the fishmen. Chapter 474. He deserves to die. He truly deserves to die. Under the furious stares of Jiang Hao and the others, Su Chen, far from fearful, took out an energy fruit. He tossed it up and down in his hands, full of provocation. Excuse me. I just love it when you can't stand me, but can't do anything about me. Seeing him like this, Jiang Hao was instantly furious. Captain Dai, let's kill him and take the energy fruit. Oh yes, kill him. Daini and Jiang Hao also realized what was happening and nodded repeatedly. Now Su Chen was alone, accompanied only by a cat. Although he was powerful, 2 fists were no match for 4, and a mighty warrior could not stand up to a large crowd. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without hesitation, everyone attacked Su Chen. Several psychics summoned fireballs, wind blades, and other supernatural powers, flying towards him. Several other evolvers also scattered and rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen, however, remained calm, first summoning an ice wall to block all the enemy's superpowers. Ming-Chi, charge! After receiving the order, Ming-Chi roared and rushed out. Facing the aggressive Ming-Chi, although Daini, Lu Xiaohang, and the others were all high-level evolvers, they didn't dare engage head-on and dodged to the side. This, however, was a difficult situation for the superpowers behind them. How could they, with their thin arms and legs, dare to face a ferocious cat like Ming-Chi? They also dodged to the sides. Thankfully, Ming-Chi's target wasn't them, but Tong Fei, who was tied up in the crowd. Reaching Tong Fei's side, it snatched her up and retreated towards Su Chen. Jiang Hao finally woke up, shouting, "Stop it!" But it was too late. Ming-Chi had come and gone like the wind, returning to Su Chen's side. Jiang Hao stamped his feet in anger. Su Chen's original intention wasn't to fight the three-way coalition, but to rescue Tong Fei. Now that his goal had been achieved, he naturally chose to retreat. However, Daini and his men had already surrounded him, Ming-Chi, and Tong Fei. Su Chen, today is your death. Daini and his men's eyes flashed with greed and excitement. They knew Su Chen's strength well. If they could kill him and obtain his energy crystal, advancing to the next level wouldn't be impossible. There are many who want to kill me, but it can't be you. Su Chen sneered, and just as he was about to break free, a series of gibberish came from the distance. Everyone present was startled and looked up. It turned out to be the group of Murlocs, already catching up from behind. The expressions of the three coalition forces changed at this sight. The psychics in the rear, not even bothering to greet Su Chen, hurriedly used their powers to fend off the Murlocs. Zhang Boss Hin. Yang Yusen. Kill Su Chen first. Jiang Hao, enduring his still unhealed injuries, shouted as he dodged the Murlocs' attacks. Zhang Boss Hin and Yang Yusen hesitated for a moment, then fixed their gaze on Su Chen. Daini and the others knew they couldn't confront Su Chen head-on. So, they simply surrounded Su Chen and didn't rush forward, waiting for the psychic's cooperation. Holy light slash! Zhang Bosshin shouted, mobilizing all his mental strength. A golden glow condensed in midair, transforming into a shimmering golden slash. Then, with lightning speed, it tore through space and descended towards Su Chen. The heavy pressure it carried was so intense that even Dain and the others beside him found it difficult to breathe. This was Zhang Bosshin's ultimate killer move. After using it, his face paled considerably, but a hint of smugness played at the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, Su Chen was absolutely doomed. Watching the falling holy light slash, Su Chen's expression changed slightly. This move was quite powerful, but he was no clay. Su Chen's gaze was resolute, staring intently at the holy light slash. Electric eyes, two beams of light, composed of golden lightning, shot out with all their might. They collided fiercely with the holy light slash, erupting with a resounding roar. Golden sparks of lightning burst forth in the air. Such a commotion drew even the nearby fishmen's attention. The decisive factor between psychics was their mental power. Those with high mental power not only wielded more powerful powers, but could also use them multiple times. Zhang Bosshin's strength was clearly inferior to Su Chen's. After a few seconds of collision, the holy light slash vanished into tiny particles of light and dissipated into nothingness. Su Chen also retracted his electric eyes. Although his mental power was already formidable, the drain on his electric eyes was still a bit too much for him. Seeing his holy light slash so easily negated by Su Chen, Zhang Bosshin's eyes widened, his face paling even further. "I do it!" Yang Yusen stepped forward, mobilizing his mental power. A moment later, a cloud of black air erupted from his palm, enveloping the surrounding area of 2 or 3 square meters. Venom attack. As a poison-type psychic, he could condense venom into a poisonous mist, enveloping his enemies. Even advanced evolvers would be unable to withstand his venom. The mist quickly flew towards Su Chen. Dain and the others around him retreated. Faced with the incoming poisonous mist, Su Chen laughed heartily and advanced instead. As Dain and the others watched in amazement, he was gradually enveloped by the mist. After a moment, Yang Yusen, estimating that the mist was sufficient, removed it. As the mist gradually dissipated, the three-party coalition forces were once again stunned. Su Chen stood there perfectly still, his expression seemingly normal. How could this be possible? Yang Yusen's mouth dropped open, his eyes filled with disbelief. "With your venom, I'm afraid it wouldn't even rival that of a giant python." Su Chen sneered. Seeing Daini and the others clearing space for him, he immediately turned and rushed into the cave. Even before the fight, Meng Qi had already entered the valley with Tong Fei. Daini regained consciousness and was about to give chase, but then remembered that his companions behind him were still fighting the Murlocs. "Ah!" A scream rang out. Everyone looked over. They saw Chen Yudao, a high-level ice-type esper, whose mental energy was exhausted and whose dodged in time, had been pierced through the chest by a Murloc's trident. Old Chen. Zhang Hao's eyes nearly erupted with fire. For any of the 3 coalition forces, losing a high-level combatant was an unacceptable loss. "Captain Jiang, retreat!" Daini roared. Even if they weren't chasing Su Chen, they had to enter the cave to avoid the Murlocs. All right. Just as Jiang Hao and the others were about to leave the battle, a sudden, intense thrashing sound emanated from the cave. Chapter 475. Before the humans and Murlocs could react, a swarm of bats flapped their wings and flew out of the cave. They were extremely hideous, their bodies a deep crimson. Their eyes, in particular, were a blood red. Seeing these bats, the Murlocs seemed to have witnessed something terrifying. They stopped fighting the 3-way coalition, turned their heads, and ran back in the direction they had come. Daini and the others couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could the Murlocs, so powerful as they are, be afraid of bats? A moment later, their confusion was resolved. A sturdy Murloc was surrounded by bats. Though he flapped his wings desperately, and summoned his supernatural powers to protect himself, it seemed to be of little use against the bat's onslaught. A moment later, the Murloc collapsed to the ground. His massive body had become incredibly shrunken. At the same time, several other intermediate evolvers were also surrounded by the swarm of bats, and similarly drained of their blood. These are vampire bats. Jiang Hao's face trembled. Daini and the others then remembered that Jiang Hao had previously introduced them to them. "Gather around me." Zhang Bosshin braced himself and shouted. His right hand was enveloped in a golden glow. When he raised his hand, light emanated from it. Oddly enough, The bat seemed extremely afraid of the light Zhang Boss Hen emitted, flying around him. Seeing this, everyone rejoiced and quickly gathered around him. Among the humans was Zhang Boss Hen, but the Murlocs weren't so lucky. 3 more Murlocs fell to the vampire bats. Fortunately, the vampire bat attack didn't last long. They quickly flew back into the cave. Only then did Zhang Boss Hen dissipate the light from his hand. But by then, his face was as pale as paper. If it weren't for Yang Yusin supporting him, Zhang Boss Hen would have collapsed to the ground. After ensuring that the Murlocs and vampire bats had dispersed, Jiang Hao and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the Murloc corpses on the ground, Jiang Hao felt a surge of joy and hurried forward. He easily cut open the corpses with his dagger. He wasn't disappointed. Energy cores were found in all 4 Murloc corpses. Looking at these energy cores, Jiang Hao's breathing became heavy. The Murloc's power was undeniable. If I could absorb one, I might even be able to advance to the next stage. Captain, look. At that moment, the subordinate responsible for collecting energy crystals from human corpses suddenly shouted. Jiang Hao stood up and walked over. In the bushes ahead, 2 Murlocs lay dying. 2 more energy crystal cores? Jiang Hao almost laughed out loud. He held up the energy crystal cores and cautiously approached the Murlocs. Poor Murlocs, they were already incredibly weak after being attacked by vampire bats. Looking at Jiang Hao approaching, they were completely helpless. Just as Jiang Hao was about to finish them off, Daini hurried over. Captain Jiang. Please stop. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Jiang Hao frowned and looked at Daini. Can you leave these 2 Murlocs to me? Daini asked tentatively. Leave it to you? Kill them and split the cores among us. Wouldn't it be better? Jiang Hao asked doubtfully. No, we need these 2 Murlocs alive. Daini stammered. In exchange, you can take 3 of the Murloc's energy cores. We give up the rest. Hearing his words, Jiang Hao grew even more perplexed. For the Iron Legion, this deal was certainly a great deal. But what exactly did Daini want? Jiang Hao pondered for a moment, then said slowly, It's not impossible, but you have to tell me what you want. Daini's expression shifted, and after a moment, he smiled. Since you asked, I tell you the truth. Pan Hong, come here. Pan Hong, a high-level psychic from the Salvation Army, slowly approached. Jiang Hao's curiosity grew. He knew Pan Hong's strength, but he didn't know what kind of psychic Pan Hong was. Since entering the secret realm, I haven't seen Pan Hong in action. To be honest, Pan Hong is a summoner, Daini explained. Summoner? Jiang Hao was stunned. Yes, you can think of it like a hunter or summoner in online games, Daini explained. He can subdue zombies and monsters and use them for his own purposes. Is it so amazing? Jiang Hao had never heard of this before and looked at Pan Hong with interest. Although it's amazing, it's pretty useless, Daini said with a wry smile. Pan Hong can subdue zombies and monsters, but the problem is, he doesn't have much combat power. The best way to subdue a summoned creature is to resonate with it through mental power. But zombies and monsters won't just stand there, waiting for Pan Hong to resonate. So Pan Hong must rely on others to suppress the summoned creatures in order to resonate with them and subdue them. But a new problem arises. Why don't the evolvers just kill the targets and obtain the energy crystals, but instead help you? Thus, Pan Hong's position within the Savior Army was initially quite awkward. Thankfully, Daini didn't despise him and helped him subdue several low-level zombies. Relying on his summons, Pan Hong hunted other zombies and miraculously advanced to a high-level level. Unfortunately, at one point, the Savior Army erupted in internal strife. Pan Hong's summoned creatures were completely wiped out by the other survivors, leaving him without any fighting power. This time, Daini took Pan Hong with him on this exploration of the secret realm, hoping to see if he could help him obtain a few more summons. Is that so? Jiang Hao rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. It wasn't that he was being charitable, of course, he simply felt that if he didn't agree to Daini's request, a falling out would likely ensue. The situation was currently that, after the fierce battles just now, the psychics on both sides were essentially exhausted. He himself had been injured. If a real fight broke out, it would be disastrous. Daini was delighted and immediately called out to his other men. They all advanced and firmly restrained the 2 Murlocs. Pan Hong slowly stepped forward, placing both hands on the Murlocs' foreheads. He closed his eyes and channeled his mental power. Where his palms touched the Murlocs, silver rays of light emanated. The 2 Murlocs' eyes initially held a hint of resistance, but after a few minutes, that resistance vanished without a trace. Their gazes softened, and there was a hint of submission in the way they looked at Pan Hong. Chapter 476. All right. Pan Hong nodded at Diane. As Diane released his grip, Pan Hong commanded, "Get up." The two Murlocs immediately stood up. "Suck, suck, suck." Pan Hong beckoned the Murlocs. The two Murlocs obediently walked over to Pan Hong. "Sit down." "Stand up." No matter what Pan Hong ordered, the two Murlocs obeyed. Seeing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but be a little surprised. What was this guy doing before the apocalypse? Diane shrugged. "I heard he was a dog trainer, and a minor internet celebrity." "I see. No wonder he's so skilled." Jiang Hao suddenly understood. "By the way, what do you think of the strength of these two Murlocs?" Jiang Hao asked, rubbing his chin. This question stumped Jiang Hao and Diane. Not to mention the Murloc's mastery of water-based abilities. Their strength alone far surpasses that of high-level evolvers. Among the survivors, there are only 4 levels of evolution: normal, elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Above that, there are no other levels. Why not just call them super? It's simpler and more straightforward, Jiang Hao suggested. The Iron Legion had long discussed the designation after high-level evolvers. "Okay, let's do it, Captain Jiang." Jiang Hao nodded, unobjectionable. After all, it's just a title. Currently, there aren't any super evolvers or psychics in the 3-party coalition. And Pan Hong, with his 2 Murlocs, is undoubtedly the most powerful psychic. Not only was Diane extremely polite to him, but even Jiang Hao's attitude softened. After all, no one wanted to offend a superpowered being with 2 super Murlocs. "Captain Jiang, what about those alien crystal weapons?" Diane pointed at the scattered tridents on the ground, his eyes blazing. The tridents were enormous. If transformed into human weapons, one could forge enough weapons for 10 evolvers. That's 6 in total. "How about we each have 2? Jiang Hao suggested. Although Zhao Yang had hinted before coming in that, if possible, he would seize the benefits, even if it meant turning against the New World and the Salvation Army. The 3 coalition forces had suffered heavy losses after the recent battle. Jiang Hao had suffered significant injuries, and Pan Hong had 2 more super Murlocs. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to live in peace with Diane and Jiang Hao. "Okay, no problem." Diane and Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. After dividing the spoils, Jiang Hao looked at the nearby cave and asked worriedly, "Why don't we evacuate the secret realm immediately?" "Why?" Diane was stunned. In the next few days, the effects of the blood moon will become increasingly severe. Not only will monsters go berserk in broad daylight, but even humans will be affected by the blood moon. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, both of their expressions changed. That Jiang Hao hadn't even told them the truth. However, considering they've been here for 2 days, they already acquired a considerable amount of energy cores. And their losses were truly significant. For example, today, among the 21 people who set out, 1 high-level psychic, Qin Yudao, died. The other mid-level members were also killed or wounded, leaving only 1 evolver. Such a tragic outcome. Most regrettably, Qin Yudao's energy crystal was taken by the fishmen. If they stayed any longer, if the blood moon worsened, their losses would likely be even greater. And you have to think about it. With Tong Fei as an undercover agent, how could Su Chen come to the secret realm alone? Jiang Hao reminded them again. Everyone now understood that the person Tong Fei had been secretly contacting must be Su Chen. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't have saved her. Then the question arose. If that were the case, how could Su Chen come alone? The main force of the Tiger Gang might have also entered the secret realm. It's just that for some unknown reason, they didn't join Su Chen. If that were the case, it would be troublesome. After all, the 3-party coalition had suffered heavy losses. At this juncture, a battle with Su Chen would be a sure defeat. It's even possible that the entire army would be annihilated here. The wisest move would be to exit the secret realm before Su Chen joined up with the Tiger Gang's forces. Thinking of this, Diane and Jiang Hao agreed to Jiang Hao's proposal. Without further hesitation, they quickly packed up and led the main force back in the direction they had come from. On the other side, after entering the cave, Su Chen reunited with Tong Fei and Meng Qi. However, before they had gone far, Su Chen noticed a dense cluster of bright spots on the radar. While he had no idea what the creatures were, he knew that with so many monsters attacking, he was afraid he wouldn't survive. Su Chen acted decisively, following the radar's instructions and entering a side passage. A moment later, countless vampire bats flapped their wings and flew past him. Seeing such a large number of vampire bats, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had found a hiding place in time. Just then, a dozen vampire bats seemed to have spotted Su Chen and his companions in the side passage. They immediately flapped their wings, flew into the side passage, and attacked Su Chen and his companions. Su Chen's face darkened, and he activated his mental power. Thunder Shield. Several bolts of lightning appeared from behind Su Chen. They surrounded him, forming a protective shield of interwoven electrical currents. This was the new skill Su Chen had recently developed, using lightning to interweave and surround him, forming a shield to protect himself. When the vampire bats touched the lightning shield, they were instantly paralyzed by the electric shock and fell to the ground. The following vampire bats, after seeing their companion's fate, seemed to sense something was amiss. They dared not continue to siege Su Chen and flew away from the side road. Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the vampire bats on the ground. Scan. Vampire bats. Bat creatures that live in caves and feed on the blood of living creatures. Advantages. They are extremely fast and travel in large groups. Disadvantages. They are afraid of light-based abilities. Combat rating, F+. Although vampire bats aren't particularly powerful, they swarm in large numbers, often numbering in the thousands. Without someone as powerful as Su Chen, they would be impossible to resist. Without hesitation, Su Chen, armed with his exotic crystal dagger, dispatched the 4 or 5 vampire bats on the ground and extracted their energy cores. Compared to those of fur monsters and dragon lizards, vampire bat energy cores were significantly smaller. Su Chen absorbed one, which only gave him a little over 100 energy points. He shrugged and gave the remaining few to Meng Qi. Meng Qi wagged her tail with delight, her large tongue licking Su Chen's face. Woo woo woo. Chapter 477. Just then, a muffled groan suddenly emanated from the side. Su Chen then remembered that Tong Fei was still nearby. He turned his head, his eyes suddenly brightening. Although Tong Fei was still a virgin, she was naturally fond of beauty, and always dressed very sexy. This trip to the secret realm was no exception. She was wearing a gray uniform. The top was an unbuttoned gray jacket, and underneath was a white vest. But the bulging breasts of her breasts nearly stretched the vest to the point of bursting. The bottom half was a gray short skirt, and her slender legs were wrapped in black stockings. Underneath them were a pair of high-soled military boots. Most alluringly, Tong Fei was now bound with ropes, with a rag stuffed in her mouth. One wonders what the origins of Lu Xiaohang, the man who bound Tong Fei, were. The way he tied the knots was quite similar to those of a certain country. The bound Tong Fei exuded a startling allure. Coupled with her charming face, she was truly captivating. Woo woo woo! Tong Fei struggled, glaring at Su Chen. So she was saying, "Why don't you untie me now?" But as her body swayed, her towering breasts swayed even more breathtakingly. Thankfully, Su Chen possessed remarkable composure. He slowly stepped forward, removed the rag from Tong Fei's mouth, and untied her as well. "Why are you so slow? I'm almost being strangled." Tong Fei rubbed her wrist and complained softly. "It's already a blessing to be able to rescue you. Don't you see the risk I took?" Su Chen chuckled. Thinking of how Su Chen had just rescued her from the siege of several men from the three-party coalition, Tong Fei's expression softened considerably. "Boss Su, thank you. You're welcome. This is our deal." For so long, Tong Fei had been secretly passing on information. If it weren't for her, the Tiger Gang would have been defeated during the first attack by the three-way coalition. How could Su Chen have possibly entered the secret realm? "Then what are you going to do next?" Su Chen asked. "Boss Su, what do you think I'm going through all this trouble for?" Tong Fei's red lips curled slightly, her charming peach blossom eyes fixed on Su Chen. "Is it because I'm handsome?" Su Chen asked with a smile. "That's just one reason." Tong Fei's breath was as sweet as orchids. She leaned in close to Su Chen and said with a sweet smile, "The main thing is, I want to join the Tiger Gang." Being handsome did have its advantages. For example, Zhao Yang was drooling over Tong Fei. It was just a pity that he was too ugly, old, and greasy. To avoid being taken advantage of, Tong Fei had no choice but to betray the Iron Legion. On the other hand, Su Chen was a handsome young man with considerable strength. Tong Fei approached him to show her affection. "No problem." Su Chen nodded. "I'm not simply asking for membership in the Tiger Gang, but for a certain level of status," Tong Fei said sternly. If she couldn't guarantee that status, then there was no point in joining the Tiger Gang. "Absolutely no problem." Su Chen readily agreed. Tong Fei's contributions were worthy of the position she requested. "But if you want to go further, it depends on your performance." Su Chen smiled meaningfully. His true intention was to say that Tong Fei must continuously improve her skills, and contribute to the gang in order to raise her status. But Tong Fei misunderstood his meaning. Her eyes flickered, and she said coquettishly, "Don't worry, Boss Su. I will definitely work hard to improve." She emphasized the words "work hard to improve." Su Chen paused for a moment, then understood what she meant. But he didn't try to explain. No initiative. No rejection. No responsibility. These were his 3 no's. If Tong Fei approached him, he wouldn't mind forming a long-term strategic partnership. "Boss Su, what should we do next?" Tong Fei stretched, stretching her body. Her graceful curves swayed before Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen, a man of much experience, was naturally unimpressed. His attention was focused on the cave. As they talked, the vampire bats had returned from outside. He wondered what the situation was like with the 3-party coalition and the Murlocs outside. Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to continue walking into the cave. If the 3-party coalition and the Murlocs are still outside, that would be troublesome. Continue inside the cave. With the radar system, we shouldn't encounter any danger. And Jiang Hao had said so. The valley contains not only energy fruits, but also exotic crystals. He had already obtained several energy fruits, but no exotic crystals. Su Chen had no intention of withdrawing just like that. Though Tong Fei was somewhat worried, with her strength, she simply couldn't survive alone in the secret realm. Not to mention the monsters, if she encountered the 3-party coalition, Jiang Hao and the others would definitely not let her off easily. So, she could only nod helplessly and agree. That was it. Su Chen, Tong Fei, and Ming Qi waited a while longer. Only after the cave was silent and Jiang Hao and the others hadn't entered did they head inside. Unlike the previous cave, this one was filled with stalactites. The ground was littered with bad droppings, and the air was quite foul. After walking for a while, Tong Fei's combat boots were stained with feces. She pinched her nose in disgust. "Boss Su, can we not go in? If not, go out and look for Jiang Hao and the others?" Su Chen asked with a smile. Tong Fei was speechless. Su Chen knew that such an environment would be too much for the girl. So he took out a gas mask and tossed it to Tong Fei. "Hold on for a while." "Okay." Tong Fei nodded helplessly. After walking for a while, the surroundings had become utterly dark, and nothing could be seen clearly. They could only rely on Su Chen's flashlight to provide a faint light. In such an environment, even though Tong Fei was an intermediate evolver, she couldn't help but feel a little frightened. She subconsciously followed Su Chen closely, even grabbing the corner of his clothes. Just then, Su Chen suddenly stopped. Caught off guard, Tong Fei bumped into Su Chen's back. Feeling the soft touch of his back, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but sigh. "She's a woman with big breasts." "What's going on, Boss Su?" Tong Fei whispered. "There's a strange crystal up ahead." Tong Fei poked her head out and saw, where Su Chen's flashlight was shining, large patches of silvery white, transparent or growing in the crevices of the cave. If it wasn't the strange crystal Jiang Hao had mentioned, then what was it? A rough estimate showed that if it were the trident in the fishman's hand, she'd have enough to craft at least 4 or 5 more. This was going to be rich. Tong Fei was also a little excited. Chapter 478. The importance of these exotic crystals goes without saying. With so many of these, how many weapons and armor could be crafted? Excited, Tong Fei couldn't help but walk over to examine them closely. But as soon as she took a step, Su Chen grabbed her. "Boss Su, no." "Sorry." Tong Fei came to her senses, and quickly apologized to Su Chen. She knew full well that these exotic crystals were already Su Chen's property. If she rashly approached, she might provoke Su Chen's displeasure. "Shoo!" Su Chen gestured to her to silence her, then pointed upwards. Tong Fei was startled for a moment, then raised her head and looked upward. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. On the stalactites above the cave, countless vampire bats hung upside down, apparently resting. Sensing the presence of other creatures, many of the vampire bats flapped their wings and flew back and forth in the cave. Su Chen quietly turned off the flashlight and retrieved 2 night vision goggles from the storage space. After the two put them on, they discovered. Before them lay a vast space. In the corners lay a large number of exotic crystals. But at the top of the space, there were also a large number of vampire bats. At a glance, the space seemed to have no end. Su Chen pointed in the direction they had come from, signaling Tong Fei to follow him out of there. The two of them, accompanied by Ming Qi, cautiously walked back and quickly retreated. "Boss Su, that should be the vampire bat's nest. If we want to take the exotic crystals, we have to find a way." Forget Su Chen, even Tong Fei wouldn't be willing to leave empty-handed, Su Chen didn't respond, instead stroking his chin in thought. As the saying goes, as long as your thinking doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Vampire bats are just beasts, not particularly powerful. The only problem is their sheer numbers. No matter how skilled Su Chen is at fighting, he probably wouldn't be able to hold out for long against so many vampire bats. So, how could he solve the problem? As Su Chen pondered, Tong Fei, standing nearby, felt a bit bored. She didn't dare disturb him, but wearing the gas mask for so long was really suffocating. So she took it off and breathed deeply. Little did she know, this action gave Su Chen a clue. His eyes lit up. I got it! What do you mean? Tong Fei asked, puzzled. I have an idea for dealing with the vampire bats. Su Chen laughed heartily, caressing Tong Fei's face. Thank you so much. Tong Fei couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Chen's teasing. Yet, even this gesture still made her appear charming. Su Chen no longer hesitated, and retrieved a large amount of tear gas from his storage space. This was something he had previously acquired from the arsenal of the all-seeing eye, the microscopic base. It had never been used. Thankfully, Tong Fei's gas mask had given Su Chen a reminder. Remember to protect yourself later. Su Chen then took out a set of protective clothing and various protective gear, and handed them to Tong Fei. Tong Fei also understood Su Chen's plan. As she put them on, a wave of curiosity welled up in her. Su Chen didn't even have a backpack with him. Where did he get it from? But she was a smart woman, knowing what to ask and what not to ask. Mingqi, step back a little, back to the fork in the road where we were just waiting, Su Chen whispered. Mingqi nodded obediently, then trotted away from Su Chen. Soon, the two were ready. After returning to the vast space, Su Chen began to unscrew the rings on the tear gas canisters in his hand, and tossed them deep into the cave. 1, 2, 3. Su Chen no longer remembered how many he had thrown. Although white smoke billowed from the cave, the vampire bats overhead also realized something was amiss. Squeak, squeak. Startled awake, they flapped their wings and flew back and forth like headless flies. You know, tear gas, while a non-lethal weapon, can cause intense, burning irritation. Some people with respiratory problems could even die from the tear gas. Even humans couldn't handle it, let alone these vampire bats. From time to time, vampire bats, fainted from the smoke, fell from overhead. But a large number of vampire bats still struggled to escape the cave. Su Chen and Tong Fei seized this opportunity, and quickly entered the space. This was arguably the first time Su Chen had seen exotic crystals in the wild. They resembled silvery white ore, growing in the cracks of the cave. Su Chen had originally thought they would be extremely hard and impossible to pull out. To his surprise, he simply reached out and easily plucked them from the rock. Go deal with those bats and take the energy core, Su Chen shouted. Okay. Tong Fei nodded. The white mist from the tear gas had completely enveloped the cave. Su Chen and the other man divided the work. One man collected the exotic crystals. The other man disemboweled the fallen vampire bats, and removed their energy cores. Not long after, Su Chen had stored all the exotic crystals in the cave in his storage space. Just as he was about to call Tong Fei out and leave the cave, something unexpected happened. Deep within the cave, a fierce wind suddenly blew up. Under the immense force of the wind, the white mist of tear gas in the cave was blown away. Tong Fei, come here. Su Chen, a sense of foreboding welling up in his heart, immediately called out. All right, boss Su. Tong Fei hadn't realized what was wrong. She responded, then saw two more vampire bats before her. She planned to take the energy core, and then reunite with Su Chen. But just then, a loud flapping of wings echoed overhead. Tong Fei instinctively looked up, and saw a massive black shadow charging towards her. She was instantly stunned. At this critical moment, Su Chen rushed over from a distance. He grabbed Tong Fei, and dodged the shadow's attack. Su. Boss Su, what? What is that? After being put down by Su Chen, Tong Fei regained her composure and stammered. Vampire Bat King. Su Chen's gaze fixed on the descending black shadow. He uttered 4 words. Vampire Bat King. The leader of the vampire bats, brutal by nature, excels at wind and poison abilities. Combat power rating, ? Su Chen's heart sank. Another ? Generally speaking, Su Chen's scan capabilities could detect those one level higher than his own. For example, if he has an F power, he can detect a F+ for monster. However, if the target has an E- power, he cannot detect it. Chapter 479. Ordinary vampire bats are no more than the size of an eagle. Standing before Su Chen and Tong Fei was a gigantic vampire bat. Its wings supported the ground. its body nearly 3 meters tall. Its ears stood pointed, and 2 sharp fangs were exposed. Its limbs were extremely sturdy, with extremely sharp claws. Its tail was equally thick, ending in a scorpion-like barb, but what surprised Suchin even more was this. Most of the vampire bat king's body was covered in fine silver-white scales. Only a few areas, like its chest and abdomen, were covered in black hair. The material of those scales looked remarkably similar to that of a foreign crystal. The vampire bat king seemed furious at the uninvited guests, Suchin and Tong Fei. A low, angry roar emanated from its flat mouth. Gudong. Tong Fei swallowed, a look of fear already evident on her face. Even though they hadn't clashed yet, she could already feel the heavy pressure from the vampire bat king. This was definitely not a monster she could contend with. Su. Boss Su, shall we? Let's escape. There's no retreat. You leave first. Suchin sighed and said calmly. He wasn't being charitable. He simply understood that escaping from such a powerful monster was nearly impossible. The only option now was a fight to the death. I really want to leave. Tong Fei's red lips parted, a little disbelieving. She had met many men before. But no matter how they fawned over her, the moment danger struck, their true colors would be revealed. After all, this is the apocalypse, and survival is paramount. Get out of here, you stupid woman. Suchin cursed. He could already sense the vampire bat king's murderous intent. Looking at Suchin standing before her, Tong Fei felt a warm feeling in her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she finally chose to leave. After her departure, Suchin felt a sense of relief. But the vampire bat king across from him was unwilling to let Tong Fei go. It flapped its wings, trying to fly. How could Suchin give it that chance? Paralyzing lightning. A bolt of lightning shot out from Suchin's hand. The vampire bat king immediately folded its wings. Its wings were covered in a tough membrane. The paralyzing lightning bolt landed on them, and was actually deflected. GGA. The vampire bat king cried out, as if mocking Suchin. Then, with a flap of its wings, it soared into the air. It circled and suddenly flew towards Suchin. Suchin didn't dare to be careless, and immediately used his ultimate move. He had originally intended to use the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, but that move required the lightning in the sky to be concentrated. In this confined space, it was impossible to mobilize the power of lightning. Electric eyes. 2 golden pillars sizzled towards the vampire bat king. Recognizing the power of this move, it dared not take it lightly. It flapped its wings sharply and dodged to the side. Despite the vampire bat king's enormous size, its speed was not slow at all. Suchin shifted his sights, trying to direct his electric eyes to pursue it. However, it moved so fast that Suchin could not catch up. Seeing that his mental energy was being depleted, Suchin had to stop his electric eyes. Seeing this, the vampire bat king immediately stopped fleeing. It floated in midair, facing Suchin, and flapped its wings. Then, 2 small tornadoes suddenly appeared in the cave. Driven by the vampire bat king's wings, the tornadoes rapidly approached Suchin. Suchin gritted his teeth, took a firm stance, and tried to resist the tornadoes. However, the wind was too strong. Even Suchin's strong body could not withstand it. He was lifted up by the tornado and carried into the air. The vampire bat king seized the opportunity and rushed over. Its claws grabbed Suchin and threw him to the ground. Although the damage was minor, Suchin was dizzy from the fall. Before he could recover, the vampire bat king rushed over again. Its thick tail lashed out directly at Suchin's back. Although protected by the exotic crystal, the powerful impact was like a lightning strike. His throat felt sweet, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Suchin struggled to hold himself together, avoiding collapse. The vampire bat king didn't seem to intend to kill him outright. Instead, it stopped a short distance away, watching him playfully. Suchin knew. Some animals play with their prey before eating. They only begin to feast on them after they had their fill. If he was right, that was probably what the vampire bat king was planning. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the vampire bat king. Was he going to die here? No. He hadn't lived this life to die in a cramped cave, becoming food for a bat. Stay calm, stay calm. Suchin warned himself silently. Ever since he killed the worm lizard, he understood one thing. Whether it's level or combat power, they're merely measures of strength. True victory or failure depends on combat experience and on-the-spot response. Suchin might not be a match for the worm lizard head-on. But he could win through wit, so why couldn't he use his wits to defeat this bat again? Thinking of this, Suchin's eyes grew even more determined. Come on, beast. As if sensing Suchin's growing fighting spirit, The vampire Bat King flew into a rage. This tiny creature dared to challenge me. It flapped its wings, using the same move from before. But this time, Su Chen was smarter. He immediately summoned an ice wall to block his way. Under Su Chen's control, the ice wall remained motionless, regardless of the tornado's force. Seeing this, the vampire Bat King flapped its wings and charged again. Crash! With a single impact, the ice wall shattered. But Su Chen was prepared. Absolute zero, the temperature around him plummeted, even to the point of frost and snowflakes. White mist drifted out with every breath Su Chen took. The vampire Bat King's movements also slowed. Su Chen seized this opportunity, stabbing the vampire Bat King with the alien crystal in his hand. The vampire Bat King immediately closed its wings. Although the alien crystal easily pierced the membrane, it was unable to harm it. Su Chen's heart moved, and he immediately leaped behind the vampire Bat King and stabbed again. However, sensing Su Chen's movements, the vampire Bat King flapped its wings and flew away. The alien crystal pierced the scales on its back, but was actually deflected. It seemed that even if its scales weren't alien crystals, they were definitely similar. Su Chen guessed. His series of attacks truly enraged the vampire Bat King. The vampire Bat King spun around, its wings slashing directly at Su Chen. Su Chen had no time to dodge, and was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Chapter 480. The vampire Bat King seemed to have had enough of this cat-and-mouse game. After Su Chen fell to the ground, it folded its wings and opened its mouth. A thick cloud of purple mist erupted from its mouth. A closer look revealed that this purple mist was actually composed of tiny purple insects. They condensed into large clumps, and quickly flew towards Su Chen. As Su Chen stood up, he was enveloped by the insects. His body swayed a few times before he fell heavily to the ground without a sound. Seeing this, the vampire Bat King's expression shifted slightly, as if revealing a satisfied smile. As the purple mist vanished, the vampire Bat King took a step forward and slowly walked towards Su Chen. But before it could get close to Su Chen, a slender figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Tong Fei. It turned out that she hadn't left, but had been hiding in the shadows, observing the situation. Seeing Su Chen no match for the vampire Bat King, he was knocked to the ground. She couldn't help but stand up, holding a desert eagle and aiming it at the vampire Bat King. No! Don't get close to him! Tong Fei forced herself to remain calm and scolded him tenderly. Inwardly, she was terrified. She knew full well that even Su Chen was no match for the vampire Bat King. If she intervened, she would be handing the vampire Bat King her head, but Su Chen had saved her twice. Although she was afraid of death, she still had a certain pride in her heart. She couldn't bear to watch Su Chen being killed by the vampire Bat King. The vampire Bat King looked Tong Fei over, his voice uttering a mocking tone for overestimating her own abilities. It flapped its wings violently, and the powerful wind blew Tong Fei away. Tong Fei landed heavily on the ground, and the desert eagle in her hand fell to the side. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The vampire Bat King let out a cry, as if mocking Tong Fei's presumptuousness. That's it? Then it ignored Tong Fei and continued toward Su Chen. As it approached Su Chen, the vampire Bat King opened its bloody maw. Sharp teeth bit down fiercely at Su Chen. No! Tong Fei's beautiful eyes widened. As if hearing her cry, Su Chen, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly leaped up. While dodging the vampire Bat King's attack, he thrust the sharp crystal dagger into the vampire Bat King's chest. You know, the vampire Bat King's chest was the most vulnerable part of its body, unprotected. The crystal dagger pierced its chest with ease. Su Chen pulled downwards, widening the wound. Blood gushed out instantly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The vampire Bat King let out a series of miserable cries, its tail lashing out at Su Chen while flapping its wings, attempting to get away from him. But how could Su Chen let it do that? Even though the vampire Bat King's tail lashed out like a steel whip, Su Chen felt as if his shoulder bones had been broken. But he suppressed the pain, grasping the vampire Bat King's neck with one hand while, with the other, he drew his exotic crystal dagger and stabbed it again. 1, 2, 3. The vampire Bat King's soft chest had been stabbed into a hornet's nest by Su Chen. Blood, mixed with internal organs, gushed out. In excruciating pain, it flapped its wings with all its might, sending Su Chen flying. Then it struggled and soared into the air, seemingly attempting to escape. However, before it could get far, it fell from the sky due to its severe injuries. The vampire Bat King struggled on the ground for a moment, then remained motionless. It all happened so quickly. Before Tong Fei could react, the vampire Bat King was dispatched by Su Chen. She was stunned for a moment before she managed to stand up and walk towards Su Chen. Su. Boss Su, how are you? Su Chen lay motionless on the ground. Boss Su, don't scare me. How are you? Seeing Su Chen ignore her, Tong Fei grew frightened, and her voice seemed to tinge with tears. She lay on top of Su Chen, shaking him desperately. Stop, stop! A faint voice rang out. Tong Fei was startled for a moment before she recognized Su Chen's voice. Boss Su, you're not dead? I'm not dead. But you're almost shaken to death. Su Chen managed to say. The vampire Bat King, after all, had a power down of E. If Su Chen hadn't been so powerful, he would have been killed by its final counterattack. Oh. Tong Fei came to her senses, and quickly released her hands. During the previous battle, Su Chen had realized that the disparity in strength between the two sides was too stark. In a head-on confrontation, he was no match for the vampire Bat King. Just then, the vampire Bat King used his poison ability to attack him. So, he feigned death, and fell to the ground. He wanted to wait for the vampire Bat King to get closer so he could engage it in hand-to-hand combat, but Su Chen never expected that Tong Fei, this woman, wouldn't leave. She even stood in front of him while he was feigning death. What's the saying? Women only slowed down your sword-drawing speed. Tong Fei almost ruined his plan. Thankfully, everything went smoothly. Su Chen, with a little trickery, engaged the vampire Bat King in close combat and managed to defeat it, but his current condition wasn't optimistic. At least several bones in his body had been broken by the vampire Bat King. Thankfully, he possessed an amazing natural healing talent. After a short rest, his injuries were more than half healed. Tong Fei stayed by Su Chen's side throughout this time, not leaving rashly. Su Chen struggled to his feet. Thanks. He nodded to Tong Fei. You're welcome. You saved me first. Tong Fei waved her hand, looking into Su Chen's beautiful eyes, a subtle emotion in her eyes. If it weren't for Su Chen, there was no way she could escape the three-way coalition. She had also died in the vampire Bat King's first attack. She wasn't a heartless person. It was impossible for her not to be grateful to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said nothing more. He stood up and walked towards the vampire Bat King's corpse. The vampire Bat King had long since lost its earlier spirit. It lay there quietly, its chest a pool of mud. The blood had dyed the surrounding soil a bright red. Su Chen searched for a while, and found the vampire Bat King's energy core within its corpse. Successfully absorbed the energy core, gaining 2,585 energy points. A smile played on Su Chen's lips. Although a direct battle with the vampire Bat King was extremely difficult, over 2,500 energy points was still quite a treat, it had to be said. The vampire Bat King is still very powerful, so the energy it provides is only less than that of the sub-dragon lizard. Chapter 481. Su Chen looked and saw that he still needed less than 4,000 energy points before his next power-up. He thought for a moment, then turned to look at Tong Fei. Do you have any more of those energy cores you just collected? Yes. Tong Fei came to her senses, and took all the vampire bat energy cores she had just collected. Su Chen opened the bag and took a quick look. There were about 10 to 20 of them. Assuming each vampire bat provided 100 energy points, he still needed to hunt 20 more, but there was no rush right now. After all, Su Chen's injuries hadn't healed yet. He plopped down on the ground, retrieved food and water from his storage space, and shared them with Tong Fei. Tong Fei was also exhausted and hungry. She didn't refuse, and took them directly. Ignoring the mess around them, she sat down beside Su Chen and ate without a care in the world. After eating and drinking, the two rested for a while. Only then did Su Chen's injuries fully heal. The vampire bats that had escaped hadn't returned yet. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. He first called out Meng Qi's name. A moment later, the sound of rapid footsteps could be heard. Soon, Meng Qi appeared before Su Chen. Meow meow meow. Meng Qi pounced on Su Chen, as if expressing concern. Su Chen laughed and patted her head. After a moment of intimate time between man and cat, Su Chen said to Tong Fei, the vampire bats haven't returned yet. Why don't we continue inside and see if there's anything else? Tong Fei naturally agreed. The two of them searched the area again with flashlights, ensuring that all the exotic crystals had been looted before continuing inside. The space around them quickly became narrower. After walking for about 10 minutes, Su Chen, the cat, and the other two suddenly opened up, revealing a relatively spacious cave. In the center of the cave was an irregular stone platform. Scattered on it were various bones. Surprisingly, there was a small opening above, leading to the outside world. A faint light streamed down from the cave entrance. This should be the vampire Bat King's residence, right? Tong Fei asked. It should be. Su Chen nodded. He walked around the cave and found it was a dead end, devoid of treasures. Just as he was about to take Ming Qi and Tong Fei back to the vast space they had just been in, he suddenly noticed a stalactite column on the central stone platform. At the top of the column, there seemed to be something shiny. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he leaped up onto the stone platform. Only when he approached the stalactite column did he notice two objects similar to the exotic crystals resting on it. Su Chen would call them crystals for now. But unlike the exotic crystals, the crystals were engraved with numerous patterns. Su Chen took them in his hands and began to examine them carefully. It was then that he noticed. The patterns engraved on the two crystals were surprisingly different. What was this? Su Chen was bewildered. But then he remembered that he was a man with a system. Scanning and testing. Energy storage rune. Psychic rune. Su Chen was stunned. He carefully read the system's descriptions of the two. After a moment, it dawned on him, the patterns carved on the two crystals were called runes. If you follow their patterns and carve them onto the crystals, you can gain additional benefits. For example, the energy storage rune. It can store up to half of the user's mental energy, and for up to 3 days. As for the psychic rune, it's even simpler and more direct. When the user uses their superpowers, they can first transfer their mental energy into the psychic rune. The power released in this way is at least 30% more powerful. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and the smile on his face was harder to suppress than an AK-8. The usefulness of the energy storage rune is self-evident. In battles between superpower users, the competition is about who has the highest realm and the strongest mental power. If he had an energy storage rune, he wouldn't be so restricted when using his electric eye. Psychic runes, on the other hand, are even simpler and more brutal. My mental strength is already strong enough. The power I wield surpasses that of other evolvers. If it were enhanced with psychic runes, who could withstand it? How could such a powerful rune be engraved on the exotic crystal? Su Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. It's a pity the system didn't give any more prompts. Forget it. I put this thing away for now, and study it later. Thinking this way, Su Chen stored the two runes in his storage space. Just as he was about to leave, another question suddenly arose in his mind. Why would this kind of rune appear in the secret realm? And unlike energy crystals, energy cores, and exotic crystals, these runes are incredibly intricate. They don't seem to be naturally formed, but rather the product of acquired research. Could someone have placed them here? Intentionally? But what was their purpose? Could it be like an online game, with the secret realm serving as a dungeon? Is this the reward he received for killing the vampire Bat King? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. But then came a deep sense of fear. If that were the case, then the end of the world was unleashed by the person behind the scenes? What kind of power could that person possess? Su Chen felt his hands and feet go cold, his heart sinking like an icy pit. This was the fear of the powerful unknown. Boss Su, Boss Su. At that moment, Tong Fei's shout from the audience finally awoke Su Chen. Su Chen came to his senses, took a deep breath, and suppressed the fear within him. He feigned composure and left the stone platform. Boss Su, what happened to you just now? Tong Fei looked at him with some surprise. Su Chen had been on the stage for so long she almost thought he encountered some unseen danger. Nothing. Su Chen smiled faintly. Everything that had just happened was just his conjecture. There was no need to share it with others. He would find an opportunity to further verify his conjecture. Su Chen, along with Tong Fei and Ming Qi, left the vampire Bat King's lair and returned to the vast space they had just entered. A number of vampire bats had already flown back. Before the main force could return, Su Chen immediately attacked them. In a short while, he had killed over 30 vampire bats. It was getting late, and the number of vampire bats was growing. Su Chen didn't dare to delay and hurriedly headed out of the cave with Tong Fei and Ming Qi. By the time they left the cave, it was already dark outside. Chapter 482. Thankfully, there was nothing outside. Not only the Murlocs, but even the troops of the three-party coalition had vanished without a trace. Su Chen and Tong Fei finally felt relieved. He swung over and mounted Ming Qi, waving to Tong Fei. Tong Fei, not one to be pedantic, confidently took Su Chen's hand and mounted Ming Qi's back. Despite carrying two adults, Ming Qi showed no signs of strain. She took off on all fours, charging out of the valley at a breakneck speed. Compared to the way there, the return journey was less dangerous, so Su Chen and his companions didn't take long and quickly left the valley. When they reached the grassland where the misty sheep were, they also found no trace of the three-party coalition. Could it be that Jiang Hao and the others have already left? Tong Fei, lying on Su Chen's back, whispered in his ear. Her breasts pressed against Su Chen's back. The hot breath tickled Su Chen's ears. Maybe. Let's go check it out. Su Chen patted Ming Qi's head, and then hurried towards the camp of the three-party coalition. When they arrived outside the cave, Su Chen saw from the radar that the cave was empty. As Tong Fei had guessed, the three-party coalition had already left. On the night of the blood moon, hiding in a cave was the safest option. This suggests that Jiang Hao and his group must have immediately withdrawn from the secret realm. This made sense. If it were Su Chen, he would have made the same decision. After all, with Tong Fei as an undercover agent, Su Chen couldn't have entered the secret realm alone. It was very likely that the elite members of the Tiger Gang had also entered the secret realm. I'm in the light, the enemy is in the dark. Jiang Hao would be a fool if he didn't retreat quickly. The sky was growing darker. A nearly full blood moon had already appeared on the horizon. Su Chen could clearly sense that Ming Qi beneath him seemed a little off. Ming Qi, stay calm. Su Chen stroked Ming Qi's head and said in a deep voice. Meow. Ming Qi raised her head, glanced at Su Chen, then quickened her pace. Finally, before the blood moon crested overhead, Su Chen and Tong Fei returned to the Tiger Gang camp. Su Wenwei and the others had been waiting anxiously. Seeing Su Chen's safe return, they breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Su, are you okay? Brother Su, what took you so long? The crowd gathered around, asking a flurry of questions. When they saw Tong Fei following behind Su Chen, they were startled again. It's a long story. Please sit down first. Su Chen invited everyone to sit around the campfire. The night was now completely shrouded in the crimson glow of the blood moon. Miserable and angry cries echoed beneath the night sky. Su Chen recounted in detail how he had followed the three-party coalition into the valley. He temporarily concealed the information about the rune crystal. After all, he was currently completely confused by it. Everyone was amazed and terrified. They hadn't expected the valley to be so dangerous. Even more unexpectedly, there were so many supplies inside. Luckily, they hadn't followed Boss Su in, otherwise, losing their lives would be a minor matter, and they would have been holding Boss Su back. By the way, Miss Tong Fei has joined our gang. From now on, we're all family, Su Chen introduced. Tong Fei smiled brightly and greeted everyone with openness. Everyone responded quickly. Despite her beauty, no one gave her a second glance. Everyone knew that Tong Fei might have only been helping the Tiger Gang and joining them out of Boss Su's favor. Anyone interested in her would be vying with Boss Su for a woman. Wouldn't that be like an old man drinking arsenic, courting death? After introducing Tong Fei, Su Chen asked about the day's hunt. The number of energy crystals we obtained is about the same as yesterday. But the process was much more dangerous. Su Wenwei explained. Originally, there were only shadow rabbits, but for some reason, a lot of other monsters suddenly appeared. Lions and tigers, for example. Their eyes glowed red, and they attacked us several times. I saw something was wrong, so I hurried back with the brothers. Su Chen's face was thoughtful, and he pondered. So, it seems the monsters in the secret realm have been affected by the blood moon. I'm afraid we can't stay here any longer. We need to leave quickly. Hearing this, everyone felt a little reluctant. After hunting shadow rabbits for the past 2 days, each person had received an average of 4, which meant 300 energy points. While there was still a long way to go before they could level up, it was already much better than the outside world. After all, in the real world outside the secret realm, they could hardly find even ordinary zombies. Seeing their expressions, Su Chen understood their thoughts. I know you don't want to leave here. But you also have to consider the consequences. What if the blood moon's influence continues to spread? What if those vampire bats and murlocs are also affected and rush out of the valley? What if you are also affected and go crazy? The most important thing is, we are all here. If the three-party coalition attacks the Lake Island base, it will be dangerous. Everyone looked at each other, and finally nodded. If the secret realm was truly that safe, the three-party coalition would never give up such a good training room. They left the secret realm not only because of the threat from the Tiger Gang, but also because the blood moon's impact was too severe. That's good. Get some rest today. Don't leave the cave tomorrow. When the time comes, we will leave the secret realm. After giving a few more instructions, Su Chen dismissed the meeting. Everyone returned to their beds to rest. Su Chen thought for a moment and walked towards Tong Fei. Tong Fei was tidying up her bed when she saw Su Chen approaching. She smiled sweetly and greeted him. Boss Su, do you need me to sleep with you? If you're willing, I wouldn't refuse. Su Chen was no virgin, so he naturally teased back. As expected, Tong Fei blushed and changed the subject. Anything else? These energy cores are for you. Su Chen handed over a few energy cores. Tong Fei's eyes widened. These energy cores were obtained from Su Chen's afternoon hunt for vampire bats. He actually gave them to her? This is a reward for you. Take it. Tong Fei had made considerable contributions before. Today, when Su Chen was feigning death, she had stepped forward and blocked the vampire bat king. Although her actions were of little use, they still impressed Su Chen. The energy cores Su Chen had given her were enough to advance Tong Fei from intermediate to advanced level. Chapter 483. Then I won't be polite to Boss Su. Tong Fei licked her red lips, still unable to resist the temptation. She knew full well that in the apocalypse, strength was supreme. If she didn't have strength, she would have long since become Zhao Yang's plaything. Boss Su, if anything good ever happens to you in the future, don't forget me. I'm willing to do anything for you, Boss Su. Tong Fei smiled charmingly, her tone full of temptation. That depends on your performance. Su Chen smiled faintly, said nothing more to Tong Fei, and returned to his tent. The night was deep and quiet. Zhao Yu and Lu Linger lay on either side of Su Chen, breathing softly. Su Chen, however, was in high spirits, and began to consider his gains from this secret realm. Aside from the shadow rabbits hunted by Su Wenwei and the others, Su Chen himself had obtained 4 energy fruits. At least enough to make 4 bottles of evolution potion. This way, Zhou Qing, Zhou Rong, and Chu Mingyao can all become evolvers. They can also receive bonus breakthrough and recovery potions. The number of exotic crystals is also quite large. Enough for Su Chen to forge a long weapon and a full set of full-body armor. Not to mention he also obtained runes, enough to enhance his energy. Oh, why did I forget about this? Su Chen slapped his head and hurriedly took out all the vampire bat energy cores he had obtained that afternoon. Successfully absorbed the energy core, gaining 110 energy points. Successfully absorbed the energy core, gaining 120 energy points. Successfully absorbed the energy core, gaining 119 energy points. After absorbing all 40 energy cores, Su Chen's energy reached 15,123 points, more than enough for his next power-up. Su Chen's mind raced, and he activated the system. Next power-up. The familiar heat suddenly emerged from the top of his head, flowing down his spine and into his limbs. When the heat dissipated, Su Chen felt his body suddenly brimming with strength. He opened the system panel. Doomsday Fortress RV System. RV Level 7. Energy points required for upgrade, 2,000. Current energy points, 123. Vehicle durability, 100%. When durability reaches 0, the RV becomes scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Power-up options. Scan detection. Talents, marksmanship, self-regeneration, ice and snow control, electric ice skill, lightning control, toxin resistance. Combat power rating, F+. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. But then his smile froze. Because the energy points required for the next upgrade had reached 30,000. This system is really dying. Su Chen's smile turned into a wry one. I don't know how long it took me to save up those 15,000 points. Who knew the next upgrade would require 30,000 points? If it weren't for the secret realm, I'd never be able to save up enough in such a short time. Never mind. I already know where the secret realm is anyway. After this trip, after a few days when the blood moon disappears, I just come back alone. After some deliberation, Su Chen was completely satisfied. This trip to the secret realm had been incredibly rewarding. A silent night followed. The next day, everyone followed Su Chen's instructions and stayed inside the cave. Su Chen did, however, venture out to observe the secret realm. It was just as he had imagined. Almost all the monsters in the secret realm had been affected by the blood moon. Not only had they become incredibly ferocious, but their combat power had also increased significantly. Any creature they encountered would immediately attack. Su Chen wandered around and encountered several attacks. Thankfully, he didn't linger. If there were only 1 or 2 weak monsters, he would attack them accordingly, taking down their energy cores. If there were too many monsters, Su Chen would have Ming Qi leave quickly. It was soon afternoon. Seeing that the time was almost up, Su Chen, along with the psychic group, left the cave and quickly headed for the secret realm's entrance. Thanks to the radar, everyone made it safely through the journey. But what surprised Su Chen and the others was that the entrance to the secret realm had already appeared on the grassland. What's going on, Brother Su? Su Wenwei asked, bewildered. Is Jiang Hao lying? Su Chen frowned slightly. When they first entered the secret realm, Tong Fei saw with her own eyes that the entrance appeared at 6 o'clock. She also saw with her own eyes that the entrance disappeared at 8 o'clock. But what had changed now? Just then, Tong Fei slowly stepped forward, her face solemn, and said, "Boss Su, something seems off." Su Chen was slightly startled. As he approached, he realized the seriousness of the situation. The previous entrance to the secret realm had been a white barrier, its surrounding white light flickering slightly, appearing somewhat unstable. But now, the entrance to the secret realm was like a gate opening directly. From this side of the secret realm, one could see what was happening on the other side. And the light from this gate had become extremely stable. Su Chen could clearly see wisps of mist from the secret realm flowing towards the other side. Could his suspicions be correct? The so-called fog and monsters were all emerging from the secret realm. Su Chen was startled. If that were the case, then another catastrophe awaited humanity. After all, the monsters in the secret realm were far more powerful than those zombies. "Brother Su, how about we leave first?" Su Wenwei asked cautiously. The monsters' cries from the fog were getting closer and closer. "Okay, let's go." Su Chen came to his senses and nodded. He was the first to pass through the entrance and return to the cave. Thankfully, the area was unusually quiet, with no sign of the three-party coalition. After everyone in the psychic group had exited the secret realm, Su Chen didn't rush to leave. He told the others to return to their hidden car while he waited patiently inside the cave. Time ticked by. When the clock struck 8, the entrance to the secret realm remained intact. During this time, several mammoths emerged from the entrance. Sensing the powerful pressure emanating from them, Su Chen wisely chose not to attack. He left without delay. After reuniting with Su Wenwei and the others, Su Wenwei was stunned by Su Chen's serious expression. "Brother Su, what happened?" "My previous suspicion has been confirmed." Su Chen sighed and told everyone what had just happened. After hearing this, Su Wenwei and the others felt a heavy weight on their hearts. Chapter 484. Recently, although we occasionally encountered monsters like purple wolves and griffins, life was generally quite comfortable. We endured scorching summer heat, torrential downpours, and freezing snowstorms. Even the zombies had disappeared for a long time. But the good times didn't last long. The fog and monsters returned. Seeing the people somewhat frustrated and fearful expressions, Su Chen smiled. "Don't worry too much. We gotten through those difficult times before. Even the fog and monsters are nothing to fear. As long as we unite, no matter how great the danger, we can overcome it." With his encouragement, everyone regained their spirits. "Alright, it's getting late. Let's hurry back to base," Su Chen commanded. Without further hesitation, everyone got into their respective cars and sped out of Longtangu. After encountering Su Chen, the three-party coalition immediately withdrew from the secret realm. After dividing the spoils, the Iron Legion, the Salvation Army, and the New World forces went their separate ways after leaving Longtangu. Jiang Hao led the remaining evolvers back to the Iron Legion base. After receiving the news, Xiao Yang, along with Wu Bo and the others, immediately met with Jiang Hao and the others in the conference room. "Greetings, General," Jiang Hao and the others said in unison. "No need for formalities, please take a seat." Xiao Yang waved and slowly took the main seat. But when his gaze fell on Jiang Hao and the others, he frowned slightly. "Jiang Hao, where are Chen Yudao and the others? Also, why haven't I seen the others?" Jiang Hao's heart tightened, but he still said, "General Chen Yudao. He died. The others also died in the valley." "What?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang was instantly enraged. He slammed the table and angrily demanded, "How did you lead the team? How could you let it get to this point? In the current situation, high-level combat power is crucial for any faction. Not to mention Chen Yudao, an Ice-type Esper, and besides Xiao Yang, several other evolvers and Esperians died in the secret realm. How could this not infuriate Xiao Yang?" Before Jiang Hao could reply, Zhao Yang's gaze fixed on Tong Fei, and he realized he was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Tong Fei?" "General, she's defected. And I discovered she's colluding with Su Chen." Su Chen also brought people into the secret realm. Zhao Yang lost his breath, his vision darkened, and he nearly passed out. This truly was a loss of both the wife and the army. "Huh? Su Chen also entered the secret realm? Tell me the details," Zhao Yang said in a deep voice, suppressing his anger. Jiang Hao didn't dare to be negligent, and recounted everything that had happened since he left the Iron Legion and entered the secret realm. At first, it was fine. But when he heard that Su Chen had suddenly appeared, snatched the energy fruit, and rescued Tong Fei, Zhao Yang's face darkened as a pot. especially at the end. Jiang Hao had actually made a pact with Dai Ini to hand over the Murlocs to the saviors, allowing Pan Hong to subdue the two super Murlocs. Zhao Yang was so enraged that he grabbed his teacup and smashed it to the ground. Crash! The teacup shattered instantly. Jiang Hao and the others were utterly silent, afraid to say a word. General, calm down. Wu Bo sighed and stepped forward to offer his advice. The secret realm is incredibly dangerous. The deaths of Chen Yudao and the others are truly not Captain Zhang's fault. And the Salvation Army and the New World have also suffered significant losses. As for Su Chen and Tong Fei, Captain Zhang's fault isn't either. No one could have imagined that Tong Fei would betray her own people. As for Pan Hong, the situation is settled. There's no point in getting angry. Zhao Yang's face was sullen, a simmering fire welling within him. As the general of the Iron Legion, he longed to have within his ranks a tiger capable of defending the mountains, a leopard as agile as a leopard, an eagle with foresight, and a wolf skilled in battle. As it turned out, the team wasn't just a bunch of lazy fish, timid turtles, fence-sitters, and black sheep. I was so pissed off, but Wu Bo was right. The thing had already happened, and getting angry wouldn't help. Besides, Jiang Hao hadn't been without a harvest either. Thinking of this, Zhao Yang's expression softened. Captain Jiang, you all worked hard. Let's all go back and rest. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded and prepared to leave with everyone. Just then, Zhao Yang suddenly stopped Jiang Hao. Captain Jiang, stay. Jiang Hao was startled and immediately stayed in the meeting room. After everyone else had left, Zhao Yang slowly asked, where are those energy cores and exotic crystals? Jiang Hao quickly unpacked a large bag and placed the harvested energy cores and trident exotic crystals on the meeting room table. Looking at the spoils, Zhao Yang's anger subsided a bit. He thought for a moment, then placed the two Murloc energy cores in his own arms. He pushed the remaining one toward Jiang Hao. Captain Jiang, keep this one. Give the rest to the others. Jiang Hao, overjoyed, quickly took it. Thank you, General. Although Zhao Yang hadn't done anything to take the two largest energy cores, Jiang Hao didn't dare object. His family still lived at the base. And he had witnessed Zhao Yang's strength. As for these two tridents, find someone to melt them down and forge a few more weapons. Zhao Yang thought for a moment, then added, forget it. Build me a set of armor and a weapon first. Make the rest into weapons, and keep one for yourself. Yes, General. Jiang Hao agreed, but internally he chuckled bitterly. Despite the trident's size, there wouldn't be much left after crafting a set of protective gear. After Jiang Hao left, Zhao Yang held the two energy crystal cores, a smile spreading across his face. With these two energy crystal cores, I'm sure I can advance to super. That way, the side effects will be much less. It's just a shame that Tong Fei got away. It seems she's been hooking up with Su Chen for a long time. Otherwise, how could the three-party coalition have been ambushed by the Tiger Gang during their last attack? I'm afraid Tong Fei has already transformed into Su Chen's form. Thinking of this, Zhao Yang couldn't help but curse, smelly bitch. General, don't be angry. Wu Bo soothed him. Even if Su Chen gets a few energy fruits, it's no big deal. This trip to the secret realm has yielded a lot for all three of us. At least we have 3 more super fighters. Taking on the Tiger Gang shouldn't be easy, right? Hearing him say this, Zhao Yang's anger dissipated considerably. Humph. Tong Fei, Su Chen, you two just wait. Chapter 485. When Su Chen and his group returned to the Lake Heart Island base, night had already fallen. To prevent any misunderstandings, Su Chen had informed the base ahead of time via radio. When they entered the base, Lu Jiangwo, Ren Kong, Yu Shoujing, Yu Yixiang, and the others had already been waiting. Boss Su, Brother Su, Old Su, Su Chen, Su Wenwei, and the others greeted them with smiles. Okay, let's go to the meeting room first. Su Chen waved his hand. The others headed towards the meeting room without hesitation. Just then, Su Chen noticed Zhou Qing and the other women, staring at him silently from a corner. He immediately stepped forward, embracing each of them in turn. Even Chu Mengyao wasn't spared. Hateful. After the hug, Chu Mengyao blushed and grumbled, only to have Su Chen burst into laughter. Jiang Yu, watching this scene from a distance, suddenly looked much darker. Brother Jiang, let's go to the meeting room. Xiao Kai didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only suggest that he leave quickly. Okay, all of you go back and rest. I come back to you after the meeting. Tonight, let's have fun until dawn. Su Chen said with a wicked grin. The women couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Yu and Lu Ling'er didn't need to be involved in the meeting. After saying goodbye to Su Chen, the two of them followed Zhou Qing and the other women towards Normadison. Soon, only Su Chen and Tong Fei were left there. "Miss Tong, are you stunned?" Su Chen laughed. "I didn't expect you to have so many women around you." Tong Fei pursed her lips, a sour taste in her mouth. It wasn't that she hadn't imagined Su Chen would have women around him, but she hadn't expected so many of them. And all of them were breathtakingly beautiful. She had always been quite confident in her own beauty. But after meeting Zhou Qing and the others, her confidence suddenly wavered. No wonder Su Chen was so indifferent to her temptations. "Are you jealous, Miss Tong?" Su Chen asked with a smile. "How could I possibly be jealous of you?" Tong Fei snorted and changed the subject. "Boss Su, let's get going. Don't keep your men waiting for us too long." Su Chen responded and led Tong Fei towards the office building. In the conference room, the members of the Tiger Gang had already taken their seats. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, they all said in unison, "Hello, Boss Su." Su Chen smiled and nodded in response. "Let me introduce you. This is Miss Tong Fei. She was originally from the Iron Legion, but from now on, she's a member of our Tiger Gang. When the three-way coalition was about to attack us, it was Miss Tong Fei who secretly tipped off the group. And Miss Tong Fei also played a significant role in this journey to the secret realm." When they heard that Tong Fei had originally belonged to the Iron Legion, everyone still felt a bit skeptical. But after hearing the rest of the story, their expressions suddenly changed. "Hello, Miss Tong Fei." It was all thanks to Miss Tong Fei last time. Everyone hurriedly greeted Tong Fei with a smile. After everyone finished their greetings, Su Chen finally said, "We lost a few brothers on this journey to the secret realm, but overall, it went very smoothly. Yu Shoujing Yu Yixiang. For those brothers who passed away, you must properly handle their funeral affairs and provide for their families." Yu Shoujing and Yu Yixiang nodded emphatically. Su Chen then recounted his journey to the secret realm. Everyone was amazed. "I originally planned to distribute the energy cores evenly. But considering that the three-party coalition should have made considerable gains in the secret realm, so I decided to concentrate the energy cores and distribute them appropriately. What do you think?" Su Chen glanced around at everyone present. "I have no objection." "Me neither." +1. In reality, everyone knew that the wisest approach was to concentrate the energy cores and cultivate a few top-tier experts to compete with other forces. Then, relying on these top experts, they could gradually improve the strength of the others. This is the principle of the rich leading the poor, but the problem was, in a post-apocalyptic world, human hearts are unpredictable. No one knows whether those who get rich first will cut off the path to wealth later on, or perhaps even ride on the coattails of those who become wealthy later and bully others into submission, but the members of the Tiger Gang don't have such concerns. After all, it's Su Chen who controls the Tiger Gang. Su Chen's own strength is immense. And he's always fair. He even rewards everyone with seized energy crystals and cores. As a result, everyone still has considerable trust in Su Chen. That's good. Su Chen nodded, took out a portion of the energy cores, and handed them to Su Wenwei. "Old Su, this is yours." After such a long battle, everyone's understanding of superpowers has deepened. So far, they encountered over a dozen superpowers. Those like space and poison are rare, so let's not talk about them for now. Among the more common superpowers like ice, fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth, the most powerful are fire and thunder. This is determined by their innate attributes. The other superpowers are naturally inferior to these two. They tend to be more supportive and protective. This is why Su Chen chose Su Wenwei first, because he's a fire-type superpower. His attack power will be even greater after upgrading, of course. Su Chen chose Su Wenwei not only for this reason, but also because he was trustworthy. "Zheng Hui Wang Yu, this is yours." "Sure, Jin Yuan, your energy core." After the two received the energy cores, Su Chen paused and looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was slightly startled, but an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled up in his heart. During this trip to the secret realm, Jiang Yu has proven his loyalty to the gang. "So I plan to restore the Dark Tiger team and re-promote Jiang Yu to captain," Su Chen said slowly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart warmed, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Thank you, Boss Su." Xiao Kai, Li Minglong, and the others beside him quickly applauded. The others also laughed and applauded. Su Chen had a reason for this allocation. First, the person he chose must be at least advanced. If they were too low, the promotion would be meaningless. Only by advancing from advanced to super can they take on the responsibility. Second, they must be members of the leadership and loyal to the gang. Zheng Hui, Wang Xinyu, and Sure Jin Yuan naturally met the requirements. As for Jiang Yu, Su Chen had given it some thought. Although they were rivals in love, he had saved Su Chen's life this time. Su Chen felt it necessary to give him another chance. Captain Jiang, please don't let me down. Su Chen looked at Jiang Yu meaningfully. Don't worry, Boss Su. Jiang Yu nodded solemnly. Chapter 486. After distributing the energy cores, Su Chen instructed, for the next few days, you will all stay in the base and absorb all the energy cores. Raise your levels as quickly as possible. Yes, Boss Su. Su Wenwei, Shi Jinyuan, and the others nodded quickly. Everyone go down first. Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing stay. Su Chen waved his hand. It was already late, and the others had gotten up and left, leaving only Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing. Have you been in touch with Brother He and Brother Sun at the micro base in the past few days? Su Chen asked. Yes. Yu Yixiang replied. Brother He said the expansion at the micro base is almost complete. In a few days, it will be able to accommodate the survivors on Lake Heart Island. Before the apocalypse, expanding the underground base would have been incredibly difficult. But after the apocalypse, with the help of psychics, many of these problems could be easily resolved. Wang Bingyan, in particular, became adept at civil engineering after her promotion to a mid-level Earth-type psychic. With her help, the micro-base was fully expanded in just a few days. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction and instructed, then, starting tomorrow, you two will be responsible for organizing the gang members and relocating them to the micro-base as quickly as possible. With the secret realm connected to the real world, it won't be long before the monsters within will swarm out. After so much expansion and reinforcement, the Lake Island base can withstand the zombie tide and the attacks of the Purple Wolf Pack. But it is still extremely vulnerable to the powerful monsters within the secret realm. This was also the fundamental reason why Su Chen decided to give up Lake Heart Island. Yes, Boss Su. Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing were still quite reluctant to leave the Lake Heart Island base. They had put so much effort into building it. I understand how you feel. I'm actually reluctant too. It's a pity that plans can't keep up with changes. Su Chen stood by the window, looking at the base he had finally built, his heart filled with emotion. But after all, this base can still be put to good use one last time. After leaving the meeting room, Su Chen quickly returned to Normadison. But when he pushed open the car door and entered, it was pitch black. At that moment, he suddenly became aware. In the darkness, someone was slowly approaching from the right. Su Chen's lips curled slightly, and he grabbed the person, hugged him, and began to touch him all over. Master, you're so annoying. Lin Yingying's coquettish voice echoed from his arms. Immediately, the car lights flickered on, and several women appeared before Su Chen. He took one quick glance, unable to look away. Zhou Qing and the other women were meticulously dressed. Some were dressed as bunny girls, others in nurse uniforms, and others in sailor uniforms. All in stockings and high heels. You're testing a cadre with this? Which cadre could withstand such a test? Master, let's go. Lin Yingying exhaled sweetly, reaching out to wrap her arms around Su Chen's neck and lead him to the center of the group. Looking at the beauties around him, Su Chen knew that tonight was destined to be a night of intense action. The next morning, Su Chen, waking from his dream, glanced at the slumbering women and felt a surge of pride, besides anything else. After strengthening his body, not only did his combat power improve, but his sexual prowess also increased several-fold. It's like the Nanfu energy ring, where one section is more powerful than 6. After getting up and washing up, Su Chen discovered that Lu Linger had also risen early and was busy at the stove. Seeing Lu Linger, clad only in an apron, her slender figure looming, even after having taught her everything he knew last night, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. He walked over and hugged Lu Linger from behind. Ah! Lu Linger was startled and nearly dropped the shovel in her hand. When she realized it was Su Chen, she said angrily, Master, you scared me. Thank you for your hard work, Linger. Su Chen hugged Lu Linger, resting his head on her shoulder, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and whispered softly. How could it be hard? This is what I should do, Lu Linger said seriously. Although so much time has passed, every time she thinks of what happened after the apocalypse, she still feels quite fortunate. How could she have been so blind back then to listen to Xiao Mei and kick Su Chen out? Luckily, she came to her senses in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died in the apocalypse like Xiao Mei. Although Su Chen usually didn't say anything bad to Lu Linger, but Lu Linger felt guilty about Su Chen, and usually kept her head down, acting like a good wife. So good. Su Chen smiled and kissed her, his hands already wandering restlessly. Master, I'm cooking. Otherwise, when the sisters wake up, they won't have anything to eat. Lu Linger twisted her body and whispered softly. Su Chen laughed heartily, and finally let her go. Linger, take these energy cores. Looking at the energy cores Su Chen handed over, Lu Linger was surprised and delighted. Are these really for me? Would Master lie to you? Su Chen smiled and stuffed the energy cores into Lu Linger's pocket. When distributing the energy cores last night, Su Chen had deliberately reserved a few specifically for Lu Linger. The reason was simple. Lu Linger possessed healing abilities. Although she was currently only at the intermediate level, her importance was no less than that of a high-level warrior. Thank you, Master. Lu Linger dropped her shovel, hugged Su Chen, and kissed him heartily. All right, let's cook. Su Chen smiled. When Lu Linger finished cooking, the other women were still comatose. It seems last night's battle was truly too intense. After breakfast, Su Chen opened the car door, feeling refreshed. But the scene that greeted him cast a pall over his early morning good mood. Not long after the blizzard and extreme cold, the weather had returned to normal. Recently, the sun had been shining brightly. The daily temperature was so hot that even wearing long sleeves was too hot, but inside the base, everything seemed shrouded in a thin veil. Everything seemed shadowy and unreal. Su Chen knew that the fog would soon descend. Just then, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the base entrance. Su Chen frowned slightly, and quickly walked towards the entrance. He soon noticed a bit of chaos at the base gate. Several cars were parked there, with 2 or 3 wounded lying on the ground. Several doctors were also working on them. What's going on? Su Chen asked gravely. Boss Su. Shi Menglei had just realized Su Chen had arrived and quickly greeted him. They're the outer sentries. Chapter 487. They were attacked by monsters. Shi Menglei explained the situation to Su Chen. To prevent enemies, monsters, and zombies from approaching the Lake Island base, Shi Menglei had deployed numerous sentries, both visible and covert, within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius of the island. There were even more sentries heading towards Jinju City. These sentries' duty was to monitor the surrounding situation and report any abnormalities to base immediately. Normal times, they stayed at their posts and didn't wander off. But today, a swarm of monsters suddenly appeared and launched a surprise attack. Among them were falcons soaring in the sky and tigers running on the ground. Not only were they powerful, they also possessed special abilities. The survivors serving as sentries were ordinary people. How could they possibly stand against the monsters? Many of the tiger gang's outposts were immediately eliminated. Fortunately, Shi Menglei received their distress signal and sent men to rescue them. So that's how it is. Su Chen's expression grew serious. Captain Shi, withdraw all the outposts. What if the Iron Legion takes advantage of this opportunity to launch a surprise attack? Shi Menglei hesitated. The fog has already risen, and the monsters in the secret realm have burst forth. The three-party coalition is undoubtedly facing the same trouble as us. They won't attack us anytime soon, Su Chen said slowly. Leaving these ordinary survivors in the wild will only increase their casualties. Even if we must send out sentinels, we should send evolved. I take care of this. Shi Menglei nodded, no longer insisting. Go notify the other senior staff and have them gather in the conference room in 2 hours, Su Chen instructed. It wasn't that he, like the pre-apocalyptic leaders, enjoyed constant meetings and tormenting his subordinates. It was just that the base was facing a crisis of survival, and it was necessary to gather everyone together for a discussion. Su Chen had his own office in the office building. Although he didn't come often, Yui Xiong and Yu Shoujing still had it cleaned daily. But today, when Su Chen entered his office, he was surprised to find another figure inside. It was none other than Tong Fei. Miss Tong, what are you doing in my office so early? Su Chen chuckled and sat down in his seat. He noticed that the office looked freshly cleaned. Of course, I'm waiting for my boss, Tong Fei said coquettishly, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses. Today, she had dressed up meticulously before arriving, wearing delicate makeup, looking even more glamorous than usual. She looked like she was sporting the austere, mature look of a young woman. Su Chen looked her up and down, then smiled. Boss? What do you mean? I think, with Boss Su's current status, he desperately needs a secretary like me, Tong Fei said seriously. Su Chen smiled noncommittally. Go on. At the moment, Boss Su, your position within the gang is naturally very stable, and everyone is quite loyal to you. Tong Fei smiled, but this is extremely detrimental to the gang's development. How is it disadvantageous? Boss Su, you're busy improving your abilities, so how can you possibly have the time to manage the gang's affairs? It's easy for you to be the hands-off boss, but it's a hassle for everyone else. After all, there are many things they can't make the final decision on, and can only ask you for your instructions. Tong Fei paused and chuckled. But if I were your secretary, it would be completely different. I'm loyal to you and can assist you with gang affairs, so you don't have to worry. Su Chen stroked his chin and began to think. It had to be said that Tong Fei had a point. Su Chen intended to be the hands-off boss, but he didn't want a single person to dominate the base and sideline him. So he distributed power. For example, Yu Yixiang and Yu Shoujing were responsible for the base's daily operations. Su Wenwei managed the psychic core. Shi Menglei commanded the base's security forces. This way, power was dispersed, preventing a single person from dominating. But this also created new challenges. Many major decisions required a full-time meeting. If no consensus could be reached, Su Chen would ultimately have to make the final decision. But there was a problem. Su Chen was often out hunting zombies and monsters. It was easy to lose him. If he didn't return, or if he couldn't be contacted, the others would just have to wait. There had been several similar situations before, with everyone waiting for Su Chen to return and make a decision. Then why should I choose you over someone else? Su Chen, impressed by Tong Fei's suggestion, asked with a smile. Because I'm capable. Tong Fei leaned over to Su Chen's desk, leaning forward, supporting herself with her arms. As her dress slid down her chest, a captivating expanse of snow-capped peaks appeared before Su Chen. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and licked her red lips. Not only is she capable at work, she's also very capable in life. Why, out of nowhere, is she driving? Su Chen's lips curled up slightly as he unbridledly admired Tong Fei before him. Since you come to me, I can give you this opportunity to prove your capabilities. It wasn't just because Su Chen coveted Tong Fei's body. Tong Fei had only been there a day, and from yesterday's meeting, she already noticed problems within the Tiger Gang, proving she had some talent. Su Chen had also considered selecting such a person. When he wasn't at the base, that person would be in charge of base affairs. The most suitable candidate would be the women around him. Their loyalty to Su Chen was undeniable. The problem was, none of Su Chen's women were suitable for taking charge. Although Chu Mengyao succeeded her father, Chu Fei, as the chairman of the Dongjing base, her abilities proved to be lacking. I hadn't expected Tong Fei to come to me and offer herself. After a moment's reflection, Su Chen decided to give her a try. Thank you, Boss Su. Tong Fei was overjoyed. The reason she came to Su Chen was simple. Even though she was already a high-level evolver, she wasn't particularly important within the Tiger Gang. To secure her position and improve her life, Tong Fei decided to take the initiative, demonstrate her abilities, and ultimately, capture Su Chen. But remember one thing, I can lift you up, but I can also bring you down. So you must remain loyal to me, understand? Su Chen said calmly, as he climbed the mountain. Chapter 488. I understand. Although she often presents a charming image, Tong Fei is actually quite conservative at heart. Being treated so roughly by Su Chen, she was completely bashful. But she suppressed her shyness and nodded. Seeing this, Su Chen's lips curled up slightly, feeling extremely satisfied with Tong Fei. Having such a capable beauty as his secretary was truly a pleasure. A secretary to do when needed, a secretary to do when not. Why not? It just so happens that here are some documents. Can you help me with them? Su Chen retracted his Enlushan claws and handed the documents from the desk to Tong Fei. Tong Fei buttoned her chest, took the documents, and quickly began to flip through them, offering her suggestions. Su Chen nodded slightly. The contents of these documents all concerned the development and daily operations of the Lake Heart Island base. Tong Fei's ability to offer sound advice even without knowing the details speaks volumes about her abilities. Okay, then pack up and come with me to the meeting, Su Chen said, standing up and heading outside. Yes, Boss Su. Tong Fei followed him obediently. The two of them entered the conference room, one in front of the other. Yu Yixiang, Su Wenwei, and other senior executives also arrived one after another. Boss Su, good morning. Su Wenwei greeted with a chuckle. Seeing Su Wenyue's radiant, lustful expression, Su Chen knew this kid had made a breakthrough. So, how does it feel to become a superpowered person? Su Chen learned from Tong Fei that within the Iron Legion, they named the realm after Advanced Super. So he borrowed it. In one word, awesome. Su Wenwei smiled. He had practically stayed up all night last night to absorb all the energy cores Su Chen had given him. And he wasn't disappointed. He had evolved directly from Advanced to Super. His mental strength had become immensely stronger, and the power he used was multiplied. That's great. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Soon, people like Zheng Hui, Shi Jinyuan, Jiang Yu, and others arrived. Like Su Wenwei, They had all stayed up all night to absorb all the energy cores, successfully breaking through to Super. After everyone had arrived, Suchin slowly spoke. Did everyone see the mist today? And the outer sentries were attacked. I'm sure you all knew about that, too? Everyone nodded in unison. I originally planned to move gradually, but it seems we must relocate all survivors to the micro base today. Su Chen's words startled the senior executives present. Tong Fei, standing nearby, was also a little confused. Micro base? Where is that? Boss Su, aren't you a bit rushed today? Yu Yixiong hesitated. You know, we have thousands of people, not to mention so much supplies. Yes, trying to get thousands of people through in one day might be a bit of a hassle. Sure, Meng Lei frowned. If the monsters from the secret realm have already entered the real world, then escorting so many people to the micro base would be quite a challenge for the guards. It's not a problem. Have you forgotten the escape route I had built earlier? Suchin asked with a smile. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they remembered that Suchin had previously asked Wang Bingyan to cooperate with Guo Hiqing's engineering team to build an escape tunnel. But they didn't know where that escape tunnel led to. The other end of the escape tunnel connects to the micro base. As for the supplies in the base, just leave them to me. Su Chen's words brightened everyone's eyes. If that were true, the Tiger Gang could complete their relocation in a single day. Then follow Boss Su's instructions. I have no objection. Me too. Everyone nodded. I have an announcement to make. From today on, Miss Tong Fei will be my secretary. Su Chen said calmly. Everyone was slightly startled, and their gazes towards Tong Fei suddenly changed. Please give me your guidance. Tong Fei bowed slightly to everyone and said with a soft smile. Secretary Tong, you're too polite. We need your guidance in the future. Yu Shoujing was the first to react, greeting him with a smile. Yes, Miss Tong, please take care of her. The others echoed. Everyone knew that as Su Chen's secretary, Tong Fei often represented Su Chen. Building a good relationship with her was essential. Next, let's discuss how to deal with the three-way coalition, Su Chen said solemnly. Not including Su Chen, the Tiger Gang already had 5 superpowers. 2 of them were evolvers, 1 a fire psychic, 1 a telekinetic, and 1 a wind psychic. Not to mention Su Chen, who combined evolution with psychic powers, mastering all 3. Although it was unclear what the three-way coalition had gained in this secret realm, Su Chen remained confident. If they only deployed their evolvers and psychics, with the Tiger Gang's current strength, defeating the three-way coalition head-on should be no problem. With the fog descending, the three-way coalition probably wouldn't expect us to attack. Besides, it's still early stages, the monsters aren't rampant yet. We must seize this opportunity and defeat the three-way coalition, Suchin added. Everyone glanced at each other and nodded. We have no objection. In that case, let's prepare to attack the Iron Legion tomorrow, Suchin ordered. Boss Su, I have something to say. Tong Fei, standing nearby, suddenly raised her hand. Suchin nodded at her, signaling her to speak. Of the 3 coalition forces, the Iron Legion is probably the strongest. And their base is surrounded by walls. A reckless assault won't be easy. So I suggest we target the New World and the Salvation Army, Tong Fei said slowly. There was some truth to her words. Suchin rubbed his chin and pondered. But the problem is, we don't know where the New World and the Salvation Army's bases are. Tong Fei smiled brightly. Boss Su, just because you don't know doesn't mean I don't. Suchin was stunned for a moment. He then remembered that the Iron Legion had fought a fierce battle with the New World and the Salvation Army before. How could they not know where their bases were? Okay, then, let's follow Miss Tong's advice. Let's target the New World and the Salvation Army first. A bloodthirsty grin crossed Su Chen's face. After Su Chen's order, the entire Tiger Gang sprang into action. All the survivors deposited any supplies they couldn't take with them in the central square of the lake island. Then, they carried their supplies and entered the underground escape passage one by one. Chapter 489. This underground escape tunnel is approximately 10 kilometers long, with the exit on the other side located within the microscopic base. If it had been built before the apocalypse, it would have taken at least 6 months to build. Thankfully, thanks to Wang Bingyan, it only took a week. After the last group of survivors entered the underground tunnel, Suchin had the entrance temporarily sealed. Currently, only the psionic core and the guard remained at the Lake Heart Island base. Suchin stored all the supplies in the square into the storage space. By the time everything was done, it was already dark. They stayed at the Lake Heart Island base for another night. The next morning, they left the base by car. According to Tong Fei, Although the Iron Legion had not yet determined the exact location of the Savior Army and the New World, based on their members' activities, it was roughly surmised that they were in the Qi County area. Su Chen planned to go to the area near Qi County first to take a closer look. While driving, Su Chen noticed that the fog had thickened considerably compared to yesterday. Yesterday, it had merely appeared hazy. Today, it was impossible to see clearly beyond a few hundred meters. The Tiger Gang members were forced to slow down, flash their hazard lights, and drive in unison. Thankfully, the inclement weather also made it easier for Su Chen and his companions to conceal their tracks and avoid detection by the New World and the Saviors. After arriving at their designated location, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The journey had been remarkably smooth, with no monsters encountered. Su Chen found a secluded spot to temporarily set up camp. He summoned Su Wenwei and the 3 captains of the Shadow Tiger, Dark Tiger, and Winged Tiger teams. I go check on the situation in the county first. You all be careful here, Su Chen instructed. Okay, Boss Su. The others nodded. Su Chen was incredibly powerful, and he had Ming Qi as his mount. He couldn't possibly be in danger while going out to investigate. Su Chen mounted Ming Qi and disappeared into the vast white fog. It wasn't long before they reached the outskirts of Banner County. Stop, Ming Qi, Su Chen whispered to Ming Qi. He saw a checkpoint appear on the road ahead. He could vaguely make out several figures standing behind it. Su Chen told Ming Qi to hide, while he, using the fog, slowly made his way towards the checkpoint. Several uniformed survivors, armed with AKs, were guarding the checkpoint. Have you heard? Several monsters suddenly appeared west of the county town, and our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. I heard too. Those monsters are said to have supernatural powers, just like wild boars. Yeah, even bullets can't penetrate them. Life is getting harder and harder these days. Don't you think those monsters will come here? Crow's mouth. Pa! Pa! Several survivors of the New World were whispering. Just then, one of them suddenly felt the urge to pee. I'm going to pee. You wait here. Don't go too far. You might get carried away by a monster. A companion laughed. Stop scaring me. There was a small ditch beside the road. The man got off the road and stood by the ditch to pee. Ding dong chicken, ding dong chicken. He hummed a little tune and shook his weapon. Just then, a sudden gust of wind was heard, accompanied by faint screams. Could it be a monster? The New World member jumped, turned around, and found the surroundings unusually quiet. I must have scared myself. He consoled himself, quickly pulling up his pants. Not even bothering to wipe his hands, he sprinted towards the checkpoint up the slope, but when he reached the checkpoint, he was shocked. There was no one near the checkpoint. His companions had vanished without a trace. Lu Renjia. Xiao Bingyi. He called out his companion's name several times, but there was no response. Oh no! His heart sank. Just as he was about to rush to the car and notify his superiors on the intercom, he saw a tall figure slowly emerge from the white mist. Next to the newcomer was a massive orange cat. Oh no! It's the Tiger Gang's leader. The sentry's eyes widened, and he quickly raised his AK with trembling hands. You? Don't come over here. Su Chen, however, acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued to slowly approach. The sentry steeled his resolve and pulled the trigger. Duh. But before his eyes could see anything, Su Chen's figure suddenly became a shadow, then reappeared beside him. Ghost! The sentry screamed in fear, dropped his gun, and ran back, but he hadn't taken a few steps when he felt a powerful force from behind, pinning him to the ground. Ming Qi, don't kill him! Su Chen called out, stopping Ming Qi, who was about to devour the sentry. Meow! Ming Qi gave Su Chen a resentful look, but remained silent, merely holding the sentry with her paw. Su Chen slowly walked up to the sentry and squatted down. I ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I spare your life. Su. Boss Su, right? Feel free to ask. You know my identity? Su Chen asked, somewhat surprised. That's for sure. The sentry hurried to explain. Although he had never seen Su Chen, Zhang Hao, the New World's governor, had shared Su Chen's portrait with all members. What impressed the sentry most was that Su Chen was accompanied by a monstrous orange cat. I see. Su Chen nodded and asked, your New World base should be in the county seat, right? Well? The sentry hesitated, unsure whether to speak. You're a slave in the New World, earning only a few bucks a month. Is it necessary to work so hard? Su Chen sneered. If you don't want to talk about it, I can go and see for myself. Ming Qi, I leave it to you. The sentry was startled by Ming Qi's bloody mouth and said quickly, I said, They're inside the county town. Where are the saviors? They were with us before, but we don't know anymore. Where are your Archon Zhang Hao and his men? I don't know. How many high-level evolvers are there in the base right now? I don't know either. Do you know about the secret realm? Huh? I don't know. Su Chen peppered the sentry with questions, but the sentry looked bewildered. He frowned, then relaxed. If the sentry truly knew these questions, he wouldn't have been assigned to the outer patrol. Meng Qi, I leave it to you. Su Chen waved his hand. No, you won't kill me, right? The sentry asked tearfully. I'm sorry, I'm not satisfied with your answer. Su Chen's words had barely escaped his lips when Meng Qi slapped him with her claws. The sentinel was dead. Not long after, along with the several members of the New World from earlier, these sentinels were transformed into zombies. Without Su Chen's intervention, Meng Qi easily dispatched them, smashing their heads. But she did find 2 energy crystals among them. Su Chen played with the energy crystals and couldn't help but laugh. You know, at this point, these ordinary energy crystals are far rarer than energy cores. Chapter 490. After dispatching the zombies, Su Chen called the psychic group behind him via radio. Old Su, bring the men over. A moment later, Su Wenwei and the others arrived. Clean up the area, Su Chen instructed. The others busied themselves, burying the bodies on the ground. Su Chen relayed the information he had extracted from the sentries to Su Wenwei and the others. Upon hearing that the New World base was in Qi County, Su Wenwei's face lit up with joy. It's truly a case of searching high and low for something, yet finding it without any effort. Brother Su, how should we proceed? Su Chen looked in the direction of Qi County, as if he could see through the fog and clearly see the situation there. Since this is the New World's headquarters, I imagine the security is extremely tight. So I plan to lure the enemy out. Everyone's eyes lit up at this. The New World building. In the Archon's office on the top floor, Zhang Hao, Daini, and the others were enjoying a lively conversation. After returning from the secret realm, they had done the same thing as Su Chen, concentrating their energy cores and forging a few top-tier fighters. As the leaders of the 2 factions, Daini and Zhang Hao naturally received priority in obtaining the energy cores. Now, one of them is a Mega Evolver, and the other a Mega Plant-type Esper. In addition, Lu Qingbua and Aqiang have also evolved to Mega, not to mention, Penhong, despite being a high-level summoning-type Esper, possesses 2 Mega Murlocs. The Salvation Army and the New World are now formidable. Consul, with our current strength, we may not be a match for Su Chen, but we are more than capable of dealing with the Iron Legion. Do we still need to continue our alliance with them? Lu Qingbua asked with a smile. Zhang Hao shook his head slightly. Of course we do. The Tiger Gang's strength cannot be underestimated. Turning against the Iron Legion now is unwise. If we really want to turn against them, we should wait until we defeated the Tiger Gang. Zhang Hao paused, then continued, and don't forget. The secret realm is connected to the real world, and those monsters have escaped. The wisest thing to do right now is to avoid unnecessary complications. Yesterday, Zhang Hao and Dai Ini sent another group to Longtangu to investigate. To their surprise, they discovered that the entrance to the secret realm had been maintained. This was a real surprise, especially since the survivors of the New World were attacked by monsters last night. Considering the complex situation, Zhang Hao decided to maintain his alliance with the Iron Legion. As they were talking, a hurried voice suddenly came over the intercom on the table. Consul, bad news. The outskirts of Banner County have been attacked. Zhang Hao's face paled slightly, and he grabbed the intercom. What's going on? Are we being attacked by monsters? No. They're survivors. Looks like they're from the Tiger Gang. Ah. Followed by a scream, the New World member on the other end of the intercom fell silent. Zhang Hao and Dai Ini's expression suddenly changed drastically. They had never imagined that just a day or 2 after emerging from the secret realm, the Tiger Gang would launch an attack. No, Su Chen. Why aren't you attacking the Iron Legion? Commander Zhang Hao, right? A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Zhang Hao and Dai Ini glanced at each other and recognized Su Chen. It's me, why? Zhang Hao said coldly. Our Tiger Gang hasn't offended you before, but you colluded with the Iron Legion and the Salvation Army to attack us. Today is the day the Tiger Gang will exact revenge on you. Su Chen's voice was cold and ruthless. Zhang Hao smiled instead of getting angry. Okay, Su Chen, today it's either you or me. You're wrong. Only you will die, not me. Su Chen immediately cut off the call. Zhang Hao put down the walkie-talkie, his face gloomy. Brother Zhang, don't panic. I have my men here right now. Daini sneered. Let's attack Suchin together. We must take him down. No need. Zhang Hao shook his head. No. Daini was slightly taken aback. New World alone probably can't deal with the Tiger Gang. It wasn't that he didn't trust New World, but the Tiger Gang led by Suchin was simply too powerful. To completely defeat them, the safest approach would be to call in the Salvation Army. It would be best to call in the Iron Legion as reinforcements. A combined attack from all three forces can completely annihilate the Tiger Gang, and Suchin. Zhang Hao slowly raised his head and looked at Daini. If I remember correctly, the Salvation Army is operating in the area south of Qi County? Yes, what's wrong? Daini asked doubtfully. Gather them immediately and attack Suchin's base on the Lake Island. Zhang Hao said in a deep voice. Daini was stunned for a moment, almost clapping his hands in admiration. The Tiger Gang must have mobilized all their forces to attack their base in the New World. Then the Lake Heart Island base must be completely empty. If we can seize this opportunity to launch a counterattack on Lake Heart Island, we can deal a heavy blow to the Tiger Gang. But can we hold on here? Daini asked worriedly. The Tiger Gang is attacking Qi County, so they must have brought only their elite troops. Evolvers and psychics below the mid-level won't be of much use. Our high-level fighters are still in Qi County. We may not be able to destroy Suchin, but we shouldn't have any trouble resisting his attack. I call Zhao Yang right now, and have him send reinforcements. We must destroy Suchin. Zhang Hao said fiercely. Okay, then, let's do as you say, Brother Zhang. Daini nodded heavily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ever since facing Suchin, they've been repeatedly defeated. This time, they can finally fight back. He picked up his communicator and began contacting the Salvation Army members dozens of kilometers away. Lu Qinghua, organize your forces immediately and intercept the Tiger Gang. Yes. After receiving the order, Lu Qinghua quickly left. Zhang Hao also picked up his communicator and contacted the Iron Legion. Zhao Yang, send support immediately. He told Zhao Yang about the attack on Qi County by the Tiger Gang. Zhao Yang, inside the Iron Legion base, was stunned for a moment after learning what had happened. But he didn't rush to agree. Instead, he smiled and said, Consul, how about this? You two groups will resist the Tiger Gang first. How about we send troops to raid the Tiger Gang's lair? What do you think? Hearing this, Zhang Hao cursed inwardly. Truly cunning. The Tiger Gang in Qi County must be composed of elite troops led by Suchin. They're incredibly powerful and formidable. The Lake Heart Island base is relatively empty. Chapter 491. Not to mention, the base must be filled with a vast amount of supplies. Zhao Yang, that old fox, has his plans worked out perfectly. That's unnecessary. Chief Dai's Salvation Army is already on their way to the Lake Heart Island base. Zhang Hao said calmly. Zhao Yang frowned upon hearing this, mentally cursing, what a little fox. But he also understood that he couldn't just sit by and watch the Tiger Gang wipe out New World. So he nodded and said, okay, I understand. I send someone to support you right away. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yang immediately called Zhang Hao over. That's what's going on. You take your men to support New World. But remember, do your best to ensure the safety of our own people. Let the Tiger Gang and New World fight it out. The more fiercely they fight, the happier we are. Understand? Zhang Hao nodded knowingly. Don't worry, General. I understand. That's good. Go ahead. Zhao Yang waved with satisfaction. The New World on the other side. After notifying the Iron Legion, Zhang Hao stood up. Captain Dai, shall we go together? Let's go! Daini nodded. They left the office building and quickly headed out of the city. At this moment, Lu Qinghua, leading the survivors of the New World, had already engaged the Tiger Gang. Although there were many evolvers and psychics in the New World, the vast majority were ordinary people. In a head-on battle, they wouldn't be of much use. But they could serve as a sniper from the sidelines. After all, even a high-level psychic wouldn't survive a single bullet strike. Duh. Boom. The sound of bullets and gunfire echoed across the battlefield. Lu Qinghua strained his eyes, trying to see the situation on the other side. But the fog was so thick that he couldn't see clearly. He could only see various psychic powers emanating from the white mist and landing in front of his own position. For a moment, the two sides were deadlocked. Lu Qinghua wanted to organize his forces and launch an attack on the Tiger Gang. But after repeated consideration, he gave up the idea. He couldn't bear the responsibility if he failed. Luckily, Zhang Hao's voice came from behind. Lu Qinghua, how's the situation? Consul, you're here. Lu Qinghua was overjoyed, and hurriedly explained the situation to Zhang Hao. The Tiger Gang is just across the street. It's just that the fog makes it hard to see their exact location. If they don't attack, I won't dare to attack rashly. Looking at the fog-shrouded street across from them, Zhang Hao and Dai Ini were puzzled. The Tiger Gang had charged all the way to Qi County, but then stopped dead in their tracks. What was their plan? That Su Chen is always full of cunning schemes. Should we just attack rashly? Brother Zhang, how about you summon a few tree people? We can follow them and charge straight ahead? Dai Ini suggested. Continuing this stalemate wouldn't be a good idea. Zhang Hao thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Cities in Yin country all place a high priority on greenery. Even though Qixian is just a small town, the streets are lined with sycamore trees. As Zhang Hao activated his superpower, the summoned sycamore trees seemed to come alive. Their branches transformed into arms, lifting themselves up from the ground, compared to before. After becoming a superpowered user, the number of treemen Zhang Hao summoned doubled from 5 to 10, and these treemen appeared noticeably stronger. Let's go! Zhang Hao waved his hand. The enormous treemen staggered across the street. You guys follow them. Dai Yin commanded his men. Several evolvers responded. But before they could follow, several fireballs flew out of the mist. These fireballs accurately hit the treemen. Boom! Accompanied by a series of explosions, the treemen instantly disintegrated into a ball of fire. They staggered and collapsed to the ground with a crash. Zhang Hao and Dai Yin's eyes widened at this sight. There were also several fire-type Esper members among the Savior Army and the New World. They could also fire similar fireballs, but their fireballs, in both size and power, could not compare to those just now. It's no exaggeration to say that the fireballs that defeated the treemen were no less powerful than small missiles. This must be the high-level fire-type Esper from the Tiger Gang before. He must have also evolved to Super. Dai Yin said seriously. This is getting tricky. Zhang Hao's brows furrowed. With visibility so low right now, a rash attack would easily lead to being blasted to pieces by the Tiger Gang Super Fire-type Esper. But the question was, if they didn't advance, would this stalemate continue? It seems a stalemate is actually a good thing for us. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao's brows relaxed, and he smiled at everyone. Since the enemy isn't attacking, let's not act rashly. Anyway, the brothers from the Salvation Army have already attacked the Tiger Gang's base. And reinforcements from the Iron Legion are on the way. Everyone calmed down after hearing this. If that's the case, delaying the situation would be very beneficial to our side. Hearing no movement from the New World, Su Wenwei remained unhurried. He smiled to Zheng Hui and Shi Jinyuan. Next, we just have to wait for a signal from Boss Su. Meanwhile, on the other side of Qi County, Su Chen, leading Meng Qi, Wang Xinyu, and Wang Yin, quietly entered the county town. Given the dense fog, visibility was extremely poor. The people from the New World probably couldn't tell their strength. So Su Chen ordered Su Wenwei and the others to launch a feint attack from the south. They didn't have to engage the New World's forces, but they had to create a significant disturbance. Su Chen, along with several evolvers, quickly infiltrated Qi County from the east. With the fog as a barrier and radar coverage, Su Chen and his team entered Qi County smoothly, and were only a stone's throw away from the Qi County office building. The radar showed numerous survivors nearby. Sneaking in quietly was practically impossible. Prepare for action. Su Chen commanded, charging forward. The New World soldiers on guard didn't take the approach of the approaching troops seriously. After all, this was their base camp, and security was extremely tight. Who is it? A soldier asked casually, approaching. Su Chen didn't answer. Instead, he raised his hand and unleashed a chain lightning bolt. After striking the first soldier, the chain lightning immediately ricocheted towards the soldiers behind him. Chapter 492. Before, Su Chen's chain lightning would have been equally effective in killing these soldiers. But after strengthening to F+ power, the power he wielded was naturally multiplied. The soldiers struck by the chain lightning were all reduced to charcoal, unable even to utter a scream. Zheng Hui, Wang Yin, and the others watching from behind couldn't help but swallow their saliva, feeling quite relieved. Luckily, they were with Boss Su. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to charcoal. The fog provided the perfect cover. Although there were many other soldiers over 100 meters away, they were completely unaware that Su Chen had already eliminated the entrance sentry and charged directly towards the office building. Zheng Hui and the others followed Su Chen. They successfully crossed the compound and reached the main office building. They ran into several survivors, chatting as they walked out. Suddenly seeing Su Chen and the others appear, they were stunned. Before they could react, Zheng Hui and the others nearby raised their silenced weapons, even without Su Chen having to make a move. Swish, swish, swish. After a few gunshots, the group collapsed to the ground. Clean up this place. You two, guard the entrance. Report anything amiss immediately, Su Chen said gravely. Yes. The two evolved psionics nodded emphatically. The others followed Su Chen, continuing their charge upstairs. They were like the grim reapers of hell. Along the way, any member of the new world they encountered was easily dispatched without a fight. Before long, Su Chen led his team to the top floor. Looking at the 3 large characters console on the wall, he realized this must be Zhang Hao's office. Radar activated. Through the radar, Su Chen discovered that the office was deserted. It seemed Zhang Hao had already taken his men to the front lines to fight Su Wenwei. Su Chen didn't hesitate and kicked the office building open. Logically, the rare materials looted from the new world, such as exotic crystals, energy cores, energy crystals, energy fruits, and other valuables, should be stored in Zhang Hao's quarters. After all, he was the supreme consul of the new world, and he didn't have the storage space Su Chen possessed. Su Chen's sharp gaze swept across the room, landing on the bookshelf behind the desk. The radar scan revealed a secret room behind the bookshelf. Su Chen didn't bother searching for the entrance mechanism. He stepped forward and punched it directly. Bang! With a loud bang, the bookshelf was shattered, and a hole was punched in the wall behind it. Su Chen delivered a few more punches, forcibly punching a passage through the wall behind the bookshelf. Wang Yin and the others nearby couldn't help but swallow their saliva again. Their boss. So simple and brutal indeed. Go in and search around to see if there's anything valuable. Su Chen nodded to Wang Yin. Wang Yin called his 2 companions and entered the secret room. A moment later, they emerged, their faces beaming with joy. Brother Su, look. In Wang Yan's arms lay a large pile of energy crystals. Although they weren't high-grade in appearance, they were still rare. As the governor of the new world, Zhang Hao wasn't a fool. He reserved the high-grade energy crystals and cores for his own use. He kept the lower-grade ones for future rewards to his subordinates. As for the other 2 members of the Psionic Corps, they held 2 heavy tridents. Unlike the Tiger Gang and the Iron Legion, the New World and the Salvation Army had little knowledge of exotic crystals. They didn't know how to craft weapons from them. Thus, after receiving the 2 tridents, Zhang Hao hadn't had time to research them. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Of course, he knew this trident was the weapon of the fishmen in the secret realm, and it was forged from exotic crystals. He hadn't expected Zhang Hao and the others to have amassed such a bounty in the secret realm. What a pity. Now all these goodies belong to him. Su Chen, without hesitation, took the trident and energy crystals from Wang Yin and the others. The Tiger Gang continued their search for a while, but found no more exotic crystals or other treasures. They did, however, discover a considerable amount of food, drinking water, and other supplies. Su Chen, again without hesitation, stored them all in his storage space. Seeing that everything had been looted and time was running out, Su Chen ordered, retreat. Everyone immediately headed back down the same way they had come. But unlike when they arrived, the Tiger Gang members dropped the heavy explosives into various corners of the building as they went. Once, they were completely away from the office building. Su Chen calmly took out his walkie-talkie. This was what he had seized from the sentries after killing them. Help! The enemy has reached the office building. 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 Su Chen repeated this important thing 3 times in a row, his tone filled with panic. After hearing the cry for help from the intercom, Zhang Hao and Dai Yin's faces changed. They didn't recognize Su Chen's voice. After all, they weren't very familiar with him. Su Chen, that bastard, actually used a feint to the east and attacked in the west. Zhang Hao was furious. No wonder the Tiger Gang had been staying across the street and not attacking. It turned out they were trying to delay the attack. All units, attention. Converge to the office building immediately. We must trap the Tiger Gang inside. Zhang Hao said fiercely into the intercom. Not to mention, the enemy attacking the office building was most likely led by Su Chen. You know, there were a ton of treasures hidden in his office. What about us? Dai Yin pointed across the street. Zhang Hao frowned. Since it's a feint, there shouldn't be too many people on the other side. Brother Dai, you stay here. I take a few people back. What do you think? Dai Yin thought for a moment and nodded. I do as you say. Zhang Hao didn't waste any time. He immediately summoned Lu Qinghua and several evolvers and psychics, and they hurried back toward the office building. After hearing Zhang Hao's orders over the intercom, soon, Su Chen, hiding in a residential building, spotted on radar. A large number of bright spots were gathering around the office building. But they seemed to be waiting for Zhang Hao's orders, and didn't rush in. Seeing this, Su Chen sneered and decided to give Zhang Hao more fuel. Chapter 493. Those Tiger Gang members are on the top floor. Archon, come quickly. Hearing the voice on the intercom, Zhang Hao felt it sounded familiar, but he didn't think much of it. He figured they were definitely from the New World, so the familiarity of their voice was perfectly natural. Quick, charge and stop them. Zhang Hao ordered. He couldn't just stand by and watch Su Chen ransack his office. The soldiers around him rushed towards the office building one by one, anxious as he was, but Zhang Hao didn't lose his composure. For any organization, the importance of evolvers far outweighs that of survivors. So, he first sent out ordinary soldiers to scout the situation and wear down the enemy. If the enemy was too numerous, he would surround them without attacking, waiting for reinforcements from the Iron Legion. If the enemy was too few, he would call in Lu Qingbue and the others for a general attack. However, things turned out beyond Zhang Hao's expectations. The soldiers' entry into the office building was remarkably smooth. No one on the first floor. Nothing unusual on the second floor. The third floor has been successfully captured. All the way to the top floor, the New World soldiers encountered no resistance. What was going on? Zhang Hao was a little confused, but he still ordered, check the office. Yes. The leading soldier also kicked open the door to the Archon's office. But what he saw was a mess. Arcana, no enemy sightings, and the place has been searched. Listening to the soldier's report, Zhang Hao became even more confused. He vaguely sensed something was amiss. Who just reported that the Tiger Gang was on the top floor? Of course, it was me, Lord Archon. Su Chen's drawn-out voice came over the intercom. Zhang Hao frowned, then realized, Su Chen. Yes, it was your grandfather. Su Chen laughed heartily. It's been a while. Today, I'm giving you a large firework as a greeting. Zhang Hao's heart sank, a sense of foreboding rising. Quick, everyone, evacuate the... But before he could finish his words, a series of loud explosions were heard. Boom! All the explosives the Tiger Gang had previously dropped into the building were detonated. You have to remember, these were C4 plastic explosives, incredibly powerful. To ensure the destruction of the office building, Su Chen was extremely considerate. A charge of dynamite was placed at the support column on each floor of the building. Such a large charge instantly unleashed a massive explosion of fire, shattering everything within the building. Even through the fog, those outside could still see the faint glow of the flames. As the support columns collapsed, the building groaned under the weight and slowly slid to one side. Boom! Amidst a cloud of dust, the building collapsed heavily to the ground, crushing many survivors outside. Thankfully, Zhang Hao was far enough away to avoid being crushed by the building. Looking at the shattered office building before him, a dusty Zhang Hao couldn't help but curse, Su Chen, I kill you. You bastard, don't fall into my hands, or I kill you. You deserve to die. For Zhang Hao, the destruction of the office building wasn't worth his outrage. After all, he could have abandoned the county and found another stronghold, just like the Salvation Army had done. But the problem was, the building contained a large amount of New World Organization supplies. With a violent explosion, they would surely be gone, and those soldiers who rushed in. Although they weren't evolvers, they were just as important to the New World. It's like modern society. If the lower classes didn't exist, and there were only the wealthy at the top, then this society wouldn't be able to function properly. Hearing Zhang Hao's angry curses, Su Chen simply chuckled and said two words, rebound? Then he ignored Zhang Hao, dropped the intercom, and said to Wang Yin and the others, let's go. On the other side, Daini was staring intently across the street when he suddenly heard a series of explosions from behind. Everyone present was startled and instinctively turned around. A moment later, another heavy crash. Although they were far away and shrouded in mist, the immense force of the impact, causing the ground to tremble, still startled everyone. What's going on? A Chong, standing nearby, couldn't help but whisper. Everyone was bewildered. Could it be that the office building was destroyed? This thought occurred to Daini. But the problem was, even if the battle was intense, it wouldn't be enough to bring the entire building down, right? This series of noises left the New World, the Salvation Army, and others present completely bewildered. They too had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Just as their attention was drawn away, they were completely unaware that the psychic group had already crossed the street. Boom! When a series of fireballs roared towards them, instantly killing several survivors, Daini and the others finally reacted. Enemy attack. But it was too late. Storm's fury. Jiangyu, now a superpowered being, raised his hand and unleashed his ultimate attack. A massive ball of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere near Daini and the others, powerfully draining everything nearby. Several weaker evolvers were unexpectedly swept in by it. Followed by a few screams, there was no further sound. Another dimension. Chang's face darkened, and he immediately activated his superpower. A black hole appeared above the ball of wind. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. It was absolute darkness, a darkness deeper than the depths of night, a pure black, so black that it filled one's heart with fear. The wind was actually sucked directly into the black hole, completely silent. Then, the black hole vanished into nothingness. Chang's face paled considerably. This move, the extra-dimensional space, could exile objects into a black hole, but the load was too great. If Chang hadn't reached the Super Realm, he wouldn't have been able to use it. Even after reaching Super Realm, he could only use it once at most. Seeing the wind being swallowed by the black hole, Su Wenwei wasn't surprised. Instead, he sneered, "Let me show you my ultimate move. Come out, Flame Giant." With his call, the temperature around him suddenly rose. Fiery red flames gathered from all directions, quickly forming in front of Su Wenwei, a 3-meter-tall giant, entirely composed of flames. This move was inspired by Zhang Hao's ability to summon tree men, but the load of summoning and controlling the flame giant was also considerable. Unfortunately, Su Wenwei couldn't handle it before, and only after reaching the Super Realm could he use it. Chapter 494. The Fire Giant summoned by Su Wenwei. It was about the same size as the treeman summoned by Zhang Hao. But the difference in power between the two was enormous. The Fire Giant's entire body was engulfed in blazing flames, and even from a distance, one could feel the scorching heat. And unlike the rigid treeman, the Fire Giant could even use flame-based abilities. It opened its bizarre mouth towards the nearby enemy. A moment later, a vast cloud of flames erupted from its mouth. Faced with the incoming flames, the members of the New World and the Salvation Army dared not resist and quickly dispersed. The flames landed on trees and rooftops, quickly forming a raging blaze. Dai Yin's expression changed, but before he could move, he felt his body stiffen and his movements become incredibly slow. Yes! It was Shi Jinyuan who had made the move. As a telekinetic user, his telekinesis had become even more powerful after reaching the advanced level. Even the hyper-evolved Daini was subjected to the pressure of telekinesis. As for the others, the high-level evolvers could still manage to move a bit. As for those below the intermediate level, they couldn't move at all. Seizing this opportunity, the members of the Psychic Corps launched a relentless attack on Daini and the others. At this critical moment, seeing his side at a disadvantage, Chang ignored his depleted mental strength and forcibly summoned several extra-dimensional blades toward Shi Jinyuan. Shi Jinyuan was startled and quickly jumped to the side. Avoiding the extra-dimensional blades, however, his focused spellcasting was also interrupted. Without the telekinetic suppression, Daini and his companions resumed their movements. "Retreat!" Daini shouted hurriedly. He knew very well that without Zhang Hao and Pan Hong present, he stood no chance against Su Wenwei and the others. Everyone received the order and retreated. Naturally, Su Wenwei was not about to miss this opportunity to strike back. He, along with Shi Jinyuan, Jiangyu, and the others, followed Daini and his companions. "Zhang Hao, what's the situation over there? We're no match for them," Daini asked anxiously, holding the intercom. "My side? Forget it. You retreat first. We reunite later." Zhang Hao's voice was filled with helplessness. Daini, without giving it any further thought, glanced at Su Wenwei and the others who were relentlessly pursuing him, and ordered, "Fu Yu, I leave it to you." "Okay," Fu Yu replied. Any Esper who reaches the superpower level generally possesses extremely powerful abilities. Fu Yu retreated rapidly, waving his arms. There was a bug earlier that listed the Ice-type Esper Chen Yudao as a member of the Iron Legion. Let's stick with the error. Chen Yudao remains a member of the Iron Legion. Then, the Earth-type Esper Fu Yu becomes a member of the New World. Buildings on both sides continuously collapsed, forming a roadblock that blocked Su Wenwei and the others' pursuit. Watching Daini and the others disappear before his eyes, Su Wenwei stamped his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do. They didn't have any surprise attack Esper. Relying solely on the powers of the Fire Giant and Jiangyu and the others to lift the roadblock was a stretch. "Forget it, Brother Su. Let's go find Boss Su first and reunite with them," Shi Jinyuan suggested. "All right." Su Wenwei nodded and contacted Su Chen. After escaping Su Wenwei's pursuit, Daini quickly found Zhang Hao. Seeing the shattered office building, Daini was shocked. What? What's going on? It's all that Su Chen's fault. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth in anger, his tone filled with resentment. He told Dai Yini how Su Chen had played him so well, leading to the deaths of so many New World soldiers. Dai Yini was furious and terrified upon hearing this. Luckily, he didn't follow Zhang Hao. Otherwise, with my personality, I'd probably just charge into the building. I definitely have to be careful next time I face Su Chen. By the way, Dai Yini asked hurriedly, as if remembering something, where are those 2 exotic crystal weapons? Su Chen must have taken them. Zhang Hao's face turned extremely grim. Ah! Dai Yini couldn't help but sigh. They paid a huge price to obtain 2 tridents from the secret realm, only to have them stolen by Su Chen. But now that things have come to this, it wasn't the savior's abilities that were lost. Although Dai Yini felt regretful, he wasn't as angry as Zhang Hao. Brother Zhang, what should we do now? Should we continue to organize our forces to deal with Su Chen? Or should we retreat? Zhang Hao suppressed his anger and pondered. We can't defeat Su Chen at this point. We have no choice but to retreat. Okay. Dai Yini nodded. Just as Zhang Hao was about to order a retreat, something unexpected happened. Zzz. A thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky. A dozen New World soldiers transporting supplies were instantly electrocuted to charcoal. Everyone was stunned for a moment before reacting and shouting, "Enemy attack!" It's Su Chen. Hearing Su Chen's name, Zhang Hao and Dai Yini were filled with anger and fear. This Su Chen was truly inhuman. Leaders, where are you going? Su Chen's figure emerged from the mist not far away. Su Wenwei, Zheng Hui, and the others followed closely behind him. Zhang Hao stared at Su Chen intently, his eyes filled with deep hatred. If eyes could tell, Su Chen would surely have died no less than 10,000 times. Without further words, Zhang Hao launched into battle, summoning the tree men. A nearby sycamore tree rose from the ground, transforming into 10 gigantic tree men, charging fiercely towards Su Chen. Then he waved his hand. The ground not far away suddenly cracked open, and a massive vine emerged from the ground, whistling towards the psychic group. The Tiger Gang, naturally, would not show any mercy to the enemy. All sorts of supernatural powers were also unleashed. For a moment, in the ruins of the Banner County office building, supernatural powers of ice, fire, wind, and thunder danced everywhere. Ordinary evolvers fired rifles and grenades. The battle was fierce, to be honest, except for Su Chen. The Tiger Gang's strength was inferior to that of the New World and the Salvation Army. But Su Chen was simply too formidable. He alone was worth 3 superpowered warriors. Sun Jiansheng had not yet forged the exotic crystals he had obtained from the secret realm. Su Chen still used the exotic crystal bear knife and the exotic crystal shield. He wielded a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, swiftly moving across the battlefield. In the New World, among the saviors, any intermediate level or lower evolvers or psychics were completely unable to withstand Su Chen. Chapter 495. Su Chen didn't even try to dodge, relying on the power of the exotic crystal to easily withstand the enemy's attacks. Then he struck back with a slash or a kick. Those below intermediate combat power couldn't withstand it at all. Even those at high combat power could only hold out for a moment before being killed or fleeing. Su Chen didn't pursue them, but simply charged towards Dai Yini and Zhang Hao. Seeing this, Dai Yini and Zhang Hao's expressions changed drastically. Although they hated Su Chen to the core and wanted nothing more than to kill him, they knew full well that even together, they were no match for him. Seeing Su Chen charging, the two of them exchanged a glance and, in perfect unison, fled. The leader had fled. So how could the rest of them fight to the death? They all followed Dai Yini and Zhang Hao, running out of the county. Outside the county, an army was slowly moving along the highway. Zhang Hao was sitting in the front Humvee, resting his eyes. Just then, his ears twitched, and his brow furrowed slightly. He could hear faint gunfire and explosions coming from the county town. It seemed that in the New World, the Salvation Army and the Tiger Gang had already engaged in battle. Should he wait outside the city? Before Zhang Hao could figure it out, his intercom suddenly rang. "Captain Jiang, where are you?" Hearing Zhang Hao scold him, Zhang Hao's face flickered with displeasure. He said impatiently, "We're on the way." "What's wrong?" "Hurry up. We're all dying." Dai Yini, standing beside him, also cursed rapidly. Zhang Hao was startled. After his previous interactions with Zhang Hao and Dai Yini, he knew exactly what was going on. If the situation weren't desperate and irreversible, these two wouldn't have lost their composure like this. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "I'm already outside the city. Don't come in, we're leaving immediately." Zhang Hao immediately cut off communication. Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment, then ordered to wait. Not long after, a large group of survivors emerged from the fog in a panic. Jiang Hao looked closely. Who else could it be but Zhang Hao, Diane, and the others? You? Hurry, the tiger gang is right behind us. Zhang Hao didn't bother to explain, pointing behind him. Oh. Jiang Hao regained his composure and ordered, attack. The ordinary soldiers he had brought with him immediately launched an attack in the direction of Zhang Hao and the others. Bullets and shells whizzed into the fog. Su Chen, who was pursuing them from behind, detected a large number of bright spots ahead via radar. He immediately called a halt to the psychic group. This sudden reinforcement. Could it be the Iron Legion? In the previous battle, the Tiger Gang, having gained the upper hand, launched a fierce attack on the New World and the Salvation Army. The New World suffered heavy losses, but the Tiger Gang was also exhausted. Specialists like Su Wenwei and Shi Jinyuan had almost exhausted their mental energy. Fighting the Iron Legion again would likely be disastrous. This surprise attack on the New World had dealt a heavy blow to it, and their goal had been achieved. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then ordered, "Let's go. Let's go back." Because of Su Chen and his men's retreat, the Iron Legion's blanket fire had yielded no results. After a fierce attack, Jiang Hao noticed no reaction from within the fog. Stop! He called a halt to the attack, frowning at Zhang Hao. What's going on? Did the Tiger Gang retreat? Zhang Hao asked, puzzled. Regardless of whether they retreated or not, let's get going, Diane urged. Jiang Hao didn't want to fight the Tiger Gang for the sake of the New World or the Saviors. So, he had his men pack Zhang Hao and his group into the car, then turned and headed for the Iron Legion's base. Not long after, Zhang Hao and his companions met with Zhao Yang in the Iron Legion's conference room. Captain Dai, Governor Zhang, how did you get into this state? Zhao Yang was shocked to see the two men in such a state. General, don't mention it. Zhang Hao sighed and, with great frustration, recounted what had happened not long ago. Zhao Yang couldn't help but gasp. Although he had just signaled Jiang Hao to support him, he had intended to sit back and watch the fight unfold. But he had hoped that the Tiger Gang, New World, and the Salvation Army would both suffer losses, not the current situation. General, if we want to join the Iron Legion, will you accept us? Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly. A day ago, he would never have imagined that he would actively beg Zhao Yang to join the Iron Legion. After all, there was a deep hatred between the two sides. But who could have imagined that in just one day, New World would suffer such heavy losses? With the office building gone, New World's vast stockpile of supplies also disappeared. Not to mention the casualties of so many ordinary people. Currently, in the New World, aside from the evolvers and psychics like Zhang Hao, there are probably only a few hundred people left. But most of these people are old, weak, sick, and disabled. The New World has lost its former glory, even less than the Savior Army. After all, the Savior Army's members are scattered across different locations. We lost quite a few men in the previous battle, but that's still acceptable. If we want to survive and fight against Su Chen, joining the Iron Legion is the only way. Well, Zhao Yang stroked his stubble, lost in thought. Having powerful fighters like Zhang Hao and Dai Ini join the Iron Legion is definitely a boon for the Iron Legion. But the problem is, there's a grudge between the two sides. Will their arrival affect Zhao Yang's rule? Forget it, Brother Zhang. The general doesn't welcome us. Dai Ini snorted coldly. There's still room for maneuver between the New World and the Iron Legion. There was a conflict between the two before, but it wasn't too extreme. But the Savior Army and the Iron Legion have a deep-seated hatred. If it weren't for the Iron Legion, the Savior Army wouldn't be so divided. If there was even the slightest possibility, Dai Ini wouldn't have joined the Iron Legion. At worst, we can just merge. Dai Ini consoled him. Don't forget, I also sent people to raid Su Chen's Lake Heart Island base. Maybe there's a surprise. Hearing this, Zhang Hao was slightly startled, only then remembering this. If the Savior Army's raid on the Lake Heart Island base was successful, then wouldn't Su Chen and the Tiger Gang's whereabouts be similar to his own? Looking at it this way, begging Zhao Yang to join the Iron Legion was a bit hasty. Zhao Yang observed their conversation coldly, roughly understanding their intentions. But he didn't nod in agreement, nor did he refuse. He quietly puffed on his cigarette and winked at Jiang Hao. Chapter 496. Jiang Hao instantly understood Zhao Yang's intention, then stood up and walked out. A short while later, he returned. Following him in were several Iron Legion evolvers and psychics. After entering, these people said nothing, simply standing silently behind Dai Ini and Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's expression instantly changed. Smart, he understood Zhao Yang's intention. As long as the Salvation Army's raid on Lake Heart Island succeeded and inflicted heavy damage on the Tiger Gang, Zhang Hao and his men would be useless to Zhao Yang, and would only become a threat. Furthermore, Zhao Yang's illegitimate son had already died in the Banner County. It was inevitable that Zhao Yang would fall out with him. Zhang Hao's emotions became extremely complicated. He and Su Chen had a deep hatred, so naturally he hoped the Salvation Army would succeed so he could avenge his grievance. But on the other hand, he didn't want them to succeed. Because once they succeeded, Zhao Yang's men would eliminate them. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room grew strange. No one spoke, quietly waiting for something. After Su Chen and the Psychic Corps withdrew from Qi County, they didn't rush back. They returned to the car and began to divide the spoils on the spot. Although they hadn't killed superpowers like Dai Ini and Zhang Hao in the previous battle, they had still taken down quite a few mid-level and lower enemies, including 2 high-level enemies. Su Chen distributed the captured energy crystals according to their performance in the previous battle. His approach was fair and just, and no one objected. Just as everyone was receiving the energy crystals, feeling satisfied, the intercom on Su Chen's waist suddenly rang. Calling Boss Su. Shermanlei's voice came out. I'm here. What happened? Su Chen picked up the intercom and asked in a deep voice. Boss Su, the sentries just spotted a large number of enemies on the outskirts of Shannon City, heading towards Lake Heart Island. Judging from their flags, they appear to be members of the Salvation Army. They're expected to reach Lake Heart Island in half an hour at most. Su Chen was slightly startled when he heard this. The Salvation Army is attacking the Lake Heart Island base? Interesting. No wonder no Salvation Army members were spotted during the previous battle. It seems Dai Ini and Zhang Hao aren't stupid, they even considered switching bases. It's a pity you never realized I had already planned to abandon the Lake Heart Island base. A sneer played on Su Chen's lips. Captain Shi, execute the plan of total destruction. Hearing these words, Shi Menglei froze. Boss Su, are you sure? Of course I am. Su Chen's tone was filled with unquestionable certainty. I obey your orders. Shi Menglei replied, terminating the call. Shannon Suburbs. Wang Qingyang, leading a massive force of the Salvation Army, was heading towards the Lake Heart Island. He was originally only a mid-level evolver, a mid-level figure within the Salvation Army. But with the deaths of Dai Ini's right-hand men, Wang Qingyang was promoted. Now he was in charge of the majority of the ordinary soldiers, as well as a small number of evolvers and psychics. After receiving Dai Ini's order, he acted without hesitation. In a short time, he had gathered his troops and marched towards the Lake Heart Island. Although the fog slowed their progress, they encountered no trouble along the way. After completing this mission, I'd probably be promoted again. By then, not to mention becoming a high-level cultivator, even advancing to a super-evolved level wouldn't be out of the question. Wang Qingyang thought gleefully. It wasn't that he was being overconfident. It was just that after the battle with the Tiger Gang and the exploration of the secret realm, the Salvation Army had suffered considerable losses. How far is it to Lake Heart Island? Wang Qingyang asked the soldier in the co-pilot seat. The soldier flipped through the map and estimated, Commander, at most 15 minutes. Excellent. Prepare everyone for battle. Wang Qingyang ordered. Not long after, the Lake Heart Island base appeared before the Salvation Army. The Tiger Gang members guarding the city walls seemed caught off guard by the approaching enemy. They panicked. Some shouted, while others raised their weapons and fired back. The leader hadn't lied to him. The Tiger Gang's base was completely empty. Seeing that the Tiger Gang members were only fighting back with firearms and not using their superpowers, Wang Qingyang grew even more excited. Everyone else fire freely. Superpower users, concentrate your firepower and attack the Tiger Gang's main gate. As Wang Qingyang issued his orders, the ordinary soldiers pulled their triggers. Countless bullets cascaded down onto the walls of the Lake Heart Island base. Heavy machine guns from several armored vehicles also opened fire on the soldiers on the wall. Seemingly no match for the saviors, the Tiger Gang survivors, suppressed and unable to raise their heads, could only hide behind cover, trembling in fear. At the same time, the several superpower users who had accompanied Wang Qingyang launched a frenzied attack on the main gate of the Lake Heart Island base. Despite its sturdiness, the gate couldn't withstand the combined powers of several mid-level psychics. In less than 10 minutes, a fireball struck and the gate collapsed. Brothers, charge! Wang Qingyang shouted excitedly. Members of the Salvation Army, driving armored vehicles, stormed into the Lake Island base. But to their surprise, No overwhelming blow greeted them. Seeing their arrival, the Tiger Gang soldiers had no desire to fight and retreated towards the lake island. Chase them. Without Wang Qingliang's command, the others rushed forward. Unfortunately, they were still a step too slow. After escaping to the lake island, the Tiger Gang soldiers activated their explosive devices, destroying the only bridge. Watching the enemy disappear into the island's buildings, Wang Qingliang nearly lost his temper. "You bastards, you run so fast!" Wang Qingliang cursed. "Captain, what should we do now?" one of his men asked. Wang Qingliang glanced across the river. The Tiger Gang survivors, seemingly fearing gunfire from the saviors, were hiding inside buildings, refusing to show their faces. "Half of you, stay here, watching the other side of the river. The other half, go and thoroughly search the base." The saviors, upon receiving the order, were overjoyed. They immediately dispersed and began to search the base. Wang Qingliang had originally assumed that a base this large would take his men several hours to search. But to his surprise, in less than half an hour, his men returned empty-handed. "What's going on?" Wang Qingliang asked in surprise. "Captain, there's nothing in this outer base," one of his men complained. Chapter 497. "Yes, not only that, but we haven't seen a single survivor. They must have taken their supplies and fled to the island." The members of the Salvation Army gazed at the nearby Lake Heart Island, their eyes filled with greed and resentment. "Captain, why don't we retreat? It's getting late. What if Su Qian and the others come back?" one of the subordinates suggested quietly. Wang Qingliang said nothing. Naturally, he didn't want to leave like that. "You're kidding." After finally breaching the Tiger Gang's outer base, it's truly unbearable to leave empty-handed. Although Wang Qingliang is an evolver, he's also a mid to high-level member of the Salvation Army. But the Salvation Army's current situation is truly dire. Supplies within the organization are extremely scarce. Wang Qingliang was still hoping to plunder Lake Heart Island to improve his life. Besides, Dai Yin's order was to destroy the Tiger Gang's base. Since that was the case, he couldn't just leave like that. Thinking of this, Wang Qingliang let out a cold smile. "Leave? Where to?" "Don't leave until we wiped out the Tiger Gang and looted some supplies." Hearing this, most of the Salvation Army members shouted excitedly. "You, use your powers immediately and summon an ice wall." Wang Qingliang instructed an ice-powered user. The man walked to the broken bridge and activated his powers. A moment later, an ice wall appeared out of thin air, connecting the broken bridge. "Brothers, quick hands get you, slow hands get you." Wang Qingliang laughed heartily. The Salvation Army members roared like wild beasts and rushed across the ice bridge to the island in the middle of the lake. Wang Qingliang leisurely followed them onto the lake's island. At first, the Salvation Army members were extremely cautious, fearing an ambush by the Tiger Gang. However, as they searched building after building, they found no Tiger Gang members at all. When the last office building was searched, the Salvation Army members were stunned. No supplies, no enemies. The entire lake's island seemed like a dead island. How is this possible? After hearing his men's report, Wang Qingliang was shocked. He had seen with his own eyes the Tiger Gang flee to the island. How could there be no one there? Could it be an escape route? Wang Qingliang suddenly understood and was about to order his men to conduct a thorough search when he suddenly felt the ground tremble faintly. Before he could react, a huge explosion echoed from beneath his feet. With the violent impact, Wang Qingliang's vision went black, and he instantly lost consciousness. The power of this TNT is truly immense. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh. They had seen with their own eyes the lake island shattered into pieces. Not to mention the buildings and people on the island, the entire island was reduced to a pile of wasteland. Even the river was blocked for a long time by the shattered lake island. Indeed, the so-called burn everything together plan involved burying a large amount of TNT explosives beneath the lake island. When the enemy reached the island, the explosives would be detonated, destroying the lake island base and simultaneously blowing them skyward. Su Qian had originally intended to deploy this plan after his surprise attack on the New World and the three-party coalition's counterattack. "I didn't expect the Salvation Army to send someone to exchange bases with me ahead of time. Although I didn't achieve greater success, killing so many Salvation Army soldiers was enough. The Lake Heart Island base had also served its purpose to the fullest." Su Qian smiled and turned on the communicator he had seized earlier. Hello, is anyone there?" Hundreds of miles away, at the Iron Legion base. The tense atmosphere in the conference room was suddenly startled by a voice. Zhang Hao frowned. He recognized Su Qian's voice and pulled out his communicator. "Su Qian, you bastard, what's up?" Oh you people, what a terrible quality. Su Chen sighed and asked Xiao Dai, did you send someone to attack my base? Everyone was slightly stunned. Daini snatched the intercom from Zhang Hao's hand and said bluntly, yes, what happened? Has your base been captured by my men? Su Chen sighed again, yes, you really have. Hearing this, Daini, Zhang Hao, and the others couldn't help but smile with joy. Zhao Yang calmly nodded to Jiang Hao and the others. Jiang Hao and the others held their breath, ready for battle. As soon as Zhang Hao lost contact with Su Chen, they would immediately attack. Haha, now you get a taste of what it's like to have your home attacked. Zhang Hao couldn't help but laugh gleefully. No, don't get excited so early. Listen to me. Su Chen said slowly, you did succeed, but I forgot to tell you that base. I don't want it anymore. Don't want it anymore? What did this **** mean by saying he didn't want it anymore? Zhang Hao and the others exchanged glances. But if we just give up like that, what if you guys take over? That would be disastrous. So I planted a large amount of TNT explosives beneath the base, intending to demolish it with explosives. But I didn't expect your people to break in at the last minute. The result was that they all flew up into the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Su Chen, damn it! Damn you, damn it! Daini immediately erupted in a barrage of curses. He didn't believe Su Chen's words. That **** must have set a trap. What a poor character. Su Chen said regretfully, I just can't get along with people like you, who have no manners. Bye. After hanging up the communicator, Daini remained silent, despite his insults. Daini was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot. The men he had sent to the heart of the lake island were his last remaining treasure. After his entire army was annihilated, he was now no different from Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao sighed deeply and looked at Xiao Yang. General, you've seen the situation. That **** Su Chen is not only powerful, but also extremely cunning. We must truly join forces. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. When he had suffered a setback at Su Chen's hands before, Xiao Yang hadn't taken it seriously and ignored him. But when Su Chen rebuilt the New World and the Salvation Army in a single day, Xiao Yang felt fear. To celebrate, the two of you officially joining the Iron Legion, Jiang Hao, have the kitchen prepare a sumptuous dinner tonight. Xiao Yang ordered. Even after hearing Su Chen's words, Jiang Hao and the others had already put away their fighting stances. After hearing what Xiao Yang said, he smiled and said, Yes, General, I will prepare it right away. Chapter 498. Let's put the dinner party aside for now. Zhang Hao waved his hand and said seriously, We sincerely want to join the Iron Legion. I'm sure the General will also sincerely accept us, right? Of course. Whatever he was thinking, Xiao Yang maintained a warm smile. In that case, I think we need to get something out of the way. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, Zhao Yang's smile remained, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Sir Zhang, please speak. Now that we join the Iron Legion, can the General put aside our past grudges and treat us fairly and impartially? The hatred between the New World, the Saviors, and the Iron Legion cannot be explained in a few words. Precisely because of this. When the three parties joined forces before, they were also scheming against each other. It was precisely this concern that drove Zhang Hao to say this. The smile on Zhao Yang's face faded. He pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, Don't worry about this. As long as you sincerely join, I will treat you fairly and impartially. There will be no bias based on past grudges. You two can form your own teams. I won't interfere. But you must obey orders, and violating them will be punished. No problem. Zhang Hao readily agreed and extended his hand. Xiao Yang, without hesitation, placed his palm on Zhang Hao's. The two men looked at Daini standing nearby. Daini hesitated for a moment, then sighed, and extended his hand as well. The three of them pressed their palms together. The three-way coalition, previously at odds, was now truly united. Perhaps not quite as united, but neither were they scheming against each other as before. So, General, what plans do you have for dealing with the Tiger Gang and Su Chen? After officially joining the Iron Legion, Zhang Hao's attitude toward Xiao Yang became noticeably more respectful. To be honest, I don't really have any good plans for now. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that Su Chen to be so cruel. He just abandoned the base he had worked so hard to build. Thinking of his own men, Wang Qingyang and others, who had been sent flying by Su Chen, Daini wished he could tear Su Chen into pieces. In my opinion, he must have another base. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned the lake island so decisively, Zhang Hao analyzed calmly. The Lake Heart Island base's location is already excellent enough. Could this kid find a better base? Diany's face was filled with disbelief. Don't tell me, it's actually possible, Zhao Yang said helplessly. At his level, while he couldn't access microscopic bases, he had heard of them. There were rumors of an underground military base in the Shannon City area. Now that Su Chen was willing to abandon the Lake Heart Island base, he had likely discovered the surrounding base. How could this be so lucky? Diany said angrily. An underground military base is a rare refuge for the survivors' organization, not to mention the fog descending, with monsters roaming rampant. Hiding in the underground base will prevent us from being attacked. If you ask me, our top priority is to quickly concentrate all our forces. What do the general and you two think? Staff Officer Wu has a point. Zhao Yang nodded and looked at Zhang Hao and Diany. Although the foundations of both organizations were destroyed by the Tiger Gang, they still have many members scattered around. For example, Pan Hong of the Salvation Army. He possesses 2 super murlocs and has been staying out for a while. Firstly, he wants to quickly improve his strength and reach super. Secondly, he wants to capture more summons to strengthen his own power. This is why Pan Hong wasn't present during today's fierce battle. Okay, everything is up to the general. Zhang Hao and Diany nodded in unison. Seeing their cooperation, Zhao Yang couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. You must be tired after a day of fighting. Why don't you go back and rest? I have someone notify you once the dinner is ready. Zhang Hao, Diany, and the others nodded and left the meeting room. Zhao Yang also returned to his office with Wu Bo. After they sat down, Wu Bo whispered, General, do you trust them? Whether I trust them or not is irrelevant. Zhao Yang leaned back in his executive chair, crossed his legs, and sneered. Now they're at the end of their rope, so they have no choice but to come to me. As long as they can be of use to me, that's enough. As long as they remain within the Iron Legion, sooner or later, they will be completely absorbed. General, you're brilliant. Wu Bo praised heartily. Zhao Yang chuckled, but before he could say anything else, a red phone suddenly rang rapidly from the bookshelf behind him. That ring was nothing special. Zhao Yang and Wu Bo's expressions changed simultaneously. Zhao Yang, always fearless, was actually hesitant and uncertain. Ding-ling-ling. After a few more rings, Zhao Yang finally made up his mind and picked up the phone. Hello? Yes, it's me, Zhao Yang. Yes, sir, got it. The person on the other end seemed quite important. Even through the phone, Zhao Yang nodded and bowed, his words tinged with respect. After hanging up, Zhao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, sweat dripping down his forehead. General, what's going on? Why did the higher-ups contact you all of a sudden? I don't know. They didn't say anything. They just said they send someone to inspect soon. Zhao Yang's expression darkened slightly. The call just now was from Zhao Yang's former superiors. You have to understand that since the apocalypse, superiors and subordinates have lost contact. Otherwise, Zhao Yang and Lin Yusen wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. However, Zhao Yang hadn't expected his superiors to contact him again. So long after the apocalypse, even though human order has collapsed, the world is in chaos, and monsters are rampant. But ultimately, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Zhao Yang is still a soldier at heart, and he wouldn't dare disobey orders from above. And he didn't know what the situation was like. Given Zhao Yang's actions after the apocalypse, repeatedly using a Gatling gun on him before the apocalypse would be a minor punishment. Wu Bo was also a little nervous. He was Zhao Yang's closest confidant. If Zhao Yang was liquidated, he wouldn't be able to escape. I think the problem shouldn't be too serious. Wu Bo didn't know whether to comfort himself or Zhao Yang. I hope so. Zhao Yang sighed deeply. Chapter 499. Lake Heart Island. After the world quieted down, Su Chen led everyone to inspect the battle situation. The Lake Heart Island base was now a complete mess. All kinds of construction debris were scattered around. It seemed the Savior Army had been completely eliminated. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction and patted Meng Qi's head. Go, find all the energy crystals inside. Meow. Meng Qi cried excitedly, rushed into the ruins, and began to search. After all, there were still quite a few evolvers among the Savior Army. In a short while, Meng Qi had actually unearthed quite a few energy crystals. Without even a word of greeting to Su Chen, it rolled its tongue and swallowed them all. You beast! Su Chen couldn't help but hit it, scolding it with a laugh. He had originally planned to give these energy crystals as rewards to the Tiger Gang members. But Meng Qi was unexpectedly so rude. To Su Chen's surprise, after being hit, Meng Qi looked up at him and said, Meow. Then, Its massive body sank limply to the ground. Scam, huh? Su Chen was at a loss for words. Ming-Chi was so large, even a full-strength punch, let alone a single hit, wouldn't have hurt her. Hurry up and get up. But no matter how Su Chen called out, Ming-Chi lay motionless on the ground. Su Chen was startled, sensing something was amiss. He quickly squatted down to check on Ming-Chi. Ming-Chi's eyes were closed, her breathing normal. But no matter how he called out, she didn't respond. Brother Su, how did you knock Ming-Chi to death? Wang Yan yelled from the side. Nonsense! Su Chen glared at him, a thought stirring in his mind. Ming-Chi should be evolving. Evolving? Su Wenwei was surprised. Yes, it's been so long. Speaking of which, Ming-Chi's last evolution was during Su Chen's battle with the all-seeing eye. It hasn't evolved since then. Although Su Chen is rather stingy with it, it has accumulated quite a bit over time. It's not surprising that Ming-Chi could evolve today. If it could evolve to the super level, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance his own strength. Looking at the soundly sleeping Ming-Chi, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Drive the car over, we're going back. Su Wenwei and the others drove over. Su Chen embraced Ming-Chi with both arms and carried her to the car. Then, everyone headed towards the microcosmic base. The escape tunnel that Su Chen had previously ordered built had its entrance on the Lake Central Island. Shi Meng Lei and his escort team landed on the island and entered the escape tunnel. After ensuring that Wang Qingyang and the others had reached the island and that the escort team was at a safe distance, Shi Meng Lei activated the TNT explosives. After the escort team entered the microcosmic base, Shi Meng Lei activated the explosives buried in the tunnel, destroying the escape tunnel as well. When the psychic core arrived, Shi Meng Lei and the others had already been waiting. Boss Su. Brother Su. Everyone came forward to greet them, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Su Chen. In the midst of laughter and conversation, he dealt a heavy blow to two major organizations. Who else could it be but Su Chen? Tong Fei, in the corner, also had a dazzling glint in her beautiful eyes. No one, a former member of the Iron Legion, knew better than her the power of the New World and the Savior Army. Although the Iron Legion was able to defeat the Savior Army and monopolize Jinju City, it hadn't been able to completely wipe them out for so many years. After the Savior Army joined forces with the New World, the Iron Legion was evenly matched. However, with one strike, Su Chen crushed both organizations to the ground. He was truly too strong. She had been so wise. Not only had she left the Iron Legion and distanced herself from that old pervert Zhao Yang, but she had also joined the Tiger Gang and clung to Su Chen's influence. It seemed she needed to get closer to Su Chen. Tong Fei bit her red lip, her eyes gleaming with seduction. She knew all too well. A woman like her wanted to live a comfortable life in the apocalypse. Either rely on your own abilities to carve out a niche in the apocalypse, but at the moment, that path clearly doesn't work. Or, like women like Shou Qing and Zhou Rong, you have to find a strong man like Su Chen. She had previously rejected Zhao Yang simply because she looked down on him. An old man, disregarding moral principles, harboring thoughts about her. Disgusting. But if Su Chen hadn't appeared, maybe Tong Fei would have finally agreed to Zhao Yang. After all, she wanted to survive. But Su Chen showed up. Just ask yourself. Who wouldn't want to find a young, handsome, and capable man? As for whether Su Chen would be attracted to her, Tong Fei was still confident. Her beauty rivaled Zhou Qing, Zhou Rong, and the others. Most importantly, she's very capable. She can assist or even take over Su Chen's duties at the base. Serving someone with beauty won't last long, especially for a man like Su Chen. If you treat him as nothing more than a vase, he'd probably tire of you before long. Tong Fei considered this her strength and advantage. After the pleasantries, Su Chen didn't rush to rest. He resumed his inspection of the micro base. Even with so many people suddenly crammed in, the base didn't seem messy. Instead, it was perfectly organized. With Wang Bingyan's help, Guo Hiqing and his engineering team expanded the micro base. Not to mention a Lake Island base. Even if there were survivors from another Lake Island base, it could accommodate them. After his tour, Su Chen was quite satisfied. Returning to the office Sun Yuan had arranged for him in Hyong, Su Chen leaned back in his chair and breathed a sigh of relief. Since waking up this morning, he hadn't been idle. Even though he was already a mega evolver, this level of busyness wouldn't tire him out at all. But mental fatigue was difficult to dispel. Boss Su, if you're tired, I can give you a massage. I learned similar techniques before. Tong Fei smiled from the side. Su Chen glanced at her, but didn't refuse. Okay. There happened to be a leather sofa in the office. Tong Fei led Su Chen to it. She sat down first, motioning for him to lean his head against it. Looking at the pair of slender, round legs wrapped in black Balenciaga stockings, Suchin felt no embarrassment and laid his head back confidently. "Boss Su, you've been working really hard lately," Tong Fei said softly, massaging Suchin's temples with her delicate hands. From Suchin's perspective, her pretty face was blocked by two towering mountains. While massaging, Tong Fei, intentionally or unintentionally, leaned over and let Suchin wash his face with cleanser. Chapter 500. If Tong Fei is still a virgin as she said, then this only proves that this woman possesses the innate divine body of Lu Ruyan. Suchin let out a wicked smile, and without hesitation, he closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed Tong Fei's massage. It must be said, Tong Fei's massage was quite comfortable. After a while, Suchin felt much more relaxed. "Go get me a glass of water." "Okay." Tong Fei lifted Suchin's head and gently placed it on the sofa. Then, swaying her slender waist, she walked towards the water dispenser. Suchin narrowed his eyes at her slender figure. Tong Fei had narrow shoulders and a slender waist, but broad hips and plump thighs, a typical pear-shaped figure. Her figure was different from the voluptuous Zhou Qing and Zhou Rong, and also different from the petite and delicate Lin Yingying and Lu Ling. Seeing Suchin's fixed gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she calmly walked over to him. She shoved the water cup into his hand and sank directly into his arms. Although she was still a virgin, once she had made up her mind to embrace Suchin's thick legs, she decided to abandon her usual reserve and take the initiative boldly. "Boss Su, how was it? Did you feel comfortable just now?" "Very comfortable. Your massage technique is excellent." Suchin took a sip of the hot water and chuckled. "I have other ways to make you even more comfortable," Tong Fei said softly. Suchin glanced at her and shook his head. "Huh?" Tong Fei couldn't believe her ears. She was so tempting, and Suchin could still refuse? If it weren't for all the women around Suchin, she might even suspect him of impotence. "Not now." Suchin smiled. "I have other things to do. Let's wait for next time." "Okay, I be waiting for you, Boss Su." Tong Fei blinked, then stood up and walked out. Before leaving Suchin's office, Tong Fei flirted with him and blew him a kiss. Innate Lu Ruyan's sacred body. Only a man like me could resist. Suchin glanced down at his little brother, who stood tall and proud. He then emptied his glass of water in one gulp, finally suppressing his fury. He stood up and headed for the logistics support area on the 5th floor. "Boss Su." "Leader." Wherever Suchin went, every member he met greeted him. He nodded in response. Soon, he arrived at the logistics support area. After the expansion, several small workshops were added. When Suchin arrived at one of them, he heard a clanging sound. He knocked on the door. The noise stopped, and the door opened, revealing Sun Jiancheng's dark, ruddy face. "Brother Su." Sun Jiancheng was stunned for a moment, then grinned, revealing a row of bright white teeth. "I come and see you." Suchin looked into the workshop. Okay. Sun Jiancheng quickly made way for Suchin to enter. What came into view was a massive furnace. The flames within the furnace simmered, scorching fiercely, raising the temperature to a feverish climax. Next to the furnace lay a number of forging tools. Suchin immediately noticed the tridents placed in the corner, and the exotic crystals on the ground. After returning from the secret realm, he handed the exotic crystals to Sun Jiancheng. Today, upon arriving at the microscopic base, he also gave him the trident seized from the Banner County. This forging workshop was specially prepared for Sun Jiancheng by Suchin's order. The purpose was to allow Sun Jiancheng to craft equipment after obtaining the exotic crystals. Noticing Suchin's gaze on the exotic crystals, Sun Jiancheng hurriedly explained, "The preliminary work is complete. We can begin crafting tonight." "Thank you for your hard work, Jiancheng." Suchin nodded slightly. "We previously agreed to craft all of them into weapons. But I thought about it, and feel the need to craft some armor." Suchin's original plan was to forge cold weapons, and distribute them to the evolvers of the psychic group. This would give the Tiger Gang's evolvers an advantage in combat. But after today's battle, Suchin changed his mind. Cold weapons alone aren't enough, at least some protective gear is needed. "Oh! What kind of protective gear?" Sun Jiancheng was stunned. "A shield for each person, I suppose." Suchin thought for a moment and said, "But then, I'm afraid we won't be able to craft too many exotic crystal weapons." Sun Jiancheng said with some embarrassment. Although Suchin had obtained a good amount of exotic crystals, enough to craft a dozen or so cold weapons, if he also crafted protective gear, that wouldn't be enough. "Don't worry, just go ahead." Suchin waved his hand. "Quality is more important than quantity, Instead of crafting too many cold weapons, it's better to distribute them to the evolvers in the psionic core. It wasn't about gathering the exotic crystals to arm a few elite evolvers. Okay, I do as you say, Brother Su. Sun Jiancheng nodded, then asked, Brother Su, what about you? Want to upgrade your equipment? Oh, what's there to upgrade? Su Chen smiled. I've been researching ancient armor lately, and have gained quite a bit of experience. With so many exotic crystals, I can prioritize crafting a set of armor for you, Brother Su. Sun Jiancheng pointed to the wall, and said with a smile. Hanging on the wall were several diagrams. Su Chen took a closer look and saw drawings of several different sets of ancient armor. Forget it, I won't be using them for now. Su Chen pondered for a moment, and shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't need armor. It was just that the exotic crystals needed to craft the armor were probably enough to make 2 weapons and 2 shields. There was really no need for it. Most importantly, Su Chen hadn't yet figured out the runes he obtained from the vampire bat cave. It won't be too late to forge the armor once we figure it out. Okay. Sun Jiancheng nodded, saying nothing more. Thank you for your hard work. Su Chen patted Sun Jiancheng's shoulder and left the workshop. But he didn't rush to rest. Instead, he took the elevator to the lowest level of the base. Niu Mingxuan's laboratory was located here. Despite the late night, the laboratory was brightly lit. A dozen staff members in white were busy at work. Chapter 501. When Su Chen found Niu Mingxian, he was furiously typing away at his computer. Mr. Niu. Hearing someone calling him, Niu Mingxian raised his haggard face. His bloodshot eyes caught sight of Su Chen, and he was startled for a moment before a smile of joy crossed his face. Boss Su, didn't I remember giving you the potion made with the life factor before? How could you have gotten yourself into this state? Looking at Niu Mingxian before him, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh or cry. After successfully researching the life factor reagent, Su Chen rewarded Niu Mingxian with a bottle of evolution potency and a bottle of breakthrough potency. These 2 potions were enough to make Niu Mingxian an intermediate evolver. Once an intermediate evolver, their physical fitness would be at least 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. How long have you been awake? How long? I don't know. 3 days? 5 days? Or a week? Niu Mingxian muttered, counting on his fingers. Su Chen was speechless. No wonder. Intermediate evolvers are human too, they need rest. After so long without sleep, no wonder he looked so haggard. This Niu Mingxian is truly. I didn't treat him like a beast of burden, but he treated himself like one. Boss Su, you came here tonight. Do you have any goodies? Niu Mingxian looked at Su Chen expectantly. Have you done any research on the energy crystal core I gave you? Su Chen asked. No. Niu Mingxian sighed. Based on his research, he concluded that energy crystal cores were probably a level higher than energy crystals. But ultimately, they were the same thing. Therefore, Niu Mingxian had no choice but to use the energy crystal core. Forget it. Su Chen waved his hand, reached into his pocket, and pulled out the energy fruits he had obtained from the secret realm. Looking at the 4 glowing red energy fruits, Niu Mingxuan's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. You have to know that his research progress and his ability to become an evolver were all thanks to the energy fruits. For this reason, Niu Mingxian could be said to have always been obsessed with the energy fruits. But they were simply too rare. Su Chen had never been able to find them, and he couldn't continue his research. To his surprise, Su Chen had actually produced 4 energy fruits today. Boss Su, you're so kind to me. Don't get too excited. Su Chen took the energy fruits away from Niu Mingxian and said slowly, I don't want you to study them, I want you to use them to make potions. Hearing this, Niu Mingxian felt a little disappointed. Of course, if you can follow my instructions, I allow you to use one of them and continue your research. Please give your orders, Boss Su. Do you remember the evolution potion you researched earlier? Of course I do. After I gave it to Yi Wang and the others last time, I felt it was a bit too potent. A bit too potent? Niu Mingxian was confused. That's right. Su Chen nodded. But shouldn't the stronger the better? Niu Mingxian was increasingly confused. I need you to develop a less potent breakthrough potion now. But as for the quantity, the more the better. Su Chen explained. Previously, after taking the evolution potion, an ordinary person could directly advance to the realm between an ordinary evolver and a primary evolver. Su Chen's idea was to lower the potion's effectiveness and increase production. This way, more survivors could become evolvers. With the arrival of fog and monsters, survival in the future apocalyptic world would become even more difficult for ordinary people to combat the apocalypse and fight against other survivor organizations. Su Chen felt It was necessary to train more evolvers. Well, let me give it a try. Niu Mingqian scratched his head. Logically, reducing quality and increasing production shouldn't be a problem. I have another request for you. Su Chen said sternly. Please speak, Boss Su. Stop what you're doing and rest. Huh? Seeing Su Chen's serious expression, Niu Mingqian gave a sheepish smile and nodded. Okay, I go and rest. That's right. There's plenty of time to come. Why rush your research? Although Su Chen hoped Niu Mingqian could achieve greater research results, he didn't want Niu Mingqian to die suddenly before he could even come up with anything. That would be a loss. After all, Niu Mingqian's intelligence and talent were extremely rare in the apocalypse. It's no exaggeration to say that Niu Mingqian was as good as any team in the Psionic Corps. Su Chen kept a few energy fruits. Then, with a few more instructions, he took away the Griffin energy cores he had given Niu Mingqian. After leaving the lower-level laboratory, it was already late. Su Chen stopped wandering around and headed straight upstairs, back to the Normedicine. He had initially assumed the women in the car were already asleep. To his surprise, Wang Bingyan was sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, watching TV. When she saw Su Chen return, a smile broke out on her pretty face. Master, you are back. Unlike the other women, Wang Bingyan had arrived at the microcosmic base some time ago to help Guoheching expand the underground base. She hadn't seen Su Chen, his mother Zhou Qing, or his aunt Zhou Rong for a long time. Since Su Chen returned today, he'd been busy with work. Wang Bingyan didn't want to disturb her, but waited for him in the car. Why aren't you going to bed yet? Su Chen asked with a slightly doting smile, holding Wang Bingyan in his arms. I missed you a little. Wang Bingyan hugged Su Chen, her lovely face slightly raised. Compared to their first meeting, Wang Bingyan was now noticeably more cheerful and optimistic. Her feelings for Su Chen were quite complex. It wasn't just admiration, but also a hint of Oedipus complex. After all, Su Chen had replaced her father. Did you wash yourself? Su Chen asked with a low chuckle. Of course I did, and I even prepared some tips. Wang Bingyan chuckled, revealing her adorable little fangs. She reached out and pulled her trouser leg up, revealing her sexy lining. You little girl, you always come up with something new. Su Chen laughed heartily and, without hesitation, lifted her up by the waist. The rest of this will be omitted for another 10,000 words. After their lovemaking, Wang Bingyan fell into a deep sleep. Su Chen, on the other hand, became even more energetic. He was also quite puzzled. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't sense fatigue. It's not like they become even more excited afterward, right? This is just like those evil techniques in martial arts novels that replenish yin and yang. Chapter 502. Su Chen shook his head, then put on a piece of clothing and left Wang Bingyan's room. He soon arrived at Ming Qi's side. After Ming Qi fell asleep, Su Chen carried her into the Nomedicine and placed her in her cat bed. But after so much time had passed, Ming Qi remained asleep. Listening to her snoring, Su Chen's face shifted into a thoughtful expression. It seemed Ming Qi's breakthrough was definitely something special. Although she had fallen asleep during previous breakthroughs, it had never been as long as today. You must evolve well. You be of great use to us in the future. Su Chen patted Ming Qi's head and advised. Ming Qi's snoring grew a little louder, as if she had heard him and responded. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. A silent night followed. Su Chen clung to Wang Bingyan and slept. The next morning, he had just gotten up and washed. Lu Ling ran over, exclaiming in surprise, Master, Ming Qi's awake. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he headed for the second floor. Just as Lu Linger had said, Ming Qi had awakened. Seeing Su Chen approach, it leaped up and threw itself into his arms. Luckily, Su Chen was strong, or else it would have crushed him. You bastard! Su Chen cursed with a laugh, then examined Ming Qi carefully. Strange. Compared to before, Ming Qi hadn't grown larger, instead, she had shrunk considerably. But Su Chen could sense that Ming Qi's strength had indeed increased, and for some reason, Su Chen could also sense that Ming Qi seemed more human. It meowed and panted at Su Chen, giving him the illusion that it wasn't a cat, but a catwoman. Most interestingly, it could actually stand upright on two legs and walk like a human. Interesting. Su Chen patted Ming Qi's head, his heart filled with anticipation. He wondered what Ming Qi would become if she continued to evolve. But now that she had reached the super level, it would be a huge help to him and the Tiger Gang. After breakfast, Su Chen left the girls to play with Ming Qi while he headed to the base's meeting room. He had informed the senior executives yesterday that a meeting would be held this morning. By the time Su Chen arrived, almost everyone had arrived. After taking a seat at the main table, he surveyed the assembled group. He Wang, Sun Yuan, Zhou Xinhong, and Li Dong, who had followed him since Phoenix Mountain. Yu Shoujing and Yu Yixiang, former members of the Tiger Gang. Su Wenwei, Shi Jinyuan, Wang Xinyu, and Zheng Hui, members of the Skywalker Alliance. Shi Menglei, Guo Hiqing, and Chen Xiangyu, survivors recruited from the All-Seeing Eye. Lu Jiangwo, Ren Kong, and Jiang Yu, who defected from the Dongjing base. These people comprise Su Chen's team, the current top brass of the Tiger Gang. We gathered everyone today to review our recent operations, Su Chen declared. After the actions in Qi County, the Salvation Army and the New World have been severely damaged. They will most likely join the Iron Legion and continue to join forces against us. Although our base's location is extremely secret and virtually undetectable, we must remain cautious and never let our guard down. Everyone nodded in agreement. I decided to form a hunting team to boost everyone's strength, so we can better compete with the enemy, Su Chen said solemnly. Everyone was stunned. Hunting team? Seeing everyone's confusion, Su Chen explained, there's not only fog in the outside world, but also monsters. By hunting them, we can obtain energy cores. With energy cores, we can increase our strength. So I decided to draw members of the psionic core to form a hunting team, and periodically go out to hunt monsters in the outside world. 2/3 of the energy cores obtained will belong to the team, and the remaining 1/3 will need to be turned over to the gang. Su Chen believed that with Niu Mingxuan's ingenuity, it wouldn't be long before they could produce a large number of evolution potions, and the Tiger Gang would have a large number of evolvers. However, low-level evolvers and psychics would be of little use in battle. The best way to increase their strength was to hunt monsters and obtain energy cores. After low-level evolvers and psychics advance to higher levels, they can hunt even more monsters. This creates a virtuous cycle. Just imagine. If the thousands of members of the Tiger Gang were all mid and high-level evolvers, how could the Iron Legion, the Salvation Army, and the New World possibly be a match? Naturally, no one objected to Su Chen's proposal. Most of those present were evolvers and psychics. They, too, were eager to hunt monsters and obtain energy cores. They had no objection to Su Chen's proposed 30% commission. After all, monsters are dangerous. If an outbound hunting team encounters a powerful monster and finds themselves in danger, they will still need to be rescued by the base. Su Chen and the others discussed and decided to form 6 hunting teams, which would go out in rotation to hunt monsters. After this decision was made, Su Chen also decided to begin the first operation today. After lunch, the convoy carrying hunting team 1 slowly departed the microscopic base. After the convoy left, the base gates slammed shut. Each hunting team must be led by a superpowered warrior, and the number of evolved ones will be relatively higher. There's no way around it. After all, psychics are incredibly rare. High-level and superpowered ones are especially rare. Compared to before, the fog was even thicker today. Before, you could vaguely see within 100 or 200 meters. Now, you could only see 50 meters at most. The hunting team's vehicles drove slowly along the road. The psychic core members in the car were also on high alert, observing their surroundings. Su Chen, driving the Normedicine, followed behind the team. Since this was the team's first mission, to ensure nothing went wrong, Su Chen chose to go along. However, he wouldn't intervene unless absolutely necessary. Besides, Su Chen also wanted to see what the situation outside was like. But the road was unusually quiet, with only the whistling of the wind. Su Chen also monitored the radar, but there was no response. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. The location of the microbase was extremely remote, practically a wasteland. Do monsters, like humans, dislike such places? Su Chen thought for a moment and picked up the intercom. Old Zheng, let's go downtown. Okay. Zheng Hui responded and instructed the driver to change direction, heading toward Shannon City. Shortly after they reached the outskirts of the city, the car in the front row suddenly stopped. Chapter 503. Old Zheng, what happened? Su Chen picked up the intercom and asked softly. Boss Su, there's a body here. You better come down and take a look. Wait for me in the car. Su Chen instructed the women, then pushed open the door and got out. He quickly walked to the front of the car, where Zheng Hui and the others were gathered. Seeing Su Chen's arrival, they quickly made way. In the middle of the road lay a body. But the flesh and blood had vanished, leaving only the eerie white bones. Boss Su, this body looks fresh. It couldn't have been dead more than an hour. Zheng Hui pointed at the body and explained to Su Chen, and judging by the claw marks nearby, it wasn't a zombie that killed him. It was most likely an animal. Su Chen looked around the body. Just as Zheng Hui had said, there were many blood marks around it. It was obvious at a glance that they weren't human footprints, but animal claw marks. I just couldn't tell what kind of animal it was. If you ask me, it's most likely one of those monsters from the secret realm, Wang Yan interrupted. I think so too. Ding Di nodded in agreement. After several rounds of apocalyptic disasters, most of Earth's animals have perished. Anything capable of killing and devouring a human is likely a monster from the secret realm. Everyone, be careful next time, Su Chen warned. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, then returned to their cars and continued on their way. Soon they entered Shannon City. Compared to when Su Chen had last arrived, Shannon City now seemed even more desolate. After being battered by the sun, heavy rain, and snow, the city's buildings became increasingly dilapidated. Weeds and plants spread throughout the city. The dilapidated buildings loomed in the fog, giving the impression of being in a ghost town. At that moment, Su Chen's radar suddenly showed a dozen or so bright spots approaching rapidly. Be careful. Zheng Hui, who was at the front, immediately shouted, prepare for battle. Everyone jumped out of the car and formed a battle formation when they heard a flurry of footsteps in the fog. Followed by, a dozen or so figures appeared before Zheng Hui and the others. Their attire wasn't that of zombies, but rather a group of survivors. Although the Tiger Gang dominated Shannon City, not all survivors chose to join them. Many still held a skeptical attitude towards the Tiger Gang. This was especially true of Snake Brother and the others, who had led Su Chen's army to sweep through the black market. When the two sides met, they were both stunned. Who are you? Zheng Hui asked, frowning. We are the survivors of Shannon City. The leader, looking somewhat weathered, panted, You are from the Tiger Gang, right? Yes, what are you doing? Zheng Hui asked. There are rats behind us, a large number of them chasing us. The man explained. Zheng Hui was stunned by this. Wang Yan, standing by, couldn't help but sneer. A bunch of grown men, actually afraid of rats? No, you don't understand. Those rats are not ordinary rats. Before Zheng Hui could ask any more, countless rustling sounds suddenly echoed through the fog. It was as if a vast number of creatures were crawling inside. The sound made everyone's scalps tingle. A large number of enemies are approaching. The intercom on Zheng Hui's waist began to ring again. A moment later, everyone saw countless pitch-black rats rushing out of the fog. Unlike ordinary rats, these rats were large, about the size of domestic cats. Their pupils glowed red, and they possessed extremely sharp teeth. Most strikingly, their claws were connected to their bodies by a thin membrane that, when opened, resembled wings. Several rats suddenly spread their wings and took flight. Before the two survivors could react, the rats landed on them. Crack! A sharp bite from the teeth tore off a large chunk of flesh. Ah! The two screamed in agony. Scan! Saber-toothed flying squirrel. A rat-like creature that lives underground. Individually, its combat effectiveness is average, but it prefers to live in groups. Combat rating, F-. After seeing the saber-toothed flying squirrel's combat rating, Su Chen felt temporarily relieved. Though these rats were numerous, their combat effectiveness was still not strong. As long as Zheng Hui and the others handled them carefully, they shouldn't be a problem. Run! The survivors, as if waking from their dream, tumbled and scrambled to the rear of Su Chen and the others, but Zheng Hui and the others remained calm and prepared. They surrounded several Esperions in the center. The other evolvers, armed with exotic crystal weapons and stainless steel shields, stood at the outermost perimeter. Compared to armor, weapons were much simpler to craft. Plus, Sun Jiansheng is an evolver tireless. He toiled all night last night, crafting 5 exotic crystal weapons. Before setting off today, Su Chen distributed all 5 of these weapons to Zheng Hui and the others. In addition, the previously seized griffin claws and other materials had also been transformed into weapons. Before the dense swarm of saber-toothed flying squirrels, the hunting team seemed insignificant. But they were like reefs on the seashore, unbending despite the waves. First, an Earth-type Esper summoned several Earth walls to block the hunting team's left, right, and rear. Then he summoned a large number of thrusters, continuously killing several saber-toothed flying squirrels. The other Wind-type and Lightning-type Esper opened fire, unleashing their might on the saber-toothed flying squirrels. Compared to the overwhelming swarm of saber-toothed flying squirrels, the number they killed was nothing but a drop in the bucket. From time to time, a saber-toothed flying squirrel would spread its wings and swoop down at them. Luckily, Zheng Hui and several other super and high-level evolvers were at the front of the team. Any saber-toothed flying squirrel that came their way was slashed by them, while still in midair. It must be said that the alien crystal weapons were quite sharp. A single strike from Zheng Hui and his men could cleave a saber-toothed flying squirrel in two. The intermediate evolvers stayed behind Zheng Hui, eliminating any that slipped through the net. As for the remaining low-level and primary evolvers, they took gasoline bombs from their cars and threw them at the front of the team. A blazing wall of flames instantly appeared. You have to remember that the flames created by these gasoline bombs reached a temperature of over 1,000 degrees Celsius. Even if saber-toothed flying squirrels were not ordinary creatures, they couldn't withstand such flames. The battle between the two sides raged for a long time. The saber-toothed flying squirrels realized that Su Chen and his team were proving difficult to deal with. They immediately abandoned their attack and charged in the other direction, quickly disappearing into the mist. Chapter 504. Seeing the group of rats disappear, Wang Yan spat in disdain. They're like sewer rats, they can't stand the light. Zheng Hui and the others waited a moment longer, finally feeling relieved after confirming the scimitars had truly left. You guys, go deal with the bodies, Zheng Hui instructed several junior and ordinary evolvers. The ground was covered in dense piles of scimitar corpses. In the previous battle, they had killed at least 100. After extracting the energy cores from the scimitars, the hunting team disposed of the bodies. Zheng Hui didn't act on his own initiative, but walked to the back and handed the bag of energy cores to Su Chen. Boss Su, after a preliminary inventory, we obtained nearly 200 energy cores. Su Chen weighed the bag in his hand and handed it to Zheng Hui. Keep it for now. Once we return to base, we turn in what's due and divide it equally. Yes, Boss Su. From now on, you stay in this area and try to hunt less powerful monsters. Su Chen instructed. If you encounter any danger, please contact me immediately or retreat to base. Su Chen had no intention of joining Zheng Hui and the others. He wanted to strengthen his body and continue advancing, but this required a vast amount of energy. The few energy cores Zheng Hui and the others had obtained wouldn't even be enough to fill his stomach. Okay, Boss Su. Zheng Hui nodded and returned to the hunting team. He called the team members and parked the car in a secluded location. Then they began searching the area. Su Chen returned to Nomadison and started the car. Nomadison let out a low roar and gradually moved away from Zheng Hui and his group. Su Chen drove slowly, wandering through the city. His eyes were fixed on the radar. Soon, a dozen or so bright spots appeared on the radar, approaching the direction of Nomadison. You all wait in the car. Minchi, come down with me. Su Chen stopped the car and instructed Xiao Yu, Lu Linger, and Lin Yingying. Zhou Qing and Zhou Rong were just ordinary people, and could not provide much help in the battle. Wang Bingyan needed to assist Gua Hiqing in continuing to expand the micro base. So, Su Chen only brought Xiao Yu and the other two girls with him. Okay, master. The three girls nodded. But they weren't idle either. They quickly made their way to the second-floor terrace. If Su Chen entered the battle, they could also provide support from the terrace. Su Chen had just left the Nomadison with Meng Qi when he heard a flurry of footsteps in the mist. A dozen figures appeared before him. Su Chen glanced at them and couldn't help but smile. They were the dozen or so survivors previously pursued by the saber-toothed flying squirrel. Terrified by the scimitar's charge, they had immediately chosen to flee. Unexpectedly, they run into Su Chen again. Seeing Su Chen, the men were stunned. Then, seeing the massive Nomadison behind them, they erupted in ecstasy. Little brother, there's a monster chasing us. Hurry up and get us into your car. Su Chen ignored them, slowly raising his head and gazing at the mist overhead. He could faintly hear the sound of flapping wings in the mist. Soon, the sound grew louder and louder. The survivors' faces suddenly paled, and they shouted in exasperation, "Boy, we're talking to you, and you're pretending to be your mother? Stop talking to him. Capture him first and force him to open the door." As they spoke, they advanced on Su Chen. Su Chen sneered, and before he could make a move, Meng Qi pounced. Bang! The survivor in front was sent flying by Meng Qi's blow. He spurted blood, his chest deeply sunken, and it looked as if he was doomed. The remaining survivors were startled, but before they could react, a massive black shadow descended from the sky. Ah! One of the survivors screamed as the shadow grabbed him by the shoulder and carried him high into the sky. A moment later, blood, mixed with pieces of flesh, rained down from the sky. The tragic death of their comrades instantly rattled the remaining men. Several drew their pistols and yelled at Su Chen, "If you don't open the door, I kill you." Shut up. Su Chen's face turned cold, and he rushed forward. He grabbed one man's arm and twisted it hard. Ah! The man let out a series of screams. his arm tilting downward at an incredible, opposite angle. The guns in his hands also fell to the ground. The other comrades' pupils shrank sharply. Without caring about whether they would hurt their own men, they pulled the trigger one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Then a shocking scene occurred. Su-Chen actually walked slowly towards them, facing their guns. The bullets hit his body, failing to injure him, not even to penetrate his skin. The survivor stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. How could this be possible? Is this guy a Superman wearing his underwear outside? After reaching the advanced realm, Su-Chen's physical fitness had become extremely formidable. Bullets fired from ordinary pistols could no longer penetrate his body. After becoming a superpowered warrior, his physical strength reached another level. When his muscles were tense, even rifle bullets couldn't harm him. These survivors before him were only holding small-caliber pistols. How could they possibly harm him? Amid their stunned gaze, Su-Chen slowly walked up to them and took their pistols one by one. Su-Chen simply kneaded the pistol into pieces with a single hand. Monster! Monster! In the eyes of these survivors, Su-Chen was even more terrifying than the monsters chasing them. They were filled with immense fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably, and they had forgotten to flee. Those griffins were chasing you. Why didn't you flee into the building? Su-Chen asked the survivor closest to him with interest. Although the shadow had retreated with a single blow, he still realized its true form. The griffin beast he had encountered many times before. These griffins were certainly powerful. If the survivors had fled into the surrounding buildings, they might have had a chance of escape. But they hadn't, which puzzled Su-Chen. Griffins? The survivor looked at each other, unresponsive. Su-Chen didn't hesitate, grabbing his neck and applying a gentle pressure. Crack! The survivor's neck was instantly broken by Su-Chen's crushing force. Chapter 505. Su-Chen wasted no time, looking at the next person. If you can't speak in 10 seconds, your head will be chopped off. Ah. Whoa. Hearing Su-Chen's threat, the grown man burst into tears. Crying? Even crying counts? Without saying a word, Su-Chen snapped the man's neck again. Before Su-Chen could speak, the next victim screamed, I'm telling you. Besides the monster you just called. A griffin there's. Another monster? Go on. Su-Chen nodded. That monster looks terrifying, like a scorpion. The survivor said in panic, it comes and goes without a trace. You can't even see it. Even if you hide inside a building, it will find you and kill you. Compared to it, those griffins' attacks are still dodgy. Hearing this, Su-Chen couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the survivors. Just after escaping the scimitar-toothed flying squirrel, they encountered a griffin and another monster. What unbelievable luck. Brother, we were just too scared. We didn't mean to do this. An older, middle-aged man said with a mournful expression. Yeah, just let us go. Let's run. Other monsters will be here soon. The other survivors echoed. Su-Chen smiled faintly. Don't leave just yet. I need a favor. What favor? The survivors asked instinctively. I lend you your heads. Before the survivors could react, Su-Chen struck again with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. He punched each of them in turn, knocking them to the ground. This time, however, he showed mercy, not killing them, but merely temporarily disabling them. He then took out ropes and tied up the survivors one by one. Master, what are you doing? On the Normadison terrace behind him, Zhao Yu asked curiously. Of course, we're using them as bait. Su-Chen smiled. From the radar, he could see a dozen or so bright spots nearby, surrounding them. If they were just ordinary monsters, Su-Chen's current strength would have made taking them out a piece of cake. But the radar's 3D projection showed that half of the monsters were in the sky. These were likely the griffins that attacked the survivors. The other half of the monsters were lurking underground. They were probably the scorpion-like monsters the survivors had been talking about. Su-Chen couldn't fly or crawl, so it was a shame to try to hunt them. In that case, why not use these survivors as bait? Su-Chen wasn't a cruel or murderous person, but if these people were determined to harm him to save their lives, he wouldn't show any mercy. It wasn't long before Su-Chen had the remaining 10 or so people suspended in midair with ropes. Not only that, he was incredibly considerate, inflicting wounds on them. While not only would they die, he could still inflict pain and scream. And he could also make the blood drip continuously. After doing all this, Su-Chen stepped aside and waited quietly. The system's radar displayed the nearby situation. After a while, seemingly unable to resist the lure of flesh and blood, a griffin swooped down from the sky and attacked one of the survivors. However, its claws had barely grasped the survivor. Before it could flap its wings and fly, Zhao Yu, standing nearby, had already used her supernatural power on it. A fierce gust of wind enveloped the griffin. Despite its strength and flapping its wings vigorously, it couldn't fly, and wasn't even blown to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Chen struck with a bolt of lightning. Crack! The griffin was paralyzed by the electric shock, its feathers flying. Su Chen immediately rushed forward, mercilessly stabbing the exotic crystal dagger in his hand into the griffin's body. In a matter of seconds, the griffin's 2 wings and 4 claws were severed. The griffin screamed, and blood gushed out. Su Chen didn't kill the griffin immediately. The reason was simple. From his previous encounters, he discovered that griffins are social creatures. They typically hunt in groups of 1 or 2 families. They are also extremely vindictive, and will not give up unless their comrades are extremely powerful. Su Chen also intended to continue using this griffin as bait to attract other griffins to the rescue. As expected, it happened. Not long after the shrill cry was heard, the 5 remaining griffins in the sky suddenly became restless. They flapped their wings and swooped down to the ground. Seeing their comrade severely injured by Su Chen, they roared in anger and surrounded him. Surrounded by so many griffins, Su Chen showed no signs of nervousness or fear. When he was still at a high level, he could easily dispatch a whole flock of them, let alone now. Su Chen stepped on the griffin beneath his feet, a sneer on his face. With a slight push of his hand, the exotic crystal dagger pierced the griffin's heart. Howl! The griffins roared in unison, flapping their wings and charging towards Su Chen. But before they could get close, a yellow figure suddenly leaped out from the side. If it wasn't Meng Qi, who else could it be? Caught off guard, Meng Qi tackled a griffin to the ground. With a few strikes from Meng Qi's claws, the griffin was on the verge of death. After dispatching one griffin, Meng Qi pounced on another without hesitation. At the same time, Su Chen and Zhao Yu also attacked. Zhao Yu used her wind-based abilities to continuously harass and restrict the griffin's movements. Su Chen, relying on his formidable agility, quickly closed in on the griffins, attacking them with his psychic daggers. In just a few minutes, the griffins were dispatched by the combined efforts of Su Chen, Zhao Yu, and Meng Qi. Just as Su Chen was about to collect the bodies and extract the energy cores, alarm bells suddenly rang in his heart. Without hesitation, he leaped to the side. As soon as he left his position, he saw a large hole ripped open in the street below. A massive figure emerged from the hole. Looking closely, Su Chen realized it was a strange-looking creature. Its overall appearance resembled a scorpion. It had 2 terrifyingly large claws and a sharp stinger. It also had 8 sturdy limbs. It was completely encased in a black carapace, like a layer of hard armor. Scorpion monster. A monster that lives underground, specializing in swift and silent movements underground. Not only does it possess melee combat abilities, but it also excels in using psychic poison spray and sandstorm control. Chapter 506. Venom Spray unleashes a deadly, powerful venom from the stinger on its tail. Sandstorm control. Summon a sandstorm that envelopes the surrounding area. Combat rating, F+. The scorpion beast missed its attack and seemed furious. It opened its ugly maw and let out a silent roar. However, it didn't rush to attack Su Chen. Instead, it set its sights on the survivor suspended in midair. It leaped forward, grabbed a survivor, and then dove back underground. The hard asphalt road was as easy for it to break through as tofu. Master, are you alright? Zhao Yu, startled by the sudden change, hurried towards Su Chen. But Su Chen's expression changed. He could sense the ground beneath his feet trembling again. Xiaoya, be careful. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, he leaped out like a nimble cheetah. Before Zhao Yu could react, Su Chen grabbed her by the waist and lifted her away from where she had been. Crash! A large hole appeared where Zhao Yu had been. Another scorpion beast emerged from the ground. Like its companions, it didn't pursue Su Chen and Zhao Yu, but instead targeted the survivors in midair. After capturing one survivor, the scorpion beast returned to the ground. Master, thank you. Zhao Yu clung to Su Chen tightly, still a little shaken. If Su Chen hadn't intervened in time, she would have been captured by the scorpion beast and taken underground. Once underground, she would have become its food, and Su Chen would have been unable to save her. I'm glad you're okay. Su Chen patted Zhao Yu's head and took her back to the Normadison first. Standing on the second-floor terrace, looking at the 2 dark holes on the empty street before him, Su Chen pondered how to deal with the scorpion monsters. From the previous encounter, the scorpion monsters moved freely underground, coming and going like the wind. Fighting them underground would be suicidal. But they were also extremely cunning, never revealing their presence unless there was an opportunity to attack. Su Chen pondered for a moment. ultimately deciding to use the survivors as bait. He leaped from the terrace and walked towards the survivors, carefully monitoring the radar. Thankfully, the scorpion monsters didn't take advantage of this opportunity to attack. "You bastard. You're a jerk. Let us go!" The remaining survivors, enduring pain and fear, cursed Su Chen. Su Chen, however, acted as if he hadn't heard anything and lashed out with an icy blade. Swish! The middle-aged man who had begged Su Chen for mercy earlier had his rope severed and fell from midair. Thankfully, the drop wasn't too high, and although he was dizzy, he wasn't seriously injured. "You guys can go." Su Chen waved his hand expressionlessly. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, a little incredulous. Su Chen was planning to let him go just like that, but he quickly realized, You want us to be bait. I'm telling you, you're dreaming. We won't be your bait." The other survivors, still hanging in the air, also reacted and spoke up immediately. Su Chen sneered and pulled a pistol from his storage space. "Now you have two choices. First, I kill you immediately. Second, find a way to lure the scorpion monsters out. As long as I kill them, you survive." Facing the black muzzle of the gun, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "Okay, I promise." Compared to being shot directly by Su Chen, while the scorpion monsters were extremely terrifying, there was still some hope of survival. The middle-aged man really had no choice. After all, this was the apocalypse, and they were so weak and incompetent. Su Chen's plan was simple. They were at an intersection. All the middle-aged man had to do was pace back and forth, attracting the scorpion monsters below him. "You better not even think of running away, unless you can outrun the bullets," Su Chen threatened lightly. Okay. The middle-aged man swallowed. "But don't worry, I warn you, if I sense the scorpion beast attacking." Su Chen wasn't a cold-blooded person. A warning was one thing, but whether the middle-aged man could evade the scorpion beast's attack depended on him. After everything was ready, Su Chen stood on a roadside billboard, his eyes fixed on the middle-aged man while his attention was also on the radar. Zhao Yu and Meng Qi were both on the second-floor terrace of Normadison. If a fight broke out here, they would support Su Chen. Under the gazes of the crowd, the middle-aged man, his face tense, began to slowly circle around the intersection. The scorpion beast's senses must be extremely sensitive. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sense their prey's location from underground. As expected, a moment later, one of the scorpion beasts sensed the middle-aged man's presence. It rapidly began to rise from the ground. "Be careful," Su Chen warned. The middle-aged man, without hesitation, immediately dashed to the side. However, how could his speed possibly match that of the scorpion beast? Crash! The scorpion beast burst out of the ground and grabbed the middle-aged man. Just as it was about to return to the ground, Su Chen had already struck, paralyzing lightning. A violet-blue lightning bolt flew from Su Chen's hand, striking the scorpion beast directly. This was when Su Chen was still at a high-level combat power. Paralyzing lightning could control a violent bear monster of equal combat power to the scorpion beast. Not to mention that he is now at the super realm. After being struck by paralyzing lightning, even a scorpion monster would be trembling all over, unable to control its body. Its claws loosened, and the middle-aged man fell. Su Chen leaped high, pouncing on the scorpion monster. The chain lightning that had originally connected him to the scorpion monster was also broken, but after becoming a super realm, even if he stopped using paralyzing lightning, he could still control the enemy for a while. Su Chen seized this opportunity and closed in on the scorpion monster. Then he plunged his blade into the scorpion monster's head and slashed downwards. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suffocated by such a severe blow, the scorpion monster, which normally couldn't roar, actually let out a cry. In anger, it broke free from its paralysis. The huge pincers struck fiercely. At such close range, Su Chen had no time to dodge. He felt as if he'd been hit directly by a high-speed Daiyun heavy-duty truck. Chapter 507. Su Chen flew backwards. When he landed on the ground, his blood surged in his chest, and he ultimately lost consciousness. With a yelp, he spat out a large pool of blood. "Master!" Zhao Yu called out to Su Chen, anxiously attacking the scorpion monster. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sharp wind blades whistled towards the scorpion monster. The scorpion monster seemed to sense the power of the wind blades and dared not resist. Its two pincers plunged fiercely into the ground, then lifted upward. A large piece of asphalt concrete was lifted up and collided with the wind blades. Meng Qi also jumped down from the terrace and pounced directly at the scorpion monster. A fierce battle ensued between the cat and the scorpion. Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Zhao Yu in a deep voice, "I'm fine." it must be said. Although Su-Chen had entered a super realm after being enhanced by the system, but he was still far behind these powerful monsters. Luckily, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. His self-regeneration talent was swiftly activated, healing most of his injuries. Su-Chen looked toward the battlefield. Although Ming-Chi had shrunk in size after its evolution, its combat power had become astonishing. Now, it could actually fight the Scorpion Demon Beast on equal terms. Even after being wounded, the Scorpion Demon Beast was gradually losing ground and was pinned to the ground. Seeing it couldn't defeat Ming-Chi, the Scorpion Demon Beast grew anxious. It swung its pincers, forcing Ming-Chi back a few steps. Then the stinger on its tail erupted, violently spewing a pool of dark green venom. Caught off guard, Ming-Chi was instantly sprayed all over. It immediately let out a shrill cry and rolled on the ground. "How dare you touch my pet?" Su-Chen was instantly enraged. After injuring Ming-Chi, the scorpion monster seemed to sense something was amiss. It immediately swung its pincers and attempted to burrow underground. However, just as it broke through the earth, before it could burrow, a thick bolt of purple lightning struck straight down from the sky. The scorpion monster, struck by the lightning, instantly flipped over, belly up, trembling uncontrollably. Su-Chen, without hesitation, rushed forward and stabbed it again. Although the previous blow had struck the scorpion monster in the head, perhaps its head, unlike that of ordinary creatures, failed to kill it. This time, Su-Chen stabbed it directly in the chest and slashed downward, ripping it open. Various organs, mixed with dark purple blood, gushed out of the scorpion monster's abdomen. After struggling for a moment, several of its limbs gradually ceased movement. Su-Chen didn't bother searching for the scorpion monster's energy core. He immediately went to check on Ming-Chi. After being poisoned by the scorpion monster's venom, it was now extremely weak. It lay on the ground, twitching periodically. The shrill cries grew fainter. Su-Chen's heart sank. What should I do? "Linger, come quickly, heal Ming-Chi." Zhao Yu finally realized what was happening and called out to Normadison. Su-Chen then remembered that he had a nurse with him. Hearing Zhao Yu's cry, Lu Linger jumped out of Normadison and quickly approached Ming-Chi. Seeing Ming-Chi's miserable state, her face was filled with heartache. Without hesitation, Lu Linger used her healing power on Ming-Chi. A bright, soft white light emanated from her hand, enveloping Ming-Chi on the ground. Under the white light, the dark green venom on Ming-Chi's body gradually dissipated. Her twitching body gradually stabilized. Su-Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, this kind of treatment seemed to be too exhausting. When the white light ceased, Lu Linger's face turned pale. After all, this was the venom released by an F+ power monster. "Xiaoya, Linger, hurry back to the car and get some rest," Su-Chen ordered. "Okay." After retracting her power, Lu Linger, accompanied by Zhao Yu, walked towards Normadison. Ming-Chi, lying on the ground, also struggled to her feet. Su-Chen patted its head and let it follow Lu Linger back into the car. After they were all safe, Su-Chen walked over to the scorpion beast's corpse and took its energy core. Can I walk now?" Suddenly, a weak voice rang out beside Su-Chen. He looked over in surprise and realized it was the middle-aged man. Although he had been captured by the scorpion beast, Su-Chen's timely intervention helped the middle-aged man break free. In the previous battle, he had tumbled and crawled, dodging Su-Chen and the others, and only then had he managed to save his life. "You can walk now." Su-Chen was not one to go back on his word. Since the other party had made an agreement, he should keep it. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, struggled to his feet, and limped toward a nearby building. But he had only taken a few steps when Su-Chen sensed movement from underground again. "Be careful." The middle-aged man froze for a moment. This time, his reaction was a little slow. Crash! Another scorpion monster burst out of the ground and grabbed him directly. But this time, the scorpion monster didn't take him back underground. Instead, it used its two pincers to tear the middle-aged man in half. Su-Chen frowned slightly. But before he could make a move, there was a noise beneath his feet. Su-Chen didn't hesitate, immediately dodging to the side. As he left, another scorpion beast emerged from the ground, followed by a third, a fourth. A total of 6 scorpion beasts emerged from the ground. They didn't rush to attack Su-Chen, but instead focused on the survivors in the air. Ah! Accompanied by several screams, the remaining survivors were snatched up by the scorpion beasts and stuffed into their bloody maws. After devouring the survivors, the scorpion beasts didn't return. 8 limbs moved swiftly, surrounding Su-Chen. Su-Chen narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming serious. It seems these scorpion beasts, like the griffins, hold grudges, but this is also a good thing, as it saves him from finding bait and tempting them one by one. Su-Chen and the scorpion beasts held a stalemate for a moment. It was the scorpion beast that gave in first. After all, they were all strong and outnumbered. 6 scorpion monsters attacked Su-Chen from all directions. Absolute zero. Su-Chen immediately used his ice ability. The temperature around him plummeted, even frost and snowflakes appeared. Compared to before, the temperature at absolute zero was even lower. As they approached Su-Chen, the scorpion monster's movement slowed. At the same time, Zhao Yu, who was driving the nails, raised her hand and cast Wind Walk on Su-Chen. Su-Chen, as light as a swallow, seized this opportunity and leaped into the air. He stepped on several ice shields, dodging the scorpion monster's claws and easily escaping their encirclement. Chapter 508. Not only that, as Su-Chen landed, he swiftly turned and used 9 Heavens Divine Thunder on one of the scorpion beasts. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The scorpion beast was paralyzed by the shock, unable to move at all. Su-Chen immediately charged forward, wielding the exotic crystal dagger and slashing fiercely at its tail. Crack! Su-Chen's stinger was directly severed. It squeaked in pain. Seeing their companion so severely injured, the other scorpion beasts flew into a rage. They turned around and continued to surround Su-Chen from all sides. Before Su-Chen could use Absolute Zero, they attacked first. 5 stingers aimed at Su-Chen, unleashing venom in unison. Instantly, the dark green venom enveloped Su-Chen. But to the scorpion monster's surprise, Su-Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he charged headfirst into the venom. He passed through the venom, his entire body turning dark green as he reached a scorpion monster. Paralyzing lightning. As Su-Chen restrained the monster, he thrust the alien crystal dagger down fiercely. This time, Su-Chen seemed to have struck the scorpion monster's vitals. It let out a shrill cry, its claws and limbs struggling erratically. Thankfully, Su-Chen dodged in time, avoiding the blow. After a few struggles, the scorpion monster ceased twitching, apparently dead. So many scorpion monsters surrounded a single human. Not only did they fail to harm him, but they also allowed him to kill one of their companions and sever the stinger of another. The remaining scorpion monsters suddenly went berserk. They swung their claws, and a yellow dust storm suddenly rose up around them. In a matter of moments, the sandstorm had enveloped the entire intersection. Visibility in the sandstorm was extremely poor. Su-Chen stretched out his hand, shielding himself from the onslaught of sand. He could barely see what was happening within 3 meters of him. Beyond that, there was chaos. He was extremely alert, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings while keeping an eye on the radar. Soon, 2 bright spots appeared behind Su-Chen. 2 scorpion monsters pounced out of the sandstorm. Thankfully, Su-Chen spotted them in time and rolled over, dodging their attacks. Just as he dodged 2 more appeared beneath his feet. Su-Chen had no time to rest. He had to keep dodging. Due to the extremely poor visibility, he had to keep an eye on the radar. But this meant he could only run for his life in the face of the scorpion monsters. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu, inside Nomadison, noticed the situation seemed dire. She immediately ascended to the second-floor terrace and used her supernatural power on the wind and sand before her. Whoosh! A powerful gale suddenly blew across the sky and earth. The wind was so strong that it even blew away the dust and sand that had enveloped the battlefield. Su-Chen, the scorpion monster, reappeared on the battlefield. Hiss! One of the scorpion monsters, enraged, turned and lunged at Nomadison. Zhao Yu, startled, immediately retreated to the first floor. At the same time, 2 other scorpion monsters also pounced on Nomadison. Su-Chen's mind moved, and he took control of the Nomadison. In the blink of an eye, the second-floor terrace retracted. The entire Nomadison became impenetrable. The exasperated scorpion monster launched a frenzied attack on the Nomadison. Bang, bang, bang. Despite the Nomadison's massive size and immense strength, it trembled uncontrollably under the attacks of the equally robust scorpion monster. Durability reduced to 99%. Durability reduced to 98%. The system continuously prompted Su-Chen. Su-Chen frowned, and just as he was about to go over to support, the remaining 2 scorpion monsters blocked his path. Seeking death? Su-Chen sneered. Just as the 2 scorpion monsters pounced on him, his eyes narrowed. 2 golden beams of light burst forth from his eyes. The 2 scorpion monsters bore the brunt of the attack. With a pungent smell of burning, their indestructible shells melted instantly. Their massive bodies were not only forced back by the electric blast, but also suffered deep wounds. By the time the electric blast ended, 2 scorpion beasts were missing half their bodies. They collapsed to the ground with a thud, making no sound at all. Hearing the commotion, The three scorpion beasts besieging Normadison immediately halted their actions. Seeing their companion's tragic death, they seemed frightened and stopped charging at Su Chen. After a moment's hesitation, they emitted a squeaking sound. Then, waving their pincers, they burrowed into the ground. Su Chen was stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening. It seemed these three scorpion beasts had escaped. Su Chen observed the radar. As expected, the bright spot representing the scorpion monster quickly faded into the distance. Not long after, it disappeared from the radar screen. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground, panting. "Master, how are you?" Seeing the battle over, Zhao Yu and the other two, along with Meng Qi, immediately opened the car door and hurried over to Su Chen's side, asking with concern. "No big deal." Su Chen waved his hand. Gazing at the massive body of the scorpion monster nearby, the three women's expressions were a mixture of fear and admiration. Such a terrifying monster. The master almost single-handedly fought 6 at once and killed 3. Truly amazing. After resting for a while, Su Chen stood up and walked over to the scorpion monster's corpse. He searched through the corpse with his exotic crystal dagger, recovering all of the scorpion monster's energy cores. In the previous battle, Su Chen had killed a total of 4 scorpion monsters. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal core, gaining 1010 energy points. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal core, gaining 1146 energy points. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal core, gaining 1219 energy points. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal core, gaining 1103 energy points. Su Chen glanced at the system. The current accumulated energy had reached 4728. While it seemed like a lot, it was still a significant gap from the next power-up. Su Chen was about to shut down the system when he suddenly noticed that Normadison's durability had dropped to 84%. The scorpion monster's attack power was a bit too strong. In just a few moments, they had already reduced Normadison's durability by 16%. Luckily, they didn't let them continue their attack, otherwise the RV would have been completely destroyed. "System, how many energy points are needed to restore the durability?" Su Chen muttered to himself. Restoring 1% of durability requires 100 energy points. Su Chen's face darkened after seeing the system's prompt. So, 16% of durability requires 1,600 energy points. Chapter 509. This system is so shady. Why don't you just rob it? Su Chen cursed inwardly. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to upgrade the system. The RV's durability had been refreshed after the previous upgrade. Instead of spending 1,600 energy points to restore durability, it would be better to add 400 energy points to upgrade the RV. Who knows, there might be some new features next. Thinking this, Su Chen silently chanted, "Upgrade the system." Ding, RV system upgraded to level 8. Doomsday Fortress RV system. RV level 8, energy points required for upgrade, 4,000, current energy points, 2728. Vehicle durability, 100%. When durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhancement options. Scan detection. Rune system. Talents, marksmanship, self-regeneration, ice and snow control, electric eyes, lightning control, toxin resistance. Combat rating, F+. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly beamed with joy. Because he had discovered a new option in the system, the rune system. System, what does the rune system do? Once the host obtains a rune crystal, they can use the system to engrave runes onto their exotic crystal equipment. Seeing the system's response, Su Chen could no longer suppress a smile. Ever since he obtained the rune crystal, he hadn't been sure how to use it. Now, he finally knew how to use it. "Master, what makes you so happy?" Lin Yingying said curiously. "I got a wonderful treasure." Su Chen laughed heartily, pulled Lin Yingying into his arms, and kissed her on the cheek. "Master, that's disgusting." Lin Yingying said coquettishly, "You made me all dirty." Su Chen then realized that he had just been sprayed with the scorpion monster's venom. Although he was resistant to the poison and didn't die from the poisoning, his body was incredibly smelly. "Let's get back to the car." Su Chen greeted the 3 women and headed towards Normadison. After entering the RV, he stripped off his filthy clothes and took a refreshing shower. After changing into dry clothes, Su Chen leaned back on the sofa, enjoying Lin Yingying's shoulder massage and Lu Linger's leg massage, while he studied the rune system. According to the system, runes can only be engraved on exotic crystals. This made sense. And runes can't just be engraved casually. Energy runes, for example, must be engraved on armor. Psychic runes can only be engraved on weapons. Interesting. This is almost like an online game. Suchin stroked his chin and continued flipping through the book. In addition, other materials are required for engraving. Suchin tried it. To engrave a psychic rune on the exotic crystal dagger, one must provide the tails of 5 powerful monsters and the rare viscera of a powerful monster. The tails of powerful monsters and viscera? Suchin thought for a moment, then jumped out of the car and chopped off the stingers of the 4 scorpion monsters he had killed. Including the tail he had previously chopped off, this made a total of 5. Ding, it meets the requirements. Now, please provide the viscera. Suchin put on his gloves again and removed the scorpion monster's internal organs. But to his surprise, the system prompted, it doesn't meet the requirements. Are you kidding me? The scorpion monster is a powerful monster, so why doesn't its internal organs count? Suchin was a little annoyed. At this moment, an idea flashed through his mind. He suddenly remembered that he had hunted a venomous giant python in the secret valley. From its stomach, he had obtained a snake gall. Logically, this thing should be considered a rare internal organ, right? Thinking so, Suchin took out the red snake gall. Ding, it meets the requirements. Would you like to engrave the psychic rune? Suchin hesitated, then cancelled. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. After the last few battles, Suchin had begun to feel that his exotic crystal dagger was becoming insufficient. Take, for example, the recent battle with the scorpion monster. Because the exotic crystal dagger was too short, Suchin had to get close to the scorpion monster to attack it. This increased the risk considerably. So, Suchin planned to ask Sun Jiancheng to forge him a new exotic crystal weapon. He would then proceed with the rune engraving. As for the energy storage runes, Suchin was also not in a rush. Since exotic crystals were not in short supply, he could ask Sun Jiancheng to meticulously craft him a new set of protective gear. Suchin loaded the corpses of several scorpion monsters into his storage space. He had previously thought these monster corpses were useless. But now it seemed they might come in handy in the future. After finishing all this, he returned to the car and started the nomadicin. Suchin continued driving, circling the city of Shannon. Shannon City now seemed completely overrun by monsters. Along the way, Suchin encountered numerous monsters. These monsters were hunting down the survivors of Shannon City. From time to time, someone would flee to the nomadicin, blocking Suchin and his group's path and attempting to board the vehicle. Although he didn't drive into them, Suchin didn't let them in either. Only after they had escaped or been killed by the monsters did Suchin get out of the car and start dealing with the monsters. Unfortunately, the next monsters he encountered were far inferior to the scorpion monsters. Suchin had hunted 7 or 8 of them, but only gained a little over 1,000 energy points. After a long period of hard work, it was already getting late. Suchin stopped hunting monsters and contacted the hunting team. The two sides soon reunited. Suchin noticed Zheng Hui was beaming, his face white from ear to ear. What are you so happy about? Did you eat honey shit? Suchin mocked the brigade commander's tone, jokingly scolding him. Boss Su, you don't know, we obtained nearly 400 energy cores this afternoon. Hearing this, Suchin couldn't help but be surprised. When we encountered the saber-toothed flying squirrels before, the hunting team had obtained nearly 200. But that was because the saber-toothed flying squirrels were so numerous, and killing them wasn't a problem. How did Zheng Hui and his team later acquire energy cores again? Hey, Boss Su, you don't know, we later encountered a group of misty sheep and shadow rabbits. And we had another encounter with saber-toothed flying squirrels. Wang Yan explained with a smile. I see. Suchin suddenly understood. So, while the number of energy cores was quite large, the energy they provided shouldn't be very much. After all, misty sheep, shadow rabbits, and saber-toothed flying squirrels aren't particularly powerful monsters. The energy contained in their energy cores isn't very high. Chapter 510. Alright, it's getting late. We need to go back. Suchin ordered. Yes, Boss Su. Zheng Hui responded and immediately ordered the members of the hunting team to pack up. Then everyone returned to the parking lot and drove back to the micro-base. Suchin drove the nomadicin, activated the stealth function, and followed the hunting team at a leisurely pace. He didn't want to be followed and thus exposed the location of the micro-base. As long as the base's location remained hidden for a day, then the likes of the Salvation Army and the Iron Legion wouldn't be able to launch a surprise attack. Thankfully, the journey was uneventful. Suchin and the hunting team successfully returned to the micro-base. Welcome back to the base, Chief. After exchanging commands, the base operator slowly opened the gate. The nomadison drove into the base first, followed by the hunting team's vehicles. After the elevator stopped, He Wang, Sun Yuan, Yu Shoujing, Yu Xiang, and the others took the elevator to the top floor. After all, this was the hunting team's first monster hunt. Everyone was extremely concerned. Boss Su, everyone said in unison. Su Chen nodded slightly. Boss Su, did your outing go smoothly today? He Wang stepped forward and asked with a smile. Wang Yin, standing by, interrupted. It wasn't just smooth, it was incredibly smooth. Su Chen smiled. Ah Yin, get the stuff out. Okay. Wang Yin nodded. He took out the bag of energy cores, turned it over, and shook out the cores. Nearly 400 energy cores fell to the ground. Suddenly, these energy cores piled up like a small mountain. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. They were like long-starved men who suddenly saw a curvaceous, incredibly sexy woman. Their breathing quickened, as the number of zombies dwindled rapidly. Except for those who had previously followed Su Chen into the secret realm, most members of the Psychic Corps had difficulty obtaining energy. No wonder they were so excited to see so many energy cores. As long as they could go out and hunt monsters, they could all improve their strength. According to the previous rules, these are for you to distribute as you please. As for the remaining portion, it will be handed over to the gang. In front of everyone, Su Chen divided the energy cores in half. The larger portion was given to Zheng Hui, while the smaller portion was collected by He Wang and sent back to the gang's warehouse. Of the energy cores submitted to the gang, Su Chen could use them freely. Only members who had made outstanding contributions would receive rewards. After Zheng Hui received the energy cores, he distributed them according to their contributions. Those ordinary, low-level evolvers and psychics received fewer energy cores, but they had no objections. Who forced them to be so weak that they could only help out? Su Chen didn't look down on them, but instead allowed them to follow the other powerful ones. This was already very good. After distributing the rewards, Su Chen looked at everyone present and said loudly, going out to hunt monsters can indeed bring rich rewards. But the situation outside is extremely complex, and if you're not careful, it could be dangerous. So from now on, only 2 hunting teams can go out simultaneously each day. Su Chen gave this order, also for the safety of the base. If the evolvers and psychics in the base were out at the same time, anything could go wrong, and it would be troublesome. Yes! Everyone responded in unison, their eyes burning with excitement. They couldn't wait to go out and hunt those damned prey to improve their own strength. Su Chen chatted casually with everyone for a few more moments, then sent everyone back. Just then, He Wang suddenly remembered something. Boss Su, Dr. Niu was looking for you just now. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed the potion he had Niu Mingxian prepare earlier was finally ready. Brother He, come with me. Ah? Okay. He Wang nodded without further thought. Su Chen took He Wang by elevator to the base's lowest level. In the laboratory, Niu Mingxian was still busy. But on the table next to him, 4 or 5 silver-white boxes were placed. The lid of the box opened, revealing rows of reagents inside. Worker Niu. At Su Chen's voice, Niu Mingxian looked up and quickly put down his work. Boss Su, Brother He, you're here. Su Chen nodded and pointed to the box on the table. Are these all evolution potions? Yes, I made a total of 200 evolution potions. Niu Mingxian smiled. Su Chen was a little surprised. He had originally thought that 4 energy fruits could only produce 100 evolution potions at most. But he hadn't expected to produce 200. This meant that the Tiger Gang had gained 200 more evolvers and psychics out of thin air. You did a great job. Su Chen couldn't help but praise him. It's a pity these potions aren't very effective. They only give ordinary people the ability to become evolvers. Niu Mingxian said with some regret. What else do you need? Su Chen was at a loss for words. It's okay. You done a great job. Although the survivors who took the potion weren't very strong at first, there are plenty of monsters out there. Over time, these people's realms will gradually improve. When that happens, the Tiger Gang's strength will naturally expand. Su Chen took a few potions and said to He Wang, Brother He, take the rest. Then select those survivors in the base, who can't become evolvers, but have a clean background and are loyal to the gang, and inject them with this potion. Okay. He Wang readily agreed. Since it was still early, Su Chen said goodbye to He Wang and Niu Mingxian and headed towards the logistics support area. Soon he arrived at Sun Jianqing's workshop. At this moment, the workshop was silent. Sun Jianqing was sitting nearby resting. Brother Su. Sun Jianqing approached Su Chen with a look of excitement upon seeing him. Look, these are all shields I made. Su Chen looked over. In the corner, He saw several shields made of exotic crystals. Compared to Su Chen's shield, these were noticeably smaller. As a result, their defensive capabilities were naturally much lower. Well done! Su Chen praised, then took out an energy core and handed it to Sun Jiancheng. Here, this is your reward. Su Chen had previously saved one of the energy cores he had obtained from killing the griffin, giving it to Sun Jiancheng as a reward. Then I won't be polite, Brother Su. Sun Jiancheng accepted the energy core with a beaming smile. Chapter 511. The exotic crystals obtained from the secret realm, after being forged by Sun Jiancheng, were transformed into 8 weapons and 8 shields. Brother Su, do you think you should keep these things, or should I give them to Brother He? Sun Jiancheng asked. Don't worry. Su Chen waved his hand and smiled. I came to see you today because I actually have something else to tell you. Just tell me, Brother Su. As long as I can do it, I go through fire and water, and I won't refuse. Sun Jiancheng patted his chest. Su Chen laughed dumbly. I wouldn't go through fire and water. You said you forged me a set of armor, remember? Of course I do. I didn't think it was necessary before, but now I do. In addition to the armor, I also need you to forge me a longer weapon. Su Chen took out the exotic crystal dagger, shield, and protective gear that Sun Jiancheng had forged for him. Is that so? Then, Brother Su, you have to wait a while. Why? Is there something wrong? No. Sun Jiancheng shook his head and explained with a smile. Brother Su is different from others. When crafting equipment for you, of course, I meticulously consider it. Okay, then I wait for you. Su Chen chatted with Sun Jiancheng for a few more words before also getting up and leaving. Should I go back now? Su Chen thought for a moment and, instead of returning to Normadison, headed towards his office. As soon as he opened the door and sat down in his office chair, a faint fragrance filled his nose. Boss Su, it's so late, why aren't you going home yet? Tong Fei approached gracefully, her voice softly adoring. I'm a little tired, and I need you to relax. Although the women in the Normadison car were completely obedient to Su Chen, there were also a variety of types, including sisters, mothers and daughters, and school beauties. But as the saying goes, wildflowers are worse than domesticated ones. Men are inherently servile, they can't stop thinking about what they haven't yet achieved. Okay. Boss Su, follow me. Tong Fei smiled, took Su Chen's hand, and walked to the side of the office. There was a secret door there. Opening it revealed a spacious room. The room was furnished with a sofa, a TV, a tea maker, and other amenities, including a massage chair. There were several other doors in the room. Through the unclosed doors, one could vaguely see the bedroom and bathroom. This office originally belonged to an important figure in the observation base. It was not only used for work, but also for rest at any time. He Wang had the place cleaned up, specifically to serve as Su Chen's private office. But Su Chen rarely lived here. After all, he had several other women around him. After Tong Fei joined, she didn't want to be crowded in the dormitory with the others. Besides, she was Su Chen's secretary, so she moved into a room behind Su Chen's office. Precisely because of the hidden beauty in this golden house, Tong Fei heard the noises as soon as Su Chen entered. Come on, Boss Su, lie down first. Tong Fei helped Su Chen down onto the massage bed. She leaned over and whispered in Su Chen's ear, Boss Su, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Watching her wiggle her plump buttocks as she walked towards the bathroom, Su Chen couldn't help but smile wickedly. This pear-shaped figure truly captivates men. Tong Fei didn't keep Su Chen waiting for long. Within a minute or two, she pushed the door open and emerged. Su Chen took one look, his eyes instantly brightening. To survive within the base, the survivors had to work to earn the necessary supplies for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Most people wore ordinary clothing. After all, the points they earned from their work only cover their daily needs. Only high-ranking survivors had enough points to trade for slightly more comfortable and attractive clothing. Of course, high-ranking officials, like Su Chen, and He Wang weren't among them. When Tong Fei joined the Tiger Gang, she brought no luggage, not even a change of clothes. Thankfully, Su Chen's storage space was no shortage of clothing. He found a large collection of well-fitting clothes and gave them all to Tong Fei. But Tong Fei specifically requested that Su Chen send her some sexy QQ underwear. How could Su Chen refuse such an impolite request? Tong Fei had changed into a long knitted dress. The deep V-neckline revealed her swan-like neck and delicate collarbone. The dress's flowing lines clung to her delicate frame, revealing her curvaceous figure. The hem of the dress was slit almost at the top of her thighs. Her round, slender legs were draped in black stockings. Yes. Tong Fei was wearing the famous stepmother dress on the internet, but the most intriguing thing about it was that it was purple. There's a line in a song, "My sister says purple has a very charming hue." Duh. Under Su Chen's admiring gaze, Tong Fei swayed her slender waist, and slowly approached him in silver high heels. "Sorry to have kept you waiting, Boss Su. I'd let you relax." Her smooth hands gently rested on Su Chen's head, and began to massage it. As Su Chen enjoyed her service, he casually asked about the base's situation. Although she had only been here a couple of days, she wanted to quickly demonstrate her value. So Tong Fei immediately assisted Su Chen in handling the base's affairs. Although the tasks Su Chen assigned her were minor, as he wanted to test her abilities first, Tong Fei handled them perfectly. Su Chen nodded slightly. He thought to himself that he could probably leave most of the work to Tong Fei. Noticing Su Chen's expression, Tong Fei's heart lit up. She said in a gentle voice, "Boss Su, turn over. Let me give you a back massage." "No need to turn over." Tong Fei was slightly startled and looked at Su Chen. But he stared at her with piercing eyes. "I'm just a bit mad today." Tong Fei immediately understood what he meant. What's coming will come sooner or later. Besides, she had already made up her mind to devote herself to Su Chen and get on his good side sooner rather than later. So why hesitate? "Then I can help you relieve your anger." Tong Fei bit her red lips and said seductively. Su Chen didn't hold back. Instead, he lifted her up by the waist and strode into the room. Since he wanted to make use of Tong Fei, he naturally slept with her sooner rather than later. There's a saying that sex is the path to a woman's heart. Although sleeping with her doesn't necessarily guarantee her 100% loyalty, love will only grow over time. Ah. Tong Fei couldn't help but let out a soft cry after being roughly thrown onto the bed by Su Chen. Watching Su Chen approaching, she said nervously, "Boss Su, please have some mercy on me." Chapter 512. A silver bottle burst, water spurting out, iron cavalry charged forward, swords and guns clattering. The large bed behind Su Chen's office creaked under its weight. It lasted for over an hour before finally stopping. The clouds dispersed, and the rain ceased. Tong Fei, a tired yet contented woman, leaned against Su Chen's chest. Su Chen stroked her silky smooth back and smiled. "Miss Tong? Why are you still calling me Miss Tong?" Tong Fei gave him a stern look and said tenderly, "Just call me Fei Fei." "Okay, Fei Fei." Su Chen laughed heartily. "So, do I have to call you master from now on, like Sister Qing and the others?" Tong Fei blinked and smiled mischievously. "That's up to you," Su Chen said lazily. "How about this? I just call you boss from now on. How about that?" Tong Fei smiled. "That's fine." Su Chen nodded and continued, "Fei Fei, I have a question." "Boss, are you asking why I seem so experienced?" Tong Fei asked softly. During the previous battle, Su Chen noticed that Tong Fei didn't act like an inexperienced rookie at all. On the contrary, she seemed completely at ease, coordinating with every move. If it weren't for that awkwardness and the red-stained bedsheets, Su Chen would have suspected that Tong Fei was already a seasoned veteran. "Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen pigs run?" Tong Fei covered her mouth with a soft giggle. "Besides, I've seen plenty of those porn movies." "Really?" Su Chen smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Tong Fei. "I don't like people lying to me. Just watching. How could this thing not require practice? It's obvious that only practice can accumulate experience." Tong Fei's smile froze. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, "Actually, I've been in a relationship before." "Then why didn't you tell the truth?" Su Chen didn't really mind that Tong Fei had been in a relationship before. After all, in this world, it's hard to find a virgin, let alone one who hasn't been in a relationship before. "Because my boyfriend, she's a woman," Tong Fei said a little embarrassedly. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, and almost laughed out loud. "So that's how it is. I'm not too bothered by lesbians, so don't take it to heart." "That's good." Tong Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Although society is now very open-minded, people still look askance at homosexuality. That's why she concealed it at first. "What about your XX?" Su Chen asked with a smile. "She and I weren't in the same department," Tong Fei explained. "We were together before, but later, due to a job transfer, I moved to the Iron Legion, and she went to the provincial region." According to Tong Fei, their daily lives were too boring, and men and women were separated. In those lonely days, Tong Fei fell in love with another girl. The two of them spent many wonderful times together. Tong Fei's experience, and the charm she exuded, were all accumulated during that time. But later, due to the transfer, the two gradually lost contact. "I see." Su Chen nodded slightly, grinning wickedly. So, do you think you're happier with her or with me? Of course, I'm happier with the boss. Tong Fei lay on Su Chen's chest, her face flushed. Today I finally experienced the joy of being a woman. In that case, let's continue the fun. Su Chen laughed heartily and pressed Tong Fei beneath him again. Again, I omitted 10,000 words because you don't like reading. The next morning, Su Chen woke up, conquered Tong Fei once more, and then contentedly dressed and left. He went straight back to the RV. The women had just woken up and were sitting together having breakfast. Seeing Su Chen return refreshed, Zhou Qing couldn't help but smile. Look at the master looking so happy. It seems we gained another sister. I just don't know if it's Meng Yao or that Commander Tong, Zhou Rong said with a smile. Su Chen was startled when they mentioned Xu Meng Yao. He had neglected Meng Yao all this time. It couldn't be helped. He was either busy developing the Tiger Gang or improving his own strength. He didn't even have time to spend with Zhou Qing and the other girls, let alone Xu Meng Yao. It's Tong Fei. She'd be one of us from now on. Su Chen smiled and sat down at the table, enjoying Lu Linger's breakfast. After everyone had finished eating, Su Chen called to the Zhou Qing sisters, Qinger, Rong. Master, do you have any instructions? The Zhou Qing sister sat down, puzzled. The evolution potion we used earlier is ready. I plan to inject it into you, so you can become evolvers too. Hearing this, the Zhou Qing sisters' expressions grew slightly excited. Although they disliked fighting, seeing Zhao Yu, Wang Bingyan, and Lu Linger becoming evolvers and psychics, able to better protect themselves and even help Su Chen, they couldn't help but feel envious. Hold out your hands, Su Chen said, pulling out 2 potions from his storage space. The 2 women held out their fair arms without hesitation. Su Chen injected the silver-white evolution potions into their bodies through a syringe. How's it going? Do you feel anything? The sisters held their breath, sensing the changes in their bodies. It seems to be getting a little warmer. They could feel the silver-white potion gradually becoming hotter as it entered their bodies. However, the newly formulated evolution potions weren't as potent as the previous ones, so the side effects weren't significant. The women's body temperatures didn't rise much. They only felt a little dizzy, and their breathing was rapid. After a while, they returned to normal. Mom, Auntie, how are you 2 feeling? Wang Bingyan, standing by, looked at the 2 girls with concern. I feel like I can control the earth? Zhou Rong asked uncertainly. Then it seems you're also an earth-type psychic. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. It wasn't because Zhou Rong could become a psychic, but because her awakened psychic was also earth-type. After all, there are so many types of psychic powers currently. Wind, fire, thunder, earth, ice, water, light, poison, mind, telekinesis, space, summoning, plants, and so on. All in all, there are over 10. But Zhou Rong, like her daughter Wang Bingyan, is an earth-type psychic. This isn't just a coincidence. It must be their bloodline, or genes, that determined that they would both become earth-type psychics after their evolution. Based on this, if Wang Bingyan had another child in the future, the child would likely also be an earth-type psychic. Chapter 513. Qinger, what about you? Are you an evolver or a psychic? Su Chen turned his gaze to Zhou Qing again. Master, I should be a psychic as well, Zhou Qing said truthfully. You're also a psychic? Su Chen was somewhat moved. Currently, among the Normadison, besides himself and Zhao Yu, people like Wang Bingyan, Lin Yingying, and Lu Linger all completed their evolution through potion injections. But only Lin Yingying was an evolver, the other 2 were psychics. Among them, Lu Linger possessed a rare healing ability. Today, Zhou Qing and Zhou Rong also became psychics after receiving the potion. The probability of them being psychics is a bit high. What's your psychic ability? Su Chen asked with a smile. Zhou Qing didn't answer, but instead glanced at the car window. To embellish the RV, Zhou Qing had planted a few flowers and placed them by the window. Lately, the Normadison has been docked at the base most of the time, away from the sun. As a result, these flowers have been somewhat wilted. But after Zhou Qing spotted them and used her supernatural power, the previously drooping flowers miraculously straightened and blossomed brilliantly. Su Chen instantly understood. Qinger, you have plant-type abilities. Yes, master. Zhou Qing smiled and nodded. I hadn't expected Zhou Qing to share the same plant-type abilities as Zhang Hao, the Archon of the New World. Compared to powers like wind, fire, thunder, and ice, plant-type abilities are undoubtedly much rarer. This was a pleasant surprise. Great. We could all help Master from now on. Wang Bingyan's face lit up with joy, and she spoke excitedly. Bingyan is right. I need you too in the future. Su Chen joked with a smile. Master, you're annoying. Zhou Qin, like an 18-year-old girl, pummeled Su Chen with a coquettish slap. We have to thank Master for gifting us the potion. Yes, thank you, Master. Zhou Rong, standing by, nodded and smiled. Then tonight, all of you get clean and wait for me. The women's faces flushed brightly upon hearing Su Chen's words, but no one objected. After joking with the women for a while, Su Chen left Normadison again. Soon, he arrived at Chu Mingyu's room. Knock, knock, knock. Su Chen knocked gently on the door. Who is it? Chu Mingyao's voice echoed from within the room, and the door swung open, revealing her slightly haggard face. When she saw Su Chen, her eyes lit up, and a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. Su Chen, why? Why are you here? I haven't seen you in a while, so I came to see you. Su Chen smiled. Why you don't want me in? Welcome. Welcome, of course. Chu Mingyao hurriedly opened the door and welcomed Su Chen in. The majority of dormitories in the microcosmic base were for 4 to 8 people. A small number of single and double rooms were allocated to the base's senior management. Chu Mingyao, Su Chen's former lover, had come to seek refuge with him, bringing with her the entire Dongjing base. Su Chen naturally treated her well, and prepared a dormitory specifically for her. The dormitory had 2 bedrooms and a living room. While not very spacious, it was fully equipped with all the necessary amenities. Su Chen glanced at her and smiled. Mingyao, how have you been lately? They've been treating me well at the base, Chu Mingyao said softly, looking at Su Chen with resentment. It's just that I'm too idle. Su Chen touched his nose awkwardly. He naturally heard the hidden meaning in Chu Mingyao's words. Of the people who came from Dongjing base, the ordinary survivors were assigned jobs. People like Lu Jiangwo, Ren Kong, and others also had their respective positions. Only Chu Mingyao was not assigned a job. It wasn't that Su Chen was deliberately targeting her. It was just that Su Chen felt sorry for her. Her father had just passed away, and he couldn't bear to see her overworked. But the problem was, Su Chen didn't assign her a position, but he also didn't have time to accompany her. He was either busy improving his own strength or fighting the 3-party coalition. As a result, Chu Mingyao was naturally neglected. But she was understanding and knew Su Chen was busy with work, so she didn't bother him. But she still felt a certain amount of resentment. Oh, sorry, I'm just too busy. Su Chen sighed, apologetically speaking. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyao's eyes reddened slightly, and tears even flowed. Without waiting for Su Chen to say anything, she leaned over, leaning directly onto his shoulder, sobbing softly. I'm here to keep you company, aren't I? Don't cry. Su Chen hugged her soft body and whispered. He could still understand Chu Mingyao's feelings. After her father's death, she had no one to turn to. Coming to Su Chen's shelter, she could only sit in her room every day, unable to even see him. It took a long time for Chu Mingyao to regain some composure. I'm sorry, Su Chen. Let's not say sorry between us. Su Chen caressed her face and, without waiting for her to say anything, kissed her. Chu Mingyao's kissing skills were clearly clumsy, and she could only passively respond. Thankfully, Su Chen was a seasoned kisser, and under his guidance, Chu Mingyao soon found her groove. By the time their lips parted, Chu Mingyao's face was flushed and she was panting. If you're too lonely living here alone, why not move into the RV? Su Chen smiled. Really? Chu Mingyao was slightly surprised. Besides him and Ming Qi, only his woman could live in Su Chen's Norma Dyson. No one else was even qualified to live there. You're my woman, of course you can. Hate it. Who's your woman? Chu Mingyao said coquettishly, her face flushing even more. What? You still want to escape? Su Chen hugged her tightly, and kissed her red lips again. Su Chen didn't let her go until Chu Mingyao was breathless. You are my woman, understand? Su Chen's tone was filled with dominance and unquestionable authority. Chu Mingyao nodded obediently. That's more than enough. Su Chen released Chu Mingyao, and took out a silver-white potion from his storage space. This is the evolution potion. After injecting it, you will evolve. Come, I give you the injection. Thank you, Brother Chen. Chu Mingyao didn't hesitate to greet Su Chen, extending her fair and tender arm. She also wanted to become an evolver, and help Su Chen. Su Chen withdrew the potion, and slowly injected it into Chu Mingyao's body. A moment later, Chu Mingyao's body temperature rose, and her breathing became rapid. After a while, she returned to normal. How's it going? What do you feel different about? Su Chen asked with concern. Chu Mingyao clenched her fists. I feel like my strength has increased a lot. Chapter 514. Then you must be an evolver. Su Chen couldn't help but have a sinister thought. Could it be that because Lu Linger and the other girls had been injected with his essence, they had all awakened and become psychics? The two of them spent a long time making out in Chu Mingya's room. Just as their passion was ignited and they were unable to stop, the intercom in Su Chen's pocket suddenly rang. Brother Su. Su Chen recognized the voice of Sun Jiancheng. He had no choice but to stop his evil deeds and pull out his intercom. Jiancheng, you better have something important to say. Sun Jiancheng seemed to detect the annoyance in Su Chen's tone and hurriedly said, Brother Su, I already finished the armor you asked me to make. So soon? Su Chen was startled and pondered. Okay, wait for me in the workshop. I'll be right there. As soon as he lost contact, Chu Mengyao, who had practically limped in his arms, pushed him away feebly. Brother Chen, get busy. Looking at Chu Mengyao, whose face was full of spring and her eyes were full of seductive charm, Su Chen laughed heartily. I spare you today. Go pack your things. I eat you up after you move into the RV. Hearing this, Chu Mingyao's heart fluttered, and she felt even more embarrassed, unable to lift her head. After Su Chen made out with Chu Mengyao for a few more moments, he stood up and left her room. Soon he arrived at Sun Jiancheng's workshop. Upon entering, Su Chen noticed a silver-white suit of armor on a nearby shelf. The style of this armor was somewhat similar to the ancient Mingguang armor. However, based on the Mingguang armor, it has been improved to better suit modern aesthetics. Very vital areas, such as the chest, back, and abdomen, are all covered with exotic crystals. In addition, the arms and calves are also well shielded. The entire armor is exquisitely crafted and imposing. Simply placed there, it exudes a sense of majesty. Not bad, not bad. Su Chen looked at it with a slight nod and praised, Jiancheng, your craftsmanship is getting even better. Thank you, Brother Su, for the compliment. Sun Jiancheng, his eyes red and his beard untidy, smiled and handed over a weapon. Brother Su, this is the long sword I forged specifically for you. What do you think? Su Chen took it and examined it carefully. The blade was approximately 1.2 meters long, but because it was made of exotic crystal, it didn't feel heavy. The overall lines flowed smoothly, presenting an elegant, streamlined shape that gave it a sense of both agility and sharpness. If I were to wear this armor and wield this weapon, my presence alone would terrify the enemy. Su Chen played with it for a moment, feeling increasingly satisfied. He then pulled out another energy core. It's still a reward for your hard work. Thank you, Brother Su. Sun Jiancheng happily accepted it. Su Chen put the armor and weapons into storage and left the workshop. When he returned to Normadison, Chu Mengyao had already moved in with her luggage. Zhou Qing and the other women were chattering around her. Mengyao, we're sisters from now on. Don't be so polite. Yes, we still have to serve the master together. Although she was already quite familiar with Zhou Qing and the other women, Chu Mengyao was still a little nervous about actually moving in. At that moment, Su Chen pushed the door open. Master! Brother Chen. The women rushed forward. Help Mengyao carry her things upstairs. I have things to do. Su Chen smiled and said to Chu Mengyao, they're right. This will be your home from now on. Chu Mengyao nodded slightly, her initial nervousness vanishing without a trace. Brother Chen, wherever you are, my home is. Su Chen's heart warmed. He patted her head, and then went into his bedroom. Open the system. He muttered to himself. As the system panel unfolded before him, Su Chen opened the rune system. Select engraving of the energy storage rune. Please provide protective gear and engraving materials. Su Chen then submitted the armor Sun Jiancheng had crafted for him, along with the materials he had prepared earlier. Confirm engraving. The 5 scorpion beast tail stingers merged together, transforming into a cloud of purple mist. The purple weapon then condensed into the shape of a chisel and began carving at the armor. A moment later, a pattern representing the energy storage rune appeared on the inside of the armor's chest. Once the carving was complete, the gallbladder of the poisonous giant python transformed into a red liquid and entered the pattern. Carving completed. With a prompt from the system, the entire carving process concluded. Su Chen could see that the originally silver-white armor now had a mysterious pattern on its chest. Without hesitation, he immediately removed the armor and donned it. As soon as he put it on, he felt a special feeling. It was as if the armor was a container, waiting to be filled with his mental power. Su Chen focused his mind and began to try to channel his mental power into the armor. The process went remarkably smoothly. After absorbing half of Su Chen's mental power, it could no longer input any more. Just as the system had predicted. Su Chen relaxed his mind, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. With this half of his mental power, He could unleash the nine heavens' divine thunder more often, and his electric eyes would last longer. Without hesitation, he began carving runes on the long sword again. Please provide weapons and carving materials. The materials needed for the weapons were monster claws and hearts. Su Chen had previously obtained a large number of claws while hunting griffins. As for the heart, he chose the heart of a sub-dragon lizard. Once the weapons and materials were ready, the system began the rune carving again. The process was almost identical to before. Not long after, the carving of the long sword was complete. Su Chen didn't bother resting to recover his mental strength. He immediately stood up, left no medicine, and arrived at a training room. This was originally where the soldiers at the base trained in combat. Later, it was renovated and became a venue for the base's evolvers to spar. As for those with special abilities, due to their immense power, they were generally not allowed to use them within the base. After entering the room, Su Chen paused for a moment before retrieving a large stone from his storage space. He grasped the long sword in his hand, took a deep breath, and summoned an ice cone. In the past, when using special abilities, he first mobilized his mental energy, and then the ice cone would appear before him. But this time was different. Su Chen could feel his mental energy flowing directly from his arm into the long sword. Moreover, the summoned ice cone was different from the previous ones. It was noticeably thicker, sharper, and exuded a chilling coldness. Chapter 515. Go! Su Chen's mind raced, and the ice cone flew off with a whistling sound, striking the boulder directly. Bang! With a resounding bang, the boulder shattered in half, breaking into tiny pieces of gravel. Seeing this, Su Chen was both surprised and delighted. He had previously used a similar boulder for experimentation. Using the same ice cone, he attacked the boulder. But before, it only managed to knock down a few small pieces of gravel. Unlike today, it actually shattered the boulder directly. Isn't this power too strong? With the psychic runes and energy storage runes, his strength has at least doubled, even if he were to face the three-way coalition again, as long as they weren't too numerous. With his immense strength and this set of exotic crystal equipment, he would definitely crush them. So that's the case. Should I then consider attacking the three-party coalition? Su Chen stroked his chin, a sneer forming on his face. Meanwhile, at the Iron Legion's base, Zhang Hao and Daini, who were chatting, sneezed simultaneously. Strange. What was going on? If Zhang Hao had a cold, it would be understandable, but why was he, an evolver, suddenly sneezing? Daini was puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it. He continued, Brother Zhang, our current situation is very dangerous. Of course I know. Zhang Hao sighed, his expression somewhat helpless. Although Zhao Yang had promised them no discrimination when they joined the Iron Legion, he certainly wouldn't discriminate, but the attitude of the rest of the Iron Legion towards Zhang Hao and the others was rather poor. After all, there was a deep-seated feud between the two sides. Although they didn't openly oppose them, they were still subject to numerous backroom challenges. For example, they deliberately forced them to eat leftovers, and the supplies they were supposed to provide were delayed for days. Zhang Hao and the others could tolerate these things. But the most intolerable thing was that they couldn't go out. Although the outside world was shrouded in fog and extremely dangerous, but with this danger came opportunities. Zhang Hao and the others knew that this fog came from the secret realm. Also descending into the real world were the monsters within the fog. By hunting these monsters, they could obtain energy cores and continue to improve their strength. For the first few days, the Iron Legion refrained from rashly dispatching troops, choosing instead to wait and see. Afterward, Zhao Yang ordered Zhang Hao to organize his men and go out to hunt monsters. But several waves of Iron Legion evolvers and psychics had already gone out. Zhang Hao, Daini, and the others had been sitting in the base, completely unmoved, without receiving any orders. This was making them anxious. We're not in a rush now, but over time, once the Iron Legion's strength increases, we'd be in trouble, Daini said worriedly. The energy cores provided by the monsters in the secret realm contain a wealth of energy. In time, once the Iron Legion has enough superpowered warriors, or even higher-level beings, they'd be ready for the chopping block. Don't worry, wait a few more days. Zhang Hao said sternly, if the Iron Legion's men continue to act this way, I go find Zhao Yang. Before he finished his words, the door was pushed open. Following closely, several former members of the Savior Army and the New World entered. Archon! Leader! Zhang Hao was about to explode at their entrance without knocking, but upon seeing their appearance, he froze. What's wrong with you? The men who entered were all bruised and battered, their faces aggrieved, as if they had gotten into a conflict outside. Archon, it's like this. One of them angrily recounted what had happened. It turned out that they had just gone to the restaurant for dinner and encountered several members of the Iron Legion. They were mocking and ridiculing them. However, Zhang Hao and Dai Ini had instructed them not to engage in conflict. So, they hadn't intended to fight. But the other party was too arrogant, even throwing food at them. This time, they couldn't hold back and chose to fight back. This attracted the Iron Legion's evolved ones and psychics. Those men were stronger than they were, and they were beaten to a pulp. Consul Chief Dai, you have to help us. Looking at his men's miserable appearance, Dai Yin was furious. This is too much. This is too much. Zhang Hao's face was equally livid, and he stood up. You guys, gather the brothers and wait for us here. Old Dai, come with me to see Zhao Yang. In Zhao Yang's office. The seat that had once belonged to him was now occupied by a young man with a feminine complexion. The young man crossed his legs and said slowly, Old Zhao, the higher-ups have said that they won't hold you accountable for what you did. But the prerequisite is that you continue to obey orders. Although the other person was much younger than him, Zhao Yang showed no sign of anger at being called Old Zhao. Instead, he nodded and said, Captain Luo, you're absolutely right. Just as the young Captain Luo was about to continue, the office door suddenly burst open. Zhang Hao and Dai Ini rushed in, followed by several guards. General, they're trying to force their way in, and we can't stop them. The guards hurriedly explained. Zhao Yan ignored them, and glanced at Captain Luo. After confirming he wasn't angry, he said grimly, Let's go talk. Seeing Captain Luo sitting in Zhao Yang's seat, Zhang Hao and Dai Ini felt a little puzzled. Who was this young man? Why was Zhao Yang so respectful to him? They didn't think much of it, and followed Zhao Yang out of the office. Zhao Yang led them to the next room, and said coldly, What do you two mean by this? We like to ask, what does the general mean? We agreed not to discriminate, but what about now? Zhang Hao, fearless, recounted all the injustices suffered by the former members of the Savior Army and the New World. Zhao Yang was speechless. Just this? He almost offended his distinguished guest. In reality, these things had nothing to do with Zhao Yang. If he truly wanted to deal with Zhang Hao and the others, he wouldn't have resorted to such trivial matters. I understand. Zhao Yang nodded and called Wu Bo over. Anyone who has bullied Chief Dai and his men before, ordinary soldiers, will be executed. Those who have evolved or possess special abilities will be punished according to regulations. After Zhao Yang finished his instructions, he looked at Dai Ini and Zhang Hao. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 516. What about going out to hunt monsters? Dai Ini pressed the issue, unwilling to miss the opportunity. Although Zhao Yang was displeased, he said, I have someone arrange it. You be out today. Hearing this, Zhang Hao and Dai Ini breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then, General, thank you. Watching the two depart, Zhao Yang's expression instantly turned cold. Staff Officer Wu, you have to take care of all this crap. Understand? Understood. Wu Bo nodded. Oh, and those soldiers from earlier, shoot them all. Zhao Yang said fiercely. After repeated orders not to disturb them, those soldiers still led Zhang Hao and Dai Ini in, nearly alerting Commander Luo. What a shame. Yes, General. Wu Bo sighed inwardly but nodded in agreement. On the other side. After parting with Zhao Yang, Zhang Hao and Dai Ini conversed in low voices. It seems Zhao Yang wasn't in control of what happened earlier, Dai Ini said with a smile. Although I don't like the general very much, he's not a petty person. Zhang Hao shrugged. Old Dai, did you see the young man in the general's office? Yes, I did. What do you think of that guy's background? Zhao Yang treated him with such respect. Dai Ini rubbed his chin, puzzled. The two chatted and quickly returned to their quarters. I think that man isn't from the Legion, Zhang Hao speculated. Not from the Legion? Then where is he from? Dai Ini scratched his forehead, his expression growing increasingly bewildered. Think about it, Zhao Yang is essentially the sole ruler of the Iron Legion, Zhang Hao analyzed. Even with other veterans in the Iron Legion, Zhao Yang would be polite, but definitely not disrespectful. And that person is so young, he definitely can't be from the Legion. For someone like Zhao Yang to be so respectful, he's most likely from the provincial level? Zhang Hao and Dai Ini exchanged glances, both shocked by this speculation. Although the apocalypse has been around for several years, most survivors still harbor a deep fear of the authorities. If the young man in Zhao Yang's office is truly from the provincial level, then what is his purpose? Could he be helping to restore social order? If that's the case, Zhang Hao, Dai Ini, and the others are in real trouble. In the past few years since the apocalypse, they stained their hands with blood. Brother Zhang, let's not scare ourselves, Daini soothed. Don't forget, we're members of the Iron Legion now, and we're all super powerful fighters. Even if that young man really is from the authorities, they should let bygones be bygones, right? Hearing him speak, Zhang Hao's anxiety eased considerably. The apocalypse has arrived, and social order has collapsed. Who among the survivors who has survived to this day hasn't shed a few lives? If the authorities really want to investigate, then the vast majority of the survivors will not escape punishment, and as Daini said, the two of them are super-evolved, psychics, and members of the Iron Legion. I'm sure the authorities will show some leniency, right? As they were talking, Ah Chang excitedly walked in. Captain Archon. Good news. Zhang Hao just sent someone to inform us that we can go out and hunt monsters. Zhang Hao nodded and smiled at Dain. Brother Dai, don't overthink it. Going out and hunting for energy cores is the most important thing. Dain also nodded, agreeing with Zhang Hao. They're just superpowered now, but they're already incredibly abnormal. If they continue to evolve, it's not impossible that they one day be dealing with a nuclear bomb. By then, not only the authorities, but even the United Nations will have to act according to their wishes. After a brief preparation, the few of them arrived at the entrance of the Iron Legion. According to the base's rules, the people from the Saviors and the New World cannot go out at the same time. They must leave some of their members behind as hostages. And they must have members of the Iron Legion accompanying them. This prevents them from pocketing the energy cores. Like the Tiger Gang, the Iron Legion has similar rules. A portion of the monster hunting hall must be turned over. After completing a series of preparations, Zhang Hao, Daini, and the others boarded a car and disappeared into the vast fog. A few dozen meters away, a hazy scene lay shrouded in mist. Even though Zhang Hao and his team were quite skilled, they felt a sense of nervousness. The fog had been a bit thicker in the previous secret realm, but it wasn't as blurry as it was now. This time, in addition to Zhang Hao and Daini, there were also Aqiang, Pan Hong, Lu Qinghua, Fu Yu, and others. In the New World, the Savior Army's superpowers were deployed en masse. The tridents obtained from the secret realm were also forged into 6 cold weapons, with the help of the Iron Legion and distributed to Daini, Lu Qinghua, and the others. Because the fog was so thick, it was difficult to see what was ahead or around them. So Zhang Hao and the others chose to drive slowly on the highway. This way, they could avoid getting lost. Li Xian, where are we going? Zhang Hao asked, looking at the man in military uniform in the passenger seat. This man, Li Xian, was the one Zhang Hao had assigned. Besides overseeing and preventing Zhang Hao and the others from embezzling the energy cores, he also served as a guide. After all, the world was shrouded in fog. If you're not familiar with the situation, it's easy to encounter unexpected situations. Besides, even the driver. After recent exploration, we discovered that there are many weaker monsters in the southern suburbs of Jinju City. So, that's where we're headed, Li Xian said calmly. Okay, I understand. Zhang Hao said nothing more, focusing his attention on the fog outside the car, fearing a monster attack. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. Occasionally, the creepy cries of monsters could be heard, but no emergencies were encountered. After arriving at the designated location, Li Xian had the driver park the vehicle at an abandoned factory. It's up to you two now. Zhang Hao nodded and told Daini and the others to leave the factory and head toward the fog. The drivers were ordinary soldiers. They only needed to stay in the car and wait for their return. Li Xian, a mid-level evolver, was required to accompany Zhang Hao and the others. As they walked along the street toward the city, they soon heard a noise. Ah! A sudden scream echoed from the fog. Be careful! Zhang Hao warned, leading the group slowly forward. A moment later, a human corpse appeared on the road ahead. Chapter 517. The corpse lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the surrounding ground red. Several giant wolves with purple fur were feasting on the corpse. These were the very purple wolves Su Chen had encountered before. It seemed an unlucky survivor had encountered these purple wolves. They had been killed and became their food. The sudden appearance of Zhang Hao and the others caught the wolves' attention. They raised their heads, blood staining the corners of their mouths. When they saw humans, they were startled at first, then became excited. A woof! One of the purple wolves let out a terrifying howl. Brother Dai, that beast seems to be shaking someone. Zhang Hao frowned. Take care of them first, Daini said decisively. Okay. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao immediately gave the order to attack. Daini and Lu Qinghua charged out like arrows from a bow. The purple wolves were equally fearless, charging forward boldly. However, Their strength was only comparable to that of a mid-level evolver at best. They were not even as strong as a high-level evolver, so how could they possibly be a match for a super evolver? With a single swipe of their swords, Daini and Lu Qingbo cleaved the two giant wolves in half. This exotic crystal weapon is truly effective. Lu Qingbo couldn't help but exclaim in praise. With the added bonus of the exotic crystal weapon, they dispatched the remaining purple wolves in no time, without the help of Zhang Hao and the others behind them. But before they could retrieve the energy crystal core, a series of wolf howls suddenly rang out nearby. Along with the howls came the sound of dense footsteps, as if a large number of creatures were approaching. Zhang Hao's heart tightened, and he didn't dare to delay. He immediately activated his supernatural powers. A dozen trees along the street suddenly rose from the ground, transforming into massive tree men, protecting Zhang Hao and the others. At that moment, at least 100 purple wolves suddenly burst out of the mist. Seeing the bodies of their companions on the ground, they seemed extremely enraged, collectively going into a frenzy and charging towards Zhang Hao and his group. Although they didn't take the purple wolves seriously, for safety's sake, Daini and Lu Qingbo retreated and reunited with Zhang Hao and the others. Dimensional blades. A Chong raised his hand and unleashed several dimensional blades. These invisible blades flew silently, slicing the purple wolves into pieces. Fuyu also summoned several earth spikes, stabbing 7 or 8 of the purple wolves to death on the spot. However, the purple wolves were too numerous, and they still closed in on Zhang Hao and the others. Zhang Hao calmly activated his mental power, sending several thick vines spurting out from the ground. These vines gripped the purple wolves tightly, entangled them, and strangled them to death. After paying a heavy price, the purple wolves finally closed in. However, they were met by several gigantic tree men. The tree men swung their long trunks, sending all the purple wolves flying. Even though the purple wolves were numerous, they were no match for Zhang Hao and his men. After all, the gap in strength couldn't be made up by sheer numbers. After suffering heavy casualties, the purple wolves seemed to realize the gap between them and humans, and ultimately fled in panic. Looking at the corpses of the purple wolves on the ground, Zhang Hao and Daini couldn't help but smile. Qingbo, have someone clean up the battlefield. Zhang Hao ordered with a smile. Lu Qingbo and his men retrieved all the energy cores. After a thorough count, they found a total of 48 purple wolves killed, representing 48 energy cores. While it's unknown what kind of energy the purple wolf's energy cores contain, it should at least be higher than that of the misty sheep. Such a reward is truly generous. Just as Zhang Hao and Daini were immersed in joy, Li Xian suddenly stepped forward. Should you two hand over your portion of the base? Zhang Hao's face darkened, and he felt a little unhappy. But he didn't say anything, simply asking calmly, how much do you need to hand over? Half, that's 24 energy cores, Li Xian replied. No, how much did you say? Are you crazy? Li Xian's words drew exclamations from Aqiang and the others. Zhang Hao and Daini couldn't help but frown. Before coming, they hadn't asked how much they needed to hand over. They thought they only have to hand over 1/3 at best, but they hadn't expected the Iron Legion to be so ruthless as to demand half of their gains. Steamed buns? Are you unconvinced? Li Xian asked with a sneer. During the previous battle, Li Xian had been hiding in the center of the team, not taking any action at all. But afterward, he wanted to take half the energy cores. Although they were turning them over to the base, everyone was deeply upset. You? Lu Qingbo flew into a rage, grabbing Li Xian by the collar and raising his fist, ready to strike him. I advise you to think it over. Despite being 2 levels lower in combat power than Lu Qingbo, Li Xian showed no fear. Instead, he threatened, don't forget your friends and family. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingbo's fist froze in midair. He was torn between continuing the attack and letting go. Qingbo, let him go. Zhang Hao suddenly spoke. Lu Qingbo looked resentful, but he could only reluctantly let go of Li Xian. That's better. Li Xian adjusted his collar and said with a forced smile, Sir, I won't be polite then. Let's follow the rules. Zhang Hao said expressionlessly. The crowd could only watch helplessly as Li Xian took away half of the energy cores. Though reluctant, they had no choice. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhang Hao and his group continued their advance. But at this moment, the team was filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Zhang Hao naturally sensed it. But he, too, had no recourse. Now they had joined the Iron Legion, with friends and family serving as hostages. When you're under someone's roof, how can you not bow your head? Just bear with it a little longer, he consoled himself. Next, Zhang Hao and his group weren't as lucky. They walked for a while, encountering no more monsters, like the purple wolf pack, only some similar to saber-toothed flying squirrels and misty sheep. It was almost noon. Just as Zhang Hao, Diane, and the others were preparing to find a place to rest, they suddenly heard light footsteps coming from the front. Without Zhang Hao's words, everyone immediately took up their positions. However, to their surprise, what emerged from the mist before them were not monsters, but 4 or 5 figures. When the two sides met, they were both stunned. "It's the Tiger Gang!" Zhang Hao was the first to react, whispering, "It's the three-party coalition." The intruders' expressions also changed drastically. Chapter 518. Suddenly, a roar of engines emanated from the fog. A moment later, several off-road vehicles slowly approached from a distance. On the outskirts of Jinju City, the convoy slowly stopped. Su Chen opened the car door and glanced into the distance, though he could see nothing. "Let's get off here." "Yes, Boss Su." Wang Yin nodded and led several evolved members of the Psychic Corps, telling them to disperse and find suitable places to park their vehicles. After several days of hunting operations, although the super-evolved members and psychic members of the Psychic Corps had not achieved any breakthroughs, members below the senior level had all improved. Seeing that the opportunity was almost ripe, Su Chen led a small group of Psychic Corps members to Jinju City. His intention was simple: to ascertain the situation of the three-party coalition. If the opportunity arose, he would be prepared to attack the three-party coalition. A great man once said, "It is better to pursue the enemy with your remaining courage than to seek fame by imitating the tyrant." The Tiger Gang is now so powerful, why not quickly destroy the tripartite alliance? Are we waiting for them to grow in power? Wang Yin and the others found an underground parking lot. After ensuring there were no dangers, they parked their cars inside. Everyone, spread out and investigate the situation. If you spot members of the tripartite alliance, do not engage them, retreat immediately. Our goal is to gather intelligence, not to resort to violence. Understand? Su Chen said gravely. Understood. Everyone nodded. That's good. Su Chen looked at Jiang Yu standing nearby. Captain Jiang, is it okay for you to lead a team? No problem. Jiang Yu nodded. Su Chen glanced at his watch and ordered, "Let's go." The group split into 2 teams. One team was led by Su Chen, the other by Jiang Yu, along with Xiao Kai, Ming Long, and the others. After separating from Su Chen and the others, Jiang Yu led his men, slowly advancing along the street. Jiang Yu remained silent, his expression unremarkable. "Brother Jiang, there's no need to be sad. Until the old goes, the new comes." Xiao Kai soothed. "Xiao Kai, if you don't know what to say, just shut up." Ming Long scolded. Xiao Kai's face froze, and he gave an awkward smile, saying nothing more. Just before they left the microcosmic base, the families of the group came to see them off. Of course, Su Chen's group of beautiful women were among them. But what startled Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and the others was the sudden appearance of Chu Mingyao among Su Chen's group of women. What made Jiang Yu's face even more awful was that before parting, Chu Mingyao had actually kissed Su Chen goodbye. Every sign indicated that Chu Mingyao had already given herself to Su Chen. How could this make Jiang Yu feel good? Ming Long, don't blame Xiao Kai. Jiang Yu let out a long breath and waved his hand. Seeing him like this, Ming Long felt a little sorry for him. Brother Jiang, what Xiao Kai said is actually quite right. Miss Chu is clearly more interested in Boss Su. There's no point in continuing her unrequited love. There are many other women in the base who might be interested in you, Brother Jiang. You might as well consider it. Jiang Yu gave a wry smile. I'm not in the mood. Chu Mingyao's love for Su Chen was indeed a significant blow to Jiang Yu. But what struck him even more was the yawning gap between him and Su Chen. Jiang Yu considered himself exceptional. If it were any other man, he certainly wouldn't have given up so easily. But that man was Su Chen. Not only was he incredibly powerful, he had also single-handedly built such a massive survivor base, and even went head-to-head with the three-way coalition, defeating them completely. This made Jiang Yu extremely depressed. If all else fails, let's just leave. Xiao Kai muttered, Brother Jiang, we were planning to head to the capital. Jiang Yu shook his head. That was before. You all see the situation now. The outside world is teeming with danger. With the fog shrouding us, even if we didn't encounter any monsters, how could we possibly reach the capital? Besides, since Boss Su spared our lives, we owe him our lives. Don't say such things again. Xiao Kai, Ming Long, and the others nodded and said nothing more. After walking for a while, they suddenly heard footsteps, and the faint sound of conversation coming from the front. Before Jiang Yu and his group could react, the two sides collided. Three-way coalition. Tiger Gang. The two sides had fought each other numerous times before, and they knew each other's identities at a glance. Retreat! Jiang Yu's heart sank, and he immediately gave the order. They were only 5 or 6 people, and besides him, no one was a superpowered warrior. The opposing three-way coalition had nearly 20 men. At a glance, there were 4 superpowered warriors, Zhang Hao, Daini, Lu Qinghua, and Pan Hong. They were definitely no match for them. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu and his group immediately retreated, but their retreat gave Zhang Hao and the others time to react. Don't let them escape. Zhang Hao shouted sternly. Fu Yu took the initiative, raising his hand and summoning a wall of earth, blocking Jiang Yu and the others' path. Jiang Yu cursed, turned around, and activated his supernatural power. Whoosh! A raging gale instantly blew towards Zhang Hao and the others. The wind was so strong that the 2 intermediate evolvers were blown several meters away. Thankfully, Zhang Hao summoned 2 vines from the ground to hold his legs tightly, preventing them from being blown away. Meanwhile, Xiao Kai and Li Minglong pounded the wall with all their might. Fu Yu was a superpowered being, so the wall he summoned was naturally incredibly strong, although it only took a few hits to create a hole, but completely breaking through a passage proved extremely difficult. The other 2 psychics, working alongside Jiang Yu, used their powers to suppress Zhang Hao and the others. Dimensional blades. A Chong waved his hands, and 2 invisible blades flew towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately summoned a blurry wind wall to block the group, but it was completely vulnerable to the dimensional blades. The wind wall was cut open, and the dimensional blades continued to fly towards Jiang Yu. A Chong, spare their lives, capture them alive. Zhang Hao hurriedly warned. Hearing this, A Chong quickly dispersed the dimensional blades. Zhang Hao clapped his hands, and the trees on both sides of the road rose from the ground, pressing towards Jiang Yu and his group from both sides. Pan Hong, who had been silent until then, also took action. Everyone, come at me. Remember to capture them alive, or I let you eat dragon fruit. 2 massive murlocs slithered swiftly toward Jiang Yu. In addition to the 2 murlocs, 4 or 5 other summons also rushed forward. During this time, Pan Hong hadn't stayed at the base, but had been out hunting monsters and capturing summons. Chapter 519. Pan Hong now possesses a total of 7 summons. They are 2 murlocs, 2 furry bears, and 3 gnolls. It's no exaggeration to say that while Pan Hong is merely a high-level psychic, he alone is a superpowered team. Before Xiao Kai and Ming Long could break through the rich earthen wall, they were surrounded by Daini, Lu Qinghua, and Pan Hong's summons. Xiao Kai and Ming Long had no choice but to give up on breaking through the wall and instead engage the enemy. But their fighting power was vastly inferior to that of Daini and his men. After only 3 or 5 blows, Daini had pinned Xiao Kai to the ground. And this was because Daini had shown mercy, wanting to capture him alive. Otherwise, Daini could have used his alien crystal weapon to finish him off in just 2 or 3 strikes. Hey, we already captured your companions alive. Are you still going to fight? Daini placed his weapon against Shikai's neck and said coldly, We don't intend to kill you. You better give up resistance and surrender. Zhang Hao said calmly. Looking at the enemies and summoned creatures that had completely surrounded his group, Jiang Yu sighed helplessly, We surrender. Ming Long exchanged a glance with the remaining 2 psychics, also giving up resistance and raising his hands high. And just like that, Zhang Hao and his team successfully captured Jiang Yu and his 4 companions alive. To avoid being approached by the Tiger Gang, Zhang Hao and his team didn't linger for long. With Jiang Yu bound and tied up, they quickly returned to the abandoned factory. What's your name, brother? Zhang Hao walked up to Jiang Yu and asked with a chuckle. From the previous battle, he figured Jiang Yu was the team leader. Jiang Yu said calmly, Jiang Yu? Oh, if I remember correctly, you were the one who was ambushed by us and rescued by Su Chen earlier, right? One had to admit, Zhang Hao's memory was truly excellent. Yes, it was us. Jiang Yu didn't deny it. Brother, you're a superpowered person after all. So how did you end up in Jinju City? Zhang Hao stared at Jiang Yu and continued, Is it the Tiger Gang doing something? But faced with Zhang Hao's questioning, Jiang Yu simply shut his mouth and didn't respond. You're not going to accept my toast, are you? Daini sneered and took out a pair of pliers. He grabbed Jiang Yu's chin and was about to torture him. Let go of our brother Jiang. You bastard, come at us. Xiao Kai, Ming Long, and the others nearby were immediately panicked, but they were bound with special ropes, and Lu Qinghua and several other evolvers were holding them down, preventing them from moving. Just as Daini was about to attack, Zhang Hao suddenly called out, Wait a minute, brother Dai. Zhang Hao walked up to Xiao Kai and Ming Long and said with a smile, "Actually, I'm a pretty easygoing person, and I don't like bloodshed. But the problem is, your brother Jiang is really too stubborn. How about this? You just answer whatever I ask, and it'd save a lot of trouble." Hearing this, Xiao Kai and Ming Long looked hesitant. Jiang Yu glared at them and scolded, "Xiao Kai, Ming Long, shut up." Zhang Hao frowned and waved his hand, "Take him away." Daini lifted Jiang Yu and walked towards another room. After Jiang Yu left, Zhang Hao smiled and said, "Okay, you can continue. Of course, you can choose not to say anything. But wait, I have them bring your brother Zhang's fingers and toes over so you can see." Xiao Kai pondered for a moment, but ultimately, out of concern for Jiang Yu, he spoke, "Ask. What is your purpose in coming to Jinju City?" "Su Chen brought us here, saying he wanted to investigate the situation of the tripartite coalition." Zhang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He gleaned a lot of information from Xiao Kai's words. First, Su Chen had come to Jinju City personally to investigate. From this, it could be inferred that Su Chen intended to continue his attack on the tripartite coalition. Second, Xiao Kai didn't address Su Chen as Boss Su, Brother Su, or any other respectful title. That meant he didn't respect Su Chen. Perhaps, he could persuade Xiao Kai and the others to defect, or even exploit them. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao's expression softened. "So where's Su Chen?" "He's also gone with a team to investigate." Zhang Hao asked several questions, and Xiao Kai answered truthfully. After almost understanding the details of Su Chen and the others' trip, Zhang Hao suddenly changed the subject. "Brother, what's your name?" Xiao Kai paused, then replied, "My name is Xiao Kai." "Brother Xiao Kai, right? I see you don't seem very happy with Su Chen." Zhang Hao asked tentatively. Xiao Kai was about to say something, but then he shut his mouth and remained silent. However, Zhang Hao's attitude confirmed his suspicions. He smiled slightly, nodded to Lu Qingbo beside him, and gestured for Xiao Kai to be untied. After Xiao Kai was untied, Zhang Hao said gently, "Brother Xiao Kai, there's really no deep hatred between us, right? It's all Su Chen's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be fighting. So we have a common enemy. In that case, why don't you tell me the whole story? Let's see if there's any way to deal with Su Chen." Unlike Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai actually harbored a deep resentment towards Su Chen. Since joining the Tiger Gang, they haven't had the freedom they once had. They've been under constant restraint. The last time they ambushed the Iron Legion, the Dark Tigers were ambushed, suffering heavy casualties. After returning to the base, Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and the others were publicly caned. This traumatized Xiao Kai not only physically but also emotionally. Xiao Kai couldn't be as open-hearted as Jiang Yu. Besides, Jiang Yu had always been fond of Chu Mengyao, a fact known to everyone at Dongjing Base. But Su Chen had snatched Chu Mengyao away from Jiang Yu. Though Jiang Yu remained silent, Xiao Kai, his loyal subordinate, was deeply displeased. Under Zhang Hao's persuasive tactics, Xiao Kai, without giving it much thought, told Zhang Hao the entire story of how they had entered Dongjing Base and joined the Tiger Gang. Zhang Hao was both surprised and delighted. "I hadn't expected Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and the others to have come from the distant Dongjing Base to join the Tiger Gang. They had a deep grudge against Su Chen. Could he use this opportunity to eliminate Su Chen?" Zhang Hao fell into deep thought, his mind racing. Chapter 520. It wasn't long before Zhang Hao had a rough idea. He said with a smile, "Brother Xiao Kai, we all have a grudge against Su Chen. Why don't we join forces and kill Su Chen directly?" "Huh?" Xiao Kai and Ming Long were stunned. Although they were somewhat upset with Su Chen, but despite their dissatisfaction, they had no intention of killing him. The most important thing was Su Chen's strength. On their own, they could never be Su Chen's opponent. As if sensing Xiao Kai and the others' concerns, Zhang Hao smiled and said, "You guys are definitely no match for Su Chen. But what if we add us?" Looking at Zhang Hao, Daini, Lu Qingbo, and other super-evolved beings and psychics, Xiao Kai's face showed hesitation. "And you said, Su Chen only has 4 or 5 people around him. This is a godsend." Zhang Hao struck while the iron was hot. "If we kill Su Chen, the Tiger Gang will be thrown into chaos. Then maybe you can seize power, and the woman your brother Jiang loves can return to his arms." Faced with Zhang Hao's persuasion, Xiao Kai, Ming Long, and the others were finally persuaded. They exchanged a hesitant glance. "So, how do you think we should cooperate?" "The most urgent thing is to convince your brother Jiang. I need his cooperation." Zhang Hao smiled. "Okay, let's try." Xiao Kai nodded. "Bring him over," Zhang Hao ordered. Watching Xiao Kai being led to the next room by Lu Qingbo, Zhang Hao couldn't help but smile. Li Xian, standing nearby, frowned and asked, Captain Zhang, shouldn't we notify the Legion about something this serious? Zhang Hao glanced at him sideways, and said coldly, You're only responsible for counting the energy crystal cores. It's none of your business. Don't mess with this. Zhang Hao had considered notifying the Iron Legion, but after some thought, he abandoned the idea. Su Chen was already a superpower. Killing him and absorbing his energy crystals would grant immense power, and he possessed treasures like xenomorph weapons and xenomorph armor. If I could keep them all for myself, that would be perfect. Besides, Zhang Hao was also concerned that time was running out. By the time the Iron Legion sent someone, Su Chen might have already noticed something was amiss and fled. You? Li Xian was furious, and was about to pick up the intercom to contact the Iron Legion when Zhang Hao winked at Daini. Without hesitation, Daini rushed forward, pinned Li Xian down, and snatched the intercom away. I've been pissed off about you for a long time. Daini rushed up and barked, Come on, arrest him. You? I tell the general when I get back, Li Xian said angrily. Daini, annoyed, took off one of his stinking socks and stuffed it into Li Xian's mouth. I don't know if it was anger or the stink. Li Xian's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Brother Jiang. Xiao Kai entered the room and addressed Jiang Yu respectfully. Looking at him, who wasn't tied up, Jiang Yu frowned. Xiao Kai, what's wrong with you? Brother Jiang, I won't hide it from you. We already reached an agreement with Zhang Hao and the others. Xiao Kai told Jiang Yu about his conversation with Zhang Hao. Jiang Yu smiled instead of getting angry. Great Xiao Kai, you've grown strong now. You dared to collude with the enemy behind my back? Brother Jiang, I'm doing this for you, for our own good. Xiao Kai said sincerely, if we don't join forces with them, we'd probably all die today. Rather than us, let Su Chen die. Once Su Chen dies, Miss Chu can return to your arms. Besides, Commander Liu and Captain Ren Kong control the troops at the base. With your abilities, Brother Jiang, it's not impossible for you to replace Su Chen and become the leader of the Tiger Gang. Jiang Yu remained expressionless and said nothing. Lu Qinghua, standing by, smiled. Jiang Yu, right? You, my dear brother, have a point. It's not like you and Su Chen are on life or death ties. Even if you were, wouldn't you still consider yourself when facing death? After their repeated persuasion, Jiang Yu seemed to be moved, his expression softening. He simply said, let me think about it. Okay. Lu Qinghua was delighted. But you have to hurry. If Su Chen notices, it'd be troublesome. He nodded to Xiao Kai and left the room, leaving Jiang Yu alone. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed, as if he were caught in a fierce ideological struggle. How is it? Zhang Hao asked impatiently upon seeing Lu Qinghua and Xiao Kai emerge. It should be almost there. Lu Qinghua smiled. Yes, don't worry, Archon. Xiao Kai also patted his chest. That's good. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Your intercom just rang. Su Chen is asking about your situation. Do you think you should reply immediately? Let's wait. Only the captain can contact Su Chen. Xiao Kai shook his head. If we reply, we only alert the enemy. Zhang Hao nodded and stopped insisting. Thankfully, Jiang Yu didn't keep them waiting for too long. Within a few minutes, his voice came from inside, I agree. Everyone felt relieved. Soon, Jiang Yu was untied and walked out of the room. How do you want me to cooperate? Jiang Yu looked at Zhang Hao. Su Chen just called you through the intercom. Answer first to prevent him from getting suspicious. Zhang Hao said. Okay. Jiang Yu picked up the intercom. Boss Su, calling Boss Su. Roger that, Captain Jiang. What's going on over there? Su Chen's voice came over the intercom. I don't know why. There was no signal just now. I haven't noticed anything unusual here. What about you, Boss Su? Jiang Yu responded nonchalantly. Nothing unusual here either. Explore for another 2 hours. If you find nothing, come back and reunite. Su Chen ordered. Yes, Boss Su. Watching Jiang Yu put away the walkie-talkie, Zhang Hao smiled with satisfaction. It seems Jiang Yu is quite cooperative. My plan is this. You go back alone and tell them that Xiao Kai and the others are in danger. Zhang Hao slowly explained his plan. Then you lure Su Chen and the others into our encirclement. Now it's time for us to encircle and suppress him. What do you think? Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, I have no objection. Okay, then let's follow this plan. Zhang Hao smiled and nodded. Chapter 521. Zhang Hao and his men found an open park and used it as their ambush location. Brother Jiang Yu, we sincerely cooperate with you. Don't play any tricks, or the lives of you and your brothers will be in danger. Zhang Hao said, half sincere, half threatening. I know. Jiang Yu replied with just 3 words. He glanced at Xiao Kai, Ming Long, and the others, then turned and disappeared into the vast fog without saying anything. Brother Zhang, do you think this guy won't lie to us? Daini whispered. If you ask me, it's highly unlikely. Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. If he betrays us, all his brothers will die. Instead of that, why not join forces with us? It saves his brothers' lives and eliminates his rival. Why not? Daini nodded. That makes sense. Okay, let's all hide and wait for Su Chen to arrive. Time ticked by. Just as Zhang Hao, Daini, and the others were growing impatient, and Zhang Hao was even beginning to wonder if Jiang Yu had betrayed them, a voice suddenly rang through their headsets. Consul. I see Jiang Yu has returned with Su Chen. This was the sentry Zhang Hao had posted outside, fearing any unforeseen circumstances. Zhang Hao perked up and hurriedly asked, how many people are here? Besides Jiang Yu, there's only Su Chen. Hearing this, Zhang Hao and Dai Yini were stunned. What's going on? Why did Jiang Yu only bring Su Chen with him? Didn't they say there were several other evolvers and psychics? Brother Zhang, what's the matter? Dai Yini lowered his voice. I don't know what tricks Jiang Yu used to trick Su Chen into coming here alone, but I think there shouldn't be any problem. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment. No matter what, as soon as Su Chen enters the encirclement, we attack immediately. Okay. Dai Yini nodded heavily. A moment later, 2 figures appeared in the park. It was Su Chen and Jiang Yu. Su Chen glanced around and turned to Jiang Yu. Captain Jiang, where are Xiao Kai and the others? Jiang Yu remained silent. Before Su Chen could ask any more questions, Zhang Hao, Dai Yini, and the others rushed out. Boom! Earth walls and ice walls appeared, blocking Su Chen's path. At the same time, Zhang Hao summoned tree men and Pan Hong summoned creatures surrounded Su Chen. It must be said that they were going all out against Su Chen. Faced with such a large force, Su Chen showed no fear. Instead, his face darkened as he sneered, what a powerful display. You've gone to great lengths to deal with me, Zhang Hao. We all know how powerful Boss Su is. We certainly can't let our guard down. Zhang Hao sneered back, Boss Su, we have 5 or 6 super warriors on our side, as well as summons of comparable strength. If you know what's good for you, you better give up resistance. Maybe I can spare your life. Su Chen glanced at the crowd, a smile tinged with disdain. Just a bunch of you scumbags, you think you can kill me? Zhang Hao was furious. You're about to die, yet you still dare to act arrogant? Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, the tree men surrounding Su Chen pounced with heavy steps. Pan Hong, similarly controlling his summons, attacked Su Chen. Dimensional Cage. A Chong stared intently at Su Chen. A dark silver cage instantly enveloped him. This was his latest supernatural power. It can lock onto space, trapping the target within the extra-dimensional cage. Unless the target is far stronger than a Chong, or a Chong voluntarily disperses, the target will be unable to escape. Zhang Hao's other subordinates also used their supernatural powers to launch long-range attacks against Su Chen. As for Dai Yini, Lu Qinghua, and several other evolvers, they hovered near Su Chen, waiting for the right opportunity. Su Chen sneered, his mind flowing. Silver-white armor instantly enveloped him. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, supernatural armor? You're being incredibly generous, aren't you? You know, even the combined resources of the 3 coalition forces wouldn't be enough to craft this armor. Zhang Hao's heart was bleeding. Su Chen probably used the supernatural crystals he obtained from the secret realm to craft this armor. Su Chen deserves to be punished, but if he's killed, the armor can be taken back. Bang! All sorts of supernatural powers came crashing down on him, but Su Chen shielded himself with his hands, relying on the powerful defense of the supernatural crystals to withstand them. Just then, several nearby tree men also rushed over. The massive tree trunk crashed down on Su Chen. Common sense would have dictated that Su Chen dodge. But he was trapped in an extra-dimensional cage, unable to dodge, and the extra-dimensional cage only targets objects within, allowing everything outside to pass through unscathed, but Su Chen had no intention of dodging. He stretched out a hand and forcefully blocked the treeman's hammer blow. This scene left Zhang Hao, Dai Yini, and the others stunned. These tree men were enormous. Even Dai Yini couldn't withstand a powerful blow. Su Chen could actually catch it with one hand. Was he still human? Just as they were stunned, a long sword appeared out of thin air in Su Chen's hand. He raised his sword and slashed, severing the treeman's trunk with one stroke. Before they could recover from Su Chen's astonishing strength, something unexpected happened. A sudden scream rang out from behind Zhang Hao and the others. Zhang Hao's heart sank, and he quickly turned his head. A massive orange figure appeared behind them. If it wasn't Su Qian's pet, Ming Qi, then what else could it be? A mid-level psychic, pinned to the ground by a slap from Ming Qi, looked almost dead. Oh no! Zhang Hao instantly realized something was amiss. But he had no time to react. Wang Yan, Ding Di, and the others appeared. Psychic blast. Ding Di raised his hand and unleashed a psychic attack on Aqiang. Although Aqiang was a level higher than Ding Di, his psychic powers were incredibly fast. After being struck, Aqiang's head felt like it had been struck hard, and it buzzed, temporarily losing consciousness. The extra-dimensional cage he summoned dissipated instantly. Freed from the restraints of the cage, Su Qian was like a tiger descending from the mountain. He leaped to his feet, dodging the other tree men. As his summons attacked, he brought down his long sword. Crack! The treeman in front of Su Qian was split in two. No matter how strong the treeman was, it was still dead after such a blow, falling heavily to the ground. Chapter 522. After killing one treeman, Su Qian showed no sign of stopping. He wielded his long sword again, and set his sights on several more tree men. Despite their sturdy build, these tree men could only deal with evolvers and psychics below the high level. Anyone who had reached the super realm would be hard to harm. If a super evolver were equipped with a crystalline weapon, taking down these tree men would be a piece of cake. Thus, Su Qian could easily defeat them. Long sword in hand, he darted through the tree men like lightning. Dodging their attacks, he swung his sword again and again. Before the crystalline weapons, the tree men's sturdy defenses were like paper. In just a few minutes, they all collapsed, completely reduced to a pile of rotten wood. Zhang Hao, witnessing the entire process, felt his scalp tingle. The last time Su Qian attacked Qi County, he didn't do much. Therefore, Zhang Hao didn't have a clear understanding of his strength. But what Zhang Hao and the others were certain of was that Su Qian had gained a great deal in the secret realm. However, they hadn't anticipated Su Qian's current strength to be so terrifying. Single-handedly, he dispatched several tree men with ease. "Stop him, Pan Hong!" Zhang Hao growled. Pan Hong immediately commanded his summons to attack Su Qian. Jiang Yu, standing beside Su Qian, also activated his supernatural powers to aid Su Qian against Pan Hong's summons. Seeing this, even the most clueless Zhang Hao realized that Jiang Yu had betrayed them. Kill Xiao Kai and his men, all of them. But the battle situation at this moment was extremely chaotic. Su Qian and Jiang Yu were at the front, holding back Daini, Lu Qinghua, and Pan Hong's summons. Ming Qi, Wang Yan, Ding Di, and several others were harassing Zhang Hao, Chong, and the others from the rear. This meant that the three-party coalition forces were unable to spare any time to kill Xiao Kai and the others. A cold glint flashed in Su Qian's eyes as he watched the two murlocs charging towards him, brandishing tridents. After the previous attack, he had a clear understanding of his current combat power. Even if Daini and Lu Qinghua, the two mega evolvers, joined forces, they would not be his match. But his combat power was certainly strong. Zhang Hao's side had the advantage in numbers, and their average combat power was higher than his own. This was because they had been caught off guard. But if the stalemate continued, he would wait until they had stabilized. Even if he ultimately triumphed, it would come at a heavy cost. Thinking of this, Su Qian simply stopped holding back. Dang! Su Qian rushed forward, his long sword raised high, blocking the trident of one of the murlocs. At the same moment, his eyes shone with a golden light. Electric eyes. Ziz, ziz. Thick pillars of electricity burst from his eyes. At such close range, the murloc had no time to react, and was struck directly by the electric eyes. The electric eyes were already incredibly powerful. Adding the psychic runes, they instantly pierced the murloc's chest. A charred wound appeared on its chest. Without a sound, it fell to the ground with a thud. Just then, the sound of wind blew from behind Su Qian. It turned out to be a sharp water arrow whistling towards him. Su Qian swung his long sword and with one strike, scattering the water arrows. But before he could rush towards the next murloc, 3 black mists flew towards him at an extremely fast speed. Su Qian was immediately enveloped by the mist. The black mist formed into chains, trapping Su Qian within. Su Qian was not seriously injured, but he could clearly feel himself weakening. This is... Su Qian looked up and saw 3 purple kobolds standing not far away. In their hands were long sticks like magic wands, from the tips of which black mist continuously emerged. Kobold Priest. Among the kobolds, a being skilled in magical abilities, proficient in various dark spells. Combat power rating F-. Su Qian frowned. It looked like this was another of Pan Hong's summons. I have to say, the magic of this kobold priest is quite powerful. Su Chen felt that his strength had dropped by nearly half. Not only did his steps slow, but the weapon in his hand grew heavy. Even his thoughts seemed to stagnate. Seeing Su Chen being controlled by the kobold priest's magic, Pan Hong quickly commanded the remaining 2 furious bear monsters to pounce on him. At this critical moment, a violent gust of wind suddenly erupted from the plains. The fury of the storm. Jiang Yu summoned a fierce tornado, which flew at breakneck speed towards the kobolds. The 3 kobolds were swept up by the tornado and sent flying high into the sky. As they were swept away, the black mist surrounding Su Chen also dissipated. Su Chen leaped, dodging the blows from 2 furious bear monsters, and struck back with a slash. One of the furious bear monsters took the heavy blow. A horrific wound immediately appeared on its back, and blood gushed out. It roared angrily, went into a rampage, and charged madly at Su Chen. When he first entered the secret realm and faced the furious bear monsters, Su Chen was unable to fight them head-on. But now, with the same F+ power, and a full complement of equipment, he was not afraid of the furious bear monsters at all. He ducked, dodging the furious bear monster's attack, and slashed across with his long sword. Swish! A deep wound appeared again on the furious bear monster's abdomen. Its internal organs, mixed with blood, splattered from the wound. No matter how tenacious its vitality, the furious bear monster was on the verge of death after these 2 severe wounds. It struggled, took 2 steps towards Su Chen, and then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Without its companions, how could another furious bear monster possibly be a match for Su Chen? Su Chen quickly dispatched it again with his superb skills and supernatural powers. From the start of the battle, in less than 10 minutes, every summoned creature was wiped out. Pan Hong cried out in agony, "Su Chen, you bastard!" Hearing someone curse him, Su Chen looked over. Looking at his stern, murderous gaze, Pan Hong was terrified and quickly lowered his head. Without his summons, even if he possessed superhuman combat power, he was still no match for a primary evolver. Like a celestial demon slayer, he was truly a mortal Tai Sui deity. This Su Chen was simply too awesome. Daini and Lu Qinghua, who had been hesitant to advance, felt a shudder in their hearts. Luckily, they hadn't rushed forward, or else they would have ended up lying on the ground like those summons. They exchanged a glance and quickly retreated. Jiang Yu, standing beside Su Chen, was equally astonished. "What are you standing there for? Go help Wang Yin and the others," Su Chen called out. Chapter 523. Oh yes, yes. Jiang Yu came to his senses and, while casting Wind Walk on Su Chen, turned his attention to Wang Yin. Although they had caught Zhang Hao and the others off guard, Wang Yin, Ding Di, and the others were far inferior in strength. If it weren't for Meng Qi's assistance. Add to that Wang Yan's wielding of the crystal shield and Ding Di's mastery of psychic powers. They would have been wiped out by Zhang Hao, Chang, and the others long ago. Fortunately, Su Chen had already arrived. 9 heavens divine thunder. Crack! A thick bolt of lightning struck Zhang Hao head-on. Zhang Hao's expression changed, and his mental energy rapidly activated. The plants around him grew wildly, forming a wooden wall that blocked his head. However, to his surprise, the wall only lasted a moment before being shattered. The purple lightning continued to strike him with ferocious force. Thankfully, Chang, standing nearby, reacted quickly and opened a spatial portal, diverting the lightning elsewhere. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, then felt his back drenched in cold sweat. What was going on? Both he and Su Chen had become superpowers, but why was Su Chen's ability so powerful? Zhang Hao could never have imagined that Su Chen's power was only due to the blessing of the runes. With Su Chen joining the fray, the balance of power suddenly shifted. Zhang Hao, Chang, and the others were forced to focus most of their attention on Su Chen. This greatly reduced the pressure on Ding Di, Wang Yin, and the others. Swish! An advanced evolver, unable to dodge Su Chen's attack, was stabbed directly in the chest. He opened his mouth, then collapsed limply. Seeing this, the already timid Daini and Lu Qinghua became even more fearful. If they encountered a monster, they would still have the confidence to fight. But this beast, Su Chen, was even more monstrous than a monster, not to mention his skill, which completely overwhelmed them. Clad in supernatural gear, the supernatural weapons in their hands couldn't hurt him at all. Now they could only hope in Zhang Hao and other supernatural users. However, Zhang Hao, Qiang, and Fuyo were also suffering. Although they all had supernatural powers, Su Chen's power was simply greater than theirs. They would have to unite as 2 or 3 to fight him. Not to mention Jiang Yu and Ding Di, who were there to assist. Swish! Su Chen used his electric eye again. Two beams of light shot straight towards Fuyu. Fuyu was startled and quickly raised a wall of earth. Chang, standing nearby, also prepared to help Fuyu. But Jiang Yu didn't let him have his way. Various wind-based abilities attacked Chang. Chang had to abandon his plan and instead deal with Jiang Yu. Zhang Hao frowned. Just as he was about to use his abilities to strike Su Chen, a gust of wind blew from behind. It was Meng Qi swooping down. Zhang Hao, startled, quickly protected himself. A thorn barrier. A barrier of vines and thorns blocked Meng Qi's path. Meng Qi, without hesitation, charged in. Although it had thick skin and flesh, the plants couldn't harm it. But dense vines and thorns entangled its limbs and body, preventing it from moving. This, however, made Fuyu miserable. The wooden wall Fuyu had summoned was no match for Su Chen's electric eye. With just one strike, it was shattered. Fear filled his heart, and he hurriedly used his superpowers again and again. Rock Shield. Solid granite appeared out of thin air around Fuyu. This was a superpower that could only be used after reaching super combat power. The hardness of granite is self-evident. Especially when summoned by superpowers, its hardness was doubled. Fuyu had previously tested it, and the rock shield could even withstand attacks from Chang's dimensional blade. The rock shield did not disappoint Fuyu. The electric eye struck it, sparking, but it failed to penetrate. Fuyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then, he noticed something was amiss. Not only him, but even Zhang Hao, Chang, and the others fighting the Tiger Gang nearby realized the problem. The duration of Su Chen's electric eye was far too long. The members of the three-party coalition had clashed with Su Chen several times before, and had naturally witnessed its power. They had analyzed that the electric eye was Su Chen's ultimate move, requiring a significant expenditure of mental energy. Otherwise, Su Chen could use it at will. But since the two sides had clashed, Su Chen had already used his supernatural power many times, including once with the electric eye. Even at the super level, his mental energy should have been depleted to a certain extent. And yet, this time, Su Chen's electric eye lasted nearly 10 seconds. This was far beyond the expectations of Zhang Hao, Fuyu, and the others. How could Su Chen hold out so long? Fuyu, on the other hand, was terrified. His rock shield, though strong, wasn't indestructible. It had only withstood 2 or 3 hits from the other dimensional blade before it was sliced apart, as expected. Within 10 seconds, the electric eye landed on the rock shield, and the shield completely shattered. Fuyu had no reaction before the electric eye struck his head. His head instantly vaporized, leaving no trace of blood as he fell straight forward. Watching their companion's tragic death, Zhang Hao, Diane, and the others were furious, yet their hands and feet were cold. Su Chen's current strength was simply too great. Even without the assistance of Jiang Yu, Wang Yin, and the others, he could probably defeat 10 of them alone. Zhang Hao felt a deep sense of powerlessness. While maintaining the thorn barrier to prevent Meng Qi from breaking free, he shouted to Diane, "Retreat. We're no match for him." "Want to retreat? Not so easy." Su Chen sneered, long sword in hand, charging towards them. Lu Qingbo knew this well. If Su Chen were allowed to get close to Zhang Hao would be dead. If Zhang Hao died, he would certainly not survive. He immediately abandoned Wang Yin and the others and rushed to support Zhang Hao, but halfway through, Su Chen suddenly changed direction and lunged at Lu Qingbo. Lu Qingbo's face trembled wildly. However, Zhang Hao, Chang, and the others were entangled by Meng Qi, Jiang Yu, and the others, unable to rescue him. Lu Qingbo gritted his teeth, gave up the idea of escape, and stabbed Su Chen with his backhand. Don't be fooled by the fact that both of them are super evolved, but Su Chen has been enhanced by the system. His combat prowess far surpassed Lu Qingbo's. Additionally, he was aided by Jiang Yu's wind movement technique. Lu Qingbo's every move seemed like slow motion to him. Su Chen easily dodged this attack, and slashed at Lu Qingbo with his long sword. Chapter 524. Su Chen's speed was simply too fast. Lu Qingbo had no time to react. Thankfully, he had considerable combat experience, and instinctively retracted his weapon. Dang! The two weapons collided. While no sparks flew, a crisp clang echoed. Lu Qingbo felt a surge of force emanating from the weapon in his hand. His palm went numb, and he nearly dropped the weapon. This **** was incredibly strong. Lu Qingbo was startled. He instinctively tried to step back. But as fast as he moved, Su Chen was even faster. Swish! Another slash of swords came crashing down. The force was so immense it seemed to rip the air apart. Lu Qingbo once again instinctively raised his weapon to block Su Chen's attack. However, Su Chen was relentless in his pursuit. After one strike was blocked, He struck again, then again, then again, then again. Su Chen launched 5 strikes. After these 5 strikes, Lu Chenhua's knuckles were already cracked, blood dripping continuously. His arms were also sore and weak, barely able to hold onto his weapon. You have some strength. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, raised his long sword again, and swept forward with a gesture of sundering the heavens. Lu Chenhua suddenly felt despair. But he also knew that escaping would only lead to his own death. Only by confronting Su Chen head-on would there be a glimmer of hope for survival. He gritted his teeth and raised his weapon again. Dang! Lu Chenhua's palm went numb, and he no longer had the strength to hold onto his weapon. Just as his weapon fell, Su Chen's long sword had already slashed down. Like a knife cutting through tofu, the long sword sliced through Lu Chenhua's shoulder with ease. Neither his flesh nor his bones could stop it. Ah! The intense pain blinded Lu Chenhua, and he fell to his knees involuntarily. To outsiders, it looked as if he had surrendered to Su Chen. Go in peace. Su Chen didn't hesitate, unsheathing his long sword and slashing it horizontally. Crack! With a spray of blood, Lu Chenhua's head flew up and landed heavily on the ground. Seeing Lu Chenhua's tragic death, Zhang Hao, Dian, and the others were no longer filled with anger, only fear. Single-handedly, he easily defeated 2 superpowered warriors in succession. Monster! The deaths of Fu Yu and Lu Chenhua not only weakened the fighting power of Zhang Hao and the others, but also undermined their morale. 1 or 2 of them were already quietly retreating to the edge of the battlefield. If possible, no one wants to die. Zhang Hao was no exception. His eyes darted around, his mind racing as he pondered how to escape. Got it! An idea flashed through Zhang Hao's mind, and he quickly shouted to the approaching Su Chen, Boss Su, we surrender? Not only Dian and the others, but even Su Chen was a bit surprised. He looked at Zhang Hao with interest. Are you willing to surrender? Yes, I surrender. Zhang Hao immediately raised his hands high, turned to Dian, Chang, and the others, and said, let's surrender. Dian, Chang, and the others stared at Zhang Hao in bewilderment. Zhang Hao earnestly advised, we are no match for Boss Su. If we continue fighting, we will only die. Dian's expression shifted from gloomy to gloomy. But between the two of them, Zhang Hao had always been the one coming up with the ideas, while he was responsible for the execution. Since Zhang Hao had said so, he had no choice but to obey. After a moment's hesitation, Dian gave up resistance. Chang and the others also dispersed their supernatural powers and surrendered. Wang Yan, Ding Di, and the others naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. They rushed forward and captured Zhang Hao and his group. Well done. Su Chen patted Ming Qi's head and smiled at Zhang Hao. Mr. Archon, you chose to surrender to me. Aren't you afraid I kill you? Of course I am. Zhang Hao said calmly, but I also know that continuing to oppose Boss Su is also a dead end. Instead of that, it's better to surrender to Boss Su. Because I still have some value to you, Boss Su. This piqued Su Chen's interest, and he chuckled, oh? I'd like to hear what that value is. Boss Su, you always wanted to defeat the Iron Legion, right? Zhang Hao asked. Isn't that nonsense? Wang Yun said impatiently. We have a grudge against you, and the Iron Legion. Zhang Hao remained unmoved and continued with a smile. I can help you, Boss Su, break into the Iron Legion. Not only that, we can also join the Tiger Gang. Although our strength may not match yours, Boss Su, compared to other evolvers and psychics, we are incomparably stronger. With our joining, the Tiger Gang's strength will increase by at least 30%. He was actually quite modest. If Su Chen isn't included, the Tiger Gang's strength could easily increase by 50% with him. After hearing Zhang Hao's words, Su Chen rubbed his chin, lost in thought. I have to say, Zhang Hao's words were actually quite tempting. The question is, how can I trust you? Su Chen said calmly, what if you're just pretending to join me temporarily to save your life, but are actually looking for an opportunity to escape? Boss Su, think about this. With the Tiger Gang's current momentum, the Iron Legion is no match for you. Once you destroyed the Iron Legion, Shannon, Xinlu, Xinchu, and even several nearby cities. What force can truly rival the Tiger Gang? By then, if we don't join the Tiger Gang, what other options are there? Zhang Hao said sincerely. If you don't believe me, I can pledge my allegiance. Pledge my allegiance? Su Chen looked at Zhang Hao in surprise. Please allow me to bring someone over, Zhang Hao asked. Okay, go ahead. Su Chen nodded. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Hao walked to the restroom inside the park. When he opened the door, he saw Xiao Kai, Ming Long, and the others imprisoned inside. Zhang Hao dragged the bound Li Xian out and brought him before Su Chen. This is someone sent by the Iron Legion to monitor us. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Hao activated his supernatural power. Several weeds on the ground instantly grew wildly, becoming incredibly sharp and piercing Li Xian's chest fiercely. Li Xian, his mouth still stuffed with a smelly sock, stared wide-eyed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Until his death, he still didn't understand what had happened. Boss Su, do you believe our sincerity now? Zhang Hao dissipated his supernatural power and asked respectfully. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Chen. Everyone knew that the lives of Zhang Hao, Diane, and the others were in Su Chen's hands. Chapter 525. I'm sorry, I still can't believe your sincerity. Su Chen shrugged. Hearing this, Jiang Yu, Wang Yin, and the others all looked fierce, and Zhang Hao, Diane, and the others felt a surge of despair. Thankfully, Su Chen's next words brought some relief. I do have a suggestion you might want to hear. Boss Su, please. Zhang Hao hurriedly said. Su Chen pulled out a bottle of purple liquid from his storage space. Each of you, take a big sip. No problem, but may I ask what this is? Zhang Hao took it and asked softly. You should remember Purple Fairy, right? Of course I do. They had encountered Purple Fairy when they first entered the secret realm. One of Zhang Hao's subordinates, clueless and ignorant, reached out to touch it and was instantly poisoned to death. This stuff is extracted from the Purple Fairy. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Hao's face instantly turned green. Su Chen smiled, but don't worry, I had someone research this stuff, and it's a chronic poison. As long as you take the antidote every 2 weeks, you'll be safe. After hearing this, Zhang Hao finally felt relieved. Looking at the purple liquid in his hand, his expression was a little hesitant. But then again, Su Chen was now the butcher, and they were the prey. What good would it be if he didn't drink it? Zhang Hao pinched his nose and took a deep gulp. To his surprise, the liquid wasn't as unpalatable as he imagined. Instead, it was sweet, a bit like a drink. After Zhang Hao finished drinking it, he passed it to Chang, Diane, and the others. They followed suit, taking a big gulp. I wonder if it was an illusion. After finishing, Zhang Hao and the others could clearly feel a faint, stabbing pain in their stomachs. After everyone finished, Su Chen smiled and said, "Welcome to the Tiger Gang." Hearing this, the heavy weight of worry in Zhang Hao, Diane, and the others finally settled down. They knew their lives were now safe. After dealing with Zhang Hao and the others, it was Xiao Kai and Ming Long's turn. Bring them all here. Su Chen waved his hand. Wang Yan led his men over and brought Xiao Kai, Ming Long, and the other two from the bathroom to Su Chen. Boss Su, Brother Jiang. Xiao Kai, Ming Long, and the other three looked grim. They had never expected the situation to change so quickly. They had originally thought Zhang Hao could take down Su Chen. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Hao and the others were no match for Su Chen and chose to rebel. Sitting awake in shock from his near-death illness, I was the clown. Looking at the four men, Su Chen said nothing. He simply took out a dagger and handed it to Jiang Yu. I won't say anything more. Captain Jiang, you should know how to handle this. Looking at the dagger before him, Jiang Yu looked apprehensive and whispered, Boss Su, can you please spare them for my sake? In truth, from the very beginning, Jiang Yu had no intention of cooperating with Zhang Hao and the others. While he didn't want to die, he also didn't want to betray Su Chen. He had agreed to Zhang Hao's request simply to paralyze them and facilitate his own escape. After returning to camp and meeting Su Chen, Jiang Yu told him what had happened. Su Chen thought briefly and formulated an action plan. What Jiang Yu hadn't anticipated was that even after defeating Zhang Hao and the others, Su Chen would still execute Xiao Kai, Ming Long, and the others. If it weren't for your sake, I would have personally cleaned up the mess. Su Chen's attitude was unwavering. Before, Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, Ming Long, and the others had disobeyed orders, and their lives had been spared. But now, Xiao Kai and Ming Long were colluding with outsiders to murder Su Chen. If Su Chen didn't kill them, would he still keep them alive for the new year? Seeing Su Chen's unwavering attitude, Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took the dagger. He slowly approached Xiao Kai, Ming Long, and the other four. Brother Jiang, please spare my life. Brother Jiang, we're doing this for your own good. Jiang Yu understood, of course. But rules are rules. When Xiao Kai, Ming Long, and the others plotted to betray Su Chen, their fate was sealed. In my next life, I be your slaves. Jiang Yu grasped the dagger and stabbed it fiercely into Xiao Kai's chest. Xiao Kai's eyes suddenly widened. After a moment, their brilliance gradually faded. Jiang Yu steeled his heart and approached Ming Long again. second slash, third slash, fourth slash. With 4 slashes, Xiaokai, Minglong, and the others fell in a pool of blood. At this point, the brothers who had followed Jiangyu and joined the tiger gang were gone. Looking at his fallen brothers, Jiangyu's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Su Chen understood his feelings and stepped forward, taking the dagger from him and patting him on the shoulder. Wang Yan, clean up here. Let's get going. Su Chen pulled Jiangyu out of the park temporarily. Xiaokai, Minglong, and the others were either high-level or mid-level. Their energy crystals couldn't be wasted. But it was best not to let Jiangyu see such a scene, lest it further irritate him. After Wang Yan and the others finished cleaning up the battlefield, they followed Su Chen and headed towards the tiger gang's camp. After the previous battle, Zhang Hao and nearly 20 others had been killed by Su Chen and his men, leaving only 12. Among those who died were super powerful warriors like Lu Qinghua and Fu Yu, as well as several other high-level warriors like Pan Hong. After returning to the camp, everyone formed a circle and sat on the ground. An hour ago, they were all enemies, fighting each other to the death. Now they were sitting together, listening to Su Chen's orders. It must be said, this feeling was indeed strange. Briefly describe the current situation of the Iron Legion. Su Chen instructed. Zhang Hao didn't hesitate, immediately spilling the beans from a bamboo tube. Su Chen nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, I already know the situation. To avoid arousing the Iron Legion's suspicion, you should return first. If I plan to attack them, I notify you in advance. He took out a communicator and handed it to Zhang Hao. Okay, boss Su. Zhang Hao nodded, took the communicator, and called Dai Yin and the others to leave. After they left, Wang Yan asked unwillingly, Brother Su, are you just going to let them go like this? Otherwise, if we kill them, it will be much more difficult to attack the Iron Legion. Su Chen glanced at him sideways. Okay. Wang Yan grumbled and nodded. By the way, Brother Chen, was that poison you brought out the one developed by Niu Gong? Ding Di asked curiously from the side. Chapter 526. What poison? Su Chen asked with a smile. That's the purple liquid you made Zhang Hao and the others drink. Ding Di gestured. Oh, you're talking about this. Su Chen took out another bottle filled with purple liquid. And then, before everyone's shocked gazes, he downed the entire bottle in one gulp. Brother Su, are you crazy? Wang Yan quickly reached out to grab Su Chen's bottle. But it was too late. Su Chen had already drunk all the liquid. Don't worry, I have more if you want some. Su Chen chuckled and took out another bottle. Ding Di was the first to recover, tentatively asking, Brother Chen, isn't that poison in that bottle? Of course not. Su Chen took another sip and said with a smile, while Niu Gong is skilled, he wouldn't be able to use the venom of the purple fairy to make a slow-acting poison. Well, it's just an ordinary drink. Everyone was slightly startled, instantly at a loss for words. Brother Chen, aren't you afraid they see through? Ding Di couldn't help but ask. I can fool them with fakes, but do you think they dare to gamble? Would they risk their lives on the fact that my gun is empty? Su Chen replied slowly. Then everyone thought about it, and it made perfect sense. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't have dared to gamble that the poison Su Chen gave them was fake. After all, Su Chen was so confident, having let Zhang Hao and the others go, so how could he have given them fake poison? Poor Zhang Hao and the others. They were considered powerful figures, but they never expected to be manipulated by Brother Su. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter. Elsewhere, after leaving Su Chen and the others' camp, Zhang Hao and the others quickened their pace and hurried towards where they had parked their cars. Not long after they'd gone a short distance, Dai Yin couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhang, what are you thinking? Our lives are now in Su Chen's hands. Zhang Hao sighed and smiled bitterly. Brother Dai, please be patient. Answer me first. Given today's situation, if we don't surrender, can we defeat Su Chen? Dai Yin fell silent. The strength Su Chen displayed today was truly terrifying. Even if Jiangyu, Wang Yan, and the others didn't take action, they could just hold him back from the sidelines. Su Chen could kill them all, one by one. We can't defeat them. Since we can't, we might as well surrender to Su Chen. Zhang Hao analyzed, we're being bullied by the Iron Legion anyway. In that case, why not rebel against Zhao Yang and join Su Chen? I think Su Chen is a pretty good guy, at least more reliable than Zhao Yang. Dai Yin was speechless. That's true, but our feud with the Tiger Gang. We also have a feud with Zhao Yang, but didn't we become friends? Zhang Hao said calmly, only children distinguish between right and wrong. Adults only consider the pros and cons. Diane hesitated for a moment before saying helplessly, forget it. Things have come to this point. There's nothing more to say. We can only listen to Su Chen. Yeah, we just have to listen to him. Zhang Hao said this, feeling another sharp pain in his stomach. I wonder where Su Chen got this poison. They found their previously parked car and slowly drove back to the Iron Legion along the same route they come from. As soon as they entered the base and parked the car, Zhang Hao and his men arrived. Captain Zhang, your harvest this time. Before he finished his words, he noticed that Zhang Hao, Diane, and the others all looked rather disheveled, and several members of the team were missing. Especially Lu Qinghua, who had 2 superpowered warriors. What's going on? On the way back, Zhang Hao and Diane and the others had a plan for their story. He said indignantly, Captain Jiang, we've been ambushed by the Tiger Gang. What? Zhang Hao was startled. Let's go see the general. Zhang Hao couldn't make the decision on such a serious matter, so he quickly brought Zhang Hao and the others to Zhao Yang's office. Su Chen's current strength is simply too formidable. We're no match for him. Zhang Hao half-truthed what had just happened. He simply said they were ambushed by Su Chen and had fought tooth and nail to escape. However, people like Li Xian, Lu Qinghua, Fu Yu, and others had all died tragically at the hands of the Tiger Gang. How could such a thing happen? Zhao Yang's brows furrowed. Fu Yu, Lu Qinghua, and the others had already joined the Iron Legion, effectively becoming members of the Legion. Their deaths meant the Iron Legion's strength was weakened. That was perfectly fine. But Su Chen's strength had only grown. The most serious thing is that this ambush on Zhang Hao and his men is also a dangerous signal. I'm afraid Su Chen will soon begin his attack on the Iron Legion. I understand. You should all go down and get some rest. Zhao Yang consoled him. Thank you, General. Zhang Hao and the others stood up and left Zhao Yang's office. After they left, Zhao Yang narrowed his eyes and said to Wu Bo, Staff Officer Wu, do you think Zhang Hao and his men are lying? I don't think so. Wu Bo shook his head. Yes, I think so too. Zhao Yang nodded, his expression somewhat serious. If Zhang Hao isn't exaggerating, then our current strength might not be enough to stand up to the Tiger Gang head-on. General, I think. Why don't we ask Commander Luo for help? Wu Bo whispered. Zhao Yang raised an eyebrow. Since the higher-ups want us to continue to obey, then if someone attacks us and we're no match for them, they should lend a helping hand, right? Wu Bo laughed. If they can deal with Su Chen, that would be great. If they can't even deal with Su Chen, why should we obey their orders? Hearing this, Zhao Yang's face lit up. You're right. He pondered for a moment, then stood up. I'm going to see Commander Luo. Wait here. Soon Zhao Yang, twisting his chubby body, arrived outside a room. He knocked gently on the door. Commander Luo, are you there? Come in. A lazy voice came from inside. Zhao Yang pushed the door open and saw the young man named Luo Xiaotian, sitting with his legs crossed, watching TV nearby. Hello, Commander. Zhao Yang said respectfully. What can I do for you? Luo Xiaotian asked softly, not even raising his eyelids. It's like this. A group of extremely vicious bandits has emerged in my jurisdiction. They call themselves the Tiger Gang, and their leader is Su Chen. Chapter 527. Zhao Yang explained the whole story to Luo Xiaotian. Luo Xiaotian couldn't help but sneer. Old Zhao, you're a general after all. Amir you scared you like this. Don't worry, I take action when necessary. Hearing his words, Zhao Yang's heart finally settled. For some reason, even though he had never seen Luo Xiaotian in action, Zhao Yang could sense a subtle, powerful aura of pressure from him. He was certain that Luo Xiaotian's strength was, at the very least, supreme. Most importantly, Luo Xiaotian represented the province. Even if he wasn't Su Chen's match, if Su Chen dared to touch him, it would be like touching the entire province. After learning about the current situation of the Iron Legion from Zhang Hao and the others, Su Chen's goal for the day was complete. Without further delay, he set off on his return journey with Wang Yin, Jiang Yu, and the others. As the sky darkened, the group returned to the microcosmic base. After exiting the car, Su Chen saw Jiang Yu, still expressionless. He said nothing, simply stepped forward and patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. I know you're feeling bad, and it takes time to get over it. But gang rules are gang rules. If everyone didn't follow them, we'd probably have been wiped out by the Iron Legion, the New World, and the Saviors. Jiang Yu forced a smile. I understand. I don't blame you for the deaths of Boss Su, Xiaokai, and the others. Ultimately, it was their own choice. Hearing this, Su Chen felt relieved. He nodded and said nothing more. Although this trip to Jinju City was primarily for gathering intelligence, the gains were substantial. After Lu Chenhua's death, 2 energy crystals exploded. There were also 2 murlocs, 2 bear monsters, and 3 kobold priests. While Su Chen contributed the most, the others also played a distracting role. So he pocketed the highest level energy crystals and energy cores. Then he took some energy cores from the gang's warehouse and distributed them, along with the energy crystals from Li Xian, Xiao Kai, and others, to Wang Yan, Jiang Yu, and the others. After completing all this, Su Chen returned to the RV and greeted the women. Then he arrived at his office. Tong Fei was sitting at her desk, helping Su Chen with some official business. Seeing him enter, she quickly stood up to greet him. "Boss, you're back?" Today, Tong Fei was dressed in a black suit, typical of office ladies, paired with a short skirt. Beneath her short skirt, naturally, were a pair of Balenciaga stockings. She looked just like the female secretary of a major corporation's chairman. Looking at her with her gold-rimmed glasses and a somewhat serious expression, Su Chen subconsciously recalled her charming appearance in bed. As the ancient said, those who wear glasses are a contrast. They were damn right. "I'm going to take a break. Don't let anyone disturb me," Su Chen instructed. "Then, boss, don't you need me to help you relax?" Tong Fei extended her delicate tongue, licked her red lips, and looked at Su Chen with a seductive look. Ever since becoming a real woman, having tasted the sweetness of sex, she had been exploiting every opportunity to demand more from Su Chen. Fortunately, Su Chen was young and vigorous, allowing him to not only deal with the women in the RV, but also satisfy Tong Fei. Not today. Su Chen shook his head. Seeing his resolute attitude, Tong Fei nodded without saying anything. Su Chen pushed open the door and entered the bedroom. Looking at the bedroom chair piled with all sorts of sexy panties and stockings, Su Chen's heart warmed. This Tong Fei, truly, is a natural Lu-Rian body. She's obsessed with seducing me. Su Chen calmed himself and sat cross-legged on the bed. He took out all the energy cores he had harvested today. Before today's battle, Su Chen hadn't had a clear understanding of his own strength. But after today's battle, he knew just how formidable he truly was. If there weren't any psychics, Su Chen could single-handedly defeat 5 super-evolved beings. No other reason. It was simply because Su Chen was proficient in lightning and ice powers, and possessed a full set of psychic equipment. Furthermore, the exotic crystal equipment was engraved with runes. But if there were psychics, that would be a bit troublesome. After all, psychics come in all shapes and sizes. Just like those kobold priests. If Jiang Yu hadn't interrupted their spellcasting in time, Su Chen would have had a real hard time dealing with Daini, Lu Chenhua, and the others, absorbing energy crystals, energy crystal cores. Su Chen muttered to himself. Then his palms warmed, and the energy crystals and energy cores in his hands turned to tiny powders, which he absorbed into his body. Super energy crystals successfully absorbed, gaining 1367 energy points. Super energy crystals successfully absorbed, gaining 1456 energy points. Successfully absorbed the energy crystal core, gaining 1010 energy points. After all this absorption, Su Chen looked and saw that his energy had reached 13263. Wow! That's much faster than just growing slowly. As the ancient said, a horse can't grow fat without night grass, and a man can't become rich without unexpected wealth. The ancients were so damn right. If I killed Daini and Zhang Hao, even if it's not enough for the next power-up, it'd probably be close enough. Su Chen felt a little regretful. But in order to destroy the Iron Legion, letting Zhang Hao and the others go is a must. Su Chen stretched, then pushed open the door and walked out. Tong Fei was waiting on the sofa. Seeing him come out, she hurried over. "Boss, how's your rest?" "Almost, but not quite." Su Chen looked Tong Fei up and down with a wicked smile. Tong Fei understood instantly and said with a smile, "Boss, I go change my clothes." Before she could finish her words, Su Chen grabbed her by the waist and lifted her up. "Why change clothes? I want to look like a white-collar woman." He carried Tong Fei and strode towards the bedroom. You can use your imagination for what follows. After their passionate lovemaking, Tong Fei, exhausted, fell asleep peacefully in Su Chen's arms. Su Chen remained energetic. He stroked Tong Fei's smooth back and began to think about his next plan. At this point, it seemed highly likely that Zhang Hao and Dai Yin wouldn't dare betray him. Then, it was time to begin the campaign to destroy the Iron Legion. As long as they acted as internal support, allowing the Tiger Gang to successfully invade the Iron Legion's base, with his own strength, he should be able to easily wipe out Jiang Hao, Zhang Boss Hin, and the others. As long as he found Zhao Yang and eliminated him, the Iron Legion would collapse. While the plan went smoothly, there were still uncertainties. For example, Zhang Hao mentioned Commander Luo. If, as Zhang Hao and the others claimed, Commander Luo was from the provincial region and assigned by higher-ups, there might be some complications. This, too, needs to be planned in advance. Chapter 528. The next few days, both Shannon City and Jinju City were peaceful. The Tiger Gang wasted no time in hunting monsters from the outside world, obtaining a large number of energy cores. In addition to Su Wenwei, Jiang Yu, Shi Jinyuan, and others, 5 or 6 more individuals broke through to the super realm. More than a dozen reached the advanced realm. As for the low-power evolvers and psychics, there were countless of them. Su Chen wasn't idle either. He hunted powerful monsters to gain energy, while also killing less powerful monsters. He gave their energy cores to the women to enhance their strength. During this process, Su Chen discovered something strange. Logically, with the Tiger Gang's large-scale hunting campaign, even if there were many monsters emerging from the secret realm, their number should have gradually decreased. Understandably, Su Chen felt that these monsters were actually increasing with each kill. In addition, he also discovered that the vegetation outside had become extremely lush. As the human population decreased, their range of activity shrank. Even in cities built of reinforced concrete, a number of plants appeared. This was understandable. But recently, Su Chen had noticed that these plants had become even more lush. Even many of the city's skyscrapers were covered in vegetation. This situation was truly exaggerated. Generally speaking, a situation like this would take at least 10 years to occur, unless these plants were stimulated by something outside. Su Chen speculated that this might be related to the fog outside. Perhaps this mist is rich in some kind of nutrient? Will plants, after absorbing it, grow wildly? But this was just Su Chen's speculation, with no concrete evidence. Thankfully, the rapid growth of the plants didn't significantly impact the survivors' lives, so Su Chen didn't take it seriously. As time passed, Su Chen resolved to attack the Iron Legion. "Brother Zhang, how have you been?" Inside the restaurant, Daini, with dark circles under his eyes, greeted Zhang Hao listlessly. Although not as exaggerated as Zhang Hao, he also looked quite exhausted. Almost 2 weeks had passed since they ingested Su Chen's poison. I don't know if it was a psychological effect or the drug was about to take effect. In recent days, Zhang Hao, Daini, and the others hadn't gotten much rest. Not only was the stinging pain in their stomachs getting stronger, but even their limbs were aching slightly. At first, they were somewhat reluctant, wanting to obey Su Chen's orders and act as an insider. But now they were eager for Su Chen to attack the Tiger Gang as soon as possible. After finishing their meal, the two sat down in a corner. "It's almost half a month. Without the antidote, I'm afraid we all die." Daini asked nervously, "How about you hurry Su Chen?" Before we left, Su Chen instructed. "Unless he contacts us first, or if the Iron Legion has some activity, we can't contact him." Zhang Hao said with a wry smile. "What if he doesn't contact us? Are we just going to die?" Daini said angrily. "What else can we do?" Zhang Hao sighed, chewing his food mechanically. At that moment, a sudden vibration came from his waist. The communicator's ringing. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, Daini was stunned for a moment, then a look of ecstasy crossed his face. "Then take a quick look." "What did Su Chen say?" "Don't worry, it's too dangerous here. Let's talk about it when we get back." Zhang Hao whispered. You know, Tong Fei's carelessness earlier revealed her connection with Su Chen. Yes. Daini nodded quickly, picked up his bowl, and began to eat. Those who eat are the best. After a few bites, the two quickly returned to their quarters. Zhang Hao impatiently took out his communicator. It was indeed a message from Su Chen. "I'm planning to attack the Iron Legion tomorrow. How are things on your side?" Zhang Hao suppressed his excitement and replied, "We're ready, just waiting for Boss Su's order." "That's good. Tomorrow night, when we launch the attack, you need to cooperate with us." Su Chen and Zhang Hao carefully discussed how to attack the Iron Legion. After the call ended, Zhang Hao and Daini breathed a sigh of relief. If the Tiger Gang launches the attack tomorrow, they have the antidote 2 weeks in advance. That way, they won't have to die. "Then we need to discuss how to cooperate with Su Chen," Daini whispered. "It's not a big deal, actually. Zhao Yang and the others aren't particularly wary of us right now. We just need to seize the control room in the middle of the night, open the base gate, and let the Tiger Gang in." Zhang Hao smiled. "Okay, then, let's do as Brother Zhang says." Daini nodded heavily. Then, they called in Achyong and the others one after another, and gave them some instructions. Time flew by, and it was the next evening. After dinner, Zhang Hao and Dai Yini went to bed early. To conserve resources, the power was cut off within the Iron Legion after 8 p.m. every night. Aside from the operating rooms of critical equipment and necessary lighting, everything else was pitch black. But this gave Zhang Hao and the others an opportunity to act. Avoiding surveillance cameras, everyone quickly gathered at Zhang Hao and Dai Yini's quarters. As leaders, their quarters had the best conditions. Through the windows, they could observe most of the base. The control room, responsible for opening and closing the gate, was located in a tower just inside the gate. The tower was constructed of cast concrete, and the entrance was a thick steel door. Outside, armed soldiers and a number of heavy weapons were present, demonstrating the tight security. Zhang Hao and the others' plan was simple: use Aqiang's spatial abilities to directly invade the control room. "Boss Su, we're ready and ready to go." After sending the message, Zhang Hao waited patiently. A few minutes later, Su Chen's message came back: "We're in position too. Let's get started." After receiving his instructions, Zhang Hao nodded to Aqiang. Aqiang focused his mental energy and began to use his abilities. A moment later, a silvery portal appeared before everyone. In his previous high-level realm, Aqiang could use his spatial abilities to summon rifts in space, allowing him to teleport instantly. After reaching the super realm, this ability was greatly enhanced. He could summon a stable portal, transporting himself and others to a designated location. Of course, this ability wasn't unlimited. Even at the super realm, he could only use it once a day. Chapter 529. Let's go! Zhang Hao nodded at Dai Yin, an evolver, was the first to step into the portal. His vision blurred, and before him appeared the scene inside the control room. 5 or 6 staff members sat behind the control consoles. In front of them were several large screens. Dai Yin appeared behind these people. So, they were completely unaware of the uninvited guest in the control room. Gripping the alien crystal weapon, Dai Yin moved through the control room like a nimble leopard. Every time he stepped behind someone, he easily took their life. Even after every member of the control room was killed, no one noticed Dai Yin or cried for help. Brother Dai is truly amazing. Zhang Hao praised, then ordered, "Open the door." Yes. Several of his computer-savvy subordinates immediately stepped forward and began operating the control consoles. Zhang Hao pulled out his communicator and contacted Su Chen. "Boss Su, we taken over the control room. We open the gate." A moment later, the gate to the Iron Legion base creaked with a dull thud. Then it slowly swung open to both sides. In the darkness, such a commotion was quite resounding. The soldiers on night watch stared at the opening gate with bewildered eyes. "We received word of an operation tonight. Control room, why are you opening the gate?" A questioning voice came from the intercom on the control console. But Zhang Hao and the others pretended not to hear, staring at the screen. 80%, 85%, 90%, 100%. When the gate was fully opened, Zhang Hao and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Their mission was accomplished. At this moment, the members of the Iron Legion outside also realized something was amiss. A team of soldiers had already quickly advanced. With their weapons drawn, they pounded heavily on the control room door. Unfortunately, the sturdy steel door remained motionless. The captain could only send someone to notify his superiors, but at that moment, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from the gate. Boom! Several fireballs rained down from the sky. Originally, several artillery pieces, heavy machine guns, and other powerful weapons were stationed behind the gate. They were facing the main gate, ready to open fire at any moment of danger. However, as the fireballs descended, they were instantly destroyed. The blazing flames lit up the night sky. The violent explosions awakened the resting members of the Iron Legion. A shrill alarm rang out within the base, but by the time the main force burst out of the dormitories, the main gate had already been lost. After all, most of those on night watch were ordinary soldiers. There were only a handful of evolved and psychic users. How long could they hold out against the Tiger Gang's full-force assault? Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Swish swish swish. Fireballs, wind blades, ice blades, and other psychic powers flew with abandon, reaping the lives of the Iron Legion soldiers. Zheng Hui, Wang Xinyu, Wang Yan, and several other super-evolved users, shields in hand, led the charge, advancing relentlessly. Meanwhile, Ming Qi continued to dart through the darkness, dispatching every enemy she encountered. Under the fierce attack of the Tiger Gang, the Iron Legion's troops were no match. They were defeated step by step, and most of the base soon fell into the hands of the Tiger Gang. It was only then that Jiang Hao and other evolvers and psychics stepped in. They organized their forces and, relying on psychics and heavy firepower, barely managed to hold on. Seeing the situation temporarily deteriorate, Su Chen called Ming Qi and, taking advantage of the moment, quietly crept towards the main building. It must be said, Zhao Yang was quite cunning. According to Tong Fei and Zhang Hao, Zhao Yang had a dozen bedrooms. Which bed he slept in each night, let alone the attendants, who waited on him daily. It's no exaggeration to say that even he himself didn't know where he was going to sleep until just before bedtime. This is also why Zhang Hao didn't choose to send an assassin. What the hell is going on? Zhao Yang, dressed in pajamas, stood by the window, watching the fierce battle outside, furious and angry. How could the base he had painstakingly built be breached so easily? The worst part was, he didn't even know who the enemy was. Just then, the door to his office was thrown open. Jiang Hao and Wu Bo rushed in. General, the ones attacking us outside are the Tiger Gang, Jiang Hao said grimly. What? Zhao Yang's heart sank, and he shouted, how did they get in? According to the soldiers, the control room was suddenly captured, and the door was opened, letting the Tiger Gang in. No, how could the control room be taken over? Zhao Yang couldn't believe his ears. Jiang Hao and Wu Bo exchanged a glance and said cautiously, we suspect Zhang Hao and his men did it. I just sent someone to notify Zhang Hao, only to discover they vanished without a trace. And Zhang Hao has a dimensional psychic named Aqiang under his command. He can open portals and travel freely. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Yang burst into a swearing fit. Zhang Hao, damn it. The evening glow of the sun, the rising sun. When you were homeless, I took you in. Jiang Hao and Wu Bo lowered their heads, fearing Zhao Yang would vent his anger on them. When Zhao Yang had finished his scolding, Wu Bo whispered, General, what should we do now? The Tiger Gang has an absolute advantage. In half an hour at most, we'd be defeated. Zhao Yang took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At this point, we can only go find Commander Luo. He didn't bother getting dressed and headed outside. However, as he reached the office door, he heard a commotion. Who is it? Ah. Accompanied by several screams, something slammed the door shut. Luckily, Zhao Yang dodged in time and avoided being hit by the door. The three people in the room looked closely and saw that it was the evolvers guarding the outside who had been forced in, along with the door. Instinctively, they raised their heads and looked outside. They saw Su Chen and Ming Qi slowly walking in. Looking at the three people in the room, Su Chen grinned, General, long time no see. Su Chen. Zhao Yang squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Dense beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Chapter 530. In Zhao Yang's office. He, Wu Bo, and Jiang Hao stared at Su Chen and Ming Qi as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They clearly had the advantage in numbers, yet they were extremely nervous. The office, with its soundproof glass, was unusually quiet. Only the faint sound of gunfire could be heard outside. Su Chen took out a cigarette, lit it slowly, and said with a smile, Old Zhao, do you want to handle this yourself, or should I do it? Zhao Yang cursed inwardly. This Su Chen really knows how to pick the right time. At this moment, the evolved and psychics in the base were fighting against the Tiger Gang. How could they possibly be a match for Su Chen? Brother Su. Zhao Yang forced a smile. If you ask me, it was all a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and talk it over? The Iron Legion and the Tiger Gang can definitely become allies. If that doesn't work out, we can join the Tiger Gang, and that's still open to discussion. Are you afraid of imminent death? Su Chen stubbed out his cigarette and sneered. Since you refuse to end yourselves, let me help you. Watching Su Chen approach, Wu Bo wisely retreated to a corner. He was just an ordinary man. He wasn't even qualified to watch a battle like this, let alone participate. Arrogant! Jiang Hao steeled his resolve, drew his exotic crystal weapon, and lunged at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't attack. On the contrary, Ming Qi, standing nearby, let out a deafening roar and engaged Jiang Hao in a fierce battle. Don't underestimate Ming Qi and Jiang Hao, both of whom appear to be exceptionally powerful. But as a zombie beast, its strength is definitely above Jiang Hao. Ming Qi was wary of the exotic crystal weapon in Jiang Hao's hand, so she didn't dare to be careless. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Jiang Hao was being outmatched by Ming Qi, and defeat was inevitable. Luckily, Zhao Yang's office was extremely spacious. While Jiang Hao and Ming Qi were engaged in a fierce battle, Su Chen slowly approached Zhao Yang. If they could defeat Zhao Yang, Today's battle would be almost over. Watching Su Chen approach, Zhao Yang's face darkened. Su Chen, don't push me too far. Su Chen ignored him. As the two drew closer, Zhao Yang threw himself into the fight. He stomped his foot, and his body suddenly expanded. Zhao Yang's previous image was that of a short, greasy, and overweight middle-aged man. But now, he had suddenly grown to 2 meters tall. His clothes were stretched to the limit, revealing his muscular body. This sudden change made Su Chen pause slightly, and he narrowed his eyes as he studied Zhao Yang. It seems I underestimated you. I didn't expect you had a backup plan, Su Chen said calmly. What else? Zhao Yang grinned, his voice booming. How do you think I maintain my position as leader of the Iron Legion? As the leader of the Iron Legion, he naturally obtained the energy crystal immediately. But his situation was somewhat different from that of the other survivors. Generally speaking, when a normal survivor absorbs an energy crystal, there are 2 possible outcomes. The first is a lack of talent, inability to absorb, and inability to evolve. The second is successful absorption, becoming an evolver or a psychic. But after Zhao Yang absorbed the energy crystal, he gained a special ability. He named this ability Rampage. On a normal day, he was no different from an ordinary person. Whenever a fight was needed, Zhao Yang could enter Rampage. In Rampage, his strength became immense, practically overwhelming, capable of overwhelming evolvers of the same level, and unlike other evolvers and psychics, when Zhao Yang absorbed energy, it wasn't his own realm that was elevated, but rather his Rampage skill itself. For example, after his skill reached intermediate level, he would enter Rampage, achieving the strength of a high-level evolver. However, it came at a significant cost. Each use of this ability would inevitably lead to a drop in his previous realm. Zhao Yang wouldn't use his abilities unless absolutely necessary. After all, advancing to a higher realm required a vast amount of energy. Otherwise, he would have used brute force to subdue Tong Fei long ago. Die! Zhao Yang drew a silver glowing trident from the side. It was the same murloc weapon seized from the secret realm earlier. His massive body, brandishing his trident, charged towards Su Chen at breakneck speed, intent on testing Zhao Yang's strength. Su Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he gripped his long sword tightly and charged forward. Clang! The 2 weapons collided heavily. What a powerful force! Both of them were stunned. After absorbing so many energy crystals and energy cores provided by Jianghao, Zhao Yang's Rampage skill had reached super-level status. In other words, when he activated his Rampage, his strength far surpassed that of super-level evolvers like Daini and Jianghao. Logically, Zhao Yang should have been able to knock Su Chen down with a single blow. But the 2 fought evenly. How could this not surprise Zhao Yang? As for Su Chen, he was also somewhat surprised. After all, he relied on system enhancements, and his physical strength far surpassed that of other evolvers of the same level. This Zhao Yang was truly extraordinary. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, but he showed no fear at all. Instead, he was filled with a burning desire to fight. After entering the super realm, even without using his superpowers, evolvers like Daini and Lu Qingbo were no match for him. This made him feel extremely bored. It was so hard to finally meet someone whose physical strength matched his own. A competitive spirit was instantly aroused. Su Chen decided not to use his superpowers, and to give Zhao Yang a good fight. He roared and leaped out. Su Chen was fast, but Zhao Yang, in his frenzy, was equally quick. Dang dang dang. In a split second, their weapons clashed 7 or 8 times in the air. While attacking with their weapons, they also occasionally used their fists and feet to strike at each other. The speed was so fast that even after images appeared in the air. Hey! Ha! The 2 roared in unison, their weapons charging towards each other. This attack could. He had used up all his strength. Dang! Both of them felt a tremendous force rebounding from them, their weapons involuntarily flying. Su Chen took a step forward, clenched his palm into a fist, and attacked Zhao Yang fiercely. Zhao Yang didn't bother to pick up his weapon. He raised his right arm, blocking Su Chen's punch while fiercely striking back with his left hand. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 exchanged blows, throwing more than a dozen more. Despite the loud blows, neither of them was hurt at all. The more they fought, the more frightened Zhao Yang became. It wasn't just because Su Chen's skills were on par with his own. Chapter 531. More importantly, his rampage state couldn't be sustained for long. The previous times Zhao Yang went on a rampage, the fights were usually resolved quickly. But this time, the battle lasted so long. Zhao Yang estimated that his rampage state would end in 10 minutes at most. On the other hand, Su Chen, after a series of exhilarating close combat, he seemed to be getting more and more energetic, like he was on Viagra. Zhao Yang couldn't help but feel fear and wanted to find a chance to escape. However, in a battle between masters, once one side becomes afraid and wants to escape, their actions will be flawed, as expected. Zhao Yang's hand was a fraction too slow, and Su Chen seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to his cheek. He suddenly saw stars and felt a sharp pain. Before he could react, Su Chen stepped forward again and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Zhao Yang flew backward, slamming directly into the window behind him. The tough tempered glass didn't shatter, but it was knocked out. Taking Zhao Yang with him, he fell outward. Crash! Bang! Zhao Yang, carrying the tempered glass, fell several stories to the ground. The battle was now reaching a fever pitch. Zhao Yang suddenly appeared, landing in the center of the battlefield, instantly disabling both sides. Su Chen slowly walked to the window. The night breeze rustled his hair and the corners of his clothes. He gazed down, like an emperor looking down upon his subjects. Seeing Zhao Yang, bleeding profusely, struggling to get up, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. If you just died like that, it would be so boring. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Su Chen leaped. Bang! He landed heavily on the ground, the concrete beneath his feet turning into a spiderweb from the immense impact. Su Chen was the leader of the Tiger Gang. Zhao Yang was the leader of the Iron Legion. To avoid harming the two men who had suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, both factions simultaneously stopped fighting. For a moment, the Iron Legion base fell into a state of unexpected silence. You don't come any closer. I surrender. Zhao Yang panted loudly. Su Chen tilted his head and grinned. Sorry, I won't accept it. Are you still human? Zhao Yang was weeping, tears welling in his eyes. You can't beat me, and yet, you won't let me surrender. Wouldn't that mean death? I fight you. Zhao Yang roared, just as he was about to charge forward. His once burly figure suddenly shrank like a deflated balloon. It began to shrink at a visible speed. Oh no, it was time for his rampage. Zhao Yang's heart sank. In just a few seconds, he had transformed back into the greasy, disgusting middle-aged man he once was. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Chen shook his head, feeling a bit regretful. He hadn't even finished his fight yet, so why had Zhao Yang already transformed back? Forget it, I give you a quick death. Zhao Yang's eyes were filled with despair as he watched Su Chen approach him. Just as Su Chen grabbed Zhao Yang's neck, ready to send him to the afterlife, a faint voice suddenly rang out, "Have mercy." Su Chen frowned slightly and looked towards the source of the voice. From the shadows, a thin-faced young man with a determined gaze emerged. He folded his arms across his chest and looked at Su Chen with a half-smile. Are you Su Chen, the leader of the Tiger Gang? Seeing this young man, Zhao Yang felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Captain Luo, please save me. Captain Luo. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed this young man was the one Zhang Hao and the others had mentioned, the one from the provincial region. He nodded calmly. Yes, it's me. Great, young and promising indeed. Luo Xiaoyan clapped his hands and smiled. Since you're so capable, are you interested in working for us? Sorry, not interested. Su Chen flatly rejected Luo Xiaotian's offer and then grabbed Zhao Yang's neck. If I were you, I wouldn't kill Zhao Yang. Luo Xiaotian put away his smile and said calmly, Zhao Yang is from the provincial region. If you kill him, you're going against us. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and sneered. So what? If it were before the apocalypse, Su Chen would certainly not dare to offend someone from the provincial region. But now it's the apocalypse, and social order has collapsed. The strength of the provincial region is still unknown. I heard you took over the micro base? Luo Xiaoyan suddenly asked. At the mention of the micro base, Su Chen frowned slightly and said noncommittally, What's wrong? Dang Haoran, who's stationed at the micro base, is my friend. I visited him before. Dang Haoran was the former leader of the micro base, controlling its military forces. Unfortunately, after the apocalypse, zombies appeared in the base. To combat the zombies, he was forced to vaccinate himself, transforming into something half-human, half-zombie. When Su Chen discovered the micro base, he engaged in a fierce battle with Dang Haoran. He ultimately emerged victorious and seized the micro base. Luo Xiaoyan's words hinted at Su Chen's knowledge of the micro base location. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, sizing Luo Xiaoyan up and down. Aren't you afraid I kill you too? Luo Xiaoyan chuckled. I don't think you will. Why not? If you kill me, the province will attack the micro base, and none of the Tiger Gang members will escape. Before Su Chen could speak, Luo Xiaoyan continued, If you release Zhao Yang, we give you plenty of benefits. For example, Su Chen smiled nonchalantly. He didn't think he needed the benefits Luo Xiaoyan offered. If it were supplies, he had more than enough in his lifetime. As for energy crystals, energy cores, and other exotic crystals, while he needed them, they weren't urgent. I can tell you some information about this apocalyptic catastrophe. I can even tell you how to gain even greater power. As soon as Luo Xiaoyan finished speaking, he suddenly threw a punch to the side. Su Chen could clearly feel the powerful force emanating from his fist. A nearby utility pole was instantly knocked down. Su Chen's pupil shrank sharply. If he used superpowers, he could have achieved the same effect. But Luo Xiaoyan wasn't using superpowers. What kind of move was this? Seeing Su Chen's surprised look, Luo Xiaoyan smiled smugly. So whether you want to be our enemy or our friend, Boss Su, it's your choice. Chapter 532. In reality, for Su Chen, destroying the Iron Legion and eradicating the problem once and for all was the best solution. But Luo Xiaoyan's appearance made Su Chen somewhat hesitant. He had no idea how strong the province was. Until he understood the province's strength, Su Chen decided not to act rashly. After all, Luo Xiaoyan knew the location of the micro base and could attack the Tiger Gang at any time. Of course, Su Chen could abandon the Tiger Gang and the micro base, drive the Normedicine, and take his women with him. But he wouldn't do that unless it was absolutely necessary. Besides, Luo Xiaoyan had offered a lot of benefits, which made Su Chen extremely tempted. For example, he could break telephone poles from midair. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen smiled brightly. Of course I'm willing to cooperate with you, sir. But I hope General Zhao can compensate me for my mental damages. Zhao Yang nearly spat out blood. You sent people to attack my base and destroyed it, and I'm supposed to compensate you for your emotional distress? That should be no problem, right? Luo Xiaoyan smiled faintly and looked at Zhao Yang. No problem. Zhao Yang gritted his teeth, squeezing out the words. That's good. Luo Xiaoyan clapped his hands and said loudly to both sides, all right, everyone, stop and call it a day. The Tiger Gang and the Iron Legion exchanged bewildered glances. Minutes ago, they were sworn enemies. Then, in the blink of an eye, they laid down their weapons and shook hands in peace. Life changes so quickly. It's truly remarkable, but not having to fight tooth and nail is a good thing for everyone after all. If possible, everyone wants to survive, not fight. As the ceasefire order was passed, both sides laid down their weapons. The Tiger Gang, led by Su Wenwei, Ren Kong and others, withdrew from the Iron Legion's base. The Iron Legion soldiers began cleaning up the battlefield. Su Chen, Luo Xiaoyan, Zhao Yang, and others entered the conference room. Boss Su, tell me your terms, Luo Xiaoyan said softly, sitting at the main seat. Su Chen was also forthright, stating his own terms. He demanded that Zhao Yang compensate the Tiger Gang for all their living and combat supplies. On top of that, they also demanded compensation for various energy crystals and cores, and even Zhao Yang's trident. Zhao Yang's face turned green after hearing this. Su Chen, you bastard, you're asking for too much. Even Empress Dowager Cixi wouldn't dare sign such a humiliating treaty. If they did, the Iron Legion wouldn't be able to survive. Captain Luo, this really. I can't agree to this. Zhao Yang looked at Luo Xiaoyan with a bitter face. Although he didn't know the specifics of the Iron Legion, just from the figure Su Chen quoted, Luo Xiaoyan could tell that Su Chen's demands were excessive. He coughed lightly. Boss Su, the Iron Legion's losses tonight are actually quite significant. How about you, for my sake, reduce the amount a little? As the saying goes, if you ask for too much, you pay back on the spot. From the beginning, Su Chen hadn't expected Zhao Yang to agree. Since Commander Luo has spoken, then subtract 50% from the amount I just mentioned. What do you think, General Zhao? Zhao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Even after subtracting 50%, it's still a bit excessive, but fortunately, the Iron Legion can still afford it. No problem. Watching the two sides reach an agreement, Luo Xiaoyan smiled with satisfaction. I hope that from now on, you two sides will live in peace and stop fighting among yourselves. Of course. Su Chen stood up leisurely and offered Zhao Yang his hand. The Iron Legion suffered heavy losses tonight, and they had to compensate the Tiger Gang for so much supplies. From now on, the Iron Legion will likely never recover. Su Chen no longer had any need to consider Zhao Yang an adversary. Zhao Yang's face darkened as he shook Su Chen's hand. After both parties were seated again, Su Chen finally turned to Luo Xiaoyan. Captain Luo, you said earlier that you could tell me some information about the apocalypse? Indeed. Luo Xiaoyan nodded slightly, then glanced at Su Chen and the people behind Xiao Yang. Let's get them out first. It seems this information is extremely confidential. Su Chen pondered this, then glanced at Su Wenwei and the others. Su Wenwei nodded knowingly, and left the meeting room with Wang Yin, Ding Di, Jiang Yu, and the others. Jiang Hao, Wu Bo, and the others also stood up and left. Soon, only Su Chen, Luo Xiaoyan, and Xiao Yang were left in the meeting room. What I'm going to say next is extremely confidential, even within the provincial level. So, try not to disclose it to anyone except those you trust. Luo Xiaoyan spoke calmly, his tone tinged with seriousness. Su Chen and Xiao Yang exchanged a glance and nodded slightly, indicating understanding. Although this apocalyptic catastrophe struck incredibly suddenly. But after diligent investigations, we uncovered some clues. In fact, this natural disaster is more like a test. Hearing this, Su Chen and Xiao Yang were both taken aback. Apocalyptic disaster a test? From the initial high-temperature apocalypse, to the torrential rain apocalypse, to the extreme cold and blizzards, to the current monsters and fog, they're all forcing biological evolution. Survival of the fittest. This is the purpose of the apocalyptic disaster. Luo Xiaotian's words echoed throughout the conference room. Even the knowledgeable Su Chen was stunned for a long time. After a moment's silence, he asked, who conducted this test? And what's the purpose of forcing us to evolve? Luo Xiaotian spread his hands, a hint of resignation in his voice. I don't know. But the only thing that's certain is that if we don't evolve, we be doomed. How is that even possible? Xiao Yang muttered softly, seemingly disbelieving Luo Xiaotian. Luo Xiaotian simply smiled indifferently. General Zhao, believe it or not. But unlike Xiao Yang, Su Chen was more convinced of Luo Xiaotian's words. He recalled how he had found the rune crystal after killing the vampire Bat King in the secret valley. At the time, Su Chen had assumed someone had placed it there on purpose. It was like a dungeon in an online game, where you get rewards for killing monsters. Later, Su Chen felt he might have been overthinking it, but Luo Xiaotian's words today confirmed his suspicions. After all, he was from the provincial region. The provinces and regions certainly have more intelligence than we do. The conclusions they drawn are reasonably accurate. Chapter 533. Su Chen again asked Luo Xiaotian about the apocalyptic disaster. But to his disappointment, Luo Xiaotian didn't know much more than Su Chen, aside from the previous information. Captain Luo, how did you pull that trick just now? Su Chen raised his fist and chuckled. How did you pull it off? He had agreed to negotiate with Xiao Yang and work for the province backed by Luo Xiaotian. It wasn't just out of consideration for the province, but also to gain greater strength. Well, that's a long story. Luo Xiaotian smiled. Let's start with the Transcendents. Transcendents? What are those? Xiao Yang asked puzzledly. As the name suggests, they are people who possess extraordinary powers, including evolvers and psychics. Luo Xiaotian explained. For example, General Zhao, do you consider yourself an evolver or a psychic? Me? Xiao Yang scratched his head, unsure whether to classify himself as an evolver or a psychic. After all, his only ability was rampage, so neither the former nor the latter seemed entirely appropriate. Su Chen paused for a moment, then tentatively asked, Captain Luo, from what you're saying, besides evolvers and psychics, there must be other people with extraordinary powers? Boss Su is truly intelligent. Luo Xiaotian glanced at Su Chen with admiration. In fact, long before the apocalypse, this world already had many psychics. Otherwise, how do you think the micro-base came about? Su Chen then remembered that the micro-base was established to study various paranormal phenomena. You two have probably heard of Qigong, haven't you? Luo Xiaotian suddenly asked. Of course I have, but isn't that a scam? Su Chen frowned. Qigong is an ancient traditional method of health preservation, well-being, and disease treatment in the Yin Kingdom. It uses breathing, body, and mind control to strengthen the body, prevent and treat illness, prolong life, and develop potential. But in modern times, some self-proclaimed Qigong masters have engaged in fraud. As a result, Qigong has suddenly become a scam. Boss Su may not know this, but General Zhao should know that there is a real Qigong practice in the military. Luo Xiaotian looked at Xiao Yang. Yes. Xiao Yang nodded. Hard Qigong is part of the martial arts practiced by many soldiers in the military. But most people only learn very basic hard Qigong. Luo Xiaotian continued, only the elite in the military can practice true hard Qigong. Their strength is roughly comparable to that of a novice evolver. The most powerful among them can even reach the level of a beginner evolver. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Luo Xiaotian. Captain Luo, Did you practice hard Qigong before the apocalypse? Yes. Luo Xiaotian smiled and nodded. And besides hard Qigong, there are actually many other secret techniques. It's just that perhaps it's due to lack of aptitude, or perhaps a lack of something. Most secret techniques are impossible to practice. Only hard Qigong is so basic, so it barely spreads among the military. But after the apocalypse, things are different. Zhao Yang couldn't help but ask, how is it different? Take me, for example. After the apocalypse, my hard Qigong, which had stagnated for years, has made tremendous progress. Luo Xiaotian chuckled. And even secret techniques that were previously inaccessible can now be practiced. That move I just used, hitting the bull from behind the mountain, is the technique I'm practicing. So that's it. Su Chen suddenly realized, and a sigh of emotion welled up in his heart. Yin nation culture is truly profound and extensive. Luo Xiaotian's move is no different from that of a martial arts master in a novel. Then, Commander Luo, can you teach me this? Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Yang's eyes lit up, and he looked at Luo Xiaotian expectantly. As the saying goes, more skills are better than less. Now that we're in the apocalypse, it's always a good idea to learn a few more techniques and improve your strength. This is confidential. I can't share it with anyone else. Luo Xiaotian said seriously, but if you want to learn, there are ways. Excuse me, Commander Luo, what are the ways? Su Chen asked. I already said it before, Boss Su. I hope you work for the province. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the province, you receive a reward. Besides my shoot the bull from behind the mountain technique, there are actually many other more advanced techniques and secret manuals. Among them, there are even techniques that increase your strength without absorbing energy. Luo Xiaotian's words once again astonished Su Chen and Zhao Yang. You know, since the apocalypse, there have been only 3 ways to improve your strength and realm. One is to kill zombies, and other transcendence to obtain energy crystals. Either find the energy fruit, or hunt monsters and obtain energy cores. There's no other path. But now, Luo Xiaotian actually says there's a 4th way, improving strength through cultivation. If that were truly possible, then there wouldn't be any need for transcendence to fight each other. I can't tell you more detailed information. You find out after you accomplish great deeds and gone to the provincial districts. Su Chen nodded slightly, a hint of anticipation welling up in his heart. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, does the provincial district have anything we need to do? The provincial districts represent the government and possess secret techniques that can enhance strength through cultivation. They're naturally incredibly powerful and shouldn't need the help of people like Su Chen. Boss Su, you don't know? The current world situation is incredibly complex. Luo Xiaotian sighed, explaining with a wry smile. After being ravaged by successive apocalyptic disasters, the world order has completely collapsed. You know, it's quite easy to destroy something. But rebuilding is incredibly difficult. In Shannon City, besides the 3 major survivor groups, the Tiger Gang, the Tianxiang Pavilion, and the Jiandun League, there were countless other smaller groups. The situation in tiny Shannon City alone was complex, let alone other provinces, regions, and cities. Amidst this chaos, the desires and darkness within humanity expanded infinitely. Many people were unwilling to return to order, preferring to live in chaos, and chaos even arose within the official system. This further complicated the situation. Various factions fought fiercely for power and survival supplies, and each other. Shannon, Xinlu, and Xinchu all belonged to Zhongqi province. In Yuqing, the capital of Zhongqi province, there were over a dozen factions claiming to be official. After paying a heavy price, Luo Xiaotian's faction finally integrated the others. So they sent a large number of personnel to contact military forces like Zhao Yang and Lin Yusen. Chapter 534. After listening to Luo Xiaotian's story, Su Chen was still somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that order had been restored. That was why Luo Xiaotian was sent to consolidate forces like the Tiger Gang and the Iron Legion. But he hadn't expected the situation to remain so chaotic. But Su Chen thought about it carefully, and it made sense. The situation outside was so chaotic and dangerous that humans couldn't resume production. As a result, supplies remained in short supply. No matter how powerful the extraordinary beings were, they still needed to eat, drink, sleep, and urinate. Unless the shortage of supplies could be completely resolved, the fighting between the survivors and the various factions would never stop. I'm only here to contact you, Luo Xiaotian explained. If there are any missions in the future, I naturally tell you. As long as you complete the mission, the reward will be substantial. He then took out 2 communicators and handed them to Su Chen and Zhao Yang. The others didn't leave, but continued chatting. Through his conversation with Luo Xiaotian, Su Chen also learned more information. For example, their classification of transcendent strength wasn't based on beginner and intermediate levels, like Su Chen and Zhao Yang's group. Instead, they used a hierarchy of S, A, B, C, G, H. This was very similar to Su Chen's system's combat power evaluation. Ordinary transcendents were assigned G-, beginner transcendents were assigned G, intermediate transcendents were assigned G+, and so on. For example, Su Wenwei, originally a superpowered person, was assigned an F-level transcendent. Su Chen should have been rated an F-class transcendent. But the system's combat power rating gave him an F+. It seems the system is more accurate than human evaluations. Although Su Chen possesses super combat power, he's also an evolver and proficient in 2 types of supernatural powers. A rating of F+ isn't excessive. Besides, Su Chen also knows a lot about the forces within and outside Zhongqi province. Glancing at his watch, Luo Xiaotian nodded slightly. Well, it's getting late. Time to go back and rest. General Zhao, how are the supplies I asked you to prepare? Zhao Yang said reluctantly. They should be almost there. Okay, then, let's all go out. Luo Xiaotian stood up. Su Chen naturally had no objection. He and Zhao Yang followed Luo Xiaotian outside. Outside the conference room, the 2 factions stood on their respective sides, clearly separated. Seeing Su Chen and the others emerge, Su Wenwei hurried forward. Boss Su. Jiang Hao, on the other side, also hurried over to Zhao Yang's side. General. Old Zhao, are we ready to hand over our compensation supplies? Su Chen asked with a smile. Zhao Yang, his face stern, looked at Jiang Hao. How are the preparations going? Everything is ready. We're just waiting for the general's orders. Jiang Hao whispered. Give them everything. Zhao Yang waved his hand. Jiang Hao pulled out his walkie-talkie and gave a few instructions. Not long after, more than a dozen large military trucks arrived at the open space outside the conference room. Su Chen had someone inspect the trucks. They were packed to the brim with all sorts of supplies. Look at you, old Zhao. You're so polite. Looking at the beaming Su Chen, Zhao Yang wanted to punch him. But thinking of Su Chen's strength and Luo Xiaotian standing beside him, Zhao Yang finally suppressed his impulse. Su Wenwei used the intercom to call the Tiger Gang members stationed outside to come in and drive away. Also entering were Zhang Hao, Daini, and a Chong. When Zhao Yang saw them, his face instantly turned livid. Even if I had a dog, after a while, they wagged their tails at me instead of biting me. Zhao Yang was concerned about Su Chen and Luo Xiaotian, but he didn't take Zhang Hao and the others seriously. While he couldn't kill them outright, he could still curse them out. Hearing Zhao Yang's indirect criticism, Zhang Hao's expression froze. He responded bluntly, let me tell you, sometimes, when people fail, why don't they look for their own faults? Zhao Yang nearly exploded in anger. You can't find food and are starving to death, but you still look for your own faults, okay? You're surrounded and mauled to death by zombies, but you still look for your own faults, okay? The apocalypse is approaching, and you can't survive, but you still look for your own faults, okay? The saviors and the new world were destroyed by the Tiger Gang, but you still look for your own faults, okay? Why can't you advance despite all your hard work? Why are you homeless? And turning to the Iron Legion for help, you still look for your own faults, okay? You look for your own faults in everything. You look for your own faults even when you can't defeat the Tiger Gang. The battle hasn't even started yet, and your teammates have already betrayed you, opening the city gates to let the Tiger Gang in. How can you look for your own faults? Tell me, how can I win? I teamed up with you to launch a surprise attack on the Tiger Gang, but a traitor, Tong Fei, leaked the information to the Tiger Gang, causing the attack to fail. I kindly took you to explore the secret realm, and Su Chen came along, gaining more than both of us. Isn't this driving me crazy? Tell me, how do I fight? Tell me, how do I win? How can I win with a bunch of you traitors? We've been outplayed, outmaneuvered. And you, idiot, even said, hey, why don't you look at your own problems? If you hadn't been a traitor and let Su Chen in, how could I have lost so quickly? And now you're asking me to look at my own problems? At least I lost standing up, unlike you who lost on your knees. 1,000 horses roared through Zhao Yang's mind. Okay, it's getting late, so I retreat first. Captain Luo, old Zhao, we see you later. Su Chen waved to the two, and climbed into a nearby car. Luo Xiaotian, Zhao Yang, and the others watched the Tiger Gang leave. Captain Luo, Su Chen won't attack us now for your sake. But you can't be sure about that in the future, Zhao Yang said with a bitter face. After all, this is the apocalypse, and communications are not very advanced. It's not impossible that after Luo Xiaotian leaves, Su Chen will secretly attack and destroy the Iron Legion. I think Su Chen is a smart man. Unless he possesses sufficient strength to disregard the provinces, he won't continue to attack the Iron Legion. Luo Xiaotian said calmly, even if he does, it's understandable. In the apocalyptic world, being weak is the original sin. Hearing these harsh words, Zhao Yang's face paled. He hurriedly said, Commander Luo, we are loyal to the provinces. You can't just stand by and watch them perish. Chapter 535. If you're truly loyal, why don't you bring your men with me back to the provincial region now? What do you think? Luo Xiaotian looked at Zhao Yang with a half-smile. Zhao Yang was speechless. If he really took the Iron Legion to the provincial region, who knows what kind of situation he encounter? He might be sidelined, have his military power taken away, and then be kicked out. Compared to that, it would be more comfortable to stay in Jinju City and be his own local tyrant. Zhao Yang had made up his mind not to go to the provincial region unless absolutely necessary. Seeing his silence, Luo Xiaotian simply smiled faintly. By the time the Tiger Gang returned to the microscopic base, it was already nearing noon the next day. Although they hadn't been able to destroy the Iron Legion in this battle, the Tiger Gang had gained a lot. Most importantly, Su Chen had established a relationship with the province represented by Luo Xiaotian. After returning to the base, he summoned all the senior executives to the conference room. He briefly recounted his conversation with Luo Xiaotian. Hey, just a province. Why should you take them seriously? Wang Yan snorted. The Tiger Gang had nearly won last night's battle. If Luo Xiaotian hadn't suddenly appeared, they'd probably be having a party at the Iron Legion base. You can't say that. After all, the province represents the higher-ups. Lu Jiangwo said slowly, besides, we don't know how strong the province is. Boss Su just said that Luo Xiaotian knows the base's location. If we anger the province and they send troops to attack, it'd be troublesome. Su Chen nodded slightly, agreeing with Lu Jiangwo. No matter what, we don't have to worry about the Iron Legion's threat for now. For the time being, let's focus on hunting monsters. Dismissed. These bizarre-looking, powerful monsters from the secret realm, possessing various powers, are called monsters by the provincial authorities. Su Chen also adopted the provincial designation. Okay. Everyone nodded and stood up to leave. Boss Su. Su Chen had just left the meeting room when Su Wenwei hurriedly followed. What's wrong, old Su? Su Chen asked with a smile. Su Wenwei glanced around and whispered, what should we do with Zhang Hao and the others? After betraying Zhao Yang, the Iron Legion naturally had no place for Zhang Hao and the others. First, for survival, and second, for their lives. They could only follow the Tiger Gang's convoy to the microscopic base. But without Su Chen's instructions, Su Wenwei had no idea how to accommodate them, so he came to ask for instructions. Zhang Hao and the others. Su Chen stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then smiled. Please give them some accommodations for now. I come see them later. Okay. Su Wenwei nodded and turned to leave. Watching him depart, a chill flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Boss Su has instructed you to stay here for now. He come see you later. Su Wenwei led Zhang Hao and the others to a dormitory. The dormitory wasn't particularly nice. Compared to Zhang Hao and Dai Yin's previous quarters, it was truly shabby. After Su Wenwei left, Aqiang couldn't help but exclaim, this Su Chen. What a jerk, isn't he? We helped him take down the Iron Legion, and this is how he treats us? Be careful what you say. Zhang Hao gestured to Aqiang to silence him and whispered, we're living under someone else's roof now, so don't say so much. Besides, Su Wenwei also said that Su Chen is busy right now. Maybe he make arrangements for us later. The others said nothing more, and each found a bed to rest for a while. Thankfully, Su Chen didn't keep them waiting too long. A few moments later, Su Chen pushed the door open and walked in. Boss Su. Zhang Hao jumped up with a start. Dai Yin and the others beside him also stood up. At this moment, their previous arrogance was gone, and instead, their faces were filled with humility and flattery. Consul Chief Dai. Su Chen also greeted them with a smile. Boss Su, you're so polite. We're not governors or leaders now, we're just your subordinates. I have to say, Zhang Hao is truly humble. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled, the base is a bit busy today, so I'm afraid I won't have time to greet you. But don't worry, you performed a great service in last night's battle. I always been clear about grudges. After today's busy schedule, I have someone relocate you. Your treatment at the base will be no worse than yours in the Iron Legion. Hearing this, Zhang Hao, Dai Yin, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Having fallen to their current state, they didn't seek a return to their former glory, they simply hoped for a comfortable life, and that was enough. You're tired last night. Get some rest. I'm going back to rest. Suchin waved, turning to leave. Boss Su, please stay. Zhang Hao's heart tightened, and he quickly stopped Suchin. Boss Su, did you forget the antidote? Suchin slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing, look at me, I almost forgot. He pulled a bottle from his pocket, which contained a purple liquid. Here's the antidote. Just drink a little as before. Thank you, Boss Su. Zhang Hao quickly took the bottle from Suchin's hand. Suchin smiled, said nothing more, opened the door, and walked out. After he left, Zhang Hao looked at the bottle of purple liquid in his hand. To be on the safe side, he didn't drink first, but instead passed it to someone nearby. You drink first. The man's face immediately darkened, but he didn't dare disobey Zhang Hao, so he took the bottle and took a sip. Several minutes passed, and the man remained unharmed. Zhang Hao and Dai Yini finally breathed a sigh of relief and drank the contents of the bottle one by one. However, just as they finished, the first man to drink suddenly foamed at the mouth. It's poisonous. His skin flushed purple, and after a moment's intense hesitation, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. This sudden change startled Zhang Hao, Dai Yini, and the others. After regaining his composure, Zhang Hao couldn't help but curse, Suchin, damn it. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Let's go fight our way out. Even if we die, we find someone to take them with us. Dai Yini immediately stood up, flung open the door, and headed out. Zhang Hao and the others followed closely behind him. But before they could escape the passage, the poison took effect. One by one, they collapsed to the ground. Chapter 536. Just then, light footsteps suddenly echoed in the passage. Suchin, accompanied by the members of the Psychic Corps, slowly emerged. He walked over to Zhang Hao and Dai Yini and squatted down. As transcendents, especially F-class ones, Zhang Hao and the others possessed physical prowess far exceeding that of ordinary people. After being poisoned, they did not die immediately. Instead, they lay sprawled on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Su. I won't. You. Zhang Hao struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with resentment, anger, and confusion. His group was so powerful, and after joining the Tiger Gang, they were truly even more powerful, but Suchin had the audacity to poison them. This was something he couldn't understand. You can't blame me. I can't sleep unless you die. Suchin shook his head, and patted Zhang Hao's cheek. Go in peace. Zhang Hao glared at Suchin with resentment, his head drooping heavily. As for Dai Yini and the others standing nearby, they gradually stopped hesitating and fell silent. Looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, Suchin's expression was filled with indifference. Unlike the others, Zhang Hao, Dai Yini, and the others had joined the Tiger Gang out of compulsion. Since they were capable of such actions, who knew if they would betray Suchin in a similar situation in the future? Suchin had already been backstabbed once by Shao Kai and Ming Long, and he didn't want to be stabbed a second time. For safety's sake, it was better to eliminate the root of the problem. So, he mixed the remaining amount of purple enchantress venom into clear water, tricked Zhang Hao and the others into drinking it, and tricked them into believing it was the antidote. Suchin was still worried that the diluted purple enchantress's venom wouldn't kill them. So he specifically took Zheng Hui, Su Wenwei, and the others to wait outside Zhang Hao and his friend's dormitory. It seemed he had underestimated the purple enchantress's venom. Clean up their bodies and extract all the energy crystals, Suchin ordered. Okay. Wang Yan responded quickly, calling on the other evolvers to drag away the bodies of Zhang Hao, Dai Yini, and the others. A short while later, Wang Yan returned and handed the extracted energy crystals to Suchin. Suchin handed the energy crystals back to Wang Yan. Brother Su, this is? Wang Yan looked at Suchin with some confusion. I remember you and Old Ding were still at F-, right? Suchin smiled. Yes, we're still at advanced. F-. Wang Yan still hadn't adjusted to the new combat power rating, and for a while, he found it difficult to accept it. Use these and upgrade to F level quickly. In the entire Tiger Gang, besides his old teammates like He Wang and Sun Yuan, Suchin's most trusted people were Wang Yan and Ding Di. After all, he and the two had a life-or-death relationship in his previous life. Getting them upgraded quickly would make things easier for him. Okay, then I won't be polite with you, Brother Su. Wang Yan grinned and put the energy crystal away. After a few words of small talk, Suchin left first. He didn't return to the RV, but to the office. Boss, you're here. Tong Fei smiled brightly, and took Su Chen's hand, sitting down in the executive chair. It looks like you're a little tired, boss. After spending time together, Tong Fei had come to know Su Chen quite well. After every fierce battle, Su Chen would always come to her to relax. Then why don't you relax quickly? Su Chen smiled. Okay. Tong Fei reached out her delicate hand and gently massaged Su Chen's forehead. Boss, what were you doing? Do you still remember Zhang Hao? Su Chen closed his eyes, enjoying her massage, and said casually. Of course I know him. He's the leader of the Salvation Army. Tong Fei had met Zhang Hao several times, so she naturally knew him. I just killed him. Tong Fei subconsciously paused. But before she could say anything, Su Chen added, including Daini, I killed all the remaining members of the Salvation Army and the New World. Tong Fei's hand trembled. When she first met Su Chen, the Tiger Gang's strength couldn't even compare to the Iron Legion. Even Daini's Salvation Army could stand a fair fight against Su Chen. However, in just a few months, Su Chen had successively annihilated the Salvation Army and the New World. Zhang Hao, Daini, Chang. This series of transcendents, arguably the most powerful fighters in the world, were all annihilated by Su Chen. As for the Iron Legion, if it weren't for the intervention of Luo Xiaotian, representing the province, it would probably have ceased to exist. This man is truly extraordinary. Luckily, I was wise enough back then. A strange color flickered in Tong Fei's beautiful eyes. She gathered herself, gently rubbed Su Chen's forehead, and said with a smile, they dared to go against you, boss. Even if they died, it wouldn't be a pity. The boss is the strongest man in the world. Really? Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze blazing at Tong Fei. Then I want you to know that I'm not just strong physically, I'm strong in every way. Tong Fei heard the hidden meaning in his words, and gave a seductive smile. She licked her red lips, stretched out her hands, gathered her long hair, and squatted down. After a passionate lovemaking session, Tong Fei fell into a deep sleep. Su Chen remained energetic. He took out the energy crystals of Zhang Hao, Daini, Chang, and others and chose to absorb them. Unfortunately, these energy crystals only provided him with energy. Su Chen had originally thought he could use this opportunity to awaken Zhang Hao's plant-based abilities and Chang's spatial abilities. Then his own strength would be further enhanced. Never mind, one shouldn't be too greedy. Su Chen shook his head and took out some more energy crystals and energy cores. These were captured during the attack on the Iron Legion last night, and Zhao Yang's compensation for Su Chen's mental damages. Su Chen absorbed all of this energy, RV level 8, energy points required to upgrade, 4,000, current energy points, 31209. Vehicle durability, 100%. When durability reaches 0, the RV will be scrapped. It can be repaired using energy points. Storage space. Energy store. Enhancement options. Scan detection. Rune system. Talents, marksmanship, self-regeneration, ice and snow control, electric ice skill, lightning control, toxin resistance. Combat rating, F+. Looking at the already sufficient energy, Su Chen didn't hesitate and chose to strengthen his body. A familiar warm current flowed from his forehead. He felt warm all over, like soaking in a hot spring. This time, it lasted quite long enough. After the warm current faded, Su Chen could feel it. My overall strength, although I didn't jump directly from F+ to E, has improved a bit. Chapter 537. Su Chen stared at the system panel, lost in thought for a moment. He then stood up and left his office. Not far from his office stood a steel door resembling a bank vault. 2 guards were still guarding the door. Seeing Su Chen approach, they hurriedly saluted. Boss Su. Thank you for your hard work. Open the door. I need to go in for a moment, Su Chen instructed softly. The 2 guards immediately stepped forward and pressed buttons on the screen beside them. After they entered their information, Su Chen had to step forward and undergo facial recognition. After everything was completed, the vault door slowly opened. Su Chen walked in. The room was remarkably tidy. This was the Tiger Gang's warehouse, storing important supplies. Su Chen's purpose in coming to the warehouse was to collect the energy crystals and cores that the survivors had handed in. He opened a cabinet nearby, revealing at least 100 energy crystals and cores. He casually took some, held it in his hand, and absorbed it. Ding! Successfully absorbed the energy crystal, gaining 90 energy points. Ding! Successfully absorbed the energy crystal core, gaining 322 energy points. In a short while, Su Chen had absorbed over 3,000 energy points. Looking at the 4,127 energy points on the system panel, he finally stopped. Su Chen planned to upgrade Normedicine further. The reason was simple. Although he had agreed to serve the provincial government behind Luo Xiaotian, leaving his own safety to others was not Su Chen's style. He must always be prepared to fall out with the provincial government. In addition to improving his own strength, further upgrades to the RV systems were also necessary. Upgrade system. Ding, upgrade successful. RV's current level is 9. Hearing the system's cold voice, Su Chen opened the system panel again and examined it. Compared to the previous upgrade, this time, a new feature was added. Protection function. Su Chen opened it and studied it carefully. The so-called protection function allowed the Normedicine to deploy automatic firepower. Su Chen had originally thought this feature was rather useless. After all, the only threats to the Normedicine were monsters, like the Scorpion Beast or other powerful transcendents. But when he saw the types of automatic firepower that could be deployed, he was stunned. Laser cannon, immensely powerful, creatures below level E are unable to resist. Energy cannon, equally powerful, capable of damaging level E creatures. Su Chen had only seen these weapon names in science fiction. There were others he had never even heard of. Unfortunately, these weapons were incredibly powerful and expensive. For example, the cheapest laser cannon required 1,000 energy points each, and every second it lasted consumed 10 energy points. As for the energy cannon, it cost a whopping 10,000 energy points each. Even if Su Chen were to sell him, he couldn't afford them right now. After a moment's thought, Su Chen continued to absorb the energy crystals in the warehouse. He absorbed another 4,000 energy points and exchanged them for 4 laser cannons. These 4 laser cannons were placed at the 4 corners of Normedicine. This way, the RV can be protected in all directions with no blind spots. If the Scorpion monster attacks the RV again, Su Chen can simply activate the automatic protection function, and these laser cannons will fire automatically. After completing the upgrade and modification, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Unfortunately, after all these upgrades, only a dozen energy points remain. This is not even enough for 4 laser cannons to fire simultaneously for 1 second. And the energy required for the next physical enhancement will be a whopping 50,000. Su Chen glanced at the few remaining crystals and cores in the warehouse. He still hadn't absorbed any more. Looks like he have to hunt more monsters next. Aiken, the bunny is so cute. Why don't we switch? Looking at the ice wall Su Chen summoned, and the shadow rabbit trapped within it, Chu Mengyao said with some reluctance. Before Su Chen could say anything, Zhou Qin shook her head and said sternly, Mengyao, you must know that what the master hates most is sanctimonious bitches. We're in the apocalypse. Sanctimonious bitches will only get us killed, understand? Under her persuasion, Chu Mengyao hesitated for a moment, but finally picked up the exotic crystal weapon Su Chen had given her, and leaped into the ice wall. Xiaoya, keep an eye on Mengyao, and don't let her get hurt, Su Chen instructed. Don't worry, master, I take care of it, Jiao Yu said with a smile. Even without Luo Xiaotian's intervention, the current Iron Legion would be no match for Su Chen. For now, the feud between the Tiger Gang and the Iron Legion can be said to have come to a temporary end. For the next half-month, Su Chen experienced a rare moment of calm. But he also knew he couldn't let his guard down. If this apocalyptic catastrophe was truly a test, as Luo Xiaotian had claimed, then the challenges ahead would only become increasingly difficult. If he wanted to survive, he couldn't let his guard down. While Su Chen had the Tiger Gang's hunting squad out hunting monsters, he himself wasn't idle either. He too drove the Normedicine and led the women out of base to hunt for energy cores. In his spare time, Su Chen also provided special training to Chu Mengyao, Zhou Qin, Zhou Rong, and other women. He had Lin Yingying capture a weak shadow rabbit to help Chu Mengyao overcome her fear of battle. After entering the ice-walled cage, Chu Mengyao instinctively looked up and glanced at Su Chen. Feeling the encouragement in his gaze, she took a deep breath, brandished her exotic crystal weapon, and charged at the shadow rabbit. The shadow rabbit, naturally, wouldn't wait to die, desperately dodging within the cage. The cage was so small, and no matter how hard she dodged, Chu Mengyao eventually caught up to her. Crack! Chu Mengyao plunged her knife into the shadow rabbit's heart. It kicked its legs a few times before finally dying. Suppressing her nausea, Chu Mengyao extracted the shadow rabbit's energy core and left the cage. Aiken, I did it! Mengyao, well done. Su Chen smiled and nodded. As long as you train hard, you'd definitely be able to help me in the future. Hearing this, Chu Mengyao's eyes shone with anticipation. Like the other women, she didn't want to be a mere spectator. She preferred to fight alongside Su Chen. Aiken, how about we do that tonight? Chu Mingyao's pretty face suddenly flushed, and she whispered. Su Chen understood instantly, and couldn't help but laugh. Mingyao, why are you so anxious? It's not that I'm anxious, it's just that Aiken always ignores me, Chu Mingyao said awkwardly. It's really not her fault for being too proactive. Chapter 538. With the move into Normadison, Chu Mingyao officially joined Su Chen and the other women. However, she hadn't yet been accepted into Su Chen's room. Every time Su Chen and the others made love, she wasn't allowed to join them. In the dead of night, Chu Mingyao tossed and turned, unable to sleep, listening to the faint sounds. After all, she was a mature woman. Besides, the feeling of being excluded was unpleasant. You're just trying to find a pretext for something. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. I'm just going back to the RV. When have I ever ignored you? But the time you spend with us is only equal to your secretary's. Chu Mingyao's red lips pursed slightly, and jealousy was evident in her tone. Su Chen then looked at Zhou Qing, Zhou Rong, and the other women. Though they didn't speak, their expressions and eyes conveyed the same sentiment. Yes. It seemed that he and Tong Fei were too close, making the other women jealous. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. But thinking about it, he couldn't blame the women for being petty. For example, in the same hour, if Su Chen stayed in the office, Tong Fei would have it all to herself. But in the RV, the women would have to share. Additionally, the women weren't familiar with Tong Fei, so it was inevitable they get jealous and have opinions about her. I understand. I spend more time with you guys from now on, Su Chen said soothingly with a smile. He had to treat everyone equally to avoid any further trouble. Su Chen had previously considered having Tong Fei move into Normadison as well. But Tong Fei didn't agree. While she didn't mind Su Chen having other women, she wanted her to live with them and serve him together. Psychologically, she still found it difficult to accept. Su Chen didn't force her. He knew full well that he couldn't rush things. With enough time, he could slowly train her successfully. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, the communicator on Su Chen's waist suddenly vibrated. He had a thought. This was the communicator Luo Xiaotian had given him, specifically for communicating with the provincial district. The movement now seemed to indicate the provincial district was contacting him. He just didn't know what it was about. He took it out and connected. Hello, Boss Su. Luo Xiaotian's voice came from the other end of the communicator. Captain Luo, it's me. What can I do for you? Well, the provincial government has a mission and hopes you come to Yuqing within a week. Su Chen didn't refuse. Instead, after a moment's thought, he asked, Does the provincial government want me to go alone, or with a team? That's up to you, Boss Su. Luo Xiaotian smiled, as if sensing Su Chen's concern, and explained, Don't worry, the Iron Legion has also sent someone to participate. Safety won't be a problem. Okay, I understand. Su Chen nodded, and hung up Luo Xiaotian's phone. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. What's wrong, master? Seeing Su Chen's changed expression, Zhou Qing asked with concern. It's nothing serious, I just need to go to Yuqing. Su Chen was quite trusting of the women around him. He simply repeated Luo Xiaotian's words. Do we need to accompany you, master? Zhou Rong, standing nearby, also asked. Su Chen stroked his chin and pondered, Forget it. You stay here at the base. The missions assigned by the provincial districts weren't exactly life-threatening, but they were at least extremely dangerous. Zhou Qing, Zhou Rong, and the other girls were reasonably strong now, but they were definitely not ready to accompany Su Chen on missions. Okay then. Zhou Qing and the other girls nodded obediently. Alright, let's get ready to go back. Su Chen called out, leading the girls and Meng Qi back to Normadison. With the roar of the engine, the RV quickly drove back to the base. After returning to the microscopic base, Su Chen gathered everyone and repeated Luo Xiaotian's words. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Su Wenwei scratched his head. Boss Su, are you going to Yuqing? Yes, I plan to go there. Su Chen nodded. He had no idea of the province's strength. This was a good opportunity to test the waters of the province. Besides, Su Chen also hoped to complete the province's mission to obtain the martial arts and secret manuals that Luo Xiaotian had mentioned. I agree with Boss Su's decision. Lu Jiangwo nodded slightly beside him. As a former official, he was inherently obedient to his superiors. I just wonder, Boss Su, are you planning to go alone, or take us with you? Jiang Yu asked the crucial question. I plan to take a few strong men with me. Su Chen's words were carefully considered. He had no idea what the mission assigned by the province would be. Going alone would likely be difficult or fraught with obstacles. But bringing a large group with him would be troublesome if the provincial government had ill intentions, or if the microbase encountered danger. So Su Chen decided to take a few strong and trustworthy people with him. Zheng Hui, Wang Xinyu, Wang Yan, Ding Di, Jiang Yu. Su Chen called out 7 or 8 names in a row. The rest of you, stay at the base and follow Commander Lu's orders. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. Zheng Hui, you all get ready. We're ready to go at any time, Su Chen ordered. Yes. Zheng Hui and the others agreed. After the meeting, Su Chen returned to his office as usual. Tong Fei, incredibly understanding, came up behind Su Chen and continued to massage him. Boss, can you take me with you on this trip to the provincial capital? Oh, why do you want to go? Su Chen asked with a smile, enjoying her massage. I've been staying at the base for so long, it's really getting boring. Tong Fei pouted her red lips and started to act coquettishly. And I want to stay by the boss's side, to serve him. It must be said that a woman as beautiful as Tong Fei is hard to resist when she acts coquettishly. Su Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, then you come with me. Before joining the Tiger Gang, Tong Fei was already a mid-level transcendent. She helped Su Chen enter the secret realm, performing a significant feat. Su Chen rewarded her with numerous energy crystals and cores, helping her evolve to a high level. Later, by displaying her talents both in and out of bed, Tong Fei won Su Chen's heart. Su Chen continued to reward her with more energy, and now Tong Fei has reached the transcendent realm. Taking her along would not only make her less of a burden, but also alleviate his loneliness. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Great, thank you, boss. Tong Fei's face lit up with joy, and she couldn't help but give Su Chen a kiss on the cheek. Chapter 539. Su Chen didn't drive the Normadison, but stayed inside the base. He had Chen Xiangyu, who was in charge of vehicle maintenance, modify 4 off-road vehicles for the trip. It was 2 days before everything was ready. During this time, a significant event occurred. The fog that enveloped the sky and the earth suddenly thinned considerably. While it hadn't completely dissipated, it wasn't as clear as before, where you couldn't see anything more than 20 or 30 meters away. Boss Su, I wish you a safe journey. Yes, come back soon. Lu Jiangwo, Su Wenwei, and others came to see Su Chen and his group off. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Su Chen smiled and instructed, while I'm away, the base operations will be under the control of Brother He, Brother Sun, and Commander Lu. In the entire base, apart from his women, the people Su Chen trusted most were He Wang and Sun Yuan. Lu Jiangwo had served as an officer at the Dongjing base, and was very experienced in maintaining its operations. With the 3 of them in charge of the base, Su Chen could be said to have great confidence. Su Chen glanced at Normadison, who was not far away. Zhou Qin, Zhao Yu, and the other women were on the terrace, waving reluctantly. He smiled faintly, and got into the SUV nearby. Let's go, Su Chen instructed the driver Tong Fei. He and Tong Fei were in 1 car, along with Meng Qi. The others were in 3 other cars. As the 4 cars drove away from the microscopic base one after another and disappeared into the mist, the gates of the base slammed shut. Zhongji province is located in the center of Yan country, with relatively flat terrain. Shannon City is at the southernmost tip of the province. The distance from the micro-base to the provincial capital, Yuqing, is nearly 300 kilometers. Before the apocalypse, it would have taken at most 5 hours by highway. But now, it's the apocalypse, the outside world is fraught with danger, and fog obscures vision. Although Su Chen has radar to monitor the surrounding situation, he can't keep an eye on it constantly. Besides, he doesn't know if the road ahead is intact. So, everyone drove very slowly. It wasn't until noon that they had covered 50 kilometers. Seeing that the time was almost up, Su Chen picked up the intercom. Hey, Lao Zheng, let's stop and have a meal on the roadside. Okay, Boss Su. Zheng Hui, sitting in the lead car, responded. Then the convoy slowly stopped by the roadside. Although they were carrying instant food, Su Chen wasn't fleeing. There was no need to live so harshly. He still cared deeply about his living conditions. Everyone set up tables and chairs by the roadside. Wang Yan, a skilled cook, cooked over a dozen dishes on a portable gas stove. He then used a portable rice cooker to prepare a large pot of rice. Everyone gathered together, enjoying the delicious food and chatting away. Ah, before I met Brother Su, I never would have imagined I have such a carefree life in the apocalypse. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Before meeting Su Chen, he and Ding Di and the others were scavengers at the bottom of the Dongjing base. They lived a precarious life, starving from hand to mouth. But after meeting Su Chen, not only did their quality of life skyrocket, they became extraordinary individuals, the envy of ordinary survivors. Su Chen smiled but said nothing. In another parallel world, I guess after his death, whether Wang Yan was forced to leave Dongjing Base by Lu Kun or stayed there, he was doomed. After all, the dangers out there were numerous. He and Ding Di were just ordinary survivors, and it would be difficult for them to survive. And if they stayed in Dongjing Base, they would have died when the base was breached by monsters. Thankfully, in this life, they were lucky enough to have met Su Chen. Who says it's not true? Without Brother Su, I'm afraid I have been killed by the all-seeing eye too. Wang Xinyu, standing by, nodded in agreement. When the all-seeing eye attempted to subjugate the Skywalker Alliance and was rejected, Lin Yusen sent his men to attack. The Skywalker Alliance suffered heavy casualties as a result. People like Xiao Yu and Shi Jinyuan were captured and taken to the all-seeing eye base. From the entire alliance, only Su Wingwe, Wang Xinyu, and Zheng Hui remained. If Su Chen hadn't intervened, the three of them wouldn't have been able to rescue their companions, and they would have likely been killed by Lin Yusen. Thinking of this, Wang Xinyu felt even more grateful to Su Chen. He picked up the wine on the table and said earnestly, "Brother Su, I toast you. We were all transcendents, our physical fitness far superior to that of ordinary people. A few drinks wouldn't be a big problem." So, Su Chen didn't restrict anyone from drinking. The others also raised their glasses. "I toast to Boss Su, too." Su Chen naturally wouldn't refuse, picking up his glass and clinking glasses with everyone else. After eating and drinking, and seeing that everyone had almost rested, Su Chen was about to continue on his way when something struck him. He could faintly hear the sound of a car engine not far away. "Boss Su, what happened?" Zheng Hui said gravely, noticing Su Chen's expression. "Shh. Listen." Su Chen pointed at the fog. Everyone paused, then listened. After a moment, they heard the roar of an engine. "Brother Su, you're hearing. Isn't it incredible?" Wang Yan couldn't help but smack his lips in amazement. Zheng Hui's expression was also quite astonished. They were both Mega Evolvers, but Su Chen could actually hear the car sound before them. This proved Su Chen's physical abilities far surpassed theirs. "Prepare for battle," Su Chen said solemnly. Everyone dared not delay, immediately drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. This trip to the province was to complete a mission. Thus, Zheng Hui, Wang Yan, and the others were equipped with exotic crystal weapons. As they prepared for battle, a long convoy emerged from the fog. When the people in the lead car saw Su Chen and the others ahead, they seemed startled. They slammed on the brakes, bringing the entire convoy to a halt. No one in the car got out hastily. Su Chen could see that the person inside was using a walkie-talkie, presumably communicating with the convoy's leader. Understanding their identities, Su Chen naturally wouldn't rush forward. After a while, 7 or 8 people approached from the rear of the convoy. The leader was a square-faced man with sharp eyes, and his presence was intimidating without even a hint of anger. He led 2 others, each holding their hands high to indicate they meant no harm, and approached Su Chen. "Hello." "Hello." Su Chen responded calmly. "What's your name, little brother?" "Just call me Su Chen." "Hello, Brother Su. My name is Gao Fei, and I'm from Yanqing." Gao Fei introduced himself. "Where are you from, Brother Su?" Chapter 540. Su Chen didn't speak in response to Gao Fei's question, instead saying calmly, "What's going on?" Seeing his indifference, a young man following Gao Fei frowned. "You." Before the young man could finish his sentence, Gao Fei glared at him. "Dang Han!" Dang Han seemed to be somewhat in awe of Gao Fei, and could only swallow his unfinished words. "Well, we're going to the provincial capital, Yuqing. From your direction, it seems you're also heading to Yuqing. If you don't mind, can we travel together? That way, we can look out for each other." At Gao Fei's suggestion, Su Chen shook his head. "Sorry, I don't think that's necessary." The fog was filled with dangers, and was incredibly treacherous. Traveling together would indeed increase their chances of survival. But Su Chen knew that in the apocalypse, more terrifying than natural disasters and demons, was the human heart. They had just met Gao Fei by chance, and rashly forming a team would only cause unnecessary trouble. For safety's sake, it's better to refuse. After being rejected by Su Chen, Gao Fei didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Okay, we be leaving first. I wish you all the best. See you in Yuqing if there's a chance." Gao Fei led Dang Han and the others back to the convoy. Then, their convoy started up again, passing by Su Chen and the others, slowly disappearing into the mist. Watching Su Chen and the others disappear in the rearview mirror, Dang Han said indignantly, "That guy is quite pretentious." That's right. Even when Brother Fei asked him a question, he was still so aloof. We were willing to take him with us because we think highly of him, but he actually refused. He's truly asking for his own death. The others echoed. However, Gao Fei's face darkened. What a fool with no vision. He's got the luxury of showing off, understand? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Dang Han tentatively asked, What do you mean, Brother Fei? Gao Fei lit a cigarette and took a drag. If it were you, would you dare to travel to Yuqing with only 9 people? Dang Han and the others were slightly taken aback and shook their heads. Let alone just 9 people, even 19 wouldn't have the guts. From here to Yuqing, it's a full 200 or 300 kilometers. No one knew what dangers might be encountered along the way. Then let me ask you again, would you dare to leisurely enjoy a roadside picnic under these circumstances? Dang Han and the others shook their heads again. You must be kidding. They couldn't wait to reach Yuqing without stopping. How could anyone have the mood or the courage to stop by the roadside for a picnic? That's it. Gao Fei flicked the ash from his cigarette and sneered, but that young man named Su Chen, he dared. To do something like that, he's either crazy or incredibly powerful. Which one do you think he is? Dang Han swallowed. It's probably the latter. People who act pretentiously without the ability are called idiots. People who act pretentiously with ability are called awesome. So I'm saying, they have the capital to act pretentiously, understand? Recalling the subtle aura emanating from Su Chen during their conversation, Gao Fei's expression grew serious. If I'm not mistaken, they should have been invited by the provincial government as well. I just don't know if he's the leader of the survivors from Jinju, Xinlu, or Shannon. Brother Fei, even if you're right, it doesn't really concern us. Dang Han smiled nonchalantly. Gao Fei shook his head with a hint of disappointment. Yinqing isn't far from Jinju, Xinlu, or Shannon. What if he's planning to expand outward and plunder supplies? He might come looking for trouble. Even if he doesn't have such plans, building a good relationship with such a powerful person will only benefit us. Seeing his serious expression, Dang Han and the others nodded quickly. Elsewhere, after Gao Fei's convoy left, Su Chen and the others packed up and set off on their journey. Brother Su, what do you think Gao Fei is up to? Wang Yan chatted with Su Chen on the intercom. If you ask me, they probably have bad intentions, Wang Xinyu interrupted. I think so too. Why don't we take a different route? Wang Yan suggested. If Gao Fei truly harbored ill intentions, he would surely ambush Su Chen and his group ahead. The wisest option would be to change routes. I don't think so. Su Chen smiled faintly. The system enhanced not only his strength, agility, and reflexes, but also his senses. Su Chen didn't sense any hostility from Gao Fei. He was most likely just coming to say hello. The highway Su Chen and Gao Fei were taking was the closest to Yuqing. Taking a detour would add at least 100 kilometers. Su Chen didn't intend to take a detour. Besides, he had a radar system, so if Gao Fei was truly ambushing them, he could have detected it in advance. During the previous conversation, Su Chen hadn't used the scanning feature. Although he didn't know what it felt like to be scanned, based on previous experience, the target could sense being scanned and would react with considerable hostility. To avoid a hasty confrontation, Su Chen hadn't used it. However, he could still sense that Gao Fei and the young men behind him, including Dang Han, were no ordinary people. Especially Gao Fei. He was probably at the Super Realm, or F class. As for Dang Han and the others, they were at least F-. I think they should have received invitations from the province, just like us. Su Chen chuckled as he expressed his suspicions. Don't say, it's possible. Zheng Hui echoed into the intercom. There were about a dozen vehicles in Gao Fei and his companion's convoy. Most of them were packed. The few vehicles at the back were also loaded with large and small luggage. Generally speaking, survivors would find a safe place to base themselves. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't carry their luggage around. After all, it's extremely dangerous. Even if they didn't encounter monsters, running out of fuel would be quite troublesome. Besides, Gao Fei's convoy consisted of virtually no ordinary people, making it quite different from a typical survivor group. Furthermore, their destination was also Yuqing. Thus, Su Chen suspected that Gao Fei, like himself, was heading to the provincial capital to take on a mission. Okay, regardless of that, let's just get on with our journey. Su Chen smiled and ordered. Yes, Boss Su. The others responded in unison. Then, they stopped chatting and focused on driving. Su Chen reclined his seat, half lying, and reached out to caress Tong Fei's smooth, black silk-clad legs. But after they had driven a few dozen kilometers, Su Chen's expression changed slightly. Chapter 541. Because the radar showed a large number of bright spots ahead, Could it be that he was mistaken, and Gao Fei was really ambushing him up ahead? But Su Chen followed and dismissed this idea. Judging from the bright spots on the map, there were at least hundreds of life forms. Gao Fei's convoy didn't have that many people. He couldn't possibly have just assembled so many people to attack him, right? But for safety's sake, Su Chen picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Stop! There's something going on ahead." With a command, several vehicles stopped. Su Chen took out a drone and launched it into the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The drone flew rapidly forward. Soon, the situation ahead appeared on the controller in Su Chen's hand. Gao Fei and his companion's convoy was indeed a kilometer or two ahead. But contrary to Su Chen's assumption, they weren't planning to ambush him. They were ambushed. The creatures that ambushed Gao Fei and his team weren't humans, but monsters. They looked a bit like mutated mantises. They had 4 sturdy lower limbs and 2 sharp, knife-like upper limbs. Except for their faces and abdomens, their entire bodies were covered in a hard, black-gray shell. This shell had a gray metallic sheen, revealing its immense hardness. Each of these mantises stood 2 or 3 meters tall and moved with incredible speed. They surrounded Gao Fei's team and launched a fierce attack. Gao Fei, of course, didn't sit still and wait for death. The psychics in his team summoned several walls of ice and earth to protect the team, while unleashing a variety of powerful supernatural powers to counterattack the monsters. But the sheer number of monsters was simply too great. Although Gao Fei and the others had temporarily held off their attacks, they would likely be overwhelmed in the long run. Su Chen shared the drone footage with Zheng Hui and the others. TSK, these monsters look terrifying. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh. Boss Su, should we go around or give them a hand? Zheng Hui asked. While Su Chen was pondering, Gao Fei, battling the monsters, spotted the drone flying in midair. He quickly shouted, "Please help us. We definitely reward you handsomely when we succeed." The drone turned and flew away, seemingly determined, without even a glance back. Seeing this, Gao Fei's heart sank, his expression tinged with despair. He had never imagined that, while he was trudging along, a group of mantis-like monsters would suddenly appear. These monsters were agile and extremely powerful. Gao Fei and his companions were no match for them, and could only defend themselves. "Be careful, Brother Fei," Dang Han suddenly shouted from the side. Gao Fei could already hear the whistling wind behind him. He ducked, somewhat awkwardly lunging forward. A monster suddenly appeared behind Gao Fei, but it struck nothing. Highways are paved with asphalt. While asphalt isn't very strong, it's also not easily broken. The monster's claws, after piercing through the air, sank deep into the ground. This showed how sharp its claws were. Gao Fei couldn't help but feel a little scared. He looked closely, and saw that it was actually a dirt wall, breached by the monster. A dozen monsters had already rushed in through the gap. The evolved in the team had no choice but to grab their guns and fire wildly at the monsters. The monsters' defenses were incredibly strong. The bullets sent sparks flying everywhere. Only by hitting the eyes or the vulnerable abdomen could they injure the monsters. Not only were the monsters' defenses astounding, they were also incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they were upon the survivors. They swung their sharp forelimbs and charged at the humans. Swish, swish, swish. Several humans were instantly cut in two. Watching his companions die tragically, Gao Fei was furious. He drew a silver-white dagger and charged at one of the monsters. The monster seemed to sense Gao Fei and quickly turned, attacking him with fangs and claws bared. But Gao Fei's strength was clearly superior to these monsters. He abruptly veered, dodging the monster's claws, then slashed down fiercely. The blow landed squarely on the monster's unprotected joints. Crack! One of its claws was instantly chopped off. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monster screamed in pain, waving its remaining claw and slashing at Gao Fei again. But without a forelimb, its movements were noticeably hampered. Gao Fei dodged its attack again, then struck back with a counterattack, stabbing it in the abdomen and creating a large gash. The monster tried to continue attacking Gao Fei, but its internal organs spilled onto the ground. After barely taking a few steps, it collapsed to the ground with a thud. After finally dispatching the monster, Gao Fei barely had time to catch his breath. Then, a series of screams erupted from the ranks. He looked closely. The team's defenses had been breached by the monsters. They were relentlessly hunting down the survivors. Is God's will to destroy me? Gao Fei's eyes were filled with despair. At that moment, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed between heaven and earth. This sudden change stunned the monsters and humans fighting each other. They instinctively raised their heads and looked toward the nearby area. They saw two thick, electric lightning bolts tearing through the fog and descending from the sky. After landing in the middle of the monster group, they didn't disappear. Instead, they continued to sweep across the monsters on the ground with astonishing force. Every monster struck was electrocuted to a crispy exterior and tender interior, exuding the aroma of meat. This was. Gao Fei froze for a moment and looked in the direction he had come from. He saw several cars parked there. A handsome young man stood on the roof, waving his hands. If not Su Chen, who else could it be? Sensing Gao Fei's gaze, Su Chen looked over, nodded slightly, and continued to manipulate the two lightning bolts. This move was called the Thunder Curse. It was inspired by a fantasy game. He multiplied the original 19 Heaven's Divine Thunder to 2, maintaining them to sweep across the target. Compared to the previous one, the power was 2 to 3 times greater. Of course, the mental energy consumed also increased with it. Su Chen only managed to maintain this position for less than 10 seconds before his mental energy was completely depleted. Luckily, he had a psychic rune that stored half of his mental energy. But before Su Chen could even catch his breath, a sharp sound suddenly echoed through the air. A massive wind blade ripped through the air, hurtling towards Su Chen. Su Chen immediately leaped, dodging the wind blade. After slicing the car beneath Su Chen's feet in half, the wind blade's momentum continued. Unabated, flying over 10 meters and splitting several trees before disappearing into thin air. Chapter 542. Su Chen looked closely. Only then did he notice a figure half hidden in the fog at the edge of the battlefield. Dong dong dong. It slowly emerged with heavy steps. Su Chen's brow furrowed, his expression growing serious. Compared to the other mantis monsters, it was noticeably larger. The wind blade just now seemed to have been emitted by it. Scan! King of Blades. The leader of the Blades monster clan, a brutal being, possesses a pair of sharp blade limbs, and specializes in wind-based abilities. Combat Power Rating, F+. Blade Mantis. A monster mutated from a mantis, it's brutal by nature and prefers to travel in groups. Combat Power Rating, F. Feeling the scan, the Blade Mantis King seemed enraged. It stomped the ground beneath its feet, and 2 pairs of transparent, dragonfly-like wings emerged from its back. Then its entire body soared into the air. Before Su Chen could recover from his surprise, the Blade Mantis King swiftly attacked him. Its speed was so fast that even an afterimage was left in the air. Even with Su Chen's strength, he couldn't match its speed. Swish. The Mantis King's 2 pairs of sharp blades slashed towards Su Chen head-on. Thankfully, having survived the apocalypse for so long, Su Chen had accumulated considerable combat experience. He instinctively raised his supernatural long sword to block the Mantis King's attack. Bang! The long sword and the blades collided. The immense force of the impact caused both Su Chen and the Mantis King to involuntarily take a few steps back. A hint of bewilderment lingered in the Mantis King's small green eyes. It seemed a little surprised, puzzled as to how Su Chen could block his blade limbs. After all, its blade limbs were extremely sharp and indestructible. It had never encountered such a situation before. There are still many things you don't understand. Seeing that his supernatural power could withstand the Mantis King's attack, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He gripped his long sword tightly, exerted force with his right foot, and pounced on the Mantis King like a cheetah. Swish! Su Chen slashed fiercely with his sword. The force of the strike was powerful and heavy, carrying an unstoppable momentum that seemed to rip space apart. The Mantis King was not afraid to be careless. He dodged to the side, raised his blade limbs high, and engaged Su Chen in a fierce battle. Bang! 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 The weapons of the man and the monster collided continuously, with a terrifying sound. The last time Su Chen and Zhao Yang fought fiercely, the battle was originally going on. As a result, Zhao Yang's rampage ended too soon, leaving Su Chen unable to fully enjoy himself. But this time, encountering the Blade Mantis King was a match made in heaven. The Blade Mantis King's strength, speed, and defense were all worthy of an F+ combat power. In particular, its speed overpowered Su Chen. If it weren't for the protection of his exotic crystal armor, Su Chen would have been cut in half several times. However, as the fight progressed, the Blade Mantis King began to falter. Its low IQ couldn't comprehend why this human it encountered was so powerful. To end the fight quickly, the Blade Mantis King launched 2 consecutive slashes, forcing Su Chen back. Then, he swiftly swung his 2 pairs of blade limbs. Swish, swish, swish. Every time the blade limb swung, a wind blade formed. In just a second or two, hundreds of wind blades appeared. These wind blades whizzed towards Su Chen at a swift speed. Su Chen sneered, but without panicking, He raised his hand and summoned an ice shield to block himself. Bang! 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 The wind blades collided with the ice shield, making a dull sound. Su Chen, holding his ice shield against the wind blades, advanced step by step towards the Mantis King. Seeing this, a hint of panic flashed across the Mantis King's small eyes. It swung its blade limbs even faster, seemingly sending sparks flying. No matter how strong Su Chen's ice shield was, it couldn't withstand the impact indefinitely. Crash! When he was only 3 or 5 meters away from the Mantis King, the ice shield shattered. But Su Chen seized the opportunity, shielding his face with his arms and raising his long sword. Dang! The Mantis King, unable to dodge, was struck in the back by Su Chen's strike. However, the hard shell on its back was remarkably tough. The strange crystal long sword struck, leaving only a faint white mark. The Mantis King froze for a moment, then raised its blade limbs and slashed sideways. Su Chen ducked, dodging the blow, and then raised his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning. Damn lightning, even if the Mantis King was an F+. The monster, struck by the paralyzing lightning, froze in place, its entire body trembling. After all, Su Chen had been enhanced by the system and possessed psychic runes. Su Chen seized this opportunity and fiercely stabbed his long sword into the Mantis King's soft abdomen. The paralyzed Mantis King, upon feeling intense pain, went berserk. It broke free from the paralyzing lightning's control and flapped its wings violently. A fierce gust of wind blew from it in all directions, not to mention the humans and mantises engaged in combat. Even Su Chen was blown several meters away by the gust. Even the mist between heaven and earth thinned slightly, seriously wounded. The Mantis King flapped its wings, attempting to escape. But how could Su Chen give it that chance? Electric eyes. 2 laser beams shot out from his pupils, aiming directly at the Mantis King. Although its shell was incredibly strong, protecting it from harm, after being struck by the electric eyes, it was unable to fly and was pinned to the ground. Worse still, its wings were extremely fragile. Su Chen's electric eye literally incinerated them to charcoal. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Mantis King let out a miserable cry, as if calling out to its comrades. Hearing its cry, the other mantises abandoned their humans and rushed over. Su Chen stopped shooting at the Mantis King and, his eyes flashing with lightning, gazed at the mantises again. Zizz, squeak, squeak. The thick column of electricity erupted again. Compared to the Mantis King, these ordinary mantises were noticeably weaker. Anyone struck by the electric eye was instantly reduced to charcoal. After Su Chen dispatched a dozen of them, the remaining mantises dared not charge forward. They could only watch helplessly as Su Chen walked towards their leader. Zizz, squeak, squeak. The Mantis King struggled desperately to his feet. It waved its bladed limbs, attempting to continue its attack on Su Chen. But Su Chen fired another electric eye. This strike struck the Mantis King's soft abdomen directly. A deep wound ripped open. Squeak. The Mantis King collapsed to the ground. Su Chen slowly approached and saw the Mantis King, still twitching and struggling, though not yet completely dead. Chapter 543. Su Chen raised the exotic crystal weapon in his hand. With a sharp movement, the blade slashed down. Crack! The Blade Mantis King's massive head fell to the ground. Seeing their leader slain, the remaining Blade Mantises had no desire to avenge him, but instead scattered like birds and beasts. The survivors, Gao Fei, Dang Han, and the others, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Fei, along with his men, quickly approached Su Chen. Su Xiao. Well, Brother Su, thank you so much. Gao Fei looked at Su Chen with gratitude. Dang Han, and the others following behind him, had long since lost their previous disdain and arrogance. Their gazes at Su Chen were filled with awe. If Su Chen hadn't acted and slain the Blade Mantis King, they would have likely become food for the monsters, and they had witnessed the entire battlefield. Su Chen, like Superman, his eyes blazing with golden light, swept through the monsters. He was like a god of war. What Mantis King? They were no match for him. In the apocalypse, the strong reigned supreme, especially someone like Su Chen, whose boundless strength instilled awe in Gao Fei and the others. You're welcome. I just happened to be passing by. Su Chen waved his hand, and with his long sword, he pierced the Mantis King's body, extracting an energy crystal core. Gao Fei, Dang Han, and the others all knew that the Mantis King's energy core contained a rich reservoir of energy. But they also understood that anyone who dared to compete with Su Chen would be unforgivable. Not only that, Gao Fei also had his men take the energy cores they had found in the bodies of the mantises they had previously killed. This wasn't over yet. Gao Fei hesitated for a moment, then returned to the car. When he returned, he was holding a box. Brother Su, I told you before, there will be a generous reward after this. Gao Fei opened the box, and a red fruit caught Su Chen's eye. Energy fruit? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Brother Su, you are truly knowledgeable. Gao Fei praised, handing over the box. This is my thank you. Then I won't hesitate. Su Chen took the box with a smile, passing it to Tong Fei beside him. While they were talking, Gao Fei's men were cleaning up the battlefield and treating the wounded. He had originally led dozens of men, but after the bloody battle just now, nearly half were killed or injured. Gao Fei frowned slightly at the heavy casualties among his men. He thought for a moment and tentatively asked, Brother Su, if I'm not mistaken, you also received an invitation from the provincial government, right? Yes. Su Chen nodded. If you don't mind, would you like to travel together? The provincial capital was at least a day's journey away. Who knows what dangers might lie ahead? If they encountered a monster like the Blade Mantis King again, Gao Fei's team would likely be wiped out given their current situation. After witnessing Su Chen's prowess, Gao Fei also considered traveling together. Su Chen paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. No problem. That's great. Gao Fei breathed a sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his face. Dang Han and the others were equally delighted. With such a formidable figure as Su Chen accompanying them, their chances of reaching the provincial capital safely were greatly increased. After Gao Fei's team had simply packed up, they prepared to continue on their journey. Just then, Su Chen suddenly stopped Gao Fei. Brother Fei, why don't you take my car? I want to talk to you. Gao Fei was stunned for a moment, but didn't refuse. Okay, no problem. Soon, everyone resumed their journey. Gao Fei's team's car was at the front of the group. The cars of Su Chen, Wang Yin, and the others followed closely behind. Glancing at Ming Qi, who was soundly sleeping beside him, Gao Fei swallowed and smiled nervously. Brother Su, what do you want to talk about? Brother Fei said you were from Yanqing? Yes, it's not too far from here. Gao Fei smiled and nodded. How's the situation in Yanqing? Not bad. Gao Fei briefly explained the situation in Yanqing. The situation in Yanqing was similar to that in Shannon, with several survivors there. But with his own skill and exceptional wisdom, Gao Fei conquered or annihilated the other survivors. He single-handedly dominated Yanqing. His life had been relatively comfortable. But not long ago, the provincial government sent someone to contact Gao Fei. Unlike Su Chen and Zhao Yang, Gao Fei lacked ambition. Upon hearing it was official, he immediately pledged his loyalty. After receiving the notification, he and his men rushed to Yanqing. Who knew they would encounter such a powerful monster as the Blade Mantis King? Had they not happened to encounter Su Chen, they would have been dead. Brother Fei, I think you're actually quite nice. I have a few words for you. Su Chen smiled faintly. Brother Su, please speak. Gao Fei said solemnly. Actually, the provinces aren't official. The true official no longer exists. Even if they represent the true official, let's take a step back. But in this apocalypse, we should all consider ourselves, right? Su Chen's words made Gao Fei frown slightly. Being the boss doesn't mean he's stupid. Brother Su, you mean you want an alliance? Smart. Su Chen looked at Gao Fei admiringly. None of us know the situation in the provinces, or the mission they assigned us. But what I can be sure of is that this mission will definitely not be easy. And besides us, there are other forces involved. Since we met by chance, for our own sake, can we form a temporary alliance? Su Chen's current strength is indeed formidable. But it was far from a one-on-one against 100 situation. Facing an unknown province and an unknown mission, Su Chen didn't mind taking a chance with Gao Fei. After all, as the ancient said, there's strength in numbers. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Gao Fei said without hesitation, Brother Su, you're absolutely right. I agree to our alliance. Just kidding. Gao Fei dreamed of forming an alliance with a powerhouse like Su Chen. That's great. Su Chen chuckled. After the alliance, the two sides chatted for a while. Su Chen realized that Gao Fei's knowledge of the provincial capital wasn't much better than his own, so he didn't ask any further questions. Later, when they stopped for a break, Gao Fei also got out of the car. As soon as he left, Tong Fei couldn't help but ask, Boss, Gao Fei and his team are only SOSO. Why would we form an alliance with him? Aren't you afraid Gao Fei and his team will drag us down? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Then let me ask you, what would happen if our team encountered the group of mantis monsters today? Chapter 544. With Boss's strength, killing those monsters shouldn't be a problem, right? Tong Fei's fair face was filled with confusion. In the previous battle with the swarm of mantises, the others hadn't made much of a move. It was Su Chen alone who killed the Mantis King, and at least 15 more mantises. That's true, but don't forget, Gao Fei and the others are holding back a large number of monsters. If it weren't for him, I might still be able to kill the mantises on my own. But you probably have to pay a price, Su Chen explained with a smile. Tong Fei pondered it carefully, and felt that what he said made sense. The mantises they had just encountered numbered over 100. Gao Fei's team, with their sheer numbers, had barely managed to hold on, and avoid being wiped out immediately. But if it had been Su Chen and the others, that wouldn't have been so easy. Altogether, there were only 9 of them, plus a cat. If a real fight broke out, once surrounded by the blade mantises, even if Su Chen had all his strength, he'd have trouble taking care of the others. I understand. Boss, you mean? You want them to be scapegoats? Oh, that's not right. We're good allies. Su Chen gave a sly smile. Boss, you're so mean. But I love you. Tong Fei smiled sweetly, and petted Su Chen. After everyone rested for a while, the convoy continued on its journey. The rest of the journey was relatively uneventful. Although they encountered a few monsters, they weren't as numerous as the Blade Mantis Swarm, nor as powerful as the Blade Mantis King. Without Su Chen's intervention, Gao Fei's team dispatched them all. After killing the monster and extracting the energy core, Gao Fei personally approached Su Chen. Brother Su, this is the energy core you obtained. That's not necessary. Just keep it for yourself, Brother Fei. Su Chen smiled. Hey, we're all safe and sound thanks to Brother Su's presence. Brother Su, don't be polite. Take it. Gao Fei pressed the energy core directly into Su Chen's hands without further ado. Very well, thank you, Brother Fei. Su Chen, without further ado, accepted the energy core. Gao Fei is quite sensible, isn't he? Tong Fei said with a grin. It's worth it, boss, for you to form an alliance with him. If he's so sensible, as long as there's no danger, it's not impossible to take care of him. Su Chen played with the energy core in his hand, and smiled slightly. On the other side. Brother Fei, we killed so many mantises before, and we gave him all the energy cores. You even gave him the energy fruit we worked so hard to obtain. That's already enough to repay his kindness. Why are we giving him these energy cores too? Dang Han, following Gao Fei, said reluctantly. If Dang Han had absorbed all the energy cores given to Su Chen, he would at least be able to advance to F. What do you know? Gao Fei rolled his eyes at him, and lectured him. Those before were to thank him for saving our lives. These energy cores are to build a good relationship with him. But haven't we already formed an alliance? Dang Han asked, puzzled. We are allied, yes, but if danger strikes, Su Chen won't necessarily protect us. So we need to give more gifts, and build a good relationship with Su Chen. That way, if something really happens, he won't be able to just stand by and watch. Gao Fei explained. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Before Dang Han could finish his words, Gao Fei knocked him on the head and said angrily, Stop talking nonsense. Is Brother Su that kind of person? He just saved us, which is enough to prove he's doing this for money. Even if he's really like you say, I'm willing to take the gamble. After all, our lives are important. Dang Han and the others didn't dare to say anything more and nodded quickly. As Gao Fei returned to the car, the convoy continued on its journey. It wasn't until nightfall that they found an abandoned service area, pulled over, and rested. Originally, Gao Fei and the others hadn't planned to cook on the way. They would have just eaten some dry food. After all, cooking on a fire was dangerous and could easily attract monsters. But with Su Chen along, they were noticeably bolder. In the empty hall, a bonfire was lit, and food was being cooked. When the meal was ready, Gao Fei, as usual, served it to Su Chen, Tong Fei, and the others first. Brother Su, you guys go first. This old friend is so polite. Wang Yen sighed, as he wolfed down his food, holding his bowl. Is he being polite to you? He's being polite to Brother Chen. Ding Di corrected him. Brother Su is our boss, it's all the same. Wang Yen chuckled. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Su Chen's face straightened, and he warned, We'd probably reach the provincial capital tomorrow morning. We know nothing about the situation there. Once we get there, don't be so frivolous. Just follow our instructions. Do you understand? I understand. Several people said in unison. After dinner, Gao Fei's men took over the night watch, and Su Chen and the others had a good night's rest. The next morning, they continued on their journey. After a morning of travel, Su Chen, Gao Fei, and the others finally arrived in Yuqing around noon. As the capital of Zhongqi province, Yuqing's size is naturally undeniable. While not as developed as the southern metropolises, it consistently boasts a population exceeding 10 million. This also led to a plethora of survivor organizations in this city after the apocalypse. Not to mention ordinary people, there were at least dozens of organizations claiming to be official. The sheer number of survivor organizations led to internal friction. It wasn't until several years after the apocalypse that the forces behind Luo Xiaotian were able to achieve initial integration. A large city like Yicheng naturally requires emergency shelters. The base Luo Xiaotian and his group chose was located on the outskirts of Yicheng. After all, the situation in the city was quite complex. Not only were there still a large number of zombies left, but there were also newly emerged monsters. Before they even reached the base, Su Chen, Gao Fei, and their convoy was stopped by a group of soldiers. These soldiers, weapons raised, eyed them warily. Gao Fei, Su Chen, and the others wisely dismounted, their arms raised. "We're here at Commander Luo's invitation." They explained the details to the soldiers. The leading soldier looked Gao Fei, Su Chen, and the others up and down, then said in a deep voice, "Wait here. I contact Commander Luo and have him come pick you up." "Okay." Gao Fei breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the soldiers' gun barrels lower slightly. Although an F-class transcendent, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous being held at gunpoint. Chapter 545. A short while later, a military jeep drove up. Inside the jeep was Luo Xiaotian. "Hello, sir." As Luo Xiaotian stepped out of the jeep, the soldier saluted him. After returning the salute, Luo Xiaotian's gaze fell on Su Chen and Gao Fei. He asked in surprise, "Boss Su, why are you with Mr. Gao?" "It's a long story. Let's talk about it later." Su Chen smiled. "It's already noon. You're not going to skip dinner, are you?" "Look at what you're saying, Boss Su. How could that be?" Luo Xiaotian chuckled and turned away, his smile already fading. These people were invited by the higher-ups. They can pass. Yes. The soldiers sheathed their weapons and removed the roadblocks. The convoy of Su Chen, Gao Fei, and the others passed smoothly. Luo Xiaotian invited the two to board his jeep. Su Chen and Gao Fei naturally wouldn't refuse. They briefly recounted their encounter to Luo Xiaotian. Luo Xiaotian suddenly understood. "Great, Mr. Gao, you're incredibly lucky. If it weren't for Boss Su, you'd probably be dead." Gao Fei nodded in agreement. "Who says not?" As they chatted, the convoy passed through several more checkpoints, each one more rigorous than the last. The outermost checkpoints held only ordinary soldiers. Then, low-level transcendents appeared. By the time they reached the final checkpoint, Su Chen could even sense the aura emanating from two of the transcendents. They must have been F-class transcendents. Luckily, Luo Xiaotian's status within the organization seemed high. After meeting him, all the checkpoints were cleared without a hitch. In the 2 days since Su Chen set out on his journey, the fog had dissipated considerably, becoming extremely thin. Through the light mist, they could vaguely see a small city not far ahead. This was the former city shelter, now used as our base. Most of the survivors who escaped Rain City live here, Luo Xiaotian explained. Looking at the city, Gao Fei couldn't help but ask, "How many people are there in this city?" "I counted it once before, and it's around 100,000. Hearing this number, not only Gao Fei, but even Su Chen couldn't help but smack his lips in astonishment. He had encountered so many survivor organizations before, the all-seeing eye being the largest. But that only had 10,000 or 20,000 people, and Luo Xiaotian's province had a whopping 100,000. That was a terrifying number. As they spoke, Luo Xiaotian turned the steering wheel and didn't drive into the city. "Where are we going?" Gao Fei asked, puzzled. "This city is divided into 2 parts, above ground and underground." Luo Xiaotian explained, "Ordinary survivors can only live above ground. Only the base's leadership and those with extraordinary abilities are qualified to live underground. Before the apocalypse, living in an underground base would have been extremely uncomfortable. But in the apocalypse, living underground would undoubtedly increase one's chances of survival." The convoy soon arrived at a hill with a large gate. The gate was now open, and the light from within revealed a tunnel leading underground. After entering, they drove for a while before reaching the end. After parking, they followed Luo Xiaotian out. "I take you to get your IDs first, then follow you to your accommodations." Luo Xiaotian greeted Su Chen, Gao Fei, and the others, heading toward a nearby passage. Although the base was deep underground, the air wasn't stuffy. The base was clean and tidy, with ample lighting. All along the way, Su Chen and the others could see people in uniforms walking around. Without exception, they all saluted Luo Xiaotian. This base is huge, and almost everywhere requires an ID. If you don't have one, you easily be apprehended by the guards. And even if you do have an ID, with your permissions, you probably won't be able to get in. Luo Xiaotian introduced them as they walked. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you the name of our base. Watchman. This name might as well be called the Avengers. It's so similar to old Su's Skywalker Alliance. Su Chen grumbled inwardly. Luo Xiaotian led everyone to an office where numerous computers were stacked. After collecting everyone's fingerprints, the staff created an ID card for each of them, but most people's IDs were white. Only Su Chen and Gao Fei's were conspicuously green. White IDs have only normal permissions, while green IDs are the second level. Above that are red IDs and gold IDs. You could say the gold IDs have the highest authority, Luo Xiaotian said with a smile. After completing their IDs, Luo Xiaotian led them through a public area and finally to the dormitory area. The dormitory environment was quite good, with each person having their own room. The rooms weren't very large, just a few square meters. But fortunately, despite their small size, they were fully equipped with private bathrooms. Everything was available, as higher-ups, Su Chen and Gao Fei's dorm was much better. In addition to the bedroom and bathroom, there was also a living room and a kitchen. A color TV, refrigerator, sofa, everything was there. Seeing this, Wang Yan, Ding Di, and the others couldn't help but look with envy. But they also knew this was standard for a leader. Without Su Chen having to do anything, Tong Fei had already packed their luggage. She naturally chose to share a room and bed with Su Chen, fulfilling her duties conscientiously. Mingqi also stayed with them, sleeping on the sofa. By the time everything was ready, everyone was already growling with hunger. Luo Xiaotian led them to the dining hall, continuing his introduction to the base. This underground base was truly enormous, almost as large as the city above. In addition to the living area, there were also recreational areas, commercial areas, and combat readiness areas. To survive here, everything depended on an ID. Base points were added to your ID based on your work performance. Except for free accommodation, everything else, such as eating, entertainment, and business, required points. Since Su Chen and the others had just arrived, the Overwatch Alliance had added enough points to their IDs for a week's worth of food. The dining hall had an extremely rich variety of food. Not only were there everyday meals, but there were even fresh fruits and vegetables. After ordering their food, Su Chen and the others sat down at the table and began to devour it. Dang dang dang. It was past dinner time, and the dining hall was practically empty. The sound of crisp footsteps suddenly echoed through the dining room. Chapter 546. Everyone subconsciously stopped eating and looked up toward the source of the voice. At the restaurant entrance, a slender figure approached. When they saw the newcomer, the same thought crossed everyone's mind. What a childlike figure. The girl was young, perhaps in her 20s. She had fair skin, bright eyes, and a lovely baby face. Her short hair, cut to her ears, gave her a heroic air, but it was the proud breasts on her chest that caught everyone's attention. Like Luo Xiaotian, she was wearing a black uniform. The towering breasts threatened to rip the uniform apart, adding a touch of allure and charm to her youthful features. Gudong. Except for Su Chen, every man present gulped. Childlike figure. Uniformed girl. What man could resist these labels? Under everyone's gaze, the girl walked up to Su Chen, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Oh my god, is she here to see Boss Su again? Boss Su, you already have so many beautiful women around you. Why is there another one? Can you please give us brothers a chance to live? Everyone looked at Su Chen with some resentment. Su Chen put down his chopsticks, a look of confusion on his face. He was absolutely certain he had never seen the girl before him. What's up? Excuse me, little brother, please make way. The girl's red lips parted, her voice slightly hoarse and melodious, a touch of charm. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing that the girl wasn't looking for him, but for Tong Fei. The table he and Tong Fei were sitting at was against the wall. Su Chen sat at the outermost table, Tong Fei at the innermost. After hearing the girl's words, Su Chen didn't stand up, but instead looked at Tong Fei. Fei, this is... Hearing Su Chen's affectionate address, a flicker of jealousy crossed the girl's eyes. Tong Fei's expression was also somewhat complicated as she looked at the girl in front of her. She's my friend, Xiang Mingming. Fei, are we really just friends? Xiang Mingming smiled sweetly, then, regardless of whether Su Chen stood up or not, she pushed against him and squeezed in. Su Chen could clearly feel the soft touch coming from behind. Big! Very soft. After sitting down, Xiang Mingming said with a smile, Fei, long time no see. She turned and extended her hand to Su Chun. You are Su Chun, the boss of the Tiger Gang, right? My name is Xiang Mingming, a member of the Watchers, and Fei Fei's ex-boyfriend. Wait, ex-boyfriend? Everyone looked at Su Chun, then at Tong Fei, then at Xiang Mingming. Their expressions suddenly became strange. From Tong Fei's expression when she saw Xiang Mingming, Su Chun had probably guessed Xiang Mingming's identity. Logically, he and Xiang Mingming should be kindred spirits. Unfortunately, Xiang Mingming was a girl. Hello. Su Chun shook hands with Xiang Mingming. As they shook hands, he could clearly feel the immense strength coming from Xiang Mingming's slender palm. If Su Chun hadn't had much strength, he would have been embarrassed right then and there. This little girl was quite hostile to him. Su Chun sneered inwardly and increased his strength. Xiang Mingming's pretty face suddenly changed expression. The force pushing back from Su Chun's hand was so immense. Women's strength is naturally inferior to men's. Even if they were evolvers of the same level, they would be much weaker. Not to mention Su Chun's body, which had been strengthened by the system. Xiang Mingming felt as if her palm was trapped in a meat grinder. Intense forces attacked from all sides, as if to crush her palm into dust. Xiang Mingming gritted her teeth, but still managed to suppress the pain, letting out a soft groan. Observing her embarrassed expression, Luo Xiaotian beside her noticed something was wrong and quickly said that Boss Su, Commander Xiang, is also a key member of our base and is well liked by the higher-ups. Yes, boss, Mingming is quite nice, Tong Fei chimed in. Generally speaking, Su Chun wouldn't attack women casually, unless the other party is seeking their own demise. This time, Xiang Mingming was the one who provoked her, so Su Chun would teach her a lesson. Since Luo Xiaotian and Tong Fei were both pleading for Xiang Mingming, Su Chun naturally wouldn't overly embarrass her. He released her hand and smiled faintly. Commander Xiang is indeed a young and promising man, a woman as capable as any man. Xiang Mingming, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, blushed brightly upon hearing this, a noticeable flush. She was about to say something when Tong Fei, behind her, grabbed her hand. Boss, Mingming and I haven't seen each other in a while. I'd like to chat privately. Okay. Su Chun stood up, making way for Tong Fei and Xiang Mingming. Tong Fei dragged Xiang Mingming out of the restaurant. Su Chun watched them leave and sat down after them. Just as he was about to continue eating, he saw Wang Yin, Ding Di, and the others looking at him with strange expressions. What's wrong? You look constipated? Brother Su, you're a little nauseous. We're eating. Wang Yin complained. Hey, Brother Chun, that Xiang Mingming is Secretary Tong's ex-boyfriend. Do you really not mind? Ding Di asked with a smirk. Then let me ask you. Su Chun put down his chopsticks and smirked. If it were you guys, would you mind? Wang Yin, Ding Di, and the others exchanged glances, all smiling with instant understanding. If Xiang Mingming were a man, they would definitely mind, but she was a lesbian. Any man wouldn't mind. Not only would they not mind, they might even hope that Tong Fei would resume her relationship with Xiang Mingming while she was still with him. This way, you can have the best of both worlds. Su Chun continued eating, while chatting with Luo Xiaotian next to him. Captain Luo, what's the situation with Xiang Mingming? I'm not particularly familiar with her. I just know she's at the same level as me, an F-class evolver. Luo Xiaotian possesses a red ID, second only to a gold ID. If Xiang Mingming is at the same level as him, then her status is quite high. Interesting. Looking at the restaurant entrance, Su Chun gave a wicked smile. Mingming, what exactly are you doing here today? After leaving the restaurant, Tong Fei pulled Xiang Mingming to a quiet corner. Of course I am. A smirk, unlike her image, graced Xiang Mingming's pretty face. She stepped forward and embraced Tong Fei. Before Tong Fei could react, her hands began to wander. At the same time, Xiang Mingming kissed Tong Fei's red lips. No, don't! Tong Fei quickly pushed Xiang Mingming away. Chapter 547. Xiang Mingming was stunned for a moment, then asked angrily, Fei, what do you mean? Are you really in love with that stinky guy? The boss is not a stinky guy, Tong Fei said seriously. Looking at her expression, Xiang Mingming suddenly felt that she was unusually unfamiliar. Xiang Mingming's eyes rolled around, but she stopped being angry and instead played the emotional card. Fei, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have stood you up. I apologize. No need to apologize. What happened before is over. As expected, Tong Fei's attitude softened. Fei, have you forgotten the happy days we had together? Of course I remember. Tong Fei sighed, but compared to that, it's only after being with the boss that I truly felt the joy of being a woman. Hearing this, Xiang Mingming was instantly furious, but she knew that continuing to argue with Tong Fei would only push her further away. I understand. No matter what, as long as you're happy. Xiang Mingming chose to retreat and said with a smile, since you're here, I should treat you well. You don't mind that, do you? I don't mind, but I have to ask the boss. Hearing Tong Fei's obedience to Su Chen's orders, Xiang Mingming's teeth itched, but she pretended to be nonchalant. The two of them returned to the restaurant together. By then, Su Chen and the others had finished their meal and were waiting for them to return. Tong Fei told Su Chen that Xiang Mingming wanted to treat them. Su Chen neither agreed nor refused. Instead, he looked at Luo Xiaoyan. Captain Luo, is this convenient? No problem. Luo Xiaoyan smiled. Our meeting isn't until tomorrow. Today, Boss Su and the others can move freely. That's fine. Su Chen nodded. The dinner group stood up and left the restaurant. Gao Fei and Dang Han had their own things to attend to. Su Chen allowed Wang Yin, Ding Di, and the others to move freely, while he stayed with Tong Fei and Xiang Mingming. Boss Su is young and promising. No wonder he's captured Fei Fei's heart. Xiang Mingming said with a sweet smile as she strolled with Su Chen and Tong Fei. Arrogant at first, then respectful. He must have ulterior motives. Su Chen smiled calmly. You're too kind. I don't have many strengths. My only strength is my strength. Xiang Mingming was slightly startled, still unable to react. Tong Fei, on the other hand, blushed and gave Su Chen a reproachful look. Boss, your specialty is your specialty, but there's no need to say it out loud. Seeing Tong Fei's expression, Xiang Mingming suddenly realized, goodness, the wheels of the car are falling on my face. Boss Su. You're really funny. Xiang Mingming laughed dryly. Mingming, how did you know we were coming? Tong Fei quickly changed the subject. That old Zhao from the Iron Legion. Xiang Mingming said casually. He's here too? Yes, he was here yesterday, and I met him and talked about you guys, Xiang Mingming explained. Su Chen and Tong Fei suddenly realized. Come to think of it, isn't he a close friend of your father? Why didn't you stay in the Iron Legion? Xiang Mingming said in surprise. It's a long story. Tong Fei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to hide it, and told Xiang Mingming about Zhao Yang's interest in her. What? This lowly man is so disgusting. After hearing this, Xiang Mingming gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could find Zhao Yang and give him a slap in the face. Okay, enough of that, let's talk about something else. Tong Fei then talked to Xiang Mingming about their experiences after they separated. After Xiang Mingming arrived in the province, she faced heavy training and frequent competitions, leaving her with less and less free time. One time, they had planned to meet, but Xiang Mingming suddenly received a mission and stood her up. In a rage, Tong Fei decided to break up with Xiang Mingming. The two had been in a cold war for several months, and Xiang Mingming had originally planned to visit Tong Fei during her vacation. But before her vacation even started, the end came. After several years, the two finally met again in Rain City after many twists and turns. Mingming, do you know what mission the provincial capital has summoned us all to this time? Su Chen suddenly asked. Well, I know that, he said with a grin. But we watchers have rules, and I can't break them. All right. Su Chen shrugged. While they were talking, they arrived at the commercial district. An entire street was filled with vendors selling all sorts of goods. In addition to daily necessities, there were even energy crystals and energy cores for sale. However, judging by their quality, they probably didn't hold much energy. Boss, pack all of these for me. Xiang Mingming walked over to a stall and pointed at the energy crystals and cores. Seeing her generosity, Tong Fei was a little confused. Mingming, why are you buying all this? Of course for you, Fei Fei. Xiang Mingming chuckled. We've been apart for so long, I treat these as gifts to help you improve your combat power. She felt that no matter how powerful Su Chen was, he wouldn't be so generous as to give energy crystals and cores to Tong Fei. Tong Fei's current combat power couldn't be particularly strong. Hearing this, Tong Fei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Su Chen also understood Xiang Mingming's intention. Well, that's out of the question. Fei Fei, tell Mingming, what's your current combat power? Tong Fei pursed her lips and whispered, Mingming, I'm now an F-class evolver. Xiang Mingming was just about to take the bag the boss handed her when she heard this, her hand suddenly frozen in midair. You're also F-class? Transcendents with F-class combat power aren't exactly rare, but they're definitely quite rare. Su Chen being a transcendent of this level is understandable. After all, he's the boss of a faction, But Tong Fei is just his woman, and she's also F-class? Yes, the boss treats me very well. He provides all the energy I need to upgrade, Tong Fei explained. Xiang Mingming was stunned. This Su Chun, was he really that generous? Sir, do you still want these energy crystals and cores? The stall owner looked at Mingming, stunned, and asked cautiously. No. Xiang Mingming glared at him. The stall owner looked aggrieved. What does this have to do with me? You wanted to buy something just now, but now you don't want to. Are you playing me for a fool? But looking at Xiang Mingming's uniform, he didn't dare say anything. Chapter 548. Xiang Mingming continued to stroll through the base with Su Qin and Tong Fei. Though she appeared to be chatting and laughing with Tong Fei, she was already feeling rather depressed. They hadn't walked far when Xiang Mingming suddenly spotted a roadside stall displaying a wide array of women's products. The stall had a dazzling array of items, including underwear and cosmetics. The buyer was a middle-aged woman. Upon seeing Xiang Mingming in her uniform, she immediately beamed, "Sir, come and take a look. These things are incredibly rare." The middle-aged woman's words were quite true. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, survival is the top priority. The items looted and stockpiled were supplies like food, water, clothing, and weapons. Women's underwear and cosmetics were often given the lowest priority. Many female survivors of the Tiger Gang, before joining the gang, didn't even have access to sanitary pads during those few days of the month. Su Qin had specifically found a factory and moved all its machinery, materials, and other supplies. In the microscopic base, an assembly line was set up, finally meeting the needs of the female survivor. Fei Fei, do you see anything you like? If you do, take them all. Xiang Mingming smiled at Tong Fei. Tong Fei glanced at the prices on the items and quickly shook her head. Forget it, these things are too expensive. The Overwatch Alliance base was quite safe, and people didn't have to worry about danger. After meeting their basic survival needs, they naturally began to pursue other pursuits. Many women in high-ranking positions were obsessed with dressing up. It's a shame that items like these, like underwear and cosmetics, were so scarce. Scarcity makes things valuable. Thus, the items on the middle-aged woman's stall were quite expensive. Even the cheapest item required enough points to eat at a restaurant for half a month. Hey, it's not expensive at all. I can't spend all my points every month anyway, never. Xiang Mingming said generously. But Tong Fei still shook her head. Forget it, Mingming. Xiang Mingming was about to say something when Su Chen, standing beside her, suddenly smiled and said, Mingming, you don't have to persuade Fei Fei anymore. It's not that she feels bad for you, it's just that these items are just too ordinary. Hey, young man, even if you don't want them, you can't say that, can you? The middle-aged woman said a little angrily. That's right, I didn't ask you to spend any money, you cheapskate. Xiang Mingming muttered under her breath. What the boss said is true, Tong Fei said seriously. I usually use Estee Lauder, facial treatment essence, and so on. At this, Xiang Mingming and the middle-aged woman both looked a little strange. After the apocalypse, even ordinary cosmetics are hard to find. You actually said you use Estee Lauder and facial treatment essence? Okay, I believe you. Despite saying this, Xiang Mingming felt in her heart that Tong Fei was trying to save Su Qin's face. But this made her even more depressed. With Tong Fei so supportive of Su Qin, how could she possibly win her heart back? Xiang Mingming became sullen, and there was no point in the three of them continuing their shopping. Tong Fei suggested going back to rest. Xiang Mingming said nothing and took Su Qin and Tong Fei back to their dormitory. Just as she was about to leave, Su Qin stopped her. Mingming, wait a minute. What's up? Xiang Mingming said indifferently. Here, thank you for treating us to dinner today. These are my return gifts. Su Qin handed over a large bag. How can I be so embarrassed? Xiang Mingming was polite to Su Qin, but she didn't agree in her heart. Before the apocalypse, the provincial capital was more prosperous than Shannon. Not to mention the Watcher Alliance's vast wealth and patronage towards powerful figures like Xiang Mingming and Luo Xiaotian. What good things had she not seen? She took the bag and felt it was heavy. Curiosity piqued her, and after just a glance, her eyes couldn't move. It was filled with boxes of various sizes. It wasn't hard to tell from the labels. These were cosmetics and skincare products from big-name brands like Lancome and Estee Lauder. This? Xiang Mingming looked at Su Qin in shock. Now you don't think I'm still stingy, do you? Su Qin chuckled. His storage space was practically unlimited. Every time he went out to collect items, he would store anything he could find that was even remotely useful. This included a number of big-name cosmetics. Su Chen, naturally, wasn't stingy and shared these items with the women in the RV. So Tong Fei wasn't just trying to save Su Chen's face, she was speaking the truth. Xiang Mingming suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She wanted to just throw the bag at Su Chen with a stern gesture, but the cosmetics in the bag proved quite tempting. After hesitating for a moment, Xiang Mingming said with a stern face, "Thank you, Boss Su." She snorted softly, not even bothering to say hello to Tong Fei, and quickly left. Su Chen laughed and closed the door. "Boss, please don't be angry with Mingming. That's just her personality." Tong Fei quickly soothed him. "Why would I bother with her?" Su Chen sat down on the sofa and smiled. Tong Fei immediately walked over and began to massage Su Chen. She hesitated for a moment, biting her red lips and saying, "Boss, what do you think of Mingming?" Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled. "You want to pimp me?" "Boss, how could you say that?" Tong Fei blushed and scolded. "So what do you want?" I want her to be with the boss too. But after all, isn't that just pimping?" "Boss, I'm angry." Tong Fei stamped her foot, her red lips pouting. Okay, I won't say that anymore." Su Chen touched her hand and chuckled. "Why do you think that?" "Then I tell you, boss, don't be angry." Tong Fei pursed her lips and sighed. "Even though we've been apart for so long, I haven't forgotten her. And after meeting today, I feel like she hasn't forgotten me either." In a sense, Xiang Mingming was Tong Fei's first love. It's understandable that she couldn't forget Xiang Mingming. "If you say that, boss, I'd be a little sad." Su Chen sighed. "No, boss, I don't mean that." Seeing him like this, Tong Fei panicked. "I just hope No. We can live together. Boss, would you mind?" Chapter 549. Mind? You must be kidding. "I love it," Su Chen thought to himself. In Tong Fei's eyes, although she and Xiang Mingming had a past, she was now Su Chen's woman. If she wanted Xiang Mingming to join them now, it would be tantamount to cheating on Su Chen. But in reality, she knew nothing about men's psychology, just as Su Chen had previously told Wang Yan, Ding Di, and the others. If Xiang Mingming were a man, it would be a 100% impossibility, but Xiang Mingming was a lesbian, so why would Su Chen mind? He couldn't wait to play with Tong Fei and Xiang Mingming. "It's okay, I don't mind." Su Chen waved his hand magnanimously. "That's good." Tong Fei breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled wryly. "It's just that Mingming has always been resistant to men. I don't know how to convince her. So I have to trouble you, boss. This little thing shouldn't be too difficult for me." Su Chen smiled and nodded. He had always used love to navigate the world, saving the world with his club. A mere lesbian shouldn't be a problem. After all, as the old saying goes, love grows with time. "Then shouldn't you thank me in advance?" Su Chen smiled wickedly. "Like for my previous request?" "Boss, you're so mean." Tong Fei felt unusually shy. She bit her lip and whispered, "I go wash up first." Watching her enter the bathroom, Su Chen's smile grew even more sinister. "Smoke shrouds the cold water, the moon shrouds the water. I'm more at the Qinhuai River near a tavern at night. The merchant woman knows nothing of the sorrow of a fallen nation, yet across the river she still sings the song of the back garden. What a beautiful poem. It's not difficult to write a beautiful poem, but it's more difficult to write a beautiful poem." Su Chen muttered to himself. Although he played the male role when he was in love with Tong Fei, Xiang Mingming still considered herself a woman in her heart. Every woman loves beauty. So after returning to her residence, Xiang Mingming couldn't wait to open the bag. After taking out everything, she was even more shocked. Because in addition to those big-name cosmetics, there were also several sets of Victoria's Secret lingerie. Victoria's Secret is the world's top women's lingerie brand. Its designs are sexy and beautiful, and it is world-renowned. No! Where did Su Chen get all these goodies? Xiang Mingming was even more surprised. Without giving it too much thought, she took off her clothes and began trying on several sets of lingerie. Looking at her sexy and fiery self in the mirror, Xiang Mingming couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. But then she realized something was wrong. The sizes of these bras were too snug. You know, if the sizes are wrong, wearing them would be incredibly uncomfortable. It couldn't be a coincidence. Did Su Chen know her size? At this thought, Xiang Mingming suddenly felt something. It was as if Su Chen's hand was caressing her. A strong sense of disgust welled up in her, and goosebumps spread all over her body. She quickly took off her bra, and was about to throw it in the trash. But her outstretched hand stopped in midair. In today's world, Victoria's Secret bras are quite rare. And Xiang Mingming quite liked these styles. She had been planning to change into these underwear sets when she and Tong Fei made love. Forget it. I just have to endure it. Xiang Mingming collected the underwear and put it in the washing machine nearby, then added some disinfectant laundry detergent. The next morning, Su Chen emerged from his room refreshed. Tong Fei, following closely behind him, walked with a somewhat unnatural gait. Although an evolver, his vital parts were still his. It was Su Chen's fault for being so formidable. He met up with Zheng Hui, Wang Yin, Ding Di, Wang Xinyu, Jiang Yu, and the others for lunch in the dining hall. Just after lunch, Su Chen received a call from Luo Xiaotian. Luo Xiaotian informed them to proceed to the meeting room in the preparation area. Su Chen sent Zheng Hui and the others back to the dormitory, while he and Tong Fei headed to the location designated by Luo Xiaotian. They arrived at the conference room and, after identifying themselves to the guards at the door slowly opened. The conference room was quite spacious, capable of accommodating hundreds of people for meetings. Already, quite a few people were seated. Su Chen took a quick look and spotted a few familiar faces. In addition to Luo Xiaotian, Zhao Yang, Jiang Hao, and others were also present. Old Zhao, Captain Jiang, long time no see. Su Chen walked over and greeted Zhao Yang with a smile. Hello, Boss Su. Zhao Yang replied with a dry laugh. When his eyes fell on Tong Fei behind Su Chen, they were filled with envy and jealousy. Compared to before, Tong Fei had become even more charming and beautiful. It was obvious. Tong Fei had now completely transformed into Su Chen's form. It's about to begin, so I won't bother you, old Zhao. Su Chen waved his hand, put his arm around Tong Fei's waist, and sat down next to Luo Xiaotian. A moment later, Xiang Mingming also strode into the conference room. She glanced around, her gaze landing on Su Chen and Tong Fei, and then walked straight over. She first glared at Zhao Yang, frightening him to the core. Then she said to Su Chen calmly, move aside. I want to sit inside. There happened to be a seat inside Tong Fei's. Su Chen shrugged, stood up, and let Xiang Mingming squeeze to the back, where she sat next to Tong Fei. Time passed, and more people entered the conference room. Based on their expressions, Su Chen could tell that most of the people present were from other factions invited by the Watcher Alliance. The rest were Luo Xiaotian, Xiang Mingming, and other transcendents from the Alliance. Why hasn't your leader arrived yet? Su Chen whispered. He should be here soon. Luo Xiaotian checked his wristwatch. Just then, the door to the conference room suddenly opened. A wheelchair was slowly pushed in. Inside the wheelchair sat an elderly man in a green uniform. With silver hair, he looked quite old, yet energetic. Following him were 7 or 8 other men, also in uniform. From their demeanor, it was clear they were all high-ranking figures. Hello, Chief. Everyone present stood up in unison and saluted the elderly man. Su Chen understood. This elderly man must be the leader of the Overwatch Alliance, Li Kunlun, whom Luo Xiaotian had mentioned to him. Li Kunlun, sitting in a wheelchair, was being pushed to the main seat by the people behind him. He waved to the group, a genial smile on his face. Everyone, please take a seat. After everyone was seated, Li Kunlun smiled and said, You done me, Li Kunlun, a great honor by coming here for this meeting today. Chapter 550. Leader, you're too polite. You're doing us a favor by inviting us here. As soon as Li Kunlun finished speaking, Zhao Yang, standing beside him, immediately began to flatter him. Before the apocalypse, Li Kunlun was Zhao Yang's immediate superior. He treated Li Kunlun with considerable respect. Not to mention that after Su Chen's attack, the Iron Legion had been severely damaged and weakened. Zhao Yang had to cling to Li Kunlun's support to secure the Watcher Alliance's assistance in the event of an attack by Su Chen or other monsters. The leaders of the other factions also nodded in agreement. Su Chen glanced around, and saw that there were still 1 or 2 who remained silent. It seemed they were in a similar situation to him, likely unimpressed by the Watcher Alliance. They were simply forced to come because they feared the Watcher Alliance's influence. I won't waste any more time on politeness. The main reason I invited you all here today is because we have a mission to carry out. Li Kunlun paused, his expression growing grave. As everyone knows, this survivor shelter has a population of 100,000. Under the current circumstances, large-scale production cannot be resumed. The daily consumption of supplies in the shelter is staggering. Even if the base's supplies are plentiful, they can't be used indefinitely. At the current rate of progress, we'd be facing a risk of supply shortages in 3 months at most. The leaders exchanged bewilderment. Could Li Kunlun mean that he wanted them to provide supplies? But the combined resources of all the forces present wouldn't even be enough to sustain 100,000 people for a week, right? Su Chin's storage space contained a vast amount of supplies. Not to mention 100,000 people. Even 1,000,000 would be enough to last for over a year. But Su Chin was only taking out the supplies because he had nothing better to do. And he didn't think Li Kunlun was expecting them to provide supplies. Otherwise, there would be no need to go to all that trouble to invite them all. You're overthinking it. I'm not asking you to provide supplies. Li Kunlun saw what everyone was thinking, smiled, and explained, I'm hoping you can help the Watchers obtain supplies. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but then confusion returned. Acquiring supplies wasn't a dangerous undertaking, so why gather all of them? Zhang Man explained the situation. Li Kunlun nodded slightly to his men behind him. Zhang Man walked over to the electronic equipment nearby and began operating it. A moment later, the electronic screen inside the room lit up, displaying a map of Rain City. We searched every location in the provincial capital for large stockpiles of supplies. The remaining ones are either gone or the quantities are too small to support the shelter. Zhao Man pointed to a map and explained, but 400 kilometers away, there's a large grain storage warehouse. According to records, it holds over 500,000 tons of grain, enough to feed over 2 million people for a year. To stabilize prices and prepare for possible natural disasters and wars, the government has built grain storage warehouses throughout Yin country. These warehouses often store large quantities of grain, which are rotated every few years. If one could occupy such a granary, they have no worries about food and drink for the rest of their lives. But the problem is, that granary is over 400 kilometers from Yuqing. How are we supposed to transport so much grain back? Gao Fei, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask. Our plan is to organize a large transport convoy to bring the grain back, Zhao Man explained. The reason we invited you here is to help protect the convoy. Hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed slightly. They had rushed from their respective cities to Yuqing, encountering monster attacks along the way. For example, Su Chin and Gao Fei, who were the farthest away, encountered monsters 7 or 8 times along the way. Among them were swarms of blade mantises, and even the blade mantis king. Such powerful monsters. The journey from Yuqing to that granary was over 400 kilometers. In addition, transporting enough food for the population of Yuqing would require at least 100 trucks. Such a large convoy was truly ostentatious. This operation would undoubtedly attract the attention of the monsters and lead to their attack. After Zhao Man explained the situation, the meeting room fell into an unusual silence, as if you could hear a pin drop. No one spoke rashly. The grain transport operation was truly dangerous. Why would they sacrifice themselves to help the Watcher Alliance? Now that social order has collapsed, the Watcher Alliance is merely a nominal authority. Li Kunlun coughed lightly and said calmly, I know this operation is quite difficult and dangerous. But the Watcher Alliance won't let you work in vain. As long as you participate in this operation, you will receive a portion of food. Besides, you can discuss other conditions with your respective contacts. What do you all think? After he finished speaking, no one said anything. Zhao Yang hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously, Leader, this matter is of great importance. It's difficult for us to make a decision right away. I hope you can give us more time to carefully consider it. Okay, then I give you 3 days. I hope you consider it carefully. Li Kunlun's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the crowd. If anyone truly doesn't want to, I, Li Kunlun, won't force you. But I hope you will lend a helping hand for the sake of the 100,000 people of Yuqing. He supported himself with his wheelchair, forced himself to stand, and bowed deeply to the crowd. Everyone stood up and returned the greeting. After Zhao Man briefed everyone on the details, Li Kunlun adjourned the meeting. Su Chen had just left the meeting room when Luo Xiaoyan stopped him. Boss Su, if you're free, can we chat now? Luo Xiaoyan looked at him inquiringly. No problem. Su Chen nodded. Luo Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief and gestured for Su Chen to come with him. Su Chen glanced at Xiang Mingming, who had been following Tong Fei. Captain Xiang, are you coming with us too? So what? I'm also a member of the Overwatch Alliance. Xiang Mingming curled her lips in a nonchalant tone. All right then. Su Chen shrugged and followed Luo Xiaoyan. Soon they arrived at a small meeting room. After taking their seats, Luo Xiaoyan eagerly asked, Boss Su, are you willing to join this operation?